Introduction. Such a person can appear anywhere, especially a little foreign girl. Shi Weiyang extended his arms, watching the beautiful little girl dash toward him with her short legs. He laughed heartily as he took a few steps forward and scooped up his precious daughter, gazing helplessly at her attire. Shi Weiyang, Shi Weiyang, who dressed you like this? Didn't those mischievous uncles warn you that these things could harm your delicate little face? What if your skin is injured by using those items, and your lovely face loses its tenderness? Shi Weiyang blinked her big blue eyes, her small mouth. Chapter 1. The Prince's Tournament. Westeros. Year 112 of the Conquest. The Prince's Tournament at the Blackwater River, outside King's Landing. Two knights charged at each other, wielding wooden lances, exchanging broken weapons until one was struck down and fell from his mount. After a brief respite on the ground, the fallen knight was escorted away by a waiting squire. A mysterious knight? Rhaenyra, adorned in a dark red gown embroidered with dragon motifs, turned her head in curiosity. This tournament was held in honor of her unborn brother, the future heir. No, he hails from House Cole of the Stormlands. Alicent replied, her attire simple, as she watched the victorious knight approach the royal dais. The knight from House Cole halted his steed, raised his lance, and lowered his visor, revealing a middle-aged warrior. He claimed victory in the opening match, bringing honor to the Stormlands and his family. Princess Rhaenys Targaryen, I humbly request the blessing of the queen without a crown. The knight beamed with uncontainable joy. Rhaenys rose gracefully, accepting the garland from her attendant, even as the tournament had just begun and the wreath had yet to be presented at the dais. She gently draped it over the knight's lance. Good luck, cousin. Chancellor Otto Hightower, seated beside King Viserys, whispered that anyone who uttered that title should have their tongue cut out. Come now, it's just a title, it doesn't alter the line of succession. Viserys chuckled casually. Su Ming, in a spectral form, stood beside the king, listening intently. Could a duke's son be dismissed so easily? Was a chancellor merely expressing loyalty or seizing a chance to stir trouble? That remained uncertain. Fortunately, Viserys was magnanimous and indifferent to such matters. Having ascended the throne from his grandfather, Aegon I, for 9 years, the kingdom continued to flourish, deserving the title of a ruler who preserved stability. Truth be told, as long as the Targaryens did not engage in internal strife, even if all 7 kingdoms rebelled, as long as there remained an unquenchable dragon in the skies, no one could undermine the Targaryen family's dominion over Westeros. Su Ming gazed with great interest at the tournament held in celebration of the Crown Prince's birth. The ancient knightly competitions were indeed quite fascinating. Such brutal and perilous sports, rife with the potential for life-threatening accidents, are seldom seen in modern times. After watching for several hours without witnessing any casualties, he found it rather remarkable. Regarding the series House of the Dragon, which he had watched 3 years prior, only a vague impression of the plot remained. Were it not for the dragons soaring frequently above King's Landing, it would be difficult to recall much at all. It seemed that 2 women had employed all of their influence and engaged in a deadly struggle for the throne, though at the time, Su Ming's attention had been solely on the dragons, leaving him with only fleeting memories of other details. Upon awakening from the darkness following his death from cancer, Su Ming's first sight was of Aegon I Targaryen standing nearby, though no one could perceive his ethereal state. He had attempted to distance himself from Aegon, but any significant separation caused his consciousness to destabilize. He referred to Aegon as his anchor, as he defined the limits of Su Ming's range of movement. In addition to Aegon, his wife, Queen Aemma Arryn, and Princess Rhaenyra also served as anchors, albeit with a more restricted range. The queen, confined by her pregnancy, was relegated to the royal chambers, a source of profound boredom. Princess Rhaenyra, on the other hand, roamed freely but was often mounted on Syrax, making it difficult for Su Ming to accompany her. Rhaenyra's limited range, combined with her swift dragon flights, rendered it impossible for him to attach himself to her. After a day of aimless wandering, he found himself utterly exhausted, puzzled as to why his soul could feel fatigue. Upon returning to the Red Keep, he resolved to cease his following. It had proven too taxing. Su Ming had attempted to interact with the material world, yet it seemed oblivious to his presence. Besides briefly inhabiting the recently deceased bodies and experiencing minimal physical reactions from Valyrian steel, he had found little success. The notion of becoming an alternative specter crossed his mind, pondering the possibility of possessing an ice dragon to dominate the world. However, he decided it would be better to remain human whenever possible. Suddenly, he found himself immersed within Queen Aemma's womb, enveloped in the warm, soothing amniotic fluid. Just as his consciousness began to drift into a blissful haze, he was abruptly expelled. Confused, Su Ming stood beside Queen Emma, bewildered by the turn of events. The child within her stirred tumultuously, seemingly asserting its own sovereignty, and after 2 attempts, a forceful consciousness expelled him once more. Observing Queen Emma clutching the armchair in pain, her lips pressed tightly together in silent endurance, he thought, perhaps it is best to abandon the idea of rebirth. This situation does not bode well. With nothing to occupy his time, Su Ming spent his days shadowing Aegon as he dealt with matters of state, though the decisions were ultimately executed by Prime Minister Otto. Evenings were spent in the company of Princess Rhaenyra. Although the 16-year-old princess bore slightly darker skin and often maintained an impassive expression, her eyes shone with a fierce determination. This tenacity convinced Su Ming that she would indeed risk everything for her claim to the throne, ultimately leading her to a tragic fate within the Dragon's MAW in the Assembly. Su Ming encountered Lord Corlys Velaryon, the Sea Snake, who is the Lord of Driftmark and the Minister of Marine Affairs, wielding control over half of the kingdom's warships. He recalled the commentary that ridiculed the character for appearing sunburned during his seafaring adventures. It can now be concluded that he is indeed a man of color. This suggests that the narrative is set within a feudal, medieval pseudo-historical world constructed primarily from the television series. After following the king for several months and participating in the royal meetings, Su Ming learned that, at present, nothing significant had transpired in Westeros, aside from the Sea Snake's concerns regarding the potential threat posed by the pirate-infested Stepstones, which he feared could become a serious issue. The most notable event across the continent of Westeros is the celebration of the impending birth of the royal heir, prompting the king to lavishly invest in a tournament to honor the occasion. Knights from the Seven Kingdoms have been arriving in King's Landing, creating an atmosphere of extraordinary excitement in the city over these past months. Su Ming found himself in agreement with King Viserys' sentiments. There's an urgent need for an heir, as the position of crown prince has remained vacant for 9 long years. The Dance of the Dragons primarily erupted due to the lack of support for the heir traditionally. Male inheritance rights have always held precedence over female rights in Westeros, with the exception of Dorne. Princess Rhaenys, the queen who never was, and Viserys, during the council at Harrenhal, represented the majority of lords' opinions. The Iron Throne does not accommodate women. Su Ming believed that had the king not forcefully intervened to lay the groundwork and support for Rhaenyra, the Greens, with their sons and dragons, would have held far more sway in the Lord's estimation than the Blacks. This was akin to the dynamics observed during the previous council at Harrenhal, which provided Otto with a significant advantage in his quest for power. Below, Sir Cole exited the arena after defeating several opponents, taking a moment to rest. A contingent of well-equipped knights entered the field, forming a line facing the king's position. Their shields displayed their respective sigils, igniting a fervor among the spectators. Next to enter the arena is Prince Daemon Targaryen, the prince of the city, who is about to select his first opponent. At this moment, the tournament finally saw the arrival of Prince Daemon Targaryen, who circled the arena, his horse stirring up clouds of dust. Adorned in black armor bearing the Targaryen crest, accented with red embellishments, he rode a black steed, prompting the entire audience to rise in enthusiastic applause. The crowd erupted once more, evidently captivated by his charisma. Such ostentation, Su Ming mused, observing this roguish prince, the prince of the city, and the lord of the flea bottom. Perhaps he could take a moment to critique the peculiarities of this world? Su Ming pondered silently. Utilizing his royal privilege, Daemon Targaryen selected Ser Harwin Strong as his adversary. With a hint of derision, he glanced at Otto, seated on the platform. Daemon Targaryen has chosen his first opponent, Ser Harwin of Old Town, the Prime Minister's eldest son, announced the herald, adorned in red with the black three-headed dragon of House Targaryen. The battle commenced immediately. Standing beside Otto, Su Ming observed his serious demeanor and slight shake of the head. This raises the question, is it a lack of faith in his own son, a personal vendetta against Daemon, or perhaps a combination of both? Su Ming frequently overheard Otto reporting Daemon's alleged squandering of the treasury in the assembly, suggesting it would lead the nation to bankruptcy. On the ground, after several exchanges between the two, Daemon employed a cunning trick to trip his opponent's horse, sending him crashing to the ground. Those in the royal box, including the king, appeared somewhat apprehensive. After all, this was the prime minister's eldest son. Fortunately, Harwin merely fainted upon impact and was subsequently escorted away by attendants. From Su Ming's observations, the injuries to his face were severe, and it was likely that scars would remain after healing. Visually captivating, though somewhat bloody, Su Ming remarked, unaware that this was merely the appetizer. Daemon, brimming with pride, sought a token from Alicent Hightower, having just employed underhanded tactics to defeat her brother. Was this truly appropriate? Alicent turned, momentarily speechless, yet continued to smile as she retrieved the garland. However, upon noticing her father's displeased expression, she quickly concealed her smile. "Good luck, Prince," Alicent recited calmly. Receiving the garland, Daemon triumphantly strode towards the arena. As he prepared to face Cole in the next bout, his demeanor turned serious, indicating his awareness of his opponent's formidable prowess. To better observe the contest, Su Ming moved a few steps closer to stand beside Rhaenyra, eagerly anticipating the clash ahead. The two knights mounted their steeds, positioning themselves at opposite ends of the arena, ready for battle. In the background, someone whispered to Otto, and soon after, the king and the prime minister departed with heavy hearts towards the birthing chambers of the Red Keep. Engrossed in the competition, Su Ming remained oblivious, anchored by Rhaenyra's presence, his instincts dulled. Yet, a vague sense of unease gnawed at him, as if calamity loomed. A glance back confirmed the king's absence, as well as Otto's. "Wait, where is the king? Damn it, where could he have gone?" Su Ming exclaimed, smacking his forehead, realizing the situation had taken a turn for the worse. Feeling he could not be of assistance to Queen Aemma, he refrained from lingering by her side. During the day, he accompanied the king to witness the rare gathering of knights from the Seven Kingdoms at King's Landing, believing he could be of no help during her difficult labor. Now, he could not afford to miss the most thrilling part of Daemon and Cole's duel encounter with the chainmail master. "This competition is such a distraction," he muttered. Hastily attuning to the king, the most significant anchor point, he was relieved to find that the king had only just departed and had not traveled far. In a state of urgency, he hurriedly pursued him. Chapter 2. The Intervention of the Seven Gods. Queen Aemma lay upon the birthing bed, her hair drenched in sweat, waves of pain crashing over her with relentless intensity. She bit her lip tightly, gripping the sheets with white-knuckled hands, enduring the excruciating agony that felt as though it could tear her apart. Each contraction brought her to the brink of life and death, as torrents of blood flowed from her legs, staining the linens beneath her. Su Ming followed the king into the birthing chamber, where Queen Aemma's heart-wrenching cries echoed throughout the room. Observing this scene filled him with an overwhelming sense of despair and helplessness. As he endeavored to penetrate the womb of Queen Aemma to rectify the position of the fetus, he was met with an immediate rejection by his original consciousness upon entering the fetal form. Su Ming found himself perplexed, convinced that he was destined to be intertwined with this child, Baelon Targaryen. Upon traversing into this world engulfed in darkness, he could hear the king's daily lamentations for the child. He felt an undeniable bond with the infant, yet being expelled from its body raised questions. Was it a sign that the moment was not yet ripe? He recalled that the crown prince had only survived half a day. Surely he could not be cast in a farcical resurrection. After some contemplation, Su Ming resolved to abstain from such bizarre endeavors. "Your Majesty, the fetus is in a breech position. All attempts to correct its orientation have failed," Scholar Mudo hurriedly reported to the king. "Do not merely stand there," the king admonished, his voice tinged with both sorrow and reproach. Mudo attempted to absolve himself of responsibility, while the king rushed to comfort Queen Aemma. "Aemma, Aemma, I am here." Once more, Su Ming attempted to force his way into Queen Aemma's womb, but predictably, he was repelled once again. This time, without even achieving possession, he was violently ejected. In the depths of his consciousness, he glimpsed an elderly woman holding a lantern, its dim, yellowish glow dissuading him from approaching. In this instance, Su Ming began to grasp certain truths. The old woman was one of the manifestations of the seven gods. He had once accompanied Rhaenyra and Alicent to the church to borrow books, where he had witnessed the deities' earthly forms and heard tales of them while Alicent read to Rhaenyra. In a fleeting moment, myriad thoughts flooded Su Ming's mind. Was Belron's demise intertwined with the seven gods? Were they obstructing his attempts to alter fate? Among the seven gods, the father, the mother, the warrior, the crone, the smith, the maiden, and the stranger to crone epitomizes wisdom and possesses knowledge of destiny. She is depicted as a sagacious elderly woman capable of perceiving the intricate threads of fate, offering guidance and counsel to those who seek her wisdom, hoping to make sound decisions under her influence. "I do not believe in deities," Su Ming declared defiantly. Preparing to once again penetrate Aemma's womb, he noticed the crone's lantern shining more brightly, forcing him back 10 paces, rendering him unable to approach. With a raspy voice, the crone warned, "Mighty deity from another realm, do not interfere with the destinies of mortals." Revealing her form before him, she stood unhidden, though invisible to ordinary eyes. Nearby, the king was already advocating for the surgical extraction of the child from Queen Emma's womb. The birth of an heir was undeniably vital for the kingdom. Sacrifice one, or endure the loss of two lives. The king grappled with this agonizing decision. Su Ming knew that time was fleeting. The choice could not linger for long. "Begone!" he bellowed, charging towards the crone, braving the discomfort of the radiant yellow light as he approached her, grasping her robe's collar and forcing her to the ground, mounting her to deliver blows. Bang! 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 Perhaps the image of the old woman was not one suited for combat. She offered no resistance under the relentless assault of fists, her presence growing ever dimmer. Su Ming was acutely aware that unless he dealt with her, even reincarnation would not spare him from expulsion. He exerted himself to unleash his attacks. Meanwhile, the scholar did not grant Su Ming any time. He revealed Queen Emma's abdomen, prepared for the dissection that would inevitably lead to her demise, given the rudimentary medical practices of the medieval era. The death of Queen Emma, one of the anchors of stability, would herald uncertain consequences, none of which promised to be fortuitous. "Once I ascend to the throne, I shall obliterate the seven gods," he declared with chilling resolve before releasing the old woman from his grasp. There was no time for further confrontation. He would seek retribution against the seven gods at a later juncture. He hastily reincarnated into Queen Emma's womb, this time encountering no hindrances, a most peculiar ease. The old woman rose in silence, retrieving the extinguished lantern that had fallen, observing the scholar extract the lifeless infant from Queen Emma's belly. Her expression bore neither sorrow nor joy, her gaze profound as she gradually faded from view. At that moment, all images and statues of the old woman within the seven gods' cathedral shattered spontaneously, darkening more than ever before. The infant extracted by the scholar emanated a repugnant stench of decay. "Your Majesty, it is a malformed stillborn." Scholar Mudo suppressed his nausea as he wrapped the child in silk cloth, handing it to a maid to carry away, while Viserys remained engulfed in the despair of losing the queen. The scholar stood behind Viserys, seemingly on the verge of speaking, yet before he could utter a word, Viserys gestured for him to leave, silencing the conversation. The room was filled with a strange amalgamation of sweat, blood, and the odor of decay. The Prime Minister signaled to the maid to open a window. As the room had become stifling during the care of Queen Emma, he hoped fresh air would alleviate the king's discomfort, then withdrew to arrange the funeral proceedings. In truth, when Viserys beheld the infant, resembling decayed flesh devoid of human form, he already understood it to be akin to the stillborn they had previously experienced with the queen. Viserys clutched the lifeless form of Queen Emma, memories of their blissful time together after their wedding flooding his mind, their laughter, their tenderness. He was so certain this childbirth would yield a son, for he had dreamt of his child being born adorned with Aegon the Conqueror's iron crown, the sounds of thundering hooves, shattering shields, and clashing swords echoing in his ears. He envisioned placing the heir upon the Iron Throne as the bells of the sanctum rang and all dragons roared in unison. This dream seemed to herald his hopes for his son's ascension and the continuation of their dynasty. His longing for a son was profound. Yet, the prophecy of the dragon dream was unmistakably clear. While his child had already perished within the womb beyond that, he had no other illegitimate offspring. The interpretation of this dragon dream perplexed Viserys for a prolonged period at the birthing bed, ultimately leading him to conclude that it was merely a fanciful dream born of his fervent desire for an heir. Viserys' solitary and despondent figure perhaps bore the weight of guilt towards Queen Emma, as well as Su Ming's reincarnation was unsuccessful. Upon discovering that the prince nurtured by Queen Emma was a stillborn, he realized that he had arrived too late. Choosing not to possess the lifeless body any longer, he contemplated deceiving Maester Mudo and Viserys to create the illusion of a successful birth. A corpse inevitably decays, and as an infant, Su Ming lacked the ability to act, which would inevitably expose him. It is better to endure a brief pain than to suffer a prolonged one. Queen Emma was dead. Had he recognized the machinations of the seven gods sooner, perhaps he would have had time to respond. Su Ming felt a twinge of guilt. With one anchor lost, he sensed the world's rejection of him silent and intangible. Unbeknownst to him, there were 4 anchors tying him to this realm. Having already lost 2, the unborn Prince Baelon was the next closest anchor to Viserys, although he had not realized it, being entangled with his mother, Queen Emma. Quietly, Su Ming recalled the details of the incident. The crone had proclaimed him a deity, intervening in the fate of this realm. Was it the destiny of the blood dragon's frenzied dance, or the fate that would culminate in the defeat of the Night King a century later? Her words suggested he was of the same essence as they divine, indeed a powerful deity. In the saga of Game of Thrones, there were instances of resurrection through incantations and magic. If they could be revived, why could he not? Was it merely a lack of something? In his deep contemplation, Su Ming finally recalled fragmented memories. Incantations? Magic? He, himself, was a godlike existence in this world. Incantations primarily involved supplicants praying to deities. Could he not pray to himself? This seemed feasible. Why did the Red God spread his teachings in Westeros? It was to garner faith. What could faith accomplish? As for the matter of magic, Su Ming had no thoughts on this upon arriving in this world. He had yet to encounter a witch. In a Westeros that worshipped the Seven, it was unlikely he would find one. He would need to venture to the far southeastern corner of the known world, to Ashaya's city, steeped in magic. Yet, among the remaining two anchors, it was unlikely that Viserys would journey to As High. Rhaenyra might indeed reach it on Dragonback, but without Baelon born, how could he convince the light of the kingdom, Viserys' beloved daughter, and the future heir of Dragonstone to traverse the narrow sea and the Jade Sea to resurrect a rival? Such a thought seemed implausible. He would take it one step at a time. If all else failed, he could wait for Alicent to give birth to Aegon and attempt reincarnation then. For now, Su Ming was left with little else to consider, save for the realization that the Seven Gods were indeed his greatest adversaries. Chapter 3. The resurrection of flames. The solemn toll of the cathedral bells echoed, each chime signifying a momentous event. The tournament for the heir of the Blackwater River had just concluded, with Sir Cole triumphantly vanquishing Prince Daemon, compelling his surrender and securing ultimate victory. Prime Minister Otto discreetly returned to the tournament grounds, delivering the heartrending news of Queen Emma's demise during childbirth to the court ministers, leaving the other nobles perplexed and eager to inquire further. The royal aristocracy departed with heavy hearts and lingering doubts. Yet none took the initiative to inform the shining beacon of the kingdom. Princess Rhaenyra sat in silence, her vivacity replaced by a palpable sense of loss, though she seemed to have already gleaned the truth. Preparations for the funeral were swiftly underway. The following day, the ceremony took place by the coast outside the Red Keep. The massive dragon Syrax, adorned in golden scales, stood atop a hill, folding its wings, awaiting Rhaenyra's command. Having been confined to its lair for years, Syrax had ample provisions and did not require hunting, resulting in a lack of combat experience and a gentler disposition. Not far from Syrax, the body of Queen Emma lay wrapped upon a wooden pyre, beneath which rested a smaller structure for her stillborn son, Baelon. Ser Harwin Strong did not accompany Viserys, but remained by Rhaenyra's side. Her eyes were red-rimmed, evidently having wept. They awaited Daemon's approach, hoping he would gently counsel Rhaenyra. She paid him no heed. "You took my mother away with your insatiable desire for a son. Are you satisfied now?" Rhaenyra's voice quivered with restrained sorrow. "Your father needs you now more than ever," Daemon consoled her, stepping in for his brother, the king. Though harboring ambitions for the Iron Throne, he could not allow his inner delight at the prospect of the most promising heir's demise to surface. "But I shall never be his son," Rhaenyra declared, striding past her father towards Syrax, intent on commanding the dragon to ignite the pyre, a Targaryen tradition, as they believed their bloodline to be that of true dragons. With fire as their rightful return, Viserys, overhearing their exchange, choked back a sob. No matter how many times one beheld a dragon, the visual spectacle remained breathtaking. Observing Syrax up close, Ser Harwin marveled at how the Valyrian people had tamed such colossal and perilous beasts. Syrax emitted a low rumble, attuned to the knight's command. Rhaenyra glanced back at her father, who remained unresponsive, lost in the grief of having lost two beloved souls in a single day. The bond between dragon and rider was profound. Syrax understood Rhaenyra's intent and began to descend the hill. A vast shadow enveloped the pyre poised for ignition. Dragonfire? A sudden realization struck Ser Harwin. Magic. Dragonfire was, after all, a formidable expression of fire magic. In the grand tapestry of A Song of Ice and Fire, the Targaryen family's ancestral language spoke of blood and fire as one, symbolizing the immense latent power within their bloodline, perhaps even containing magic. What can I do now? In the depths of my mind, a whirlwind of thoughts surged forth. After much hesitation, I resolved to once again inhabit the ill-fated Belron. The Seven Gods have acknowledged my formidable power. Surely, the flame shall not consume me, right? The dragon's fiery breath, imbued with magic, made me hope that Baelon, as a scion of the Targaryen lineage, would possess sufficient fire resistance to endure without being reduced to ashes. Otherwise, I would be doomed to wander at the anchor point for years, awaiting the birth of Queen Alicent's son, Aegon, the master of the dragon sunfire. Aegon, being a natural adversary of my anchor point, Rhaenyra, would pose considerable challenges, especially with the plethora of advantages bestowed upon her by Viserys. Her obstinate character, driven by the desire for succession, might compel her to expend the last of her dragons, which instilled a sense of trepidation within me. Standing in opposition to the light of the kingdom seemed to be my final recourse. Surprisingly, Syrax did not heed the command to unleash its flames. Instead, it tilted its head and approached the makeshift pyre, regarding Baelron's lifeless body with great curiosity. My thoughts raced. Surely, you do not intend to devour me, do you? In a moment of sheer helplessness, I was at the mercy of this colossal beast. My scalp tingled as I could only lament my predicament. The dragon extended its enormous tongue, flipping Baelon over with such force that it nearly toppled to the ground. The lack of any discernible flavor was disheartening. With a perplexed gleam in its eyes, a voice echoed in its mind, urging it to consume the delectable morsel before it. From the age of 7, Rhaenyra began to ride Syrax, and on this occasion, she experienced the frustration of her commands falling on deaf ears. After several attempts, the massive dragon's head turned towards its rider, stole a glance at Baelon, and then reluctantly took a few steps back before releasing a torrent of flames. Its emotional turmoil evident in the ferocity of the blaze. The intense heat radiated towards the gathered crowd, causing the Kingsguard to instinctively shield their faces while urging the princess and the queen to retreat. It seemed that the dragon had not acted with such abandon in quite some time, as the orange-red flames continued to spew forth without relent. Amidst the inferno, I began to pray for Baelron's resurrection. After what felt like an eternity, just as Baelron was on the verge of melting away, I finally sensed warmth coursing through the body, accompanied by the tingling and aching of bone and muscle regrowth. It was an agonizing experience. Indeed, I was gradually merging with this corporeal form, yet the suffering was profound, not only from the searing dragon fire, but also from the torment of my mind. Various voices, uttering Baelron's name in different tongues, intertwined within my consciousness, merging into a cacophony of sound. I shall be reborn in Baelon Targaryen, was the clearest of my prayers. Whispers from the rural folk spoke of a monstrous birth by the king. Prince Baelon is a dragon, echoed the voice of an elder. Baelon Targaryen is a creature, murmured countless devotees. The myriad languages from across the world resounded like a monotonous chant, devoid of emotion and overwhelming in its clamor. These voices precisely pointed towards Viserys' son, Baelon, the very vessel into which I had reincarnated. The ceaseless agony of both body and spirit made this fragile form tremble upon the wooden structure. He is currently shrouded in uncertainty, yet it is unequivocally linked to the 7 gods. The demise of Baelon occurred in less than a day. Given the medieval pace of information dissemination, such swiftness seems implausible. Alicent Hightower, not a member of the royal family, stood somewhat on the periphery. While everyone was focused on why Syrax had suddenly grown irritable, she astutely observed that Prince Baelon was stirring after the burning of the wrappings, and she watched for a moment. "Father, look." Princess Alicent has quietly approached Otto to whisper a reminder. Otto, guided by his daughter's gesture, pondered for a moment. "Your Majesty, observe that Prince Baelon has not uttered words of resurrection or miracles, despite his origins from Old Town." Viserys turned his gaze in response. "Father, my brother is moving." Princess Rhaenyra detected the anomaly even before the king, and Otto's voice had not been deliberately lowered. She too heard his admonition. Those around first noted Rhaenyra, and then, almost in unison, glanced at the small figure amidst the flames. Upon closer inspection, it appeared to resemble a disturbance of dragon fire, yet the princess's assertion suggested otherwise. "Silence," Rhaenyra commanded, instructing Syrax to cease its fiery breath. The flames splattered onto the ground surrounding the funeral pyre, reducing it to charred earth. The dragon merely shook its head, conveying to its knight the perception of danger. Rhaenyra recognized the threat, but lacked the time to explain to others. With urgency, she mounted Syrax, and the dragon's wings stirred a tempest as it leapt into the sky, soaring and roaring in warning. At that moment, all eyes turned to a distant figure. A jet-black dragon with emerald eyes was approaching, its massive shadow sweeping across the horizon. Further afield, several smaller silhouettes drew near. Upon closer examination, they too were dragons. As Prime Minister, Otto was aware of all that transpired within the realm. His network of intelligence spanned every corner. The creature known as the Devourer, one of the wild dragons, was the oldest among the 3 rogue dragons, notorious for feasting on the remains of deceased dragons, eggs, and hatchlings, and renowned for its cunning nature. The Devourer's size was second only to the greatest living dragon, Vhagar, fierce and untamed, with all attempts by royal members to tame it resulting in their bones adorning its lair. Although Otto surmised that this incident was connected to Baelon upon the pyre, he could only command the royal guards to fetch seawater to extinguish the flames, as Syrax's ascent only exacerbated the inferno. At this location, the royal family had but one dragon, Syrax. The crownless queen, Rhaenys, and Prince Daemon, upon sensing the danger, hastened back to mount their dragons in preparation for battle. Though knights and dragons share a bond of summoning, the keepers of the dragon lairs do not permit them to roam freely. Chapter 4. Dragon Combat Your Majesty. This place is far too perilous. We must retreat to a safer location, urged Ser Lionredwin, the captain of the Kingsguard, as the situation grew increasingly dire. In the sky, only the Princess's Syrax remained to guard them, while the unclaimed dragons and wild ones could swoop down to attack at any moment. The might of dragonfire was sufficient to melt steel. Ser Lion led the Kingsguard to clear a path for the king, who remained undeterred, his gaze fixed upon the charred body upon the funeral pyre. May the 7 gods bestow their blessings. Perhaps a miracle truly exists. Upon confirming once more that the child was indeed moving, he could no longer endure the wait for the guards to fetch seawater to extinguish the flames. Vhagar had been exhaling fire upon the pyre for far too long, causing the sand and earth beneath to meld together under the searing heat, gradually forming a viscous amalgamation upon the ground. This mixture flowed languidly, ultimately staining the earth surrounding the bonfire a charred black. The true dragon fears not the flames. Viserys cast aside his sorrow, disregarding the royal guards as he charged forward. The silver-clad, white-robed members of the Kingsguard promptly followed the king. Yet when faced with the oppressive heat, they were compelled to halt alongside the royal family, repelled by the scorching waves of fire. Alone, the king rushed toward the blazing pyre to retrieve Baelon, scarcely pausing to assess the child's condition. As he departed the charred land, his garments suddenly ignited. Ser Laenor, the captain of the Kingsguard, stepped forth to take the child, enduring the searing sensation as he gently placed the infant upon the ground. He realized that the arm which had touched the baby was singed. The sleeves of the white robe caught fire from the intense heat. Yet Laenor did not utter a sound, his countenance betraying an unnatural expression. The remaining Kingsguard assisted the king in removing the burning clothing, while Alicent hastily grasped Viserys' hand to examine his injuries. "Your Grace, you acted with such impulsiveness," Alicent said gently. Viserys, after all, bore the blood of the true dragon. His hands were merely reddened, not harmed. He was largely unscathed. "Baelon, my child." The king paid no heed to the stinging sensation on his hands. His thoughts solely focused on his son. Donning the cloak Alicent offered, he discarded his shoes, now melted at the soles, and rushed barefoot toward Baelon. Aside from the royal ministers and relatives, all others were kept at bay by a perimeter of red-armored guards, while the remaining Kingsguard formed a second circle of protection around the king. In the sky, the Devourer and Vhagar subtly entered a state of battle, Rhaenyra, riding Vhagar, circled behind the Devourer, preventing it from diverting its attention to the chaos below. Frustrated, the Devourer, a young yellow dragon, yearned to ambush whenever it descended, rendering it exceedingly agitated. In terms of agility and size, the Devourer would typically dominate Vhagar, yet today it exhibited an unusual fervor, facing both Vhagar and Meraxes simultaneously with unyielding determination. The 2 dragons, one yellow and one black, entwined in the sky, oscillating between closeness and distance, rolling and spiraling, sometimes diving, sometimes soaring. As time progressed, Rhaenys was the first to arrive, riding Meraxes, an ancient dragon known for its wealth of battle experience. The distance between Driftmark, where Rhaenys had wed, and Dragonstone was not far, and the Devourer had always avoided Meraxes whenever encountered. Its nature dictated that it would never engage an opponent of comparable size, yet today the Devourer displayed a remarkable anomaly, sustaining its spirited combativeness in the face of both Vhagar and Meraxes. Melius, a remarkably swift and battle-hardened elder dragon, instilled fear in the glutton, who despite being startled by its assaults, refused to retreat. Rhaenys observed that this black dragon seemed intent on surveying the crowd from a low altitude. What was it searching for? Rhaenys pondered in confusion. The glutton, notorious for its brutality and cunning, wielded a combat intelligence that, although clouded by insatiable greed, deterred it from soaring too low in the presence of 2 dragons. Dragons possess an inherent resistance to draconic fire, rendering long-range attacks relatively ineffective. Battles among kindred typically hinge on close combat, where the outcome can shift in a mere instant. Rhaenys harbored no desire to engage in a deadly struggle with this black dragon, which was only second in size to Vagarel. The peril of attempting to slay it offered no tangible benefit to her, though the reason for the black dragon's reluctance to depart remained a mystery. Her priority was to expel the glutton. In the distance, two timid wild dragons, a gray shadow and a diminutive sheep thief, lingered above the sea, posing no significant threat. At length, Daemon, mounted on Caraxes, joined forces with two others to ambush the glutton. Faced with a daunting 1 versus 3 scenario, the glutton was compelled to retreat from the Red Keep, fleeing towards its lair on Dragonstone. Belron appeared to be caught in a nightmare. His body adorned with dense black dragon scales, even on his visage. His spine bore a thick, serpentine tail, and his limbs ended in claw-like deformities, rendering any semblance of humanity tenuous. "Is this a dragon?" Corlys of the Sea Serpent remarked, unable to contain his astonishment upon viewing the child, prompting the onlookers to glance at Corlys and then at the king. Those observing from close quarters exchanged bewildered looks, while some in the outer circle gasped in astonishment, covering their mouths upon glimpsing the scene. Silence enshrouded them in response to the unspoken queries. The tolling of the great bell resonated from the cathedral. All eyes turned towards the towering clock, and in that moment, the gathering of dragons in the sky seemed to multiply. The tournament for the Crown Prince had concluded yesterday, with Ser Criston Cole triumphing over Daemon with a chained hammer. The lords still in King's Landing and the knights who had not yet departed the contest, upon witnessing the dragons converge by the seaside, donned their armor and mounted their steeds in response to the cathedral's enigmatic chimes, gathering thickly around the funeral. Viserys meticulously wiped Belron with a cloth soaked in seawater, droplets evaporating upon contact with Belron's scales, obscuring Viserys' face in the haze. In this foggy moment, he reminisced about whether there had been similar records in his family's history. Lost in contemplation, time slipped away unnoticed, and none dared to disturb the king's solemn task. He eventually looked up, as if awakening from a dream, recalling the birth of his son adorned with Aegon's crown, the echoes of thundering hooves, the shattering of shields, and the clashing of swords resonating in his ears. The cathedral's bells rang out as all the great dragons roared in unison, affirming that the dragon dream had indeed manifested. "Your Majesty, perhaps we should first return to the Red Keep. There are too many dragons in the sky, and this place is perilous," Laenor Redwine finally ventured to suggest as the king had nearly finished tending to the young prince. Viserys surveyed the increasingly crowded assembly surrounding him and nodded in agreement. "Let us return for now." Laenor Redwine arranged for 2 white knights to continue guarding the funeral pile, assuring that the remaining ashes would be collected by the Silent Sisters left behind. He extended his hand to touch the scales adorning Belron's chest, still warm, yet no longer scalding to the touch. He tore off a sleeve from his tattered white robe, wrapping the young prince within it. Harold Westerling took the young prince from the captain, whose hands were now blistered from burns. Under the guidance of the king's guard, the crowd parted to allow the king to pass, as the threat of dragons loomed overhead, ready to transform the area into a battlefield at any moment. They witnessed the gluttonous one making several attempts to dive, only to be thwarted and forced to retreat. A few knights and scholars lingered, seeking a more concealed vantage point from which to observe the rare spectacle of the dragon assembly. They remained either to document the event or simply out of a bold curiosity to behold the dragons. Those knowledgeable began to flaunt their understanding, indulging their vanity and seeking a sense of superiority. The largest dragon in the sky, known as the Gluttonous One, bore flames akin to wildfire. The dragon ridden by the princess was called Syrax, a familiar sight to many. In the distance, 2 dragons caught my eye. One was the wild dragon, Grey Shadow, and the other, the sheep thief. "Look, the uncrowned queen's red dragon, Melia's, is about to launch a surprise attack," remarked a dark-skinned knight, casting a cautious glance around. "A knight from Tideshead Island, are you certain?" inquired a young scholar. The knight's armor was emblazoned with a white seahorse, the sigil of House Valerion. The dark-skinned knight remained silent, troubled by the thought that he might be compelled to document this encounter. Aware that the sea serpent and the prime minister were not on amicable terms, although Viserys might overlook it, should the rumor arise that he questioned the king's legitimacy, there would undoubtedly be those eager to curry favor with the prime minister at his expense. He shot a sharp glance at the scholar. "I said nothing," he muttered before hastily departing. The crowd instinctively distanced themselves from the scholar, unwilling to entangle themselves in danger, leaving him perplexed by their reaction. Later, the scholar inquired among his peers, but no one responded. and he merely noted the presence of an unnamed knight from House Velaryon in his records. As the crowd dispersed, news of the prince's miraculous revival spread throughout King's Landing by nightfall, for only a select few were privy to the king's choice of name. And given the early preparations he had made for his child, the populace simply referred to him as the prince. The specifics of the scene remained unspoken, as even those who had witnessed it shared their accounts only in hushed tones with trusted individuals, mindful of the recent brutal enforcement activities by the city guard. The sight of the gold-robed figures carting off dismembered bodies in double-decker wagons instilled a significant degree of fear, contributing to an improved sense of security. Henceforth, scholars in the Old Town documented their theories regarding the Targaryens' affinity for dragons, concluding that the Targaryens were, in essence, dragons themselves, with Baelon Targaryen standing as living proof. Chapter 5. The Resurrected Baelon Red Keep, Council Chamber. The captain of the King's Guard, Lionel Redwine, strode a few paces ahead, followed closely by the king. A grand chandelier suspended in the center blazed with oil, illuminating the gathered lords who rose from their places to greet the king for the council meeting. Captain Lion Redwine of the Iron Guard placed the yellow stone ball, symbolizing the king, upon the long table of the royal council. The only remaining orb on the central plate was the black stone ball, representing the defenders of the capital, Daemon. King Viserys held a profound belief in the principles of institution, contracts, and law, embodying the philosophy of governance through systems. The small spheres represented the king's managerial ideology, akin to a clocking-in system, revealing at a glance who was present and who was absent. As Viserys took his seat, the courtiers, in respectful acknowledgement, likewise settled down. "What of Rhaenyra?" the king inquired casually. Her role was that of cupbearer, a preparatory position allowing her to familiarize herself with the workings of the realm's power dynamics. The prime minister refrained from responding, instead steering the discourse towards the meeting's critical agenda. With a grave tone, he addressed the king. "Your Majesty, in this darkest hour, although it is not our desire, we must urgently deliberate upon this matter." "What matter?" queried the king. "The matter of the heir apparent." All present witnessed the events at the funeral, and none would accept a dragon upon the Iron Throne. The prime minister chose his words with care. Viserys did not contest this. He acknowledged the prime minister's assertion that Baelon, upon his revival, bore a countenance straddling both man and dragon, thereby lacking any claim to succession. A notion he too found intolerable. "The king has an heir," interjected the prime minister, Lord Corlys of the Sea, as he rose to pour himself a drink. Countering the prime minister's argument, Prime Minister Otto ignored the interruption and continued. "Despite our profound sorrow for the queen's passing, it is indeed imperative for the stability of the kingdom to designate an appropriate successor." Lord Corlys returned to his seat, remaining standing, perhaps believing that such a posture would bolster his authority. According to tradition and law, the king's heir had long been established. "Shall we not speak his name?" Viserys inquired, his tone laced with challenge, aware that Corlys was alluding to Daemon. "Daemon Targaryen," Corlys stated, neither affirming nor denying his support. Retaining Daemon Targaryen as the heir could potentially incite national turmoil. Grandmaster Melrose articulated his dissent, expressing his complete opposition to Daemon. Prime Minister Otto nodded in silent agreement. Subsequently, Corlys engaged in a debate with the prime minister, driven by personal grievances, while the king timely defended his brother Daemon. The king seized upon Melrose's inappropriate phrasing, delivering a scathing reprimand. Clearly, the king was reluctant to convene this meeting, seeking to inject levity into the proceedings. Outside, Daemon, eavesdropping, heard his brother Viserys' sentiments regarding him and smiled wryly, sensing the affection and helplessness of his elder sibling. "The gods have yet to create a man who is patient with absolute power, Your Majesty," the prime minister philosophically remarked. After a moment of silence, Melrose redirected the conversation, suggesting that it was indeed fitting for the king to designate an heir at this juncture. None present, however, seemed daft enough to mention Baelon, revived that morning. The prime minister referred to it as a dragon, a euphemism, for in truth, all regarded it as a monstrosity. The meeting thus devolved into a discussion regarding the rightful heir. Prime Minister Otto appears to curry favor with King Viserys by aligning himself with Princess Rhaenyra, though he harbors his own ulterior motives. Regardless of whether it pertains to familial or personal interests, he is determined to prevent Daemon from taking the stage. The Lord Chancellor, Count Leonor Velaryon, advocates for the traditional choice of Daemon. The sea snake remains indecisive, and Daemon has brought forth his wife, the uncrowned queen, Rhaenys, who finds herself with scant support. Others remain ambiguous in their declarations, likely waiting for the king's inclination, yet their words seem to lean towards Rhaenyra, especially with the prime minister's backing. As the disputes intensify, it appears that winning the argument here could solidify the heir's position. The king, increasingly agitated by the discourse, rises to chastise the assembly. I have just lost my wife and the most crucial heir. I cannot abide your scavenging like crows feasting upon their remains. With that, he storms out in fury. In the Red Keep, in the birthing chamber, Baelor has returned to the place where Queen Aemma gave birth to him. The palace maids tidy the space, preparing it as his nursery. A week has elapsed since Baelor was cradled and brought back. He remains ensnared in whispers and curses, trapped in slumber. The king has visited daily over the past few days, yet Baelor has yet to awaken, prompting a gradual decrease in the king's visits. Scholars, after extensive research based on scales and appearance, have suggested that Baelor may be a manifestation of ancestral reversion. The ancient Valyria boasted 300 families, and the Targaryens may have intermarried with other houses, sharing their bloodline. It is posited that Prince Baelor has inadvertently activated the bloodlines of 2 families. Upon hearing this theory, the king neither affirmed nor denied its veracity, remaining reticent on his stance. He forbids anyone other than the attending maid and Princess Rhaenyra from approaching, to avert any gossip regarding the royal family, even going so far as to instruct Sir Laenor to arrange for a knight in white armor to stand watch in shifts. Regardless, it is undeniable that Targaryen blood flows within him. All mortals must face death, a man murmurs. He stealthily infiltrates the Red Keep through its shadowy passages, evading patrols and servants. For a faceless man, these are mere trifles. Following a maid carrying an empty bucket, he slips into the laundry room when it is unoccupied, seizing her and, after a swift interrogation, killing her with precision. He expertly removes her face and dons her garments for disguise, concealing his own male servant mask and attire alongside the maid's corpse in a hidden nook. Next, relying on prior observations, he fills the empty bucket with milk beneath a cow, bowing his head and mimicking the demeanor and gait of a servant. Thus, a faceless man delves deeper into the Red Keep, progressing towards Maegor's Holdfast, where Baelor's chamber resides. Along the way, he deftly sidesteps additional guards and attendants, occasionally pausing to feign the arrangement of garments in response to unforeseen circumstances. Hasn't he already been fed this morning? At the door of Prince Baelor's room, Sir Harold Westerling observes as the maid brings in another bucket of milk. He is quite content with the task assigned by the captain, for this child is extraordinarily special. The maid says nothing, proceeding directly to Baelor's bedside, while Harold Westerling steps closer as well. Today, the maid exhibited an unusual demeanor, for typically, a maid would request assistance in prying open Baelong's mouth to feed him with a large spoon. He approached, using one hand to open his mouth, perhaps not contemplating the subsequent feeding. Pouring directly from a bucket with one hand would appear rather peculiar. In truth, he had never ventured into the Mage Tower, and his interrogation of the maid had overlooked such details, leaving him momentarily embarrassed. "Knight, could you lend a hand?" he implored, helplessly seeking assistance. "No, I am a royal guard, tasked solely with security. This is your responsibility. Return and fetch a spoon." Harold Westling sensed a discrepancy and aimed to stabilize the situation. His hand discreetly rested upon the hilt of his sword, noting the incorrect address and tone. The faceless one, keenly observant, recognized that suspicion had already been aroused. Drawing forth a Valyrian steel dagger smeared with the venom of a blood spider, he lunged towards the creature upon the bed. The blood spider's venom is a lethal toxin that becomes deadly upon contact with blood. Upon piercing the skin, the faceless one swiftly rolled aside to evade Harold's thrust, escaping through the window and descending step by step down the protruding bricks, never having anticipated a direct confrontation with a royal guard. Harold Westling barely had time to unsheath his longsword, unable to pursue but shouting for the guards. Today, the king and Princess Rhaenyra were in the throne room to establish the heir and accept the fealty of the lords, and the guard presence in the sleeping quarters was minimal. When the guards approached Harold, they learned that the assassin had masqueraded as a maid, hastily sealing the gates of the Red Keep, only to discover from the gatekeeper that a maid had exited not long ago. "Monster, monster, monster," echoed voices that could not be responded to. Baelon found himself ensnared in a dark void, unaware of how much time had elapsed, feeling as though he were on the brink of madness. "Enough, enough, cease the clamor. I am a monster, is that acceptable?" The voices near his ear suddenly diminished. It seems there is a change. "I am a monster?" Those whispers began to fade once more. By the gods, it appeared he had discovered a blind spot. Was it truly so? "I am a monster. I am a great monster. I am a super monster." After the voices ceased entirely, Baelon was struck by excruciating pain. My heavens! A flicker of joy surged within him. At last, he felt sensation and could move, Who could endure such incessant abuse in their ears? Baelon opened his eyes. Not in a spectral state. Though his vision was somewhat distorted, it was largely normal. After nearly half a year of torment, he had finally returned to life. Your Majesty. A deceased maid was discovered in the laundry room. The assassin was a faceless one, who managed to escape. Captain Lion of the Iron Guard reported to the king at Baelon's bedside. An assassination had occurred within the Red Keep, taking advantage of the lax security in the sleeping quarters to gain entry with such ease. As the Iron Guard captain, Lion Redwyn would be held accountable. The king, well aware of the elusive nature and disguise capabilities of the faceless ones, recognized the difficulty in preventing such an incident. Indeed, most of the guards were in the throne room today, rendering the oversight somewhat forgivable. Thus, he refrained from excessive reprimand, instructing him to conduct a thorough search of the Red Keep to eliminate any security threats. The Bachelor has confirmed that Baelon's poisoned heartbeat has ceased, and Viserys has also come to terms with the reality. What he desires is a capable heir, and he does not mourn excessively, convincing himself that the miracle of that day did not transpire. Indeed, Your Majesty, the captain of the Kingsguard, Ser Harwin, was poised to descend when he inadvertently caught sight of Baelon's amber-like large eyes. Baelon, realizing he was making eye contact with the elderly man clad in silver armor and a white cloak, quickly reacted. His eyes darted about, and he feigned ignorance, chewing on his own claws, momentarily oblivious to any oddity. Ah, no. Woe is me. The king, upon hearing the sound, turned to look at Ser Harwin, whose astonished gaze spoke volumes. Baelon has returned to life. Chapter 6. The collapse of character. It was noon, amidst a prolonged summer that had graced Westeros for a decade. 6 months had passed since the Prince's tournament. The eastern side of the Red Keep stood adjacent to the coastline, where a small garden, seldom accessible to outsiders, thrived under the care of diligent servants. The towering fishbeam tree shielded the sky from direct sunlight, casting dappled shadows of varying hues through its crimson leaves. A gentle breeze stirred, and lying here, with eyes closed on Alicent Hightower's lap, listening to stories, was particularly delightful. This spot was once Princess Rhaenyra's exclusive throne. However, since she became the heir to the Iron Throne, it has mostly belonged to Prince Baelon. The Valyrians assert that dragons are the offspring of the 14 flames, and the tales of Kybar mention that the sky originally held 2 moons, one of which cracked under the sun's scorching heat, releasing 1,000,000 dragons. If the inhabitants of the Shadowlands had first learned to tame dragons, why did they not conquer as the Valyrians did? The Valyrian narrative seems more credible. Alicent Hightower articulated her words clearly, weaving the tale with captivating eloquence. Baelon opened his mouth in anticipation of Alicent feeding him fruit. He listened to the monk maester's natural history, occasionally expressing his opinions with grunts, despite being unable to speak. Such days were sheer delight. Rhaenyra donned a light, white dress, the fabric airy and flowing, swaying gracefully with her movements. A slender belt adorned her waist, and her demeanor radiated joy. For the first time in half a year, as the heir to the Iron Throne, she made an independent decision regarding a significant matter following the passing of Ser Harwin Redwine, who had served the aging Ser Cole Criston in the Kingsguard. Rhaenyra stood with hands on her hips, gazing at the drowsy Baelon resting on Alicent's lap, the second throne belonging solely to the queen. Baelon opened his toothy maw, lined with dragon teeth, eagerly awaiting his meal. Such teeth were ill-suited for chewing, but excellent for tearing. After waiting for what felt like an eternity, the apples did not fall into her mouth, and the sounds of reading ceased, leaving the air in a tranquil hush. What could be the matter? She opened her bleary eyes to take a look. Oh dear. Baelon hastily turned over. What was she doing here? As the heir apparent, couldn't they find her a bit more to do during the royal council meetings? After 6 months of growth, Baelon stood at the height of an approximately 3-year-old child, still walking upright, his entire body adorned with fine, black dragon scales. If one were to overlook his long, thick tail, mutated claws, and jagged teeth, he resembled a little knight clad in armor, not much different from an ordinary person. How many times must I tell you? This is my spot. You are not permitted to encroach upon it. Rhaenyra grasped Baelon by the nape of his neck and unceremoniously lifted him from the blanket. You've grown heavier. You're growing so fast. She swayed him in midair, nearly struggling to hold him up. Baelon attempted to resist, flailing his limbs like a crab. It was utterly frustrating. Possessing the spirit of an adult yet trapped in this juvenile form was both humiliating and exasperating. He could not overpower anyone now. His sister was quite capable of delivering a sound thrashing. Do not underestimate the young and impoverished, he thought to himself with a twinge of regret. Leaning silently against a tree, He listened to the conversation between the two close friends, absorbing today's information while calculating in his mind, hoping that when they eventually turned against each other, they would be gentle. In truth, Rhaenyra was not concerned about Baelon getting hurt. His scale armor provided formidable protection. She had tested the shed scales. Ordinary blades could scarcely breach them without full force, though Valyrian steel was an exception. Do you recall the champion of the royal tournament? Are you referring to the Knight of Storm's End? He was selected as a White Knight. Did you choose him? Was there no objection from my father? Rhaenyra took the position where Baelon had previously lain down to share today's amusing anecdotes, including remarks made during the royal council meeting. Though she neglected to mention that only the master of ships had expressed agreement, she had not fully comprehended the reasoning behind it. Could dragons not conquer the pirates of the Stepstones? He had been contemplating for half a year, developing a rough plan to avoid internal strife within House Targaryen. He existed as a hybrid of man and dragon, with a throat structure that rendered normal speech impossible. No one took him seriously, and if he wished to acquire anything, he had to rely on his elder sister Rhaenyra. His life over the past 6 months had oscillated between the Meg Tower and the Sacred Woods. Ugh. He cursed the 7 gods habitually, attributing all evils to them. Baelon could only inflict harm upon his enemies in such a manner. Noticing their conversation nearing its conclusion, Baelon seized the opportunity to approach and offered strawberries from the basket to Rhaenyra, assuring her that his claws were clean. I must tell you, I have been staying in lately. Do not attempt to bribe me, Rhaenyra declined. She knew her brother too well. When he was overly solicitous, he certainly desired to go out and play. However, he truly needed to win over his sister, as he sought to conduct some biological experiments and had begun to formulate ideas regarding magic. But going out can be beneficial. I could bring back some creatures. Couldn't I? Last time I was too preoccupied with witnessing King's Landing. Since Baelon had faced an assassination attempt, the guards around him had become much stricter, often consisting of 2 white knights taking turns to keep watch. At the outset, the task of feeding Baelon was bravely undertaken by Rhaenyra, but her enthusiasm waned within merely a week. Subsequently, she and Alicent alternated in the feeding duties for a time. Ultimately, it fell entirely to Alicent to care for him. Doubts arose regarding her intentions, especially during the period when Rhaenyra was responsible for his care, as he was fed raw meat, cake, and salted fish. The most egregious offense was the dragon egg shell, which left Baelon devoid of appetite for an entire week. He distinctly recalled the indigestible fare. What Baelon remained unaware of was that, in her eyes, his brother, who could withstand the venom of a blood spider, would have no issues consuming such things. Time and again, he pushed her claws away in refusal. Little Baelon, clinging to his sister's leg, attempted to jest with Alicent, who then suggested an idea. His attempts at flattery proved futile, as Rhaenyra completely ignored him and prepared to leave. Indeed, I shall cling to your leg. Is it not typical for a child? Baelon suddenly felt a shiver. In that fleeting moment, he forgot his own persona. After all, he was merely a half-year-old child, dragon. Without a second thought, he dashed toward his sister. Rhaenyra, quick to react, noticed Baelon's ambush and turned, using her hand to block his advance. Just as she was ready to intensify her defense, she exchanged a glance with Alicent nearby, realizing the gravity of the situation. They had previously shared many intimate secrets without consideration for this young one. A week prior, the late Ser Lane Redwine, captain of the Kingsguard, had repeatedly informed Baelon that he might possess an innate intelligence. To demonstrate this, Ser Lane had tested him numerous times in front of everyone, yet Baelon had managed to deceive them all with his performance. No one paid it any mind. They merely dismissed it as an illusion. What did you say? I cannot comprehend. I am hungry. I fell asleep. When Lane Redwine held him, he would weep and squirm. Difficult to soothe. Having not seen the white-bearded captain of the Kingsguard for 2 weeks, Baelon had let his guard down, nearly forgetting the persona he was meant to adopt as a normal child of his bloodline. How unfortunate. He had been careless. Under the scrutiny of 2 pairs of eyes, Baelon found himself at a loss. What to do? Should he rush forward to cling to his sister's leg or lie on the ground and wail? Baelon truly lacked quick wit. This moment did not seem suitable for feigning ignorance. The reason for his reluctance to prematurely reveal his intelligence was primarily his fragility. Appearing harmless would ensure his survival more readily. Viserys would occasionally come to check on him, akin to a man observing a pet. Rhaenyra had once suggested, in accordance with Targaryen tradition, placing a dragon egg in the cradle, but Viserys hesitated, stating he would consider it, yet nothing further ensued. This implied his lack of recognition. He was a dragon in his own right, albeit somewhat peculiar. The god of the Narrow Sea had dispatched faceless men to regard Baelon as a threat. Who knew what other monsters lurked beneath? He was genuinely reluctant to display any anomalies during his youth. Westeros was rife with ambitious schemers, and amidst Rhaenyra's whispered conversations with Alicent, he had acquired the moniker of the Monster Prince. It would be prudent to silence those who spread such rumors. Suddenly, he found himself reminiscing about Otto, the Hand of the King. Rhaenyra and Alicent never shied away from discussing matters openly, indirectly providing Baelon with a window into the outside world, which is now about to be lost. His current strategy is to bide his time and seek ways to restore his humanity, whether through blood magic or other means. By orchestrating a gathering akin to the Great Council of 101, he hopes to garner the support of the majority of lords. With a precedent established, even a vote by foot could allow him to reclaim the Iron Throne, potentially averting a civil war within House Targaryen. There are many years until the Dance of the Dragons. There is no rush, especially since Alicent has just wed Viserys. However, he might soon find himself in a precarious situation, as the Red Keep is the least capable of keeping secrets. Otto Hightower's network of intelligence spans the globe, and he has a daughter to consider. Urgent measures must be taken to mend the situation. Chapter 7. Sibling affection. Upon seeing Rhaenyra's displeased expression, Baelon, who approached without hesitation, swiftly turned to flee. Unfortunately, his small limbs hadn't even reached the dirt path before he was apprehended and brought back beneath the fish tree. Realizing escape was futile, he opted to roll on the ground in a desperate attempt to evade capture. Rhaenyra, as the elder sister, showed no leniency, even towards her scaly brother. Oblivious to appearances, Baelon tumbled about like a dragon, but Rhaenyra firmly restrained him. In their vigorous struggle, his tail kicked up dust, and her white silk gown became soiled with the grime from his scales. Alicent merely observed from a distance, avoiding the dust. After a while, as the dust settled, victory belonged to Rhaenyra. She gazed at her brother's familiar, innocent face, realizing that feigning ignorance was futile. A glimmer of mischief sparkled in her eyes, necessitating a thorough interrogation. With one hand, she yanked him from the ground, pinning him against the massive fish tree, leaving him with no leverage. The other hand reached for his armpit, applying a vigorous tickle. Rhaenyra had once used a brush to clean the newborn Baelon, and that area, devoid of scales, was his vulnerability. "Ah, I surrender," he squealed. "Help." The brother, under his sister's relentless tactics, was compelled to emit an odd laugh. "Will you confess? Will you confess?" Rhaenyra finally paused, primarily to catch her breath, as her peculiar dragon brother still had some fight left in him. Baelon did his utmost to turn his head away from her gaze, knowing his acting skills were not sustainable and easily compromised. Seizing the opportunity, he took deep breaths, resolutely feigning the demeanor of an innocent little dragon. Realizing that coercion was ineffective, Rhaenyra devised a new tactic. "Brother, if you confess, won't you receive what you've always desired?" she teased, playfully toying with her necklace. A wicked smile gracing her face, her eyes sparkling with cunning. As an elder sister, she genuinely cared for her only brother, aware of Baelon's fondness for collecting precious items. Whether gold coins, silver pieces, or gemstones salvaged from various trinkets, these treasures could keep him content for an entire day, and he had already amassed quite a collection, adorning his bed as he slept. He must be a rather avaricious fellow, pretending not to understand. As she inadvertently cast her gaze upon the Valyrian steel necklace adorning Rhaenyra's neck, she contemplated its considerable worth. "Ah, so you truly comprehend," Rhaenyra remarked, rising in indignation. Feeling deceived, especially by her own blood. This necklace, brought from Essos by their uncle Daemon, was certainly not a gift. At that moment, the two young women finally acknowledged the veracity of the late Lord Lainredwin, who had proclaimed that Baelon was inherently wise. Oh dear, Baelon ceased his charade, revealing his true self. How could an adult maintain an innocent facade day after day without being unmasked? Most likely, Alicent had already discerned his ruse but chose to remain silent. Having anticipated such a scenario long ago, she remained unperturbed. Rising to her feet, she scanned the surroundings with vigilance, her expression turning grave, beckoning Alicent, who had been observing nearby, to join her. "Who are you?" Rhaenyra began to interrogate. Her brother Baelon scratched the ground, forming rudimentary phrases in the common tongue, devoid of grammatical structure. "I do not believe it. What household can produce a literate child in just 6 months?" Rhaenyra questioned, seizing upon the inconsistency that had just been revealed, her face a mask of disbelief. "I hail from House 101, the Grand Council," he wrote in a disjointed manner. "Every one, brother, always, reincarnating, always, following." In Rhaenyra's memory, their mother had endured 7 failed pregnancies in her quest to deliver an heir. Was he the child? The stillborn one? This very birth marked Rhaenyra's first encounter with the funeral pyre, an indelible memory. "Why did you not survive?" You should be 11 now, she inquired, her eyes welling with tears as Baelon silently nodded. Enough now, do not cry, she said, crouching down to embrace her brother in a comforting gesture. Feeling the modest warmth of her sister's chest through the soft white silk, he nestled against her, drawn to its gentle fragrance. Reluctant to part from such softness, he gently pushed her away. He refrained from articulating his thoughts directly, instead gazing up at the azure sky, sketching the figure of the lantern-bearing crone with a few strokes. Is it a deity? Rhaenyra mused, recognizing the representation of one of the seven, the embodiment of fate. She recalled the day Baelon was born in the sanctum. When all manifestations of the lantern crone in the old town fractured in different ways, perhaps it was linked to him. Did you emerge victorious? Rhaenyra speculated, embracing her brother, whose trials stirred her heart with sorrow. She had countless questions. Baelon shook his head, opting for silence. Once again, Rhaenyra enveloped him in her arms. Feeling the chill of his scaled skin against her own in the sweltering heat, both of them momentarily at a loss for words. She recalled how, while riding Syrax, he had often turned to gaze at her oddly. Perhaps he had sensed Baelon's presence, indicating he was indeed 11 now. In truth, she was not alone, envisioning Baelon, unseen by others yet always by her side, felt surprisingly acceptable. Promise to keep my secret, Baelon inscribed in the dirt. Rest assured, dear sister will always protect you. Rhaenyra contemplated the possibility of using her future ascension to the throne as an excuse to take her brother to the Great September of Baelor and challenge the faith of the Seven. However, that plan was not yet feasible. Her father and the ministers of the royal council did not support her suggestions, leaving her with little influence. Alicent Hightower, born in Old Town, was situated in a place that had long been the epicenter of the faith of the Seven and the residents of the High Septon. Prior to Aegon's conquest of Westeros, Baelon cast his gaze upon her. Here was another adherent of the Seven. In truth, Alicent's presence was not overlooked. She held her own ambitions. If she were to marry the king and become queen in the Red Keep, she would wield significant power and forge advantageous alliances. As for preventing her marriage to Viserys, that was a jest. She herself was far from intimidating and lacked the eloquence to persuade anyone. Even if she were to inform her sister of Alicent's aspirations to become their stepmother, it would merely create discord between the two friends, which she could not avert. Alicent, throughout, bore witness to this. Since the matter involved the divine, she chose to feign ignorance. I shall keep this secret, Alicent proclaimed, raising a tome in solemnity. Swearing by the honor of the Hightower family and the faith of the Seven, such oaths were the gravest of commitments in this world, far more solemn than any promises made in the world before her. The invocation of the Seven rendered these vows sacred. Was it truly reliable to keep secrets concerning the Seven in their name? Baelon pondered the intricate logic, entangled in its complexities, unable to unravel it at that moment. In any case, she had sworn to secrecy. Very well. Noticing her brother's unease, Sister Rhaenyra spoke in her defense, oblivious to the unusual rapport between Alicent and Viserys. Alicent has promised to keep it a secret, and so shall I. Is that not sufficient? With the sudden emergence of an 11-year-old brother, and with no risk of competing for the inheritance, Rhaenyra felt a surge of joy. Wait, I shall take you out to play, she decided. Wishing to reward her brother for his trust in confiding his secret to her. I will continue my reading. Remember to return before dinner. Alicent signaled her willingness to provide cover. After a few days of idleness, Rhaenyra had been responsible for looking after Baelon, a task she had undertaken without the king's direct attention since he had only occasionally visited his son after announcing Rhaenyra's claim to the throne. Thank you, Rhaenyra said, bestowing a kiss upon Alicent. I shall go change my clothes. It's all your fault. You could have simply been honest, Rhaenyra reproached lightly as she departed. The royal chambers were housed within the Maegor's Holdfast, a formidable square fortress with 12-foot-thick walls, positioned beyond the dry moat. A veritable castle within a castle. After changing into a deep gray riding outfit, she descended and, passing through the bridge corridor, suddenly recalled something and turned back. She made her way directly to Baelon's mattress, retrieving a handful of gold and silver coins. Typically, when the princess ventured out, she was accompanied by the king's guard and did not require money. But this time she sought to slip away unnoticed. With great enthusiasm, she ventured to the dragon's lair to summon Syrax, but escorting Baelor along proved to be quite troublesome. It would necessitate informing the king, who would undoubtedly be reluctant to grant permission, and even if he did, the presence of the king's guard would complicate matters significantly. In truth, she sought to ease the tension in her relationship with Baelor, considering the peculiar offerings she had previously fed him. Surely, a child would not hold a grudge. In her youth, she had yearned for a brother to alleviate her mother's suffering, while she herself aspired to be a knight. galloping across battlefields to earn honor. This longing was merely a desire to escape the confines of traditional female roles, which relegated her to the status of a mere pawn in a political marriage. Her father proclaimed her as the heir, as lords from various regions approached her and the king in the throne room during the ceremony. The Lord of Driftmark, Corlys Velaryon. The Lord of Old Town, Hobart Hightower. The Duke of Storm's End, Boros Baratheon, and nearly half of the vassals, including Rickon Stark from the north, pledged their loyalty to protect her claim to succession. It was at that moment she finally grasped her true desires, to carve out a place for herself within a male-dominated system of power and governance. To become a genuine ruler, someone who could issue commands, make decisions, and earn respect. Chapter 8. The Delicacy of Syrax. Rhaenyra circled around the shore, evading the attention of most citizens of King's Landing, skillfully maneuvering Syrax in her durable, dark gray dragon-riding attire. She descended smoothly near Baelor. The noble Rhaenyra intended to let her brother experience the freedom of the skies. She nimbly rose from Syrax, landing gracefully on the dragon's neck. To her surprise, the young golden-scaled dragon did not appear particularly large. Baelor scrutinized the youthful creature, squinting as he met its gaze. It had not grown much since their last encounter 6 months ago. The familiar taste of adventure lingered in the air. Syrax tilted her head, scanning the surroundings, and finally spotted a small delicacy beneath a fishbone tree, lifting her leg in eager anticipation, her mouth silently gathering dragon fire. As dragons share a bond with their riders, Rhaenyra sensed Syrax's agitation immediately. "Calm down, Syrax," she urged, gently restraining the dragon's head to soothe its restlessness. Meanwhile, upon sensing Syrax's hostility, Baelor was swiftly pulled behind a large tree by Alicent to avoid any potential harm. Confident in his own resistance to fire, he believed that Syrax's flames could not possibly incinerate him. He attempted to step forward, but Alicent yanked him back behind the tree again. This back and forth continued until Alicent finally embraced him in her arms. "I am not afraid. Let me go," he protested, squirming in her embrace. Unfortunately, Alicent could not comprehend his frantic cries, mistaking them for a desire to engage in battle, and held him even tighter. Baelor's scales, designed for defense, were not sharp, but rather dull and thick, ensuring that they would not harm Alicent as she held him, perhaps due to a subconscious tension. Even while clasping Baelor with both arms crossed, she remained vigilant. With a series of deep, resonant growls that bore a metallic timbre, Syrax emitted a menacing sound. The creature gazed at the delectable food that dared to tempt and provoke me instead of hiding away. After much effort, I managed to soothe Syrax, lowering its head only for it to rise once more, its amber-hued eyes gleaming with predatory intent, fixated on its target. "Balerion, cease this nonsense," Rhaenyra scolded, directing her disdain towards Balerion, who had foolishly positioned himself behind a tree. "Behave, Syrax." With no disturbances to provoke it, Syrax gradually calmed, yet its gaze remained locked on Balerion, concealed behind the tree. "What is wrong with Syrax?" Alicent inquired hesitantly from her sheltered position. The threatening growl of Syrax had summoned the royal guards responsible for Balerion's protection. "Sir Illic?" Rhaenyra called out without providing further explanation. The safeguarding of Balerion was entrusted to 2 brothers, twins who could be distinguished by their facial hair and hairstyles, at a distance. Even Rhaenyra sometimes struggled to tell them apart. "Yes, my princess, I am here. Please command me if needed." Illic Kagul sheathed his sword upon noticing that Syrax bore no intent to attack, glancing toward Alicent, who was cradling Balerion, likely piecing together the situation. Observing that Sir Illic had moved away, Rhaenyra noticed that Syrax still held a predatory gaze towards Balerion, compelling her to allow it to forage nearby, as a dragon would not return to its lair when not hungry. "All right, you may emerge now. I truly do not understand why Syrax harbors such animosity towards you." "Thank you, Alicent. We are sisters, so it is my responsibility to look after it," Rhaenyra replied, her attention shifting to her younger brother, who was scribbling something on the ground. "So, how do we go out to play?" The handwriting was uneven, but still legible. "We cannot go out. It's too troublesome." Rhaenyra playfully tapped her brother's head, deciding to abandon the plan of taking him outside, realizing that following the royal guards offered no freedom. "Perhaps next time." "What? We're not going out? Then my plans are ruined." He looked rather bewildered. "How will I gather materials to validate my magical hypothesis if I am stuck at this very first step?" "Sister, did you intend to take me out with the dragon?" Rhaenyra nodded. "Can't you just take me out directly? It's quite complicated. You should not dwell on it. Your appearance outside could easily give rise to rumors, especially since you've already earned the title of the Monster Prince." "Monster Prince? Has that changed? I thought it wasn't he like that in the original tale." "Never mind that for now. It seems that Viserion has confined me. After all, It's just about going out. With that, Balerion stretched out his small paw, tugging at the hem of Rhaenyra's gray skirt, signaling her to follow him. Alicent did not join them, knowing that the two of them could not leave the Red Keep. For the time being, Rhaenyra could enjoy some peace with her brother, though it wouldn't be long before they were inevitably returned. Today, she has acquired a wealth of knowledge, yet she is mindful of her promise to the two not to divulge any secrets. Perhaps she could inquire about her father's perspective on the Seven Gods. This might unveil some clandestine truths. A sense of curiosity ignited within her, as she felt she was on the brink of uncovering something monumental. Following the guidance of Baelor, they departed from the sacred wood, with their destination seemingly the Megron Tower, a fortress-like structure nestled at the heart of the Red Keep, encased by walls 12 feet thick, resembling a city within a city. Within these walls, the king, princess, Baelor, and other royal members each possessed their own chambers. "Are you hungry?" she asked. "It is not yet time to dine," Baelor replied, focused solely on leading the way without offering further commentary. "Then do not tug at my clothing. Lead ahead," she retorted, pulling away from Baelor's grasp. His short legs moved quickly yet awkwardly, causing her to sway ungracefully as she adjusted her attire. Crossing the bridge and traversing the moat, they encountered several guards stationed along the path. They entered the Megron Tower amidst the salutes of patrolling sentinels. "Are you seeking father?" "He is not in his chambers at this hour," a voice interjected. Recently, she had preferred to avoid any encounters with Viserys. Just that morning, during a council meeting, she had suggested addressing the issue of the three daughters of the Stone Steps Isles encroaching upon trade routes for half a year. However, most regarded her as merely a child, dismissing her suggestions under the pretense of selecting members of the Kingsguard to distract her, failing to take her seriously. Perhaps this was merely due to her being a woman, she pondered. Illic trailed behind at a respectful distance, his duty as a member of the Kingsguard ensuring the protection of the royal family. His mastery of spatial awareness allowed him to remain undetectable during her conversations while being able to reach her side in a matter of moments. Baelor gestured to indicate that she should inform Illic to cease following them. Although Rhaenyra could not decipher his ambiguous sounds, she found his claw-like gestures quite clear. "Sir Illic, I require a moment of privacy," Rhaenyra whispered as she approached him. Illic nodded in understanding and ceased his pursuit, for he deemed the Megron Tower as the safest edifice within the Red Keep. He then engaged in conversation with a guard on the bridge, suggesting they were acquaintances. Once inside the Megron Tower, the siblings encountered only the occasional maid engaged in cleaning tasks. They moved purposefully through corridors and hallways adorned with relics of the Targaryen dynasty, including black armor and dragon skulls, decorations that Baelor had grown weary of. They ascended the staircase directly to the king's quarters. Upon entering, Rhaenyra found the room rather desolate, devoid of her mother-esque presence. However, the miniature models displayed on the table astonished her. As she examined the intricately carved pieces, such as the grand wooden sculpture of the Valyrian Blood Temple and the Dragon Lair, she recognized the immense time and effort invested in their creation. In the corner lay an array of sculpting tools, materials, and both completed and unfinished models. Such a collection had not existed while her mother, Queen Aemma, was still alive. She understood that her father sought solace in sculpting, a refuge from the tumult of life, allowing him to find tranquility within this small creative sanctuary. In this realm, he need not confront the intricate political dilemmas and power struggles. He can solely immerse himself in his creative endeavors, relishing tranquility and freedom. Perhaps it had been a considerable time since he had actively sought his presence, and a myriad of thoughts flooded his mind. Chapter 9. The Underground Passage of Maegor. Thud. 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 Where is it? Thud. 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 Where is it? Belron murmured quietly as he rapidly scanned his surroundings. The room was somewhat dim, with the two most striking fireplaces on the walls and several enormous, enigmatic portraits reminiscent of ancient Roman artistry. Belron explored the chamber, occasionally tapping the bricks with his elongated claws, attentively listening to the echoes. Each movement exuded an air of professionalism. This body endowed him with acute senses, his taste remarkably sharp. Consequently, he harbored a unique passion for exquisite cuisine. To him, dining was unequivocally one of the greatest joys in existence. The ruthless Maegor, in constructing this place, certainly left behind secret passages. Otherwise, why would he eliminate all those in the know? This bedroom must also conceal a passage leading to the outside world. Don't rummage through it. Rhaenyra frowned, expressing her discontent. Aside from this wood, there is nothing of value here. To her, Belron appeared to be aimlessly scurrying about, solely focused on uncovering treasures, having brought her along merely to leverage her identity for legitimate entry. Belron was intent on discovering the secret passage left by Maegor in the construction of this castle. His bedroom lay several stories below, and neither the Kingsguard nor Miss Alicent, nor any guards, would permit him to explore freely. He believed that the king's chamber likely harbored a secret passage. Thud, 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 thud. A look of surprise crossed Belron's face. I found it. He hastily pulled his sister closer, and under Rhaenyra's puzzled gaze, he knocked on the wall once more. Thud, thud, thud. The sound resonated hollowly. He then tapped the adjacent wall, and this time the sound was notably more solid, confirming his suspicion. Concerned that his sister might doubt him, he repeated this action on several other walls. Rhaenyra began to comprehend. Could there truly be a secret passage here? Given that Maegor's tower, as a fortress within a fortress, had walls of considerable thickness, 12 feet, equivalent to half a cart, it seemed plausible that a hidden passage could exist. Rhaenyra speculated that this passage was likely a means of escape prepared by the formidable Maegor, an ancestor of the Targaryen lineage, surely equipped with mechanisms for convenient access. Having uncovered traces of the secret passage, finding the entrance was merely a matter of time. Rhaenyra grew intrigued and immediately directed her gaze toward the fireplace, the most significant distinction between the king's chamber and the other rooms in the castle. Moreover, there was little reason to construct 2 stone fireplaces. Something was surely amiss. Following his sister's gaze, Belron did not hesitate to crawl into the fireplace. He knocked on the back within, and indeed, a hollow sound echoed back. Belron, filled with excitement, exerted all his strength to pull the barrier in the fireplace, yet his meager strength only managed to create a narrow gap. Let me. Rhaenyra sighed as she squatted beside him, effortlessly pulling her dirty little brother from the fireplace before crawling inside herself. With determination, she pried open the stone slab, and a rush of dark, narrow air enveloped her, mingled with the briny scent of the sea. After stepping back from the opening, Rhaenyra hesitated, torn between revealing this significant discovery to her father or not. Just then, that small figure darted into the secret passage like a large rat. "Hey, come back," she called, tinged with urgency and irritation. Ignoring her, Belron quickened his pace instead of slowing down. On the table, Rhaenyra spotted a beautifully crafted dagger, which she swiftly secured at her waist. She carefully picked up a white candle, burnt down by a third, and cradling it gently, followed him into the passage. It was evident that this place had not been visited in a long time. Illuminated by the flickering flame, patches of moss were scattered haphazardly across the floor and walls. The air was not only dark and damp, but also infused with peculiar odors, reminiscent of musty mildew. The ground was composed of gray stone bricks arranged in a stair-like formation, winding downward. The surrounding walls were built from stone, steep in places and obscured by a thick layer of dust. Though the space felt somewhat cramped, it was relatively comfortable for the slender 15-year-old Rhaenyra. However, the narrow confines and oppressive darkness instilled a sense of unease. Belron, excitedly leading the way, occasionally stumbled over the uneven steps. "Ouch!" he exclaimed, his eyes sharp only to moving objects, unable to discern anything in the complete darkness like an ordinary person. He thought to himself that with his scaled armor for protection, he had little to fear from falling, but he worried about Rhaenyra catching up to drag him back. If that happened, he knew it would be ages before he could venture out again. Thus, the two of them ambled through the secret passage, Rhaenyra cautiously treading to safeguard the fragile candle in her grasp, its flame flickering gently in the slight breeze, fearful of extinguishing it with a careless move. "Don't run so fast. I won't take you back," Rhaenyra whispered. Her voice echoed eerily in the narrow corridor, reverberating off the stone walls as if countless phantoms were repeating her words. At last, at the distinct junction of stone bricks and rocky walls, Rhaenyra spotted Belron standing there, waiting for her, while the stairs ahead came to an abrupt end. It appeared they had descended to a deeper underground realm, seemingly concealing more unknown secrets. They exchanged no words, simply continuing their exploration. Before them lay an underground expanse so vast it evoked a sense of awe, with the stone walls shimmering in the faint light of peculiar minerals, casting an eerie hue upon this shadowy realm, reminiscent of a colossal and enigmatic subterranean labyrinth. Rhaenyra suddenly grasped her brother's collar with her left hand, using the flickering candlelight to scrutinize their surroundings, wary that he might dart away with a mere moment's distraction. After a few futile wriggles, Belron settled down considerably under his sister's firm hold. The passages here sprawled in all directions, some gently sloping upwards, perhaps leading to hidden corners just beneath the surface, while others descended into the depths, possibly leading to more intricate caverns. Within this endless network of tunnels, there were naturally formed caverns of varying sizes. The smaller ones merely served as temporary refuges, while the larger ones resembled subterranean plazas. Ahead, a particularly significant area came into view, where sacks and barrels were arranged in neat rows. Nearby lay heaps of rusted armor and an array of spears and swords. The white wax shafts of the spears had warped slightly due to moisture. Belron, with a claw, punctured one of the sacks, and in an instant, it burst open, releasing a viscous black substance. A pungent odor of decay assaulted their senses, a foul stench that mingled rotting food, moldy fabric, and unidentifiable filth. Both siblings were caught off guard, grimacing involuntarily at the noxious smell. "Don't move," she admonished, delivering a sharp rap to Belron's head before reclaiming his collar. "Ouch," Belron yelped, looking up at Rhaenyra in a display of his displeasure. After casually wiping his claws on the fabric of his rear, he was once again tugged along by his sister as they continued to explore this foreboding space. With utmost caution, they tread lightly, illuminated only by the dim candlelight as they passed through a field of white bones. The bones, eroded by the passage of time, exhibited a strange whiteness. It was evident that such a degree of pallor could not have occurred in less than 50 or 60 years. Judging by their garments and the tools strewn about, it was clear these were forcibly conscripted farmers, craftsmen, and even a few guards. The postures of the remains showed no signs of violent resistance, as if they had succumbed to death in the midst of slumber, leading Rhaenyra to surmise that they had perished from poisoning. A silent yet brutal massacre had transpired here, likely the result of King Mega's efforts to eliminate the builders who knew the secret of the passage. A glance revealed a staggering multitude, at least 500 or 600 corpses densely clustered together. At every junction, a choice awaited them, with the potential to become lost within this labyrinthine, subterranean world. After lingering in the resource storage cave for a while, the odor was quite unbearable. Rhaenyra squinted slightly, her gaze sweeping over the intricate network of passages before her. She casually selected a corridor that appeared relatively spacious and ascended. At the very least, an upward passage suggested that it was likely leading to some structure above ground. If she could return to the surface, her familiarity with King's Landing from her frequent dragon rides, along with the prominent landmarks, would ensure she would not lose her way. Chapter 10. Secrets of the Handess Tower. The construction of the Red Keep commenced in the year 35 during the reign of Aegon I Targaryen, initiated under his decree. It was not until the year 45, during the rule of Maegor I Targaryen, that the Red Keep was fully completed. The Handess Tower, an integral part of the Red Keep, was also erected during this period. At the summit of the tower resided the Handess office, furnished with a grand oak desk, cluttered with parchment scrolls, maps, and letters. Behind the desk stood a massive arched window, offering a panoramic view of the entirety of King's Landing. Otto Hightower sat at the desk. The sunlight filtering through the partially open window cast a warm glow upon his wrinkled yet astute face. Occasionally, a breeze would waft in, carrying a chill, causing the white curtains to flutter gently. The two siblings exited the underground cave, traversing the passageway upwards for some time, until the earthen path beneath their feet abruptly transformed into gray stone steps. It seemed they had entered the interior of a structure, reaching the surface. Beams of light filtered in through the crevices of the walls, growing increasingly bright until they could discern the outline of the Handess Tower. The candles they had brought earlier had long since extinguished. Observing through the gaps, Rhaenyra concluded that the surrounding walls were constructed from rough-hewn stones, maintaining the same style as the underground staircase. This indicated that the secret passages were completed concurrently with the Red Keep and were indeed part of its architectural design. They walked along the stone staircase for nearly the duration of a half-candle-less burn. While the previous descent had not felt tiring, this ascent was dauntingly steep. Likely around 100 meters high, their breaths became labored and heavy, their chests rising and falling dramatically, with Baelon gasping more audibly, reminiscent of a weary bellows struggling to function. If this indeed was the Handess Tower, they must be nearing the top. Yet, they had only traversed half the distance. Should they fail to discover an exit, they would have no choice but to retrace their steps, Rhaenyra thought to herself. Baelon, with 4 blunt, upward curving dragon horns on his forehead, and a tuft of silver hair cascading down his back, had been described by a scholar at birth as resembling a dragoness crown. In truth, he felt more akin to a hedgehog. He led the way, the passage narrower than the one leading to Maegor's Holdfast, barely allowing for a single person to pass. Furthermore, knowing they were within the Handess Tower alleviated any fears of danger. However, Baelon, engrossed in his hurried pace, continually bumped into Rhaenyra's rear. Upon reaching the end of the passage, they found no exit there either. Leaning gently against the wall to regain her strength, Rhaenyra observed Baelon as he plopped heavily onto the ground, stirring up a small cloud of dust. After a moment, He even lay back, staring blankly at the ceiling above. Rhaenyra quickly covered her brother's mouth, having heard the sound of a door being pushed open from behind the wall. "Hush, this is the Prime Minister's tower," she whispered, aligning her eyes with the two peepholes, which offered a perfect view of the desk beside the fireplace. Rhaenyra was certain it was a contraption employed by some long-forgotten Targaryen ancestor to surveil the Prime Minister. Otto appeared to be engaged in work. After Grand Maester Melas entered, he pulled out a nearby chair and sat not far from the Prime Minister. Today's discussion in the Royal Council seemed rather radical. The Citadel, located in Old Town, maintained a close relationship with House Hightower, influencing the political landscape of Westeros through their support and control over the Citadel. The Citadel had its own stance, providing knowledge and counsel to the king and other members solely during the Royal Council, firmly upholding the king's wishes regarding the succession. Participation in political affairs was unequivocally against the consensus of the Citadel. Clearly, Grand Maester Melas had forgotten his earlier negative remarks about Daemon during the council, branding him a tyrant and a cruel ruler. The princess was indeed too young and required time to mature. Otto, across from him, paid no mind, continuing to write with his quill on the unrolled parchment, the room resonating only with the soft scratching of the quill against the parchment. "You know, I meant what happens after the princess leaves," Otto remarked, setting down his pen and pausing to regard the newcomer. Everyone was aware that the king would remarry. Why not House Hightower? His gaze was deep and piercing. In what capacity will the princess conduct herself? Half the lords of the realm have sworn fealty, and with the Hightower present, no one wishes for further turmoil in the kingdom. The Hightower symbolized the Hightower family. It was their sigil. "I share your sentiment," Otto said with a slight smile, sliding into the chair opposite Melas. "But she is still a minor. Anything is possible, is it not?" Their eyes locked, each understanding the other's intent. Melas merely sought to maintain the current state of affairs, to earn the king's and other nobles' recognition and respect, thereby elevating his own status and influence. His suggestions and decisions could sway the king's choices and the fate of the kingdom, bestowing upon him power and prestige. Otto, on the other hand, was intent on intertwining his bloodline with the Iron Throne, ensuring his family's enduring prominence in the kingdom's affairs and consolidating their political power. The Citadel would remain neutral, serving the king, a point Melas reiterated. "I understand. We are friends, yet our ambitions align perfectly." He lowered his voice. "You are aware that in the Seven Kingdoms, apart from Dorne, the order of inheritance favors males over females, while Dorne treats both genders equally in succession. The king's wishes were merely wishful thinking. The Citadel has already cautioned me that I am too close to you," Melas added, his tone subdued. "Nothing will happen as long as I remain in my position," Otto reassured him. "In the realm of academia, I shall endeavor to compose a few words on your behalf." Melrose likely comprehends Otto's intentions. Could it be through the parliament? A new crownless queen is to emerge. Otto maintains an intricate network of intelligence for the nation, perpetually occupied with state affairs, yet he returns to his writing desk to respond to an unfinished letter. "Very well, let it be as though I had never come." After a brief respite, Melrose quietly departed from the Prime Minister's tower, not entirely empty-handed, having resolved some of his own troubles. Everyone harbors their own schemes. Rhaenyra, in the secret passage, harbored a peculiar sentiment as she attentively absorbed the dialogue between the Chancellor and the Prime Minister. It became evident that the last two supporters in the court were no longer present. This was her conclusion. She is astute, yet lacks her own channels of information. Much of her time is spent within the Red Keep, receiving the flattery of nobles and acquiring knowledge, often taking things for granted. There is no one among the ministers who will strategize for her. In the eyes of most, she is merely a temporary placeholder for the throne, to be replaced once a more suitable heir appears. Am I truly so incapable? Everyone covets what rightfully belongs to her. Accompanied by Baelon, she retraced her steps to the cave filled with bones, remaining silent throughout the journey. Her mind was a whirl of thoughts. Her mother had once said that a woman's battlefield lies in the birthing room. She countered this notion by recalling the tale of Nerys Melia, who commanded 10,000 ships across the narrow sea, leading the people of Loinor to the shores of Dorne, gradually conquering the entire region with her formidable leadership and military prowess, aided by her husband, Mors Martell. She could articulate many such examples, leaving her mother speechless. Now, reflecting upon her struggles to transcend the confines of the birthing room, she believed that with a dragon and the support of her kingly father, and with half the lords already pledging their allegiance, ascending the Iron Throne was merely a matter of time. "You are all I have left, Baelon," she whispered. Crouching down to embrace him, memories of her mother flooding her mind. Unable to contain herself any longer, she wept softly, her grievances echoing in the dim space. rendering it all the more desolate. Only you will not take from me. Ah, take what? Baelon exclaimed, his eyes wide with curiosity. What had transpired? Earlier, in the secret passage, his keen ears had caught snippets of conversation between two men, though he could not discern their identities, and many words were left half-spoken, leaving him perplexed. The common tongue was a challenge, as he had never formally studied it, grasping only a general understanding. As for Valyrian, he remembered only the word for fire, the rest slipping from his memory. In this medieval pseudo-historical narrative of House Targaryen, knowledge remains a luxury for the common folk, largely reserved for the nobility. He has diligently sought opportunities to learn, though Baelon appeared too young to engage in direct study, which would be deemed shocking to the outside world. Most of his learning came from Miss Alicent, as his laziness was but a fade for his childish pretense. "Oh dear, please do not cry. I cannot abide tears from a girl," he murmured, gently patting his sister's back and humming an odd tune in a meager attempt to offer comfort. A sudden revelation, accompanied by the haunting cries of a woman and an eerie melody, cast an unsettling ambience within the dimly lit space. Rhaenyra, taken aback, questioned the source of this peculiar knowledge. The astonishment swiftly overshadowed her sorrow, diverting her attention entirely. She listened intently to Belren's strange tune, which surprisingly had a pleasant rhythm. Indeed, it proved beneficial, as Belren's spirits lifted, and he sang with increasing joy. Chapter 11. The Oath of the Flea Nest. Rhaenyra initially intended to retrace her steps, but Belren's childlike stubbornness compelled her to relent. This was no dragon's spawn, it resembled a mere calf. "Very well, if we cannot find an exit, we shall return the way we came, understood?" Belren nodded obediently. After the Prime Minister's return through the Tamite path, Rhaenyra was presented with two options. One passage led deeper into increasingly treacherous waters, while the other was an unfinished dead end. Her concession stemmed from the growling of her stomach. The sound resonated sharply in the silence of the cavern. In this vast cavern of white bones, Belren endured his hunger, his keen sense of smell and touch proving invaluable as he meticulously analyzed the air currents within each cave. The air here was peculiar, briny and damp. Could it lead to the sea? Contemplating this, he marked the cavern as a potential route. Finding the scent appealing, he lingered at another cave entrance, inhaling deeply until a sudden realization struck him. Goodness, it's excrement. How distressing. As he caught the fragrance from another cave, his already ravenous state intensified, as if the very cravings within him were awakened. This one has the scent of meat. With a sense of urgency, he indicated they should proceed in that direction. Rhaenyra observed as he sniffed at each entrance before finally pointing toward the cave ahead. "Are you certain?" she inquired, her skepticism rising as the entrance appeared rather small, barely accommodating passage and likely cumbersome to traverse. "This is the one," Belren affirmed with fervor, his head nodding vigorously. Rhaenyra approached and grasped the protruding limestone within the cave, noting its sturdiness and the improbability of a collapse. "Very well," she concluded, trusting his thorough examination of each passage. "Follow closely behind me, and do not push against me," she instructed. The entrance was modest, requiring her to stoop and move forward with small steps. As they ventured deeper, the space constricted, akin to a tightening pouch, forcing Rhaenyra into a kneeling position to continue. The tunnel was interminable, making it increasingly difficult for her to glance back at Belren. Observing him, unaffected and moving at his own pace, stirred a sense of imbalance within her. How much longer? Rhaenyra's voice, weary and faint, echoed within the narrow passage. Taking advantage of his sister's inability to comprehend his words, Baelon casually dismissed the conversation, unaware that the scent of meat had not diminished. At this moment, a surge of determination was paramount. As he was not much shorter than his sister, Baelon navigated the terrain with relative ease. Throughout this arduous crawl, they eventually reached their destination, where an uneven stone slab obstructed their passage. King's Landing, the foulest city in Westeros, had its most putrid neighborhood known as Flea Bottom, resembling a festering sore upon the body of the city. It was a lowly area, filled with narrow alleys housing establishments that procured the infamous brown stew. The stench emanating from pigsties, stables, and tanneries mingled with the odors of wine cellars and brothels, creating an utterly nauseating aroma. Descending westward along Flower Street of the Rainey's Hills, one could find this labyrinthine tangle of unpaved paths and intersections. The roads here were akin to a tangled knot, perplexing and bewildering. However, Rhaenyra seldom ventured into this part of town. Even when mounted upon her dragon, she often avoided it, as one would evade a plague, for the noxious fumes could easily overwhelm the senses. The buildings lining the streets were built closely against the narrow alleys, almost touching one another. A stone slab with crevices jutted out from the ground, Two figures emerged from behind a low red cottage, a wave of odor hitting them. Rhaenyra frowned at this unpleasant scent, convinced that it still lingered within the confines of King's Landing. Flea bottom. As the sun reached its zenith, the enormous dragon pit was visible in the distance. Indeed, she was certain of her location, thanks to her frequent aerial excursions on the back of her dragon. She possessed an excellent sense of direction in King's Landing. The communal kitchens in Flea Bottom distributed free brown stew daily, funded by noble families and the church, ensuring that the wretches of Flea Bottom would not starve, but that was the extent of their charity. Rhaenyra had occasionally accompanied her father to such places. Baelon, having exited the secret passage, retched violently, though it was merely dry heaving, as the morning's meal had long since been digested. Sometimes, having a keen sense of smell was not a blessing. For instance, as he crouched, he had discerned the viscous substance he had stepped in, which only added to his nausea. What a dreadful place this was. Baelon was evidently unfamiliar with this locale, having never ventured beyond the Red Keep since his birth, except for his own funeral. As for the time he accompanied Rhaenyra during a soul state, he had been preoccupied chasing Syrax. At that moment, a filthy child wearing a tattered long shirt and torn trousers, barefoot, with cracked feet and dirt-encrusted nails, passed by. It was precisely the time for the distribution of free brown stew. Clutching an old bowl in his left hand and a piece of wood in his right, he hurried to join the queue for his ration, hoping to secure a few morsels of meat. Casually glancing at the two individuals beside him, he noticed a silver-haired girl clad in gray attire and wondered about the other figure. Doubting his own vision, he retraced his steps to take a closer look. "Monster!" he exclaimed, dashing away in fright, his voice echoing with panic. Rhaenyra quickly comprehended the situation, although Baelon was clothed. His limbs and face bore draconic features that were now unmasked, making him appear to the child as a creature sprung forth from a nightmare. Fortunately, the dining hall was bustling with people queued for food, leaving the surroundings momentarily devoid of witnesses. In a swift motion, Rhaenyra seized the child, causing the bowl and wooden spoon he clutched to clatter against the pavement. She dragged him to a more concealed area behind the house. "Help! Help!" the child cried out in distress. Baelon scrutinized the boy with his amber eyes, sparkling like gemstones. Soon, the child's breaths became cautious, fearful of inciting the wrath of this humanoid monster. However, Baelon felt that he was merely peculiar in appearance, not terrifying. The child was emaciated, his gaunt face revealing prominent collarbones, ribs, and vertebrae. His collarbones jutted out from his neck to his chest like a coat hanger, each rib distinctly countable, while his spine protruded in segments, resembling beads embedded beneath his skin. His skeletal appearance betrayed a state of malnutrition. "I saw nothing. I'm too skinny to be appetizing," the child stammered. Baelon couldn't help but chuckle, his sharp teeth glimmering in a grin. "You thought I was a man-eating monster?" He laughed heartily. This only heightened the child's fear, prompting him to struggle desperately, akin to a small beast caught in a trap. "Silence, if you wish to have a full belly. Keep quiet," Rhaenyra commanded, effortlessly restraining the child. She turned to glare sternly at Baelon, clearly displeased with his antics. His laughter ceased abruptly, as though a note had been silenced. Observing the child's body relax slightly, Rhaenyra softened her tone. "What is your name?" she inquired. "Adu," the child replied timidly. "Where's this place?" Adu glanced at Baelon, hesitated, and cautiously ventured, "The flea nest?" Baelon and Rhaenyra exchanged glances, bemused by the child's response. "Never mind. Let's not press further." Rhaenyra retrieved a coin from her pocket, selecting a silver stag from her collection. "Adu, procure us a couple of outfits, and this is yours," she instructed, "but you must give me the money first." A glimmer of cunning flashed in Adu's eyes. "If you try to deceive us, he has an acute sense of smell and will consume you," Rhaenyra warned, her gaze fixed on the child's darting eyes, aware of his mischief. Baelon, in playful compliance, bared his sharp teeth, adopting a menacing expression as if he were a demon emerging from a dark abyss. "If you dare to trick us, he will surely find you and eat you," Rhaenyra reiterated, observing the child's shifting gaze, fully aware of his shrewdness. They both sought to keep their escapade from Baelon's usual company as discreet as possible. "In the name of the seven gods, I solemnly swear that I shall return." Adu did not specify the consequences, but he is certain to come back, perhaps next week or next month. As Rhaenyra released her grip on Adu, the boy scampered away with the money, eager to escape capture. Adu felt a surge of joy. It was astonishing that someone believed in the vows made in a den of thieves. Did they not realize this place was rife with pickpockets, con artists, and rapists? Surely, he would return. Observing Adu abandon the utensils and wooden materials he had dropped, as though fleeing, Rhaenyra suddenly felt a twinge of danger. Baelor had always regarded the seven gods as mere charlatans. However, the thought of teaching her naive sister a lesson about the treachery of humanity seemed appealing, and thus he refrained from intervening. Unbeknownst to him, this would soon lead to calamity. The seven gods had never relinquished their desire to annihilate the deities from realms beyond fate. Baelor had merely lingered in the Red Keep, unable to seize an opportunity, even failing to eliminate the strangled victim, as their poisoned plot had been abandoned. Perhaps he should first strip Adu of his garments to don them himself, Rhaenyra pondered. Coming to her senses, she had to keep an eye on her brother. His appearance made it all too easy for the impoverished souls here to turn deadly, transforming him into a not-so-free broth. He was far too young. Chapter 12. The Church's conspiracy. The gods cannot foresee the actions of another deity, for they lie beyond fate. To the divine, Targaryens and dragons are akin to prey dangling on a fishing hook. One may observe the taut line without assurance of landing them, striving instead to prevent their escape. At the Great September of Baelor, the faith of the Seven has a subordinate branch in King's Landing, with only half of the Old Town's starry September remaining. Apart from the differences in architectural scale, all that exists in the main cathedral is also present in this offshoot. Due to the splendor of King's Landing and the endorsement of royal authority, a subtle shift towards establishing this locale as the new center of the faith is underway, with the High Septon often residing here. At this time, there are still 4 to 5 decades before the blessing of the future king of the faithful, Baelor, would be bestowed, and the Great September of Baelor is yet to materialize. The High Septon's council convened. Yemen sat at the table, draped in a pure white robe, holding a tightly closed book inscribed with the title The Holy Scriptures of the Seven Stars. His white hair framed his pale face, and his brown eyes were fixed on the scriptures, evidently lost in thought. His countenance was stark, devoid of ties or adornments, and his unpretentious attire clashed with the opulence of the surroundings. The table was centrally positioned, flanked by individuals on either side, men and women alike, many of whom were portly and well-fed, engaged in hushed conversations with acquaintances. Overall, the assembly was predominantly male, with female High Septons in the minority. These 7 High Septons constituted the governance of King's Landing, gathering as the epicenter of the Church's power in the city. United, these High Septons could swiftly mobilize the Church's influence in King's Landing, encompassing the impoverished denizens who believed in the Seven and struggled to make ends meet. He had served as a bishop for many years, faithfully adhering to the teachings of the seven gods, when he was suddenly summoned by divine revelation last night. In his dream, a dragon-like creature was followed by a multitude of monstrous beings, tearing down the sanctuaries and slaughtering the faithful. Amidst the terror of the crowd, an elderly woman uttered its name, the Prince of Monsters. Thus, he awoke from his slumber. He often told his followers that no one could fully comprehend the will of the gods, even one as esteemed as himself. Yet this time, the deity had laid bare the truth before him. The faith of the Seven would perish at the hands of the resurrected Prince of Monsters, who had risen from the flames 6 months prior, and at least the Great September of Baelor in King's Landing would be obliterated in an instant. He was at a loss for how to convey this dire message, and the congregation remained composed. This bishop had served the Seven for over a decade, and while he had lavishly used the Church's wealth to aid the common folk and beggars, he still possessed a degree of capability. The Church's riches were but a mere fraction of his expenditures. Moreover, aside from essential matters, he scarcely concerned himself with the affairs below him. King Viserys also held him in high regard. Today, in an unusual turn of events, he had summoned everyone, suggesting that a significant matter was at hand. Yemen, the High Septon, glanced up at the murals adorning the walls, depicting the abstract forms of the Seven in the mortal realm. The damaged portions of the elderly woman's image had been restored long ago. This had been the Church's most lucrative endeavor over the past 6 months, as they rallied the faithful across the 7 kingdoms to generously contribute. It was the old man with the lantern who had foretold the prophecy. He had witnessed the prince, who had long resided in the Red Keep, grow into a figure of destruction, leading an army to obliterate the faith of the Seven. Yemen briefly recounted the directives from his dream. As the congregation remained in astonishment, Bishop Reynard at the end of the long table rose to speak. Is it not the Prince of Monsters accompanied by his minions? His corpulent form trembled as if he might topple, yet he stood surprisingly steady, his silver robe rippling with folds. I recall mentioning this matter half a year ago, yet none of you believed me. Anger suddenly surged within him. Seeing that Yemen did not refute him, Reynard raised his voice, glaring at the other bishops. That incident is in the past, mind your words. Yemen interjected. One may speak freely in the flea pit, privately within the castle, but not within the church. for such words could create a rift between the crown and the faith. This was a reference to a brutal enforcement action led by Daemon prior to the tournament for the crown prince, where this violent prince had delivered cartloads of severed limbs directly to the great September of Baelor, claiming it was to be handed over to the Silent Sisters for burial. The bishops present trembled in fear, including Bishop Reynard, who had believed yet another riot had erupted. Reynard had experienced a dream similar to Yemen's. With the sequence of events reversed, Yemen had suppressed him, claiming that the vision of the severed limbs had given him nightmares, leading his colleagues to mockingly refer to the timid Reynard, making it difficult for him to raise his head. Ambitious though he was, he managed the church's finances and budget, yet could not access the wealth at will. He required the High Septon's key to retrieve the vast treasures stored in the cellar. The cellar contained precious vestments, rings, crystal crowns, and the assets temporarily held by various congregations throughout the realm, which the High Septon had relocated from Old Town to King's Landing for safety and convenience in management. Should he ascend to the position of the Supreme Pontiff, he would no longer need to fabricate pretexts for embezzlement. It is truly perplexing why Yemen remains unmoved. The assembly commenced a discussion surrounding the prophecy, offering various interpretations. Some suggested that the pontiff should persuade the king to keep the prince under perpetual confinement, while others quietly hinted at the possibility of assassination. In any case, numerous ideas were proposed. King Medjed I harbored apprehensions regarding the church's militarization, leading to a brutal suppression that resulted in the deaths of countless individuals. He placed bounties on the heads of organization members, offering a gold dragon for the scalp of a warrior's son and a silver deer for that of a poor congregant. Ultimately, King Medjed I disbanded these two organizations and prohibited the faithful from once again taking up arms. No, we cannot allow ourselves to be implicated in this matter. Yemen rejected the notion, wishing to keep the king unaware of the church's remaining armed forces. To act against a prince in order to provoke the king would be unwise. Although the king is merciful, it would not be difficult to replace a wayward bishop. The Seven Kingdoms have enjoyed years of peace, during which he diligently sought to expand the church's influence over the realm, aspiring to spread the teachings of the seven gods throughout the kingdoms and even across the narrow sea, etching a grand history in the holy scriptures of the seven stars. He wished to avoid inciting royal wrath that could obliterate his lifetime of honor in an instant. The bishops present likely grasped Yemen's underlying message. Each one of them was adept in the intricacies of human affairs. The seven gods had issued directives, and it was essential for the Supreme Pontiff to respond in some manner. Yet, in their hearts, none wished to provoke the royal family. You dream of seeking someone to share the blame, do you not? An uneasy silence enveloped the meeting. Suddenly, the door swung open, revealing a nun clad in a flowing white robe, adorned with symbols representing the seven gods. Sister Masani approached, paying her respects to the seated bishops before making her way directly to the Supreme Pontiff, whispering something in his ear. Sister Masanti was his confidant. Despite his hands-off approach to many matters, he understood the significance of intelligence and maintained his own network. With the higher-ups convening, her arrival at this juncture would not be to convey trivial information. I understand. Calm him down. Do not let him depart, Yemen instructed Sister Masanti. Understood. She affirmed with a nod before departing. Shortly thereafter, news reached him that someone had spotted the crown prince accompanied by a creature at the flea market. Yemen's tone turned grave. If you have any thoughts, feel free to share. The fewer people who know of this incident, the better, of course. If anyone wishes to participate actively, that would be even more welcome. I have matters to attend to. I must take my leave, the Bishop of Renard remarked. As expected, leaving only Bishop Renard behind. The two approached the window, where he gazed at the stained glass depiction of the old woman with a lantern, symbolizing the wisdom of the seven gods, to whom the faithful often turned for guidance regarding their fates. What are your thoughts? I have many ideas, Bishop Renard scoffed, calculating how finally it was his turn to be sought after, eager to extract a hefty gain. Then why not utilize your two innocents? After all, you have trained them for 2 years, Yemen mused, absent-mindedly scraping at the grime on the stained glass. What innocence? Westeros prohibits the existence of slaves. Exercise caution. Yemen implied that it suffices to eliminate that monstrous creature. Fearing he might not comprehend, he lowered his voice, suppressing his revulsion as he approached the corpulent head. Even in failure, the crown prince must never be harmed. The consequences would be dire. By the way, ensure that the accounts are presented more attractively next time. This time I shall approve them. Should anything go awry, I shall not take responsibility. Before departing, Yemen patted his shoulder in a gesture of encouragement. I understand. Bishop Reynard gritted his teeth, enunciating each word. I shall see to it. His mind began to speculate on potential lists of leaks. These matters were conducted with the utmost secrecy, and it was uncertain how much the High Septon was aware of. In truth, Yaman was indifferent to whether Belron could be managed. His primary concern rested with the balance between the faith of the Seven and the Crown. Through his efforts, the devotion to the Seven had been steadily growing across the realm, and as long as the current state of affairs remained stable, Yaman would secure his name in the annals of the faith's history. The realm still lacked a male heir. The High Septon speculated that the king's designation of Princess Rhaenyra as the heir was merely a means to placate the nobility's impractical notions. The king, in the prime of his youth, perhaps still harbored hopes of witnessing the day a new heir would be appointed. Chapter 13. Assassination. The flea-bottom mead hall was renowned for its honeyed wine. However, the quality here was abysmal, emitting an unpleasant odor, which accounted for the sparse clientele. Princess Rhaenyra had chosen this little tavern precisely for its lack of patrons and its remote location, allowing for a much safer dining experience. After a while, Rhaenyra ultimately departed from her initial position. The child who had taken the silver stag now transformed in her eyes into a loathsome traitor. This was her first experience of feeling deceived. "Please, come in," a sharp-eyed, slender attendant welcomed with a keen intellect. Entering was a leading woman, accompanied by a child swathed in layers. The woman adorned a delicate black and gray necklace, despite her gray attire being tattered and stained. The fabric still hinted at its opulence, particularly with a dragon motif seemingly woven into it. How could a member of the royal family be here? The attendant pondered silently. He guided them to a more secluded spot, and before he could speak, Rhaenyra produced a silver stag, instructing him to bring forth the finest fare available. Before long, the attendant returned, gently placing 2 plates of white bread and meat stew on the table. After a moment of consideration, he spoke softly. "Your Highness, please dine. This is the best we can offer. I sincerely apologize. If you require anything else, I can venture to Silk Street to procure the finest sausages and roasted meats in King's Landing for you." Rhaenyra looked up in surprise. "That won't be necessary." "How did you recognize me?" "Merely observed some small details, coupled with my keen sense of observation," he replied, his chin raised with a hint of pride. Amon mimicked the servants of the Red Keep, standing by to pour wine, as the absence of patrons allowed the proprietor to neglect his duties, especially for such esteemed guests. Rhaenyra did not reject his behavior. Rather, she seized the opportunity to learn more about her surroundings. Having lived in King's Landing for 15 years, she was well acquainted with the Red Keep and the routes to the Dragon Pit, never having strayed from Silent Sister Street. Even though the Flea Bottom was not far from the Dragon Pit, she was never short of sycophants and fame-seeking followers, as well as countless suitors eager to win the princess's favor. However, it was uncommon for her to engage in conversation with someone from the lower class, and she found it refreshing. "I envy your freedom in the sky. I often see you soaring on your great dragon," he remarked. During his idle hours, he would linger near the Dragon Pit for an entire day, waiting for Rhaenyra to return, just to catch another glimpse of the dragon. In his childhood, he would dream of daring escapades, such as stealing a dragon egg, as large as a boulder, from the Red Keep or secretly approaching untamed wild dragons on Dragonstone, envisioning himself as their master. Aemond was aware that he lacked the resources or means to pilfer a royal dragon egg, and the common folk departing from King's Landing had never contemplated setting foot on the volcanic island teeming with wild dragons. He often wished he could ride one, but alas, he did not possess the silver hair and violet eyes characteristic of the Stormlands. He had only black hair and dark eyes, rendering him a mere dreamer. While many admired the dragon riders soaring above, none were as obsessed as he, earning him the nickname Aemond the Dragon Watcher among those familiar with him. "Is that your brother?" Aemond inquired, glancing at the child cloaked in rags. 6 months prior, rumors had circulated through Flea Bottom that the Red Keep had birthed a monster, with the impoverished referring to him bluntly as the Monster Prince. This title had gained credence after Prince Daemon had entertained a wealthy guest, and thus it resonated deeply. At that moment, Baelon, already famished, was bowing his head, pulling the burlap covering his head aside, and stuffing his mouth with white bread, bite after bite. His entire form was swathed in brown burlap, revealing only a pair of eyes that observed the world around him. This covering had been traded for a silver stag from a passing child, despite the fact that a single stag could purchase hundreds of burlap sacks. Observing his brother's pitiful eating habits, Rhaenyra covered her face. Even though the tavern was sparsely populated, no one paid him any heed. Aemond speculated that Baelon might suffer from the black scales, and the title of Monster Prince was merely a distortion born from his unfortunate appearance. His attention remained fixed on Rhaenyra. "I shall keep your secret," he assured her, subtly expressing his hope that when Rhaenyra next returned to the Dragon Pit, She might acknowledge him from the Red Hill, thus liberating him from the moniker of Aemond the Dragon Watcher. As he recounted the origin of his nickname, Rhaenyra burst into laughter, realizing how the common folk perceived royalty. Due to Baelon's prodigious appetite, Aemond returned with 2 full platters of bread and inferior sausages. Rhaenyra had already paid, and the proprietor, eager for profit, insisted on serving relatively more expensive items, paying no mind to Aemond's idle chatter. Aemond completely disregarded Belron's capacity for consumption, which could easily satiate 5 children, and fixated solely on winning the princess's favor. Next time, perhaps you could attempt to raise a flag in a more open space and gather some firewood. I shall assist you in igniting it, he suggested. Rhaenyra perceived this as a trivial endeavor, a mere flick of the wrist. Oh, truly? Aemond's enthusiasm intensified. His companions hailed from various professions, some descended from royal executioners, others were launderers, rat-catchers, alchemists, chimney sweeps, and even grave robbers, none of them particularly reputable. He could already envision the scene of showcasing his exploits before them, his face flushed with gratitude. Aemond, cease your chatter, the boss's voice interrupted, quelling Aemond's restless spirit. And he hurried to attend to the new arrivals. 2 individuals entered, clad in gray linen robes, their stout figures and broad shoulders obscured by hoods that concealed their faces, which appeared as though they had been intentionally scalded, rendering their original features unrecognizable. However, their youth and nimbleness were evident. Upon entering, they frequently scrutinized Belron, seated beside Rhaenyra, yet spoke not a word. Good sirs, what would you like to order? Aemond welcomed them to sit. The 2 remained silent, merely gesturing for the same fare as that at Rhaenyra's table. Very well, but you must pay in advance, Aemond reminded them after they took their seats, having been specifically instructed by the boss to require prepayment from such secretive patrons. The 2 exchanged a glance, as if reaching a silent accord. Belron suddenly sensed a palpable malice directed at him. He halted his chewing of the sausage, though its flavor was unremarkable. He turned to identify the source of the hostility, which emanated from the 2 newcomers. Belron's face lay bare to their scrutiny. In an instant, the 2 stood, synchronously reaching into their cloaks with their right hands. A chill gripped Belron's heart. Was he truly so despised? This was an assassination attempt. Rhaenyra reacted swiftly, appending the table towards them, then seized Belron and darted towards the back door. In her heart, she fervently called for Syrax, grateful that he was not far from the dragon's lair. The events unfolded in a heartbeat. Aemond, regaining his senses, unhesitatingly seized a nearby stool and hurled it at the assassins' backs, striving to buy precious moments for Rhaenyra and Belron's escape. Aemond was merely a clever lad, not a knight of formidable prowess, and could do no more. He understood that these 2 were intent on the princess. Should they succeed, the repercussions would invoke the wrath of the crown upon all connected. Rhaenyra, with her brother upon her back, ran as if possessed, heading towards an open area where the throng would attract the attention of those loyal to the crown. I am Rhaenyra Targaryen. Someone seeks to harm the royal bloodline. Help me. Assistance will be handsomely rewarded, she cried out as she ran, her voice echoing through the narrow streets. Many residents, upon hearing her desperate shouts, emerged from their homes to investigate. Upon witnessing the princess's panicked demeanor and the grotesque appearance of the assassins behind her, the onlookers swiftly grasped the gravity of the situation. Some individuals hastily seized various objects nearby, hurling them at the assailants in a desperate attempt to impede their advance. It is Princess Rhaenyra. I have seen her before. An elderly man shouted, his words awakening a collective awareness of the dire circumstances. A few impetuous yet righteous young civilians brandished makeshift clubs and charged towards the attackers. Though impoverished, the fervor in their hearts rendered them fearless. They were willing to rise in defense of the princess. However, the 2 assassins were evidently seasoned killers. Faced with the onrushing crowd, they exhibited no signs of panic. One assassin deftly maneuvered, executing an agile roll to evade the assault, while his dagger struck like a venomous serpent, instantly severing the throat of a nearby civilian. Blood gushed forth, splattering onto the ground in a shocking display. This gruesome spectacle ignited the fury of those around. These scoundrels are utterly brazen. How dare they commit murder before our very eyes? Bellowed a burly blacksmith, who, upon witnessing the atrocity, grasped his hammer and joined the fray. The surrounding residents quickly armed themselves with rudimentary weapons, some wielding clubs, others makeshift ladders. They converged from their homes, forming a human barricade to separate the assassins from Princess Rhaenyra. Yet, the assassins remained undeterred, standing resolute against the populace. As more courageous citizens surged forward to confront the 2 attackers, a few astute townsfolk stealthily made their way towards the nearest military encampment clad in golden robes. Chapter 14. The ambush of the 7 gods' damnable peasants seethed Bishop Reynard from his elevated position within the communal hall. This establishment served as one of the 7 gods' churches dispensing free brown soup, with such flea-ridden structures scattered throughout the area. In his line of sight, the 2 assassins he had dispatched were ensnared by the civilians, unable to escape, and to make matters worse, he could discern the distant figure of Syrax hastening towards the scene. Feeling a sense of impending doom, Reynard was suddenly approached from behind by Beckon, one of his most trusted aides. Reynard, puzzled by Beckon's presence, had yet to voice his inquiry when Beckon leaned closer, whispering in his ear, "They are all prepared, awaiting your command." Perhaps others had matters to attend to, Reynard instinctively thought, his gaze fixated on the swiftly approaching Syrax, a storm of emotions crossing his face. After much contemplation, he resolved, "Enough, we must retreat. This has escalated beyond our control." Just as he was preparing to depart, a silver needle pierced his backside. Reynard, rotund in stature, was momentarily oblivious to the sharp pain due to the thick layer of fat that enveloped him. Beckon gestured towards a group of individuals in the distance, signaling them to proceed. "I said retreat. What are you doing?" Reynard comprehended his sign language, and an ominous premonition surged within him. The gods require offerings. What? Every mortal must face death. As Reynard attempted to articulate something, blood suddenly erupted from his throat, filling his mouth and nose. He clutched his throat and collapsed to the ground, writhing in agony, feeling his heart pound violently. This fool, the faceless one, narrowly avoided stepping on the writhing, corpulent body, hastily plunging a dagger into his throat to ensure his demise. Should he roll down the stairs, the consequences would be dire, making it difficult to explain to the hidden congregation below. Thus, Reynard passed away quietly, leaving no ripples, yet signifying the completion of the entire scheme. The faceless one adeptly disguised himself as Reynard, employing the prophecy of the 7 gods bestowed by the high priest, meticulously calculating the temporal discrepancies, thereby discreetly mobilizing the clandestine forces of the 7 gods' church hidden within King's Landing. Initially, he had merely intended to summon those sons of warriors trained in secrecy. However, unbeknownst to him, some unseen hand had orchestrated the assembly of nearly 1,000 impoverished souls. Astonishingly, the remaining 6 bishops of King's Landing harbored no suspicions, which was simply incredible. The faceless one pondered inwardly, did this rotund Reynard truly hold such esteem in the hearts of these people? Could he command so many to heed his call blindly, without understanding? Now, all preparatory measures were in place, and everything progressed with unwavering precision according to plan. At this moment, it was as if the curtain had risen on a tempest. No one could halt the impending tide. Meanwhile, the forces loyal to the church remained oblivious to the demise of their instigator. They, in an orderly fashion, brandished their daggers and weapons, executing what they perceived as righteous commands. An ever-growing throng of premeditated rioters arrived. A mad beggar cried out, "Wretched, grotesque creatures, you should not exist in this world." The tidal wave of rioters surged from corners and houses, launching an assault armed with spears, axes, cudgels, longbows, crossbows, and an array of over 20 other weapons. In an instant, they formed a crushing formation, intercepting the multitude of citizens guarding Rhaenyra, bravely passing knights, and swiftly dispatching several golden-robed figures who had arrived nearby. Baelon stared blankly from behind Rhaenyra, powerless to intervene. King Viserys' favorable reputation among the populace came into play, as some threw objects from the alleys to obstruct the rioters' advance. Yet, the sheer number of assailants was overwhelming, and in this narrow street, they indiscriminately butchered the impoverished, women, and even children who dared to impede their path. The malevolent rioters began to close in on the two. A familiar dragon's roar echoed from the sky, and Rhaenyra's heart leaped with joy. She knew Syrax had arrived. At long last, the long-awaited Syrax soared above, descending rapidly. The terrain here was constricted. Syrax is utterly inept at landing. It is a captive dragon, devoid of any experience in hunting or combat. Its daily existence consists primarily of the dragoness keepers presenting it with sheep, which it devours after roasting them with its fiery breath. It is profoundly reliant on the commands of its knight. When it awkwardly descends upon a low rooftop, it leaves several holes in its wake before barely managing to stabilize itself. The flames from its maw deter the approaching crowd, forming a ring of fire around Syrax. The burlap garments worn by the mob serve as ample kindling. Their assault abates momentarily, as some individuals shed their clothing, adorned with the emblem of the rainbow sword, a symbol of the sons of warriors. Having remained silent for far too long, their fervent devotion to the 7 gods had previously been suppressed by the edicts of the church and the crown. Now, an opportunity has arisen. Though some harbor doubts regarding Bishop Reynard's purported commands, they are reluctant to ascertain the truth. The sons of warriors, stripped bare, lead the charge towards Syrax. For armor only hinders their speed against the dragon's flames. The throng of rioters follows closely behind. The flames spewed forth by Syrax resemble a surging sea of fire, mercilessly sweeping towards the crowd. The heat is searing. In an instant, the air itself seems ignited, erupting with terrifying crackles. Where the dragon's fire touches, the crowd is instantaneously engulfed. The once fearsome visages of the rioters are swiftly replaced by expressions of agony. Their skin blackens and cracks under the intense heat, curling like fragile parchment, while their muscles wither beneath the dragon's fiery caress, emitting a hissing sound and a nauseating smell of charred flesh. Those ablaze scream in torment. Yet their throats are soon seared by the inferno, rendering them capable only of desperate gasps. The weapons they wield melt rapidly in the flames, fusing iron to skin and intensifying their suffering. Some of the burlap garments transform into ash in an instant, leaving the individuals to writhe naked amidst the conflagration, their bodies ensnared by flames, transforming them into living torches. The fire spreads swiftly, enveloping groups of people and forming colossal fireballs. These fiery masses roll and writhe through the streets, adding a harrowing intensity to the gruesome tableau. Syrax does not pursue those who attempt to flee. Rhaenyra remains beneath it. The surrounding buildings also succumb to the flames, their wooden structures igniting rapidly, sending sparks flying as if the apocalypse has arrived. The inferno grows fiercer, thick smoke billowing forth, staining the sky a deep crimson, as if it weeps for the horrific scene below. With Syrax continually spewing flames, the area around it has become a desolate wasteland, littered with charred corpses and severed limbs, resembling a hellish domain. After the initial wave of individuals experienced the dragon's flames, the subsequent ones began to waver in courage. The leader of the Sons of Warriors, a man in his 70s, seasoned by battle, swiftly guides his followers to alter their strategy. Chapter 15. The Final Moments. The Mob. Under the command of the warrior's son, adorned with the emblem of the rainbow sword upon his chest, dispersed in an orderly fashion, taking cover as they unleashed their arrows and axes upon the dragon's wings. Syrax, a flurry of motion, spewed dragon fire indiscriminately, incinerating the humans that charged towards it. Unlike Corlac, Syrax possessed a serpentine neck that allowed for a full 360-degree rotation of its head, coupled with an extraordinary range of its fiery breath. The mob's scattered formations soon bore fruit. The first arrow pierced its wing membrane, followed swiftly by a second and a third. "I struck its eye?" exclaimed a crossbowman, his excitement palpable. Yet, before he could savor his triumph, Syrax's remaining eye locked onto the assailant, and in a fit of rage, it unleashed a torrent of dragon fire. There were no screams this time. The crossbowman was reduced to charred remains. With one eye injured, Syrax's vision was halved, rendering it increasingly agitated and diminishing its accuracy. Some members of the mob, anticipating the dragon's movements, managed to evade the widespread flames. At merely 52 years of age, Syrax was still considered young in the grand tapestry of a dragon's life. However, the relentless expulsion of dragon fire was proving to be an immense drain on its stamina. The once ferocious blaze began to wane in intensity, and the intervals between its fiery bursts lengthened. Despite its weakened state, Syrax writhed to obstruct Rhaenyra, unwilling to allow her to ascend its back with Baelon. Rhaenyra, on the brink of tears, stubbornly commanded in Valyrian, refusing to abandon Baelon, the last remnant of her mother, her beloved brother. Syrax remained unmoved, perplexed as to why its rider clung tenaciously to that which it loathed with fervor. This was undoubtedly a premeditated assassination. Rhaenyra, in hindsight, could only grasp the enormity of the situation, still incredulous at their audacity to confront a great dragon. The assassins were not only numerous and well-equipped, but also fearlessly resolute. This was no mere assassination, it was insurrection. The air was thick with the metallic scent of blood. Rhaenyra sensed that Syrax could not endure much longer. Its scales were riddled with wounds, exposing vulnerable flesh. Arrows continued to rain down upon its eyes, forcing Syrax to shake its head in a desperate attempt to evade them. Its resilient membranes bore the marks of countless weapons, each tearing grotesque gashes into its hide. Blood gushed from its wounds, cascading down its body and pooling in chilling puddles beneath. Its legs, too, were not spared, as Syrax perched upon the rooftop. Some of the mob wielding spears and axes seized the opportunity to strike at its limbs. Sharp blades sank into its flesh, while spears embedded deeply, eliciting anguished roars with each assault. The muscles in its legs suffered grievous damage, rendering its movements increasingly labored, transforming its once sturdy stance into a precarious sway. A throng of frenzied, bare-skinned riders, undeterred by the searing flames of the dragon, advanced with an array of sharp weapons, aiming towards its abdomen and neck. Despite the valiant struggles of the creature, Syrax, as it fought with flames and contorted its body in resistance, numerous weapons still left deep gashes upon its form. Several grievous wounds marred its abdomen, threatening to expose its innards, while elongated lacerations adorned its neck, from which crimson blood gushed forth, staining the surroundings in a vivid scarlet hue. After expelling its final breath of dragon fire, once more dispersing the audacious assailants, the creature's once bright eyes dimmed with pain and excessive blood loss, the essence of life gradually ebbing away from it. Baelon, engulfed in despair, placed all his hopes upon Syrax, silently praying for a resurgence of its formidable power. He hastily absolved the creature of past grievances, whispering inwardly, "I shall overlook your previous disrespect. You must endure. I implore you." He furiously marked a vow against the 7 gods in his mind, swearing eternal enmity with them. For it was these so-called deities that had cast them into such dire straits. Suddenly, Rhaenyra seemed to sense something, raising her gaze sharply only to behold Syrax's blood cascading down upon them like a torrential stream. The crimson liquid soaked her silvery hair, transforming the once lustrous strands into a sticky, heavy mess that clung to her neck and shoulders. Her gray attire became a glaring shade of scarlet, and as she wiped the blood from her eyes, her alabaster skin was tainted a profound red. Her heart plummeted. Syrax had perished. Shortly thereafter, jubilant shouts erupted from the rioters. "It's dead, the dragon is dead," a voice proclaimed, only to be corrected by another, "But there's still a little monster inside." The entrance was barricaded, utterly impassable. The crowd clamored in disarray. The two, in a frenzy, sought refuge beneath the body of Syrax, barricading the sole entrance with debris. "Cursed be this earth, beneath it lies stone. Whose abode is this?" one lamented, attempting to breach the muddy wall with an axe, only to find it futile. From above came a shout. "This dragon has sealed the roof tightly. We cannot descend." Another voice countered from the ceiling. "Set it ablaze," suggested yet another. "Fools, can they be burned? They are Targaryens." Someone promptly dismissed the idea. A brief silence enveloped the crowd as various proposals collided in the air, yet none proved viable. Finally, the last naked warrior's son declared resolutely, "Breach the door." 1, 2, 3, bang. 1, 2, 3, bang. The remaining assailants outside, unbeknownst to where they had procured thick tree trunks, repeatedly slammed them against the barricaded wooden door. Each impact resonated like a heavy hammer striking the hearts of the two siblings. A dull thudding echoed within the confines of the cramped space, the wooden door trembling violently under the forceful impacts, teetering on the brink of collapse amid swirling dust. The once sturdy wooden planks were beginning to splinter, sending shards flying in all directions, and Baelon felt as though he were amidst the fragments scattered by the hand of death. Despair engulfed him. If it were not for his own capriciousness, they would be leisurely enjoying fruits after dinner in the Red Keep at this very moment. His hand trembled slightly as he inscribed desperate words into the earthen wall. "Surrender. I am sorry, sister." Rhaenyra said nothing, merely setting aside her trembling brother, who quaked in fear. "You are my brother. You are Targaryen," she declared, cradling his head with fierce resolve. Beside the precarious door, she gripped the Valyrian dagger she had brought forth. Under the taint of dragon blood, the blade revealed the ancient prophecies of Aegon, hidden within its steel. "In my blood, the prince foretold shall be born, his blood the song of ice and fire." This blood-soaked princess, consumed by fury, paid no heed to her surroundings, her heart roaring with a wildfire of rage. Baelon, standing behind her, was awed by Rhaenyra's ferocity, like a predator poised to strike. Her garments steeped in the smoky essence of dragon blood, the dagger firmly in hand. Her chin held high as the dying rays of the sun streamed through the splintered door, impassively awaiting the imminent final moment. Years later, whenever Baelon reminisced about his sister Rhaenyra, an overwhelming sense of nostalgia washed over him. Perhaps from that moment on, he could never repay the debt he owed her. That figure would forever shine through the annals of time, becoming an eternal legend in Baelon's heart, profoundly shaping the course of his life. Presently, however, Baelon lacked his sister's courage. His heart was suffocated by fear. Once a game designer from the modern world, earning a modest salary of 5,000 a month, he had never witnessed such nightmarish scenes. The most he had encountered were some bloody spectacles at the Crown Prince's tournament 6 months prior. But those paled in comparison to the horrors unfolding now. Had he been seated before his computer, he might have indulged in snacks while watching the extravagant production unfold. Yet now he found himself at the eye of the storm. His soul felt irrevocably tethered to this grotesque form, perhaps destined to seek resolution only in death, lest he demand an accounting from the Seven. In moments of sheer terror, memories surged forth like a tidal wave, and he was suddenly besieged by chilling images of the prince being dismembered by a mob. In this savage medieval world, a dragon of his peculiar appearance would likely encounter even graver horrors, causing his body to tremble more violently. Chapter 16. The Rescue of Ser Harwin the City Guard. Tasked not only with maintaining order in King's Landing through daily patrols, also collaborated with the Lord of Justice in apprehending and imprisoning criminals, serving as an extension of the royal authority. Due to Prince Daemon's fervent passion for wielding blades, he found himself ill at ease with the mundane affairs of state. Following his appointments as both the Minister of Finance and the Minister of Justice, he was subsequently designated by King Viserys as the commander of the City Watch. Upon his arrival, he observed that the guards were equipped with rudimentary weaponry and donned mismatched attire. Thus, he provided each soldier with daggers, short swords, and clubs, mandating that they wear black armor during their shifts, with officers adorned in corresponding breastplates and proudly draping themselves in golden cloaks. From that moment forth, the City Watch became known as the Gold Cloaks. Half a year prior, in a bid to elevate his prestige, Daemon undertook a grand overhaul of the security in King's Landing ahead of the Prince's tournament. Under his command, thieves faced amputation of their hands, rapists were subjected to castration, and murderers were executed on the spot, instilling a fearsome reputation in this gilded force. Consequently, the security situation in King's Landing markedly improved, earning Daemon the admiration of the lower-ranking officers. The commander of the City Watch reported directly to the Minister of Justice. However, due to Daemon's unique status, the king granted the commander the privilege of attending the Royal Council, a practice that soon became customary. The City Watch maintained 2 barracks in King's Landing, one housing 1,000 men near the Dragon Gate to the east, and the other accommodating an equal number near the Shoemaker's Square or the Upper District to the west. When reports reached the Gold Cloak station near the Dragon Gate that Princess Rhaenyra had been assaulted in Flea Bottom, Captain Harwin Strong immediately organized a rescue party. He was the eldest son of the Minister of Justice, Lair Strong, and in Daemon's absence, the Gold Cloaks were temporarily under his command. Initially, Harwin believed it to be a mere assassination attempt and hastily assembled a contingent of over 100 men before setting out. However, they encountered numerous unexpected obstacles along the way, blocked roads, fires, and various other disruptions, all converging in Flea Bottom. Although the distance was less than 800 yards, a journey that would typically take little time, they found themselves still far from their destination after a quarter of an hour, and Harwin began to grasp the gravity of the situation. Ascending to a rooftop atop a wooden crate, he beheld the distant Syrax's flames igniting the sky, the searing heat significantly drying the surrounding air. The thought of what would transpire if Rhaenyra were harmed was unfathomable. She was the light of the realm, the heir to the Iron Throne, and the sworn lord of the 7 kingdoms. Suddenly, an arrow whizzed through the air from a concealed position. Harwin had already perceived several figures lurking behind the buildings. He swiftly unsheathed his sword to sever the arrow's path before leaping down. It became evident to him that this was a coordinated assault. In his role with the City Watch, Harwin had encountered a myriad of conflicts and threats, amassing a wealth of combat experience and the ability to respond to various confrontations. Flea Bottom was comprised of narrow alleys flanked by low structures leading in all directions. Upon entering, the paths had been relatively spacious, but now, as he ventured deeper into the impoverished area, the walls closed in, allowing passage for only 2 at a time. He quickly made the right decision, and the Gold Cloaks promptly understood their captain's intent. Harwin's lieutenant proactively pursued the archer hidden in the corner, aware that if the lurking threat were not restrained, it would continue to emerge and harass them. Perhaps feeling uneasy, Harwin dispatched another member clad in gold to accompany him. "Do not engage, simply drive them away," he instructed, concerned for their safety. He was unaware of how many foes lurked within the densely populated flea market. From his vantage point on the rooftop, he could discern only a few figures, making it difficult to differentiate between innocent civilians and those with nefarious intentions. He understood that many of them were second sons from their families. The first lieutenant to venture out hailed from the edge of the Herlenberg territory, the Winter family, who were not particularly adept in combat and usually occupied themselves with administrative tasks. Thanks to their familiarity with the streets and urban warfare, these golden-robed men acted with prudence, always vigilant of the corners, avoiding close proximity to them, and opting for wider turns to afford themselves reaction time. As they advanced, they sent out one golden-robed soldier after another to confront the potential attackers. Fortunately, Although his retinue suffered losses, sporadic knights joined their ranks, bolstering their numbers. They finally broke free from the detestable harassment and reached the scene of the ambush. Though precious moments had elapsed, there remained fewer than 20 men by his side. Throughout their journey, Sir Harwin fervently invoked the blessings of the Seven upon the princess, oblivious to the identity of those lurking in the shadows. Upon arriving at the site of the burning buildings, Harwin finally grasped the gravity of the situation. Syrax's body lay sprawled across the rooftop, marred by gruesome, festering wounds. He lay still, devoid of life. Beneath him, 7 men rhythmically battered the door of the building with thick tree trunks, the veins on their foreheads bulging with exertion. Flames engulfed the surrounding wooden structures, and charred corpses lay scattered, some frozen in the agonizing poses of their last struggles, their contorted faces and limbs still ablaze. Clad in ornate yet soot-stained armor, the knights appeared to have waited long for this moment. Upon sighting the golden-robed soldiers, they began to advance in an orderly manner. Behind them trailed a ragtag assembly of the impoverished, marked by a 7-pointed star emblazoned on their chests, their eyes wild with fervor, wielding axes and makeshift swords as they followed the knights. The vibrant cloaks, silver-plated armor, and the unmistakable insignia of the 7-pointed stars signified their identity. The Sons of the Warrior. The poor-esque gathering. Harwin sensed the situation was escalating. Hadn't the armed sect been disbanded long ago? He suppressed his shock, realizing there was no time to ponder anything else. The 12 fully armed Sons of the Warrior marched in unison, exuding an intangible pressure. Disperse. Do not engage them. Protect the princess. Harwin devised a strategy, relying on the confined terrain with just over 20 golden-robed soldiers to circumvent the numerical advantage of their adversaries. They faced not only the fully armed knights, but also over 50 members of the poor-esque gathering. The clash commenced, and as golden-robed soldiers and knights from other houses intermittently joined the fray from behind, the tide gradually shifted in favor of the golden-robed men. Harwin, not only the eldest son of the Duke Herrenberg Leonos, the Minister of Justice, but also the mightiest knight in the 7 kingdoms, fixed his gaze upon the precarious wooden door. Without a doubt, this was the target of the rescue mission. With a swift stroke, he felled the knight charging towards him, plunging his sword into the man's throat. Hold him off. One knight, upon hearing this, surged forward and knocked Harwin aside, while the enemies before him were all preoccupied with their own adversaries, allowing a clear path for Harwin's advance. It seemed the elder commanding the breach had sensed Harwin's approach. He instructed the 7 men, continue, clad merely in a rainbow cloak. Wielding a long sword adorned with a crystal star-shaped hilt, he bore no armor or defensive measures. I recognize you, son of the Strawn family, the elder addressed Harwin. Are you plotting a rebellion? Harwin questioned, aware that as the captain of the capital's defense, his identity was known. We fight for the 7 gods, the elder replied, raising his sword before him, fervently declaring, the warrior punishes those who elevate themselves above justice. Is that all? Harwin's golden-clad subordinate clashed with the so-called son of a noble warrior, the exchanges revealing a disparity in strength. What relation do you have to Sir Daemon Morgan? Guess, came the retort. Chapter 17. The princess's knight. The two locked eyes, and as they closed the distance within reach of their long swords, Harwin struck first, cleaving towards the elder. Neither wielded shields. The elder, armed with a one-handed sword, chose to evade direct confrontation against his stronger opponent, relying on his vast combat experience. He moved with remarkable agility, darting around Harwin and occasionally launching thrusts. Harwin, utilizing his formidable strength, swung his greatsword, forcing aside the elder's defenses and steadily advancing. Their battle gradually drew closer to the 7 men assaulting the door, as the elder's evasions aimed to prevent further destruction. As anticipated, the 2 men bearing the log for the final charge faltered in courage upon sighting Harwin's relentless approach, losing heart and fleeing in disarray. Blessed be the 7 gods. One last push. Perhaps spurred by their devoutness, the remaining 5, undeterred by the looming threat, summoned newfound vigor. With a collective roar, they hurled the log against the wooden door. Bang! The door splintered, and the foremost 2 men, caught off guard, tumbled inside, the log crashing upon them. Within, Ranilla, who had long been poised, did not hesitate to plunge the Valyrian dagger into the necks of the disoriented pair. They clutched their wounds, but blood continued to gush from their carotid arteries. Outside, amidst the fray, Harwin cleaved through the elder's sword and sent him sprawling, opting not to pursue further. He beheld the door burst open, and if the princess were within, the situation would grow exceedingly perilous. He struck at the 3 individuals outside the door, who were unarmored. In an instant, he felled 2 of them and wounded the 3rd in the chest. The elder, enduring the agonizing pain of broken ribs, quickly rose from the ground, stifling the blood in his mouth to prevent it from spilling. Seizing the opportunity, he plunged a dagger into Halwyn's neck from behind. The battle demanded unwavering focus. Seemingly confident that his task was nearly complete, his tone bore a hint of ease. In his estimation, the two acolytes were more than capable of dispatching a woman and a monstrous child, while he himself could fulfill the divine mandate bestowed upon him. Indeed, he had also experienced the prophetic dream spoken of by the Grand Church. With the aid of a false messenger, he could ostensibly gather the armed sons of the church alongside the impoverished for a righteous cause. However, the actions of a person in the final moments are often unpredictable. Halwyn, briefly adjusting to the pain, summoned his last reserves of strength to swing his weapon backward, the blade flying toward the elder's head with such force that it severed it cleanly from his shoulders. Halwyn collapsed to his knees, losing consciousness, and then fell flat on the ground, the crystalline star embedded in his back shimmering under the fading rays of the setting sun. He did not witness the throng of knights in the distance, brandishing their family banners as they joined the fray. Nor did he see the golden-robed figures from the shoemaker's square alongside some nobles from the upper district, who spontaneously organized to support the battle. The overwhelming number of knights surrounded the area, swiftly concluding the conflict by either vanquishing or capturing the remaining defiant foes. Sir Harold Western, captain of the Royal Guard, arrived at the behest of the king, poised to enter the building and assess the situation. Meanwhile, Rhaenyra, who had been observing cautiously from behind the door, emerged, leading Belron by the hand. The sun had finally set, and the flames crackled as they consumed the wooden structure. She spotted Harold and Sir Illic, the two white-robed knights, while Cole Criston, upon noticing that she was unharmed, stood guard nearby, vigilant for any disturbances. He could now be considered a half-member of the Royal Guard, as the king had yet to grant his full approval. Captain Harold of the Royal Guard was about to speak. "We are unharmed," Rhaenyra interjected, waving her hand. Addressing Sir Illic, she added, "My apologies for the trouble, Sir Illic. I appreciate the princess's concern. It is a relief to see you safe," he replied, having assumed throughout the afternoon that she and Belron were still at the Mead Tower. He knew that he would face repercussions for his dereliction of duty. Though he would not be dismissed, the position within the Royal Guard was for life, and as long as he had not committed treason, it was a minor infraction. Upon hearing of the situation in the Flea Nest, he had immediately led the Red Keep guards to rescue the princess and the prince after confirming their absence. However, his unfamiliarity with the Flea Nest and the constant threats emerging from the shadows had delayed him, causing him to arrive in tandem with Captain Harold. Rhaenyra surveyed her surroundings with a stern expression. At that moment, her presence commanded greater authority than the knights present. Gazing upon the throng that had encircled the area, she pursed her lips, seemingly grappling with a profound sense of solitude. Before her lay the body of a golden-robed man, a sword embedded in his corpse, alongside the headless body of a man draped in a rainbow cloak. She turned to behold the battered form of Syrax, her companion of 7 years. His body marred by wounds, blood still dripping from him in a steady cadence. Sorrow within her heart gradually transformed into fury, that fury rekindling into a dragon's flame, burning fiercely in her eyes. Two golden-robed figures prepared to drag away the gravely injured acolyte who had participated in the assault. Struck in the chest by Halwyn's spear bearing the 7-pointed star, he lay on the ground, losing copious amounts of blood, gasping for air. His pallid countenance and feeble state indicated that death was near. Unexpectedly, Rhaenyra stepped forward, brandishing her dagger, and began to stab mercilessly at the neck of the traitor. Blood splattered across her face, once again staining her dried silver hair crimson. The noble observers, taken aback by the sight of the bloodied princess, fell into an abrupt silence, united in their astonishment. Noticing this, the two Kingsguard rushed forward to restrain Rhaenyra. "You need not soil your hands. A mere word from you suffices. We are all your knights," one of them implored. "Is that so?" Rhaenyra fixed her gaze upon Criston, her eyes piercing. With her hands clasped behind her, she surveyed the assembled knights with a haughty and unyielding demeanor, her presence commanding. "Is there a knight willing to help me hang these traitors upon the church? Is there a knight willing to do so for the Iron Throne, for Princess Rhaenyra? Are there knights present who will hang these traitors for the rightful heir to the Iron Throne?" Her voice, imbued with an irrefutable authority, echoed thrice, each utterance more resolute than the last. The assembly was taken aback. The princess's gaze occasionally met those of certain individuals, compelling the guilty to avert their eyes in shame. What did this signify? Some pondered the implications, contemplating a complete severance from the greatest religion in Westeros. The knights' oaths were sworn in the names of the warrior, the father, the mother, the maiden, and the crone. Thus, The princess's command was undoubtedly a challenge to religious authority. Some foresaw this as a test of allegiance. Yet, righteous knights, undistracted by such thoughts, recognized that these individuals had transgressed their vows to protect the weak and innocent. Sir Harold Westerling exchanged glances with Sir Harold, understanding that the princess's expression was simply one of vengeance. Harold wished to softly caution her about the implications and consequences of her actions, yet he struggled to find the right words. Before he could articulate his thoughts, Criston Cole interjected. "At your command," he affirmed, without hesitation, eager to demonstrate his loyalty to the newly appointed Kingsguard, having been selected by the princess herself in a manner that disregarded his lineage, a tremendous honor for any knight. Sir Harold cast a lingering look at Criston's retreating figure, contemplating whether it would be wiser to return to the Red Keep for further discussion. Criston unceremoniously stripped the armor from a warrior's son and discarded it aside, dragging the lifeless body toward the great September of Baelor. Inspired by his decisive action, other knights and golden-robed figures followed suit. One by one, they lifted the corpses from the ground, making their way towards Rhaenyra. The nameless knight before her acted in this manner, for the Cole family was indeed obscure. "Rowan, I heed your command," a knight proclaimed as he dragged a corpse towards him. At that moment, Rhaenyra was bewildered by the knight's actions, merely offering a courteous nod in acknowledgement. She maintained her stance, gripping the Valyrian dagger, until another knight arrived, pulling the body of the traitor. Kneeling before Rhaenyra, he bowed his head and drove his sword into the ground, proclaiming loudly, "Steward, I obey your command." Subsequently, the knight followed the others towards the great September of Baelor. "Sam, I heed your command. Brandon, I heed your command. Hilton, I heed your command." This scene mirrored the moment from 6 months prior when those great lords knelt before her, swearing fealty. The Kingsguard, the legitimate heir to the Iron Throne, and the dagger of House Targaryen seemed to coalesce into a ritual of sorts. Rhaenyra realized that, by happenstance, she had garnered the heartfelt allegiance of over 700 knights from humble origins, thus formally acquiring her own armed force. Contemplating this, she cast her gaze toward Harold Westerling, the captain of the Kingsguard, who returned her look with an expression of affirmation. The lengthy procession resembled a sinuous black serpent, winding through Flea Bottom under Criston's lead. The silence of the night creating an atmosphere of dread. The residents of Flea Bottom remained indoors, covering their mouths in fear of drawing attention to themselves, while a few bold souls peered through cracks in their doors to observe the unfolding events. Unbeknownst to them, amidst the gold cloaks, they assumed it was merely another law enforcement operation, sternly warning their children to remain silent. Only a handful noticed the rainbow sword etched upon the dragged corpse, their shock silencing any inclination to gossip. A smile crept upon Rhaenyra's lips. Whether out of reverence for the Seven or other motives, she lifted her chin, casting disdainful glances at the timid Ser Harwin Strong, the strongest knight in the realm. "You have protected a queen, and I shall forever remember you." Kneeling, Rhaenyra gazed into Harwin's face before withdrawing the sword of the 7 stars from his body. Chapter 18. The power of the gods. Baelon hid behind his sister, bewildered by the knights repeatedly pledging their loyalty before Rhaenyra. He could not comprehend their actions. Aside from the knight draped in yellow robes, the rest bore mismatched armaments and armor, as if cobbled together, some even ill-fitting. They were certainly inferior to the knights who had not approached from a distance. At last, no knights remained in line before Rhaenyra. The knights in attendance arriving afterward beheld the immense form of Syrax, bleeding upon the rooftops, creating craters upon the ground below. They whispered among themselves, seeking to understand the cause of such events, while distant sounds of weeping could be faintly heard. Were the sons of warriors truly so formidable as to slay a dragon? They were indeed mad, having once participated in the trial of the 7 with Maegor decades prior. I am aware of that. Ultimately, the king emerged victorious. However, did they not disband? How should I know? Perhaps you should inquire with the Grand Priest as well. It hasn't been long since you left. Humph, you wish to set me up. Why don't you go yourself? Am I not here, safeguarding the princess? The flea pit has been cleared, revealing a broad path, with the bodies of commoners laid out in an orderly fashion, their eyes eternally closed. Only a few individuals, illuminated by the distant flames, cautiously traverse these corpses, perhaps in search of their loved ones or friends, as a sorrowful atmosphere lingers in the air. Most of the bodies here remain unclaimed, evidently victims of familial slaughter. In their eyes, Belron perceived hatred. He lowered his head in guilt, unable to bear the sight. An elderly woman, her hair streaked with gray, approached Rhaenyra, her steps unsteady with profound sorrow, prompting Sir Ellic to intervene out of duty. I have lost my son, daughter, and grandson in this calamity. I cannot go on. Just kill me too. The woman suddenly knelt before Rhaenyra. She then caught sight of Belron's unusual eyes. Filled with a glimmer of hope, the flea pit whispers that you once resurrected from the flames. Can you still achieve such a feat? Silence enveloped the crowd. All eyes turned toward the rumored monster prince, the miracle of resurrection that had once echoed through this place. Belron, hidden behind Rhaenyra, found himself thrust into the spotlight. Resurrection? He felt at a loss. How could he bring someone back from the dead? He was merely an oddly shaped individual. Habitually, Belron belittled himself, yet guilt gnawed at him. The soul from the 21st century held a profound understanding of life, recognizing it as both precious and fragile, regarding each life as supreme, deserving of respect. Whether one's own or another's. Their homes burned in the flames, perhaps to be left destitute once again. Those who had directly or indirectly perished in their efforts to protect him, the weeping women, the children who had lost their fathers. Perhaps they would remain in the flea pit for a lifetime, or perhaps they would join in the riots many years hence. If not for his stubborn desire to venture out, perhaps none of this would have transpired. What can I do? Perhaps I could offer the gold dragons from my bed. I possess hundreds of them. That should suffice, shouldn't it? He delved deeper into his thoughts, moving beyond surface memories to something more essential, more primal. There lay a realm of darkness and silence. Suddenly, he discerned a faint glow, seemingly forming an object. Belron scrutinized it closely. A formless black mist? A pulsating heart? A blurred butterfly, with other indistinct shapes dimly appearing, their identities elusive. What are these? Belron wondered internally. He concentrated his spirit upon the formless black mist. A monster. A grotesque abomination. The voices of the cursed. He focused his mind on the pulsating heart, its surface a dark, ashen hue, with only the edges exhibiting a fleshy texture. Beating slowly. I shall resurrect upon Belron Targaryen. This was his own voice. It was said that the prince was reborn in flames. Oh, seven gods. Whichever deity you may be, if you truly exist, I implore you to assist my last child. This was a woman's prayer for her stillborn child to rise from the inferno. Suddenly, he comprehended. This was the manifestation of desire. A corporeal representation of his understanding of existence. He murmured to himself, resurrection, how can one achieve it? A sensation emerged, something extricated, transitioning from the realm of illusion to reality. He departed the previous darkness, and flecks of crimson light enveloped him. These seemed akin to the luminous particles that had constituted the heart. Could it truly be possible to resurrect a soul? Belron sensed he could wield these red particles. Thus he extended his right claw, and as the particles coalesced, they transformed into blood, gathering at his fingertips. How shall I use this? Under the watchful gaze of the onlookers, he gradually approached the corpses, crouching down to gently let the blood drip onto the rugged wound of a burly man. The droplet penetrated his body. Belron recalled that he was a blacksmith, who once wielded a hammer to defend himself, thwarting the initial two assassins, but ultimately succumbed to a later assailant, struck in the kidney by an axe and bled to death. The blacksmith's wounds began to miraculously regenerate, flesh sprouting forth. His chest slowly rising and falling, he breathed once more. Cough, cough. The deceased gradually regained his heartbeat, his wounds visibly healing, yet he shrank considerably, his once robust physique becoming gaunt. This miraculous resurrection astonished all who bore witness, and someone, unsure who, was the first to exclaim, the resurrected prince. Instantly, the knights erupted into rhythmic cheers. Resurrect the Dragon King. Resurrect the Dragon King. Resurrect the Dragon King. The blacksmith slowly opened his eyes, yet they appeared shrouded in an everlasting mist, devoid of any luster. His gaze swept across the faces of the crowd, but there was no ripple of emotion within. No curiosity, no astonishment, no joy, nor sorrow, as if he were observing a gathering of complete strangers with no connection to him. Eik, familiar voices called his name. The revived one displayed no reaction to the shouts and concerns surrounding him, remaining seated in a dazed stupor, his body rigid as if it were a rusted machine. When touched, he did not flinch, merely allowing himself to be manipulated. Belron discerned that he was bereft of a soul, merely a living vessel. In a time where sustenance was a concern, how could such a fool survive? The red particles drawn from the heart had restored his flesh. Yet would the black mist transform him into a monster? He pondered, monster, monster. As before, luminous particles emerged from his body, the color shifting to gray, coalescing into a fog. Shall I attempt it? Rhaenyra observed her brother as he delved into yet another magical endeavor. Moments ago, he had resurrected a being, and now she found herself curious about what was to come. The resurrected entity began to undergo a violent transformation, emitting unintelligible howls. Flesh and blood split open, revealing scales that emerged from within, soon to be concealed by fine, dark fur. Its limbs shrank, and the hands curled against its chest, sprouting four-clawed fingers at the tips. The creature morphed into a being that bore human-like characteristics, yet was cloaked in black fur, with whiskers sprouting from its face and prominent incisors jutting forth. Gradually, it rose to its feet, gazing longingly at Baelon, approaching him directly. Baelon, observing the creature that stood slightly taller than himself, scrutinized it closely. It seemed to embody a fusion of human and rodent traits, leaning more towards the latter. Was this, then, a large rat capable of bipedal locomotion? He was perplexed by its transformation. The proximity of the two prompted Sir Harold to feel a tinge of risk. Drawing his sword to point at the rat man, prepared to strike swiftly should the peculiar creature prove hostile. All present could clearly see that it was a rodent-like monster, its gray fur concealing fish-like scales beneath. Based on its appearance, Baelon internally designated it as the rat man. He sensed an unusual connection with the oddly shaped creature, akin to establishing a mental link, allowing him to directly perceive the emotions it radiated. The creature's gaze towards Baelon was imbued with submission, while everyone else appeared as mere food in its sight, drool trickling from its maw. Was its hunger a consequence of the energy consumed during its transformation? As he further attuned himself to the rat man, Baelon discovered a familiar sensation emanating from it. To his astonishment, it was indeed another anchor point, faint yet unmistakable. He realized that anchors could be self-generated. But why was this the case? The rat man, swallowing saliva, exhibited remarkable agility, while its bizarre form instilled a sense of unease in Rhaenyra. Witnessing a man transform into an upright, grotesque rodent, she felt a twinge of fear, perhaps doubting the ability of the two Kingsguard to protect them in such a moment. Pulling her brother into a corner, they found themselves isolated. She turned to Baelon, whispering, "What has transpired with you?" He raised his claw, and a swirling mass of gray mist erupted from his fingertips. With a deft command, the mist danced into various forms: a three-headed dragon, a lion, a deer, a fish, a wolf, a rose, and a sea monster, representing various family crests. Rhaenyra recognized these emblems, assuming Baelon had merely chosen them at random, and thus paid little heed. Through the gray mist, Baelon conveyed in the common tongue, "It seems I have acquired some extraordinary abilities." Rhaenyra, as the Princess of Dragonstone, having perused the tomes left by House Targaryen, was aware of the existence of magic. "Have you awakened your magical powers?" she inquired. The Targaryen family was merely an inconspicuous branch among the 40 formidable dragon lord families of the Valyrian Empire. Each of the other families possessed their own unique abilities, yet it was only the Targaryens who survived the cataclysm of Valyrian doom through their prophetic powers. Magic? Belron pondered. Perhaps not, though he did not dismiss her assertion. Chapter 19, The Dragon Soldier Kneel. Belron commanded the Ratman silently in his mind. The Ratman immediately prostrated itself before Belron in an exceedingly servile manner, curling its body into a tight ball. Its grayish fur trembled slightly, and its feeble paws lay helplessly before it, as if caught in a blend of fear and yearning. This grotesque creature lay still on the ground, utterly devoid of self. As it bowed before Rhaenyra, Belron mused, "It seems the Ratman does not recognize Rhaenyra." He gestured towards his sister, at which point the Ratman suddenly seemed to grasp the situation, repeatedly bowing in reverence. "Remarkable, it comprehends my intent. Has its intelligence increased?" Belron pondered inwardly. "Rise, rise." Rhaenyra commanded the Ratman abruptly, yet it completely ignored her, continuing to prostrate itself. Rhaenyra glanced at Belron, and under his mental guidance, the Ratman finally settled into a quiet kneel. Intrigued by the Ratman, Belron reached out to touch its delicate gray fur. Instantly, a torrent of images flooded his consciousness, revealing every facet of the Ratman's existence, from its resurrection to its mutation. He came to know the Ratman entirely. It had once been a modest blacksmith named Zach, eking out a living by repairing weapons in a workshop near the upper district of Shoemaker's Square, a haven for nobles and the wealthy. However, work was not always plentiful. On this particularly slow day, Zach was at home in his flea-infested dwelling, polishing a crude dagger he had secretly crafted, intending to sell it to seafarers for a handsome profit. At noon, he had given a copper star to a devotee responsible for retrieving food from the free canteen, resulting in 2 small pieces of meat in his brown broth, which Zach discerned to be rat and fish. Later, he had bravely intervened in a conflict with 2 impoverished assembly members, only to be overpowered and slain. It was this mutation that had given rise to his current form. Belron, struck by a sudden inspiration, wondered what would happen if he were to employ a more powerful creature. He glanced at Syrax, noting, "There is still a dragon here." An experimental idea took shape in his mind. If he could utilize Syrax's dragon blood to create dragon men, theoretically classified as lower-tier dragons, he should be able to control them. Would Rhaenyra, who shared a connection with dragons, also be able to establish a bond to command these dragon men? He speculated that the principle of controlling dragons was intricately linked to blood. The purer the bloodline, the more likely one would gain the dragon's favor. After all, why would the 40 dragon lord families of the Valyrian Empire be so fervent in their pursuit of consanguineous breeding? Currently, I find myself in a vulnerable phase, and fortifying Rhaenyra's strength poses no detriment to me. It could even afford me the opportunity for growth. Thus, he turned to his sister and, with a haze of gray, inquired, "Do you desire dragon soldiers? They are quite obedient." Rhaenyra pondered, could one create creatures akin to the ratmen? He then speculated that if there were a multitude of such beings, reclaiming the stone steps isles would be a straightforward endeavor, perhaps even more so. They might stand against the ultimate darkness concealed by the northern winds foretold in Aegon's prophecy. Before becoming the heir to the Iron Throne, Rhaenyra had learned from her father of the secret passed down between kings and heirs since the era of Aegon. Perhaps the Targaryens required forces beyond just dragons. Was it magic? Belron offered no response. Then, a massive plume of black smoke intermingled with droplets of blood flowed from Belron's body to Syrax. The onlookers beheld as the dragon's wounds healed at an astonishing rate, causing it to swell, ultimately collapsing the house. Fortunately, they were at a safe distance, and no one was harmed. As the dust settled, Belron meticulously scrutinized the dragon by the light of the surrounding flames. Thankfully, it had not transformed into a grotesque creature. Rather, it had merely grown larger, yet remained lean, seemingly adhering to the law of conservation of mass. Rhaenyra noted that her dragon had indeed grown. The 50-year-old Syrax surpassed Vhagar in size, its wingspan measuring 160 meters. Its gaze was fierce, yet when confronted with Belron, it mirrored the submissive and fearful expression of the earlier ratmen. Once her dragon had revived, Rhaenyra endeavored to sense a connection with it, quickly receiving an overwhelming sense of hunger in return. "Come here," Rhaenyra thought. Syrax folded its wings and approached her step by step, behaving as it had in life. She reached out to caress the dragon, now nearly 3 times its former size. It appeared even more compliant since its resurrection. Belron took the dagger from his sister's hand and picked up a helmet from the ground, forcefully piercing Syrax's body to collect a half-helmet's worth of blood. The Kingsguard did not intervene in Belron's perilous actions. The astonishing events unfolding around him left onlookers somewhat bewildered. "Help me feed it to the corpse." Rhaenyra understood his intent. As the surrounding knights and attendants observed the inscription, they had just witnessed the legendary magic that resurrected a dragon. And now the prince was set to employ magic once more, igniting the crowd's anticipation. Forthwith, some knights willingly removed their helmets, requesting dragon blood from the princess to partake in the enchantment, thus effectively engaging in the magic. Some, slower to react, felt regret. They sought to comfort the relatives of the deceased, assuring them that the princess would provide compensation, then stepped aside to await Belron's invocation of magic. Belron first conducted an experiment, combining a single drop of blood with the gray mist, infusing it into the body of a woman. In an instant, the areas of her body that were previously missing limbs rapidly regenerated, her form gradually adorned with yellow scales, and her face began to contort. Within mere breaths, the woman transformed into a dragon-like creature reminiscent of Baelon. Indeed, it unfolded just as envisioned. Rhaenyra and Baelon exchanged a knowing glance, and Rhaenyra perceived an overwhelming sensation akin to the faint communication she experienced with Syrax. She felt that these newly created dragon-like beings were bound in a hierarchy of subservience to her, allowing her to exert control over them. Under the watchful eyes of the knights, a multitude of gray and red specks emerged from her body, coalescing into a tangible form. A viscous sphere of reddish-brown, roughly the size of a human head, suspended in the air before Baelon. With each step he took over the corpses, the sphere released a droplet that seeped into their bodies. At last, Baelon completed the transformation of 400 corpses, varying in age. Upon turning back, he beheld the yellow-scaled dragon-like beings standing before him, their gaze fixed intently upon him. A truly magnificent spectacle. The knights stepped aside as the king, flanked by the Kingsguard and the lords behind him, approached the flea-ridden site. Here, he witnessed the lifeless bodies rise anew, transformed into towering dragon-like figures, who then bowed submissively at Baelon's feet. This was a manifestation of arcane power. Viserys was struck by an array of thoughts. For an empire like Valyria, which possessed dragons, magic must also exist. The union of dragons and magic had forged the grandeur of the freehold, establishing it as the epicenter of civilization. A widely circulated tale spoke of excessive reliance on dark sorcery, delving underground in search of malevolent beasts, and employing magic to merge beasts and humans, resulting in the creation of many horrific, unnatural beings. It was these actions that incited the wrath of the gods, leading to the cataclysmic downfall of the Valyrian Empire overnight. Anger suddenly flickered across Viserys' face. Could it be that Baelon's use of dark magic provoked the assassination attempts? He contemplated turning away, resolved to seek the truth from Yemen at the Great September of Baelor. Before arriving here, Viserys had encountered a procession dragging corpses and had immediately put a stop to it, though he refrained from making a final decision, wanting first to see his daughter and retract her orders. Reports from the knights indicated that the command had already established a ritual of loyalty among the lower ranks. He did not wish to embarrass Rhaenyra, for the Iron Throne was destined for her, and her reputation as heir was of utmost importance. From a father's perspective, he naturally supported vengeance, yet from the seat of the Iron Throne, he was acutely aware of the influence of the faith of the Seven. He had also learned that Rhaenyra Syrax had been slain by commoners, which would strip the Targaryen family of the shroud of mystique they held over the populace. This revelation would diminish the common people's reverence for dragons and the Dragon Lords, drastically affecting the family's standing. "You are too weak," echoed in Viserys' mind, a sentiment expressed by Daemon before he departed from King's Landing. As he beheld the magic exhibited by his son Baelon, his gaze transformed from uncertainty to unwavering determination. Whether the legends were true or false could no longer be ascertained, yet the fact that he was undeniably his child remained. At most, he would confine him within the Red Keep for observation. The king resolved to impose severe punishment upon the faith of the Seven, deeming such actions a provocation against the Iron Throne. "Do not hinder them any longer. Let her do as she wishes," he declared, turning to Otto beside him. "It is not just the Great September of Baelor that must be hung." Upon hearing this command, Otto initially questioned whether he had misheard, taken aback by Viserys' sudden assertiveness. "Shouldn't this be deliberated for a few more days?" he inquired. "So be it. So be it." Viserys waved his hand dismissively, indicating his resolution amidst Otto's puzzled gaze. No one understood Viserys' intentions better than Otto. When the king acted with such unilateral authority, it meant he had made a decision and was prepared to bear the consequences. Otto never opposed the king's will. Faith was merely a tool for him, despite his origins in Old Town, the city most steeped in the worship of the Seven. "As you wish, your grace." Chapter 20. Night talks. At this moment, across the narrow sea in the House of Black and White, a faceless man stood beneath the statue of the many-faced god, contemplating the divine will that had descended upon him. Day after day, the deity offered no further guidance. An old woman departed from King's Landing, arriving at the port of Blackwater Rush by the Mud Gate, where she sought a ship bound for the continent of Essos. Under the cover of night, she slit the throat of a drunken crewman, donning his face as a mask. The woman's skin mask, along with the deceased sailor, was deftly stowed in a sack and tethered to the ship's bottom, whereupon she severed the rope in a deep water area. Thus, she officially vanished from the continent of Westeros, returning to the House of Black and White in Braavos. "Faceless One, I do not understand why the mission was halted," the faceless man questioned, standing before the statue. Mara, the recently returned Faceless One, questioned him with an impassive expression. "Your task has been completed. It is the will of the god." I was already standing before the monstrous dragon, ready to infuse it with the breath of the many-faced god. Its death was assured. Mara still sought an explanation. "Having prepared for this operation for 6 months. Are you, then, questioning the god?" The moment those words were uttered, Mara immediately knelt, fearing to respond further. The deity could not err. Any fault lay solely with him. "Prince Baelon may perish, but that is of no concern to us." The many-faced god deliberately canceled Mara's mission, and the faceless man himself could not comprehend the rationale behind it. "Do not provoke the many-faced god. We are merely executors of divine will. If you believe this contravenes your faith, then you shall continue to polish the statue until your piety is restored." With those words, the faceless man departed from the Red Keep. In the Red Keep, Rhaenyra rode Syrax, commanding the Dragonkin as they returned to the Dragon Lair, while Viserys cradled Baelon as they made their way back to the Red Keep. Under the attentive service of the maid, Baelon underwent a thorough cleansing of his body. Unbeknownst to him, time slipped away until the hour of the eel, between 9 and 10 at night, descended upon him. Enveloped in the tranquility of this hour, the Megron Tower of the Red Keep shone brightly, with heightened vigilance among the guards, who patrolled with doubled frequency compared to previous nights. Two king's guards stood like statues at the entrance, while inside, a peculiar dinner unfolded. The dining table was laden with an array of delectable dishes, and Viserys and Rhaenyra sat across from each other in silence, with only the occasional clinking of cutlery breaking the stillness. Baelon perched upon a specially elevated stool. Adeptly wielding his bespoke knife and fork, he devoured sausage in large chunks, his cheeks bulging as he chewed heartily. Wherever his reach extended, pastries, fruits, and roasted suckling pig had diminished by half. Viserys leaned slightly, casting a glance backward. Ser Harold, understanding the unspoken cue, quietly retreated to the doorway with his hand resting on the hilt of his sword. It has been quite some time since we last shared a dinner like this. Since your mother passed, Viserys broke the silence, noticing that the food on his plate had dwindled. He picked up a grape, seemingly peeling it at random, yet a hint of awkwardness marred his expression. Each time he met Rhaenyra's gaze, the visage of Queen Aemma would unbidden surface in his mind, accompanied by an ever-present sense of guilt. The sounds of Baelon's chewing gradually softened. Rhaenyra remained silent for a moment, contemplating where to begin. The day had unfolded with a multitude of events, leaving her momentarily at a loss for words. You exited through the passage in the fireplace, did you not? Viserys initiated. These passages should have been disclosed to you long ago. There is also a concealed one within the wall of your chamber. An emergency escape route established during our family's direst hour. The only others privy to this secret, apart from you and I, are your Uncle Daemon and Aunt Rhaenys. Indeed. Rhaenyra acknowledged, understanding he referred to Daemon and Rhaenys. I should not have taken him out. Such events would not have transpired otherwise, she admitted, her tone laced with self-reproach. Viserys waved his hand dismissively. That matter is behind us. What matters is that you are safe. Rhaenyra responded with a gentle smile. In a moment, their gazes converged on Baelon. Child, do you have something to say? Viserys inquired softly. Baelon chewed a few more bites vigorously, swallowing the morsels in haste. So soon it is my turn? He pondered inwardly, realizing that concealment was no longer necessary. Thus, he formulated his thoughts into words. Sister, please speak for me. I shall elaborate shortly. Rhaenyra inhaled deeply and began to recount what Baelon had previously revealed. Baelon is, in fact, your second child. Do you recall the first stillborn? After his death, he has lingered as a spirit among us, never surviving beyond birth. He has been reincarnated numerous times. After Rhaenyra concluded her discourse, Baelon sought to validate her claims, with gray mist meticulously assembling fragmented text. Following the arduous period of gestation, the birth of a dragon seemed hardly surprising. Our son arrived adorned with Aegon's crown, while the echoes of galloping hooves, the shattering of shields, and the clashing of long swords reverberated in my ears. I placed our son upon the Iron Throne, and the bells of the sanctum tolled as all dragons roared in unison. Viserys, with wide eyes, observed intently. This was an intimate dialogue between him and Aemma, a matter that could never be known to a third party. Did you hear it while in the womb? Viserys inquired tentatively. Baelon shook his head like a rattle. There was an elder sibling blocking the way. It simply could not enter. I stood right behind you. So it was your doing when your mother suddenly felt a sharp pain? Viserys pressed. He vividly recalled the moment he had begun to instruct the maester to prepare for delivery, only for Aemma to suddenly be at ease. An unforgettable incident. Baelon scratched his head awkwardly. I attempted to force my way into the womb, but alas, I did not succeed. Viserys asked earnestly, why did you fail? Was it the seven gods? That old woman with the lantern? Rhaenyra interjected with a guess. Baelon nodded solemnly. The seven? Why did they deny me a son? Was this attack directed at him? Viserys pondered, tapping the table thoughtfully, casting a scrutinizing glance at Baelon, a dragon of black scales and sharp fangs, its tail swaying behind. Rhaenyra lifted her wine cup, taking a delicate sip, and casually began to peel a fruit. Child, those who have returned from the dead and the dragons. Baelon, tilting his head, struggled to articulate an explanation while Viserys continued to gaze at him. Perhaps a blood magic activated the dormant sorcery within the bloodline of my brother. The Dragon King. Should I revisit Dragonstone and investigate further? Noticing the two were at a loss for words, Rhaenyra ventured a plausible hypothesis. Blood magic? That indeed seems plausible. Considering the thousands of commoners and faithful who perished on sight, they may have inadvertently constituted a blood sacrifice. Well, let us avoid employing such magic if possible. After all, returning from death carries certain implications. Viserys contemplated, seeking the right words. A word composed of gray mist loomed ominously before Viserys. As long as you understand. Viserys nodded at him. This child is remarkably astute. His gaze shifted to Rhaenyra as he began to address the issues raised by his daughter. And you, Rhaenyra, do you comprehend what it signifies to have received those knights? It signifies allegiance to me? Viserys smacked his forehead, realizing she was indeed unaware. These 421 are all landed knights, a number equivalent to a knightly order. Can you sustain them? The expense of a knight is equivalent to that of 10-foot soldiers, which implies you must support 4,000 individuals. Must I sustain them? Couldn't there be a larger allocation, like the gold cloaks who muster 2,000? Viserys shook his head, clarifying that they were his private soldiers, a concept entirely different from mere loyalty. They pledged allegiance to him personally, a matter he hoped his daughter would comprehend. He instructed her that those soldiers clad in dragon scales could be maintained in the dragon's lair, serving as guardians. An unremarkable practice, being the property of House Targaryen. As he tossed a piece of sausage into his mouth, he refrained from elaborating further. Rhaenyra sensed her father had a notion in mind, yet she found it difficult to lower her pride. At that moment, Baelon scrawled in the gray mist, "I have money." 20 gold dragons could indeed procure several fine steeds, Viserys mused aloud. Rhaenyra promptly filled her father's empty cup with wine, recalling how she and her mother had married at her age. Before Viserys could finish his thought, Rhaenyra interjected, "I would rather adhere to family tradition. I do not wish to be confined within a castle, coerced into bearing heirs." She slammed the wine jug down and, catching sight of Baelon indulging in food across the table, exclaimed in frustration, "All you do is eat. What use are you? I cannot protect you for eternity." Turning away in anger, Rhaenyra left Viserys gazing at her stormy retreat, filled with helplessness. Baelon seized 2 apples from the table, leaping down from his chair, and, regaining his balance, hurried after Rhaenyra, his tail swaying. "Be careful, why are you following her?" Viserys' voice called from behind, but Baelon feigned ignorance, scampering off with increasing speed. Watching them depart, Viserys recalled the unaddressed matters concerning the 7 gods, feeling a throbbing headache as he pondered how to navigate this delicate predicament. Chapter 21. Preparations for war. In the early morning of King's Landing, a light rain had just fallen, leaving mud clinging to everyone's legs. Fortunately, it was not yet winter. Otherwise, the muck would have congealed into heavy clumps, and even cold water would not suffice to cleanse them. Outside the great September of Baelor, the air buzzed with voices. 7 days having passed since the flea-bottomed dragonburns, the 7 gods incident. 7, a number favored by the 7, represented their 7 aspects. While King's Landing boasted 7 city gates, with the great September displaying a multitude of hanged corpses, rumors circulated of 777 bodies, though no one had counted. As many remained hanging within the church. "Look at that one on the 2nd floor, it's barely hanging on, about to fall. Have you heard? The princess has established a knightly order today. Is that true?" "Of course it is. I saw it myself. There were many at the Kingsguard." The crowd, suppressing their disgust at the stench of decaying air, began discussing the latest news. Rhaenyra was gathering commoners to Dragonstone for training, preparing to reclaim the Stepstones. The arrival of this news stirred a ripple of excitement among the onlookers. Vagon, seated against the wall in the outermost position, lifted his gaze to assess the throng. Seemingly deep in thought, the crowd cast unusual glances at the young man with black hair. "Hey, Black Flea, aren't you going? Come on. They've been living comfortably for a year now." "What do you mean?" inquired a bystander, oblivious to the context. "Yesterday, the princess offered compensation of 100 silver deer to the family of the deceased. Such a considerable sum. It would take me years to earn that much." Most people around were familiar with him. This robust young man with dark hair and black eyes had roamed the streets of King's Landing and the flea markets since childhood. Wherever there was a job that promised a full meal, one could see his lively, sun-kissed figure, earning him the nickname Black Flea among the well-meaning. He had often proclaimed to the crowd that with his swimming skills and complexion, he vowed to become a great navigator like the sea serpent. Unfortunately, he had no means to join the sea serpent's fleet. He himself was unaware of his surname. Judging by his hair and eyes, he might be of Stormlander descent. Yet his dark skin certainly hinted at Valyrian roots. His mother, a victim of the fanatical cult of the impoverished, had refused to disclose the identity of his father. Since the conqueror Aegon first landed and subdued the 7 kingdoms, the offspring of the flea markets had multiplied, with brothels being the most common establishments. Even the Targaryen family had their share of illegitimate offspring, abandoned like wild dogs in the corners of King's Landing. Now, fate had opened a window for him. The Navy had begun to recruit civilians, who were now mocked for their eagerness to join a war. On the Stepstone Islands, crab feeders mercilessly slaughtered both commoners and nobles alike. News of the events on the Stepstone Islands spread widely, as food prices in King's Landing rose monthly, making the underprivileged acutely aware of their plight. Everyone fears death, including the nobility. Hence, especially as it was known that those who trained on Dragonstone would soon find themselves battling pirates on the Stepstone Islands. Fewer than 50 individuals had signed up at Fisherman's Square, aside from the Princess's knights, who had sworn allegiance to Rhaenyra. Would the princess even ride into battle with her dragon? King's Landing is the city closest to the great dragons, and the populace has always maintained a mix of fear and reverence for these colossal, legendary creatures. If the princess were to lead her knights into combat atop a dragon, the pirates would undoubtedly flee in terror. Regrettably, it seemed the king disapproved. Why not? Someone voiced their confusion. If we defeat the pirates, wouldn't our lives improve? Brother, you must have lost your mind. How does your comfort relate to the king's decisions? True enough. I will go. I would rather not perish in some nameless corner. Vigan declared, his hesitation transforming into resolve. He pondered whether, should the number of participants remain scant, the princess might dispatch those humanoid dragon-like beings with golden scales to join the fray. For he had heard from neighbors that his mother had also become one of those monsters residing in the dragon's lair. The overseer had instructed him to identify her among the dragon folk, who were driven solely by the desire to feed. Even if he did find her, what then? Their combat capabilities were terrifying. The overseer had claimed they had been tested. Their sense of smell and hearing were acute, and their strength could effortlessly snap a spear forged from fine iron. Arrows could not penetrate their dragon scales at close range, resembling warriors clad in heavy armor. Their only flaw was their lack of wit, rendering them unable to evade attacks. In the distance, 100 black-armored knights approached the great hall of King's Landing, followed by 10 carriages drawn by pairs of horses, their banners emblazoned with a yellow dragon exhaling red flames. Isn't that the princess's knights? Someone recognized them. Make way. Make way. The knights dismounted and entered the church, retrieving a series of desiccated corpses. The mummified bodies hanging on the church walls were cut down with haste. One by one, the lifeless forms thudded against the ground, and once all the bodies were removed, the knights dragged their garments and tossed them into the carriages, staining the church floor with various dark, unidentifiable substances. After these knights departed with the remains, the prepared acolytes of the seven arrived with wooden buckets and mops, quietly cleaning while holding their noses, not daring to utter a word. The High Septon had been sent back to the Starry September, temporarily leaving the affairs of King's Landing in the hands of Sister Maester. In the name of the church, several notifications were issued. All corpses in the hall were to be burned. An apology was to be publicly offered to the royal family. The church was to deny any connection to this operation, and a compensation of 770,000 golden dragons was to be paid. The remaining 5 bishops faced consequences for their negligence. 3 donned black robes, while 2 took their own lives. The church and the royal family reached a mutual compromise, bringing the matter to a close. This handling by Viserys garnered public approval, allowing the church to weather this crisis with minimal impact on the faith of the seven. As the crowd entered the still-being-cleaned church, a nauseating stench of decay assaulted their senses. The place was rife with filth, emitting waves of foul odors. The stone floor was sticky and treacherous. Each step met with a resistive grip, a mire formed of blood and other unidentified fluids. Dark crimson stains splattered the walls like a canvas defiled by demons, while the once orderly pews lay askew, some even shattered into fragments. Scattered about were small severed limbs and tattered garments strewn haphazardly. It was evident that the knights had deliberately wreaked havoc upon entering. No wonder they lingered inside for so long. The instigator behind this chaos could very well be Rhaenyra, or perhaps the knights acted on their own accord to express their loyalty. Some in the crowd began to feel queasy, their stomachs churning as a wave of acidity surged in their throats, prompting them to cover their mouths in an attempt to suppress the overwhelming nausea. Soon, someone began to retch, the sound echoing in the empty church, and others soon followed suit. The yellowish, viscous matter spread across the floor like a blossoming flower, leaving in silence. Curiosity surged among the onlookers, many yearning to delve deeper into the scene. A few of the faithful, unable to bear the chaotic spectacle, found their soiled shoes adding to the disarray as they vomited onto the already filthy floor. The holiest of places had become so sullied, and the repercussions for the seven would certainly be dire. Consequently, someone took the initiative to stand at the church entrance, arms outstretched to block those attempting to enter, solemnly declaring that if they wished to step inside, they must remain to assist in clearing this disarray. Upon hearing these words, the crowd dispersed instantly like startled birds and beasts, the earlier curiosity evaporating without a trace, leaving only a cacophony of hurried footsteps. Nevertheless, a few curious souls lingered, expressing their regret with furrowed brows as they fought against their revulsion to clean the vividly colored, repulsive floor. Chapter 22. The call to arms, a band of fierce knights roamed the fisherman's square, with the leading officials scanning the surroundings with piercing eyes in search of a favorable position. In the center of the square, 7 individuals occupied a prime table adorned with their catch, accompanied by several stools. Judging by their appearances, these men were brothers, the youngest of whom could effortlessly carry a basket of fish. The official's eyes gleamed with interest. Brothers, is it easy to catch fish? The 7, perplexed by his intentions, exchanged glances. They had already paid taxes several times. Were they to be approached again? My lord, ever since our eldest began to articulate grievances 6 months ago, we hope to reduce our losses. However, with the rise in grain prices, fish have been selling rather well. I do not seek your money. Rather, we shall provide you with compensation, the official interjected, not allowing him to elaborate. Indeed, the pirates have made life difficult for everyone. Would you like to resolve this issue? What? You will give me money? The eldest, sensing a new game afoot, quickly grasped the official's meaning and exchanged glances with his brothers, realizing that the official was indeed asking for more. Thus, they began to reach for their coins in unison. Such audacity, daring to bribe me. The official erupted in sudden fury as they revealed handfuls of copper coins, prompting the knights behind him to draw their swords in unison. My lord, this is unjust. Faced with the glaring weapons, the 7 men immediately knelt, speculating whether their offering was deemed insufficient. According to the law, you have 3 choices: serve 10 years in prison, don black garments, or... The official left the last option unexplained, his gaze indicating no intention to clarify. I choose the 3rd option. Let us all choose the 3rd. The eldest not only selected for himself, but also made choices for his brothers. Very well, but I have not coerced you, the official remarked, finding the situation rather convenient. Indeed, it is all voluntary. The wrinkles on the eldest's face contorted into a smile, prompting the official to assist him to his feet. Do not sell your goods. Send them to the military camp, the official commanded, instructing a carriage to deliver the fish to the royal princess's nightly order stationed outside the city. The 7 men, unable to express their anger, realized that their catch had caught the official's eye. Subsequently, the official requested 8 silver deer from a nearby knight, contemplating momentarily before pocketing one. This is your enlistment fee and your earnings from the fish, he said, handing the coins to the youngest boy, merely 14 years of age. Now, inform your family that these 6 have joined the illustrious princess's fleet under the great princess knightly order. The boy, bewildered, stared blankly at his 6 brothers, seemingly seeking guidance on what to do next. Scram, or do not return at all. The official's command made the boy flee in a flash, not daring to look back. In the very spot where the 7 brothers once sold their wares, a table was erected, with a banner depicting a fire-breathing dragon unfurling behind it. Once seated, the official promptly began to call out names, swiftly proceeding with signatures. Upon finishing his tasks, the official looked up to find that the once bustling square was now sparsely populated, with only a few fishwives remaining. Could women and children truly serve as sailors? He shook his head, discarding such impractical thoughts. How, then, was today's mission to be accomplished? Rhaenyra had delegated the task of recruitment to the Princess Knight Order, which, following a contest of strength, elected a captain who subsequently organized the 400 recruits into 10 smaller teams, each led by a captain and an official overseeing 40 individuals. The goal was to enlist 1,000 sailors within 7 days, translating to approximately 15 recruits per team each day. Recruiting was ostensibly straightforward. There was no need for personal funds or equipment, and the exorbitant bounty of 1 silver deer was sufficient to entice many. Yet, somehow, the news had leaked, and the local populace, aware of the impending conflict at the Stone Steps Isles, began to evade enlistment altogether, opting instead to hunker down and wait out the 7 days. This situation infuriated the Princess Knight Order. By the 3rd day, the number of recruits dwindled alarmingly. Initially, on the 1st day, there were 40 eager souls, lured by the promise of monetary reward, but by the 2nd day, only 2 remained. Waiting idly was not an option. Reports indicated that neighboring teams had resorted to less than honorable methods to procure recruits. Go, apprehend them. The official finally lost his patience. One by one, those who failed to meet their quotas will be sent to the ships next time. The journey to Dragonstone Island was a lengthy one, taking a day or 2 under favorable winds, and the prospect of laborious cargo handling upon arrival was unappealing to many. And what about you? Some expressed their discontent, aware that such endeavors could lead to resentment. Perhaps you should take over this task, one suggested, pointing at the 6 brothers who were huddled together, whispering conspiratorially. You think you can escape? I can easily find out where you live. Use your wits, the official warned them. With a dismissive scoff, The group regarded him with disdain. Yet their minds began to ponder whom among them they might leverage for their own gain. Despite their grievances, the knights dispersed, each seeking their own means to fulfill their assigned quotas. Weiyang did not return home. Instead, he wandered the Silk Street, rife with brothels, and casually chose one to experience a pivotal moment in his life. Afterward, he purchased 2 sets of durable leather attire from a vendor on the street, donning one of them. By noon, he made his way along the muddy path to the Fisherman's Square. Surrounding fishmongers called out, their stalls predominantly manned by women and children, creating an atmosphere that felt amiss. As the familiar scent of fish wafted through the air, Weiyang spotted the fire-breathing dragon banner hanging prominently in the center of the square. He stood at the periphery for a moment, observing. A table laden with silver deer caught his eye, presided over by an official. The official, with a keen eye, scrutinized passers-by. The moment he detected any glimmer of greed at the sight of the silver deer, he would enthusiastically extend an invitation. Recruiting sailors. It's merely rowing, quite simple. What? You can't swim? Then what are you doing here? Go away. Brother, I see you've lingered here for quite some time. Are you interested in enlisting? Join us and receive a silver deer. I am but a servant of the Yak family, here merely to procure fish. Move along, do not obstruct. The officer's enthusiasm waned immediately. Weiyang, from behind, patted the officer's shoulder, who was struggling to persuade a passerby to join the princess's knights, clearly sensing the man's resistance. Had he not been grasping the bystander, he would likely have fled. Upon closer inspection, it was evident that this man was exceptionally suited for a sailor-esque life, dark-skinned, with raven hair and ebony eyes, even more fitting for the seas than Valyrian. Are you here to join the princess's knights? The officer inquired, puzzled as to how such a promising candidate had evaded his previous recruits. Yes, please register me, Weiyang replied calmly, a weight lifted from his heart. I won't go. I won't go? The passerby shouted, desperately attempting to wriggle free from the officer's grasp. The officer hesitated momentarily before releasing him. Very well, be gone. The man stumbled and fell, quickly scrambling away in a panic, vanishing into the square. At the table, the officer unfurled a parchment, saturating his quill with ink. Name, Weiyang Veshui. Age, 17. The officer found it easy to converse with him, perhaps due to a shared affinity for their dark complexion. Before parting, he extracted a sizable black dragon scale from his pocket, roughly the size of 2 fingernails, costing Weiyang all his savings of 5 silver deer. He claimed it could ward off mosquitoes and pests. In truth, the princess's knights had an abundance of such useful trinkets stored in the royal warehouse. Rhaenyra had attempted to raise funds herself before striking a deal with the sea serpent, but they seemed difficult to sell. As the knights returned one after another, each brought back a novice sailor, all sporting bruised faces, yet exhibiting a docile demeanor, albeit with eyes that betrayed something amiss. In the distance, the sun began its descent towards the horizon. Finally, the officer concluded his tasks for the day, guiding the group through the muddy gate to the harbor, where a ship adorned with the emblem of Rhaenyra's knights awaited, already filled with over 50 individuals. You've arrived too late, the bald captain grumbled. You were the last to dawdle. Ignoring the captain's complaints, the officer directed the novice sailors to board the ship orderly, counting them as they went. 22, not one less. After noting the names and rolling up the parchment, the officer engaged in conversation with the captain, suggesting they had known each other for many years. As the ship set sail, slowly drifting away from the shore, the bald captain suddenly addressed the officer gravely. Have some decency. Aren't they the 7 brothers? It seemed as though something significant had transpired. You know them? The officer felt a twinge of anxiety, fearing he might have involved himself with a noble's illegitimate son. Contemplating this possibility, he reached into his pocket. Consequently, he tossed a piece of dragon scale to the captain. He possessed a plethora of them, each worth a single silver deer in the knight's warehouse, available in unlimited quantities, and occasionally fetching a high price. He had long since recouped his investment. The bald captain had long desired one, he mused, having heard from users that it indeed repelled mosquitoes, albeit at a steep cost. In accordance with his identity, it mattered not. Their father was merely a sailor. He caressed the cool, nail-sized dragon scale, laughter bubbling forth uncontrollably. Zandeli, return my dragon scale. The officer suddenly realized he had been the subject of a jest. Lighten up, it was but a jest. I shall return it upon my next visit. The captain waved a farewell, turning away from the stern of the ship, the officer's subsequent remarks fading into indistinctness, undoubtedly unflattering. As the apprentice sailors boarded, they proceeded directly to the lower hold. The interior of the hold was relatively spacious, and one by one, they sought suitable places to sit. Scattered around were the remnants of used dishes, carelessly discarded in various corners, while the air was thick with a nauseating, oppressive stench. Weiyang cautiously secured the dragon scale around his neck. It shimmered with a mysterious luster under the sunlight, instantly capturing the attention of the knights. After a brief inquiry, it became apparent that he had voluntarily joined the princess's Knight Order. Exchanging glances, the knights nodded slightly, granting him permission to move freely upon the deck. Since he was the only one who had willingly come forward during this recruitment, the knights engaged in a brief discussion and decided that he would be responsible for distributing food at dawn and dusk while maintaining order to prevent the others from wandering aimlessly. "Hey, Black Flea, summon a few to transport the provisions." A knight, visibly repulsed, leaned into the hold, his brow furrowed, overwhelmed by the stench, and promptly turned to leave in haste. The multitude of people attended to their various needs in this confined space. And although there was a passage to dispose of waste directly into the sea, the lingering acrid odor persisted, refusing to dissipate. Weiyang quickly rose, his gaze scanning the crowd, and he raised his hand, signaling a few individuals. Kos, Leo, you 6 brothers, come over. 3 of them were acquaintances, and he aimed to foster goodwill with the others. Those tasked with transport could seize the opportunity to breathe fresh air and enjoy a few culinary perks. Eagerly anticipating the flavor of salted meat stew, their stomachs growled with hunger. The ship's provisions far surpassed what they had at home, at least enough to satiate their appetites. Before long, 10 individuals arrived with 4 wooden barrels, 1 filled with meat stew and 3 large barrels of black bread. Weiyang commenced the distribution of bread, borrowing a dagger from one knight, its blade adorned with a simple depiction of the Syrax's fire-breathing emblem, reputedly sketched by Prince Baelon himself. A testament to his contribution. With the dagger, Weiyang sawed through large chunks of bread, the sizes haphazard, yet none minded. Should it prove insufficient, they could simply take more. The primary challenge lay in the distribution of the stew, as the finest morsels rested at the bottom. Weiyang vigorously shook the barrel to ensure an even mixture before instructing them to fetch bowls and serve themselves, with the remaining portion to be evenly divided among the transporters. According to the knights, the princess had amassed supplies in over a dozen warehouses on Dragonstone Island in preparation for this conflict, particularly the durable black bread. Since the establishment of the Princess Knight Order, to win over the knights who made decisions with the 7 gods, Rhaenyra generously utilized her savings to equip them. Initially, each knight was merely given a dagger, but later, with the sponsorship from the Sea Serpent, they received war horses, helmets, armor, longswords, and boots, which were nearly more luxurious than the golden robes assembled by Daemon. This was the first display of military might by the Princess Knight Order, and it was imperative not to bring shame upon themselves. She transformed all the gold coins obtained from the Sea Serpent into military strength. Thus, at this stage, the Princess Knight Order was not short of funds. As they neared Dragonstone, the eldest of the 6 brothers mentioned that he often fished in the sea, being well acquainted with the waters near the royal territory. Occasionally, a few solemn-faced individuals would sigh deeply. Weiyang curiously observed the man who sighed, recognizing him as well. He was an apprentice from a tailor shop on City Gate Street, already in his 30s with silver hair. "Henry, what brings you here?" Weiyang inquired. "My daughter has fallen gravely ill. I borrowed 20 copper stars from the church, but the debt has compounded, and now it amounts to a silver stag. If I do not repay, the church threatens to take my daughter away with a stranger." 200 silver stags equated to 1,400 copper stars, with 1 silver stag being equal to 7 copper stars. "Is your daughter all right?" "Thanks be to the 7 gods," Henry coughed. "If it were not for the church hastening the collection of usury, I could manage to repay it in 6 months. I managed to smile. I am accustomed to it. She is fine, merely suffering from a fever." Weiyang, unsure of how to respond, offered a comforting pat to Henry. Henry fell silent, his eyes revealing sorrow, mumbling apologies repeatedly. Weiyang was oblivious to the full extent of the situation, deciding not to inquire further. Perhaps it was a tale of sorrow. As dawn broke, the first light of day pierced through the clouds, revealing a beautiful volcanic island that had been shrouded in sea mist. Weiyang had been seated at the bow of the ship, having washed up somewhat using the seawater, allowing the salty breeze to dry his short hair. He found himself enamored with this sensation. This was true freedom. Dragonstone was breathtaking, forests, seabirds, and the occasional leaps of large fish from the water. This tranquility was soon shattered by the distant roars akin to ancient beasts, reminding Weiyang of the formidable creatures that inhabited the island. The individuals in the ship's hold were, to varying degrees, compelled to join. Unlike them, Weiyang joined the princess fleet in pursuit of his own dreams. "Go call them out," one knight said. As a knight emerged and spotted Weiyang lost in the scenery at the bow, he playfully kicked him, indicating their camaraderie. Weiyang acknowledged with a nod and patted his backside before going to relay the message. The ship had arrived at Wolf's Time the previous day. It was a cargo vessel needing to unload its goods. Since Dragonstone lacked temporary labor, the sailors brought along were tasked with the loading. Before long, the people from the hold gathered on deck. Everyone began unloading cargo onto the shore, with the knights issuing commands, and afterward, the ship would return along its original route. Chapter 23 Confrontation with Daemon Vigan, alongside the other 11, diligently synchronized their efforts, vigorously mimicking the rowing motion while seated upon a substantial piece of timber on the beach. According to the noble Valyrian family that trained them, this land-based simulation of rowing serves to enhance the strength of the back, arms, and abdominal muscles. Although he had been appointed as the first mate, a position that typically did not require participation in such training, Vigan insisted on enduring the hardships alongside his crew, earning him the admiration of the ship's master. The ship's master is primarily responsible for the maintenance of the vessel and the discipline of the crew. Before battle, he organizes the crew to prepare weapons and protective gear, ensuring that the tools for boarding combat, such as grappling hooks, are ready. During combat, he leads the crew in close quarters fighting, maintaining order amidst the chaos. Regarding vessel maintenance, the ship's master supervises daily inspections and repairs of the hull, ropes, and sails. Should any damage occur during navigation, he must organize personnel for urgent repairs, ensuring the vessel can continue its journey. Currently, key positions within the princess's fleet are temporarily filled by experienced crew members assigned from the Valyrian family's own fleet. For the sake of prudence, they must partake in this pirate extermination mission, after which they will return to their original ships, at which point Vigan will assume the role of ship's master. Rhaenyra cannot allow her private forces to mingle with numerous other factions, as the funds to sustain them have been painstakingly negotiated. Having just completed the rowing segment of their training, Vigan's team was drenched in sweat, gasping for breath beneath the shade of the trees. Eagerly, they gathered around a wooden barrel, hastily filling their cups with the brackish water to replenish their lost fluids. "Move aside, drink over there are others behind," Vigan urged as he pulled them apart. With the sea breeze blowing, Vigan looked up to see several sails being raised and lowered. Yo-ho, yo-ho. The banner of the fire-breathing dragon fluttered on the ships, as the 6 brothers who had arrived with him hoisted the heavy sails. Some sailors climbed the tall mast, securing ropes amid the swaying, maneuvering the sail lines to catch the wind and adjust the sail's angle. Once completed, at the training officer's command, the sail hands would lower the sails in a continuous cycle. Each day, they are required to hoist the heavy sails, a task that builds upper body strength through lifting. However, they were forcibly conscripted, not willingly, and future opportunities for advancement aboard the ship seemed bleak. Vigan then understood that those who voluntarily joined the knights were often proactive in acquiring valuable items. For instance, his dragon scale was a top-tier possession. Through days of training and interaction, he learned that those who willingly joined were recommended to purchase certain items, with most opting for the iron pendants shaped like fire-breathing dragons, which offered no special effects but cost a silver stag. Vigan felt fortunate. At one point, he had considered purchasing an iron pendant, but after comparison, he concluded that the dragon scale, with its mosquito-repelling properties, was far more advantageous. The fleet stationed at Dragonstone is modest, comprising a total of 10 vessels, each capable of accommodating 200 individuals. These ships were graciously bestowed upon them through an accord between the sea snake and the princess. For every day the pirates occupy the stepstones, the wealth of House Velaryon diminishes. While the Velaryons possess the capability to eradicate any maritime forces, they find themselves at a loss when it comes to confronting the adversaries ensconced within the caverns of the stepstones. A prior landing operation orchestrated by the sea snake was thwarted by the pirates, who effectively utilized the terrain to their advantage. Had it not been for Rhaenys, who mounted Malays to launch a counterattack, the entire army would have likely perished. On the day following the assault on Princess Rhaenyra and Ser Harwin by the Faith of the Seven, the uncrowned Queen Rhaenys, alongside her husband, the sea snake Corlys, persuaded Rhaenyra to wade into this treacherous situation. King Viserys, realizing that his daughter had disrupted his plans to weaken House Velaryon, erupted in fury and laid out the pros and cons before her. The heir to the Iron Throne must never wield the power of the state to instigate war, as doing so would inevitably bring the conflict with the Iron Throne and the kingdom of his third daughter to the forefront, potentially igniting a brutal naval battle. He warned her against riding dragons to partake in the fray. Rhaenyra, seeking to establish her own prestige in the world, was reluctant to forego this opportunity. Thus, she cited the signed agreement, arguing that failure to comply would necessitate compensation of 1 million golden dragons. After weighing the advantages and disadvantages, Viserys ultimately acquiesced, permitting Rhaenyra to intervene solely in the capacity of the Sea Snake's hired princess knightly order. A thunderous roar from a dragon captured everyone's attention. Vagon gazed skyward at the long-necked, peculiar dragon that swooped low over the training grounds, stirring up a fierce wind that sent several individuals tumbling into the sea. Get down. Hide well, stay calm. Don't panic. How can you be so timid? The seasoned instructor had long anticipated such occurrences and urged everyone to conceal themselves, as these incidents had been occurring with increasing frequency. Every morning, Prince Daemon unwaveringly rode Caraxes to disrupt the training sessions. Vagon had heard the Valerians discussing the matter. Thus he understood the situation. On the day of Princess Rhaenyra's coronation, Daemon, having irrevocably forfeited his claim to succession, departed the Red Keep with his lover, Mysaria, atop Caraxes, currently occupying Dragonstone, which nominally belongs to the heir of the Iron Throne. This act seemed to be a silent protest. Viserys chose to disregard him, treating his presence on Dragonstone as a form of exile, with Rhaenyra seldom visiting. When Vaemon Valerion, the Sea Snake's brother, approached Daemon to demand an explanation, it was clear that he was the overseer of the training. Daemon's retort was that he was merely disturbed during his rightful rest. This infuriated Vaemon, prompting him to challenge Daemon to a duel. Fortunately, his subordinates intervened just in time to prevent Caraxes from unleashing its fiery wrath, though Vaemon still emerged singed and covered in ash. The princess's fleet conducting training here is entirely lawful. Daemon's intent was merely to vex his brother, not to instigate a serious conflict, and thus he refrained from taking further action against them. Rhaenyra later corresponded with Daemon, though it appeared to be an unpleasant exchange. A roar resounded, deafening all in its wake. The colossal dragon of the sky resembles a shifting mountain range, its expansive wings casting shadows that obscure the sunlight above. Each golden scale glistens like a formidable shield, and its mere passage engenders an instant of darkness. The inhabitants of the island collectively gaze upward, awestruck by the immense figure that blots out the sun, an indescribable sense of oppression surging over them like a tidal wave, nearly suffocating them. Is this Balerion? Was he not dead? Someone gulped nervously, cautiously conferring with a companion. It is Syrax, you fool. The black dread is not that large. A voice, tinged with pride, recognized the dragon. Silence. I see the princess atop it. By the seven, is it truly Syrax? The people on Dragonstone were engulfed in profound shock. They could already envision the terrifying inferno that Syrax would unleash. Who would dare confront such a dragon? Most of the gathered crowd hailed from King's Landing, familiar yet unfamiliar with the dragon's presence. They had seen Syrax overhead before. It was nothing extraordinary, but it was not of such immense size. Daemon, facing a direct onslaught from Syrax, instinctively chose to evade, acutely aware of the overwhelming disparity in power and uncertain of his adversary's identity. He suppressed the fierce intentions of Caraxes, known for his ferocity, opting instead to dive and maneuver away from Syrax's path, leveraging his agility. Rhaenyra, guiding Syrax to land beneath the defensive wall, compelled Daemon to observe cautiously from the air for a while before recognizing her. He then commanded Caraxes to approach Rhaenyra, keeping a safe distance as Bloodworm perched atop a nearby hill. As Daemon approached Syrax, his astonishment was palpable. He perceived the dragon to be nearly the same size as the Black Dread from his memories, having witnessed the 208-year-old Balerian's demise in his youth. Uncle, what brings you here? Rhaenyra asked, descending from the saddle, which originally belonged to Balerion. Upon receiving a message from a raven indicating that Daemon was toying with her sailors, she had hurried over, eager for an explanation. What has Syrax consumed to grow so large? Daemon pondered, perplexed. He had his own intelligence sources and had received reports claiming that Syrax, now over 50, surpassed Balerion in size. Daemon found such a notion preposterous, suspecting that the informant lacked experience. Drawing closer to Syrax, Daemon extended his hand, attempting to stroke the dragon to confirm its identity. The creature, somewhat wary, lifted its head, focusing intently on the man before it. Although Syrax did not roar at him, its golden eyes glimmered with hostility. Quiet, Rhaenyra soothed. Uncle, please do not provoke my Syrax. It is fiercely protective of me. My father appointed me as the princess of Dragonstone, and you are residing in my castle. Uncle, you have yet to disclose your purpose on my Dragonstone. Rhaenyra remarked with a playful smile. When you come of age, it shall be yours, Daemon remarked, inciting my ire. This place is far too dull. One can only seek amusement at random. Daemon shrugged nonchalantly. Uncle, if you seek merriment, I can accompany you. He recalled the scene moments ago, being chased by the colossal beast in the sky, and chose to remain silent. I am here. And this is the reason for your disinheritance. If you wish to restore your title as heir, your adversary stands before you. Syrax keenly sensed the emotions swirling within Rhaenyra. Raising his immense head, quietly gathering strength. A single battle could conclude matters efficiently. Rhaenyra regarded Daemon with a cold gaze, their eyes locked for an extended moment. Her expression was frosty, piercing through Daemon as their stares clashed like tangible blades in the air, lingering without retreat. You have grown. Daemon turned and mounted Caraxes with agile grace. The dragon let out a fierce roar and unfurled its crimson wings, ascending into the sky in an instant. Gripping the reins mid-air, Daemon called back to Rhaenyra with laughter. I shall no longer partake of your salt and bread. Remember to join me for the feast tonight. His words signified an end to the prior disputes regarding inheritance, as he intended to reside in Dragonstone merely as a guest. She gazed upwards at the receding figure, gently leaning against Syrax's massive head, a subtle smile gracing her lips. A sense of joy filled her heart, the notion that one would rather ignite war than see a woman ascend, solely because of their own inadequacy. Without her father's assistance, Rhaenyra had independently vanquished her rivals for the Iron Throne, filling her with pride. Thus, she became ever more resolute in the belief that strength could usher in a new order, that male primogeniture could not withstand dragonfire. A dragon can live for 2 centuries. And she possessed more than one. Chapter 24. A sudden war. The Stepstones, a series of islands nestled within the narrow sea, stretch from the eastern shores of Dorne to the disputed lands. The Stepstones serve as a haven for pirates. Among these islands, only 2 bear names, Bloodstone Island and Grey Gallows Island. One of the free trade city-states, Tyrosh, is also located in the Stepstones. Due to maritime trade interests between the 2 continents, the free city-states of Myr, Lys, and Tyrosh frequently clashed over the sovereignty of the Stepstones. Subsequently, after the 3 city-states united to form the Kingdom of the Three Daughters, they annexed these islands, eradicating the pirates. Initially, the nobility and wealthy merchants from both continents were pleased with their actions and willingly paid a certain toll. However, Rahas Dal found the venture appealing and transitioned into a pirate. They took to the seas to wreak havoc, stealing, plundering, and infamously feeding sailors to crabs. Hence the moniker crab feeder. After seizing control of the Stepstones, the crab feeders became increasingly avaricious, posing a significant threat to legitimate maritime trade. Under his leadership, the pirates of the Stone Steps archipelago were gradually consolidated. By imposing exorbitant tolls and abducting women and boys to sell in brothels, he amassed considerable wealth, with his ranks swelling to a formidable 2,000 men, establishing himself as a powerful maritime force. Thus, Hadar grew dissatisfied with petty skirmishes and, with the backing of the Kingdom of the Three Daughters, began to target the Valyrian family's heavily protected galleons. Just this afternoon, a fleet laden with goods was seized by Hadar, under the protection of 3 warships. This marked the 4th such incident in 6 months. Prior to Hadar's assault, a scholar aboard had released a raven, and by the time the sea serpent, Corlys, received the news, dusk had fallen. He was filled with immense rage, not only due to the vast wealth being transported back, but also because several members of the Valyrian bloodline were aboard, studying navigation. After a brief discussion, the 2 decided to dispatch forces to eradicate the pirates. Hadar, however, chose not to engage the sea serpent's family on the open waters, for during this era, the Valyrian naval power was unmatched, reigning supreme over the seas. The sea serpent attempted to eliminate this threat alone, but a previous landing operation nearly led to total annihilation, making him considerably more cautious. Subsequently, considering that Hadar's faction lacked substantial vessels, it seemed likely they would only target smaller ships. Given that the losses in wealth were not significant, the sea serpent opted merely to regard them as a lingering threat. Each time his fleet traversed the waters near the Stone Steps archipelago, he would dispatch ships for protection, never anticipating that they would be intercepted, thus humiliating him greatly. In this manner, the crownless queen, Rhaenys, rode her dragon, Malaise, to King's Landing to urge her niece to deploy forces. Meanwhile, Corlys ordered his fleet to set sail immediately, mobilizing over 120 warships, embarking under the cover of night towards the Stone Steps archipelago to blockade the waters, while also notifying his brother, Vaemond, on Dragonstone to prepare. In the Maegor's Holdfast, Rhaenys also maintained a residence as a member of the royal family, occasionally bringing her children to stay. The guards and the King's Guard greeted her, inquiring if there was urgent news to relay to the king. No need, I seek Rhaenyra. The king is of little use, merely convening meetings to dispatch envoys for discussions. She proceeded directly to Rhaenyra's chamber, accompanied by 2 handmaidens awaiting her command. Standing at the door was Ser Criston Cole of the Kingsguard, on night duty. Upon seeing Rhaenys, he understood her purpose. Please hold on. Kristen gently knocked on the door. What is it? Rhaenyra, still awake, was fiddling with a mass of green, sticky substance, which bounced adorably. Her Highness Rhaenys seeks you. My aunt. Rhaenyra hurried to open the door and welcomed her in. After a quarter of an hour of discussion, Rhaenyra grasped the reason for her aunt's late-night visit. She learned of the urgent need to commence the eradication of the pirates and rescue the captured nobles. And after much deliberation, she hesitated, as her sailors had only been in training for half a month, leaving little time to prepare. She represented the Sea Serpent and reiterated the promise made. As long as the Sea Serpent remained the head of House Velaryon, his fleet would recognize her as their sole queen. Rhaenyra found it difficult to refuse and ultimately acquiesced. At the table, she pinned a letter to Harwin Strong, cousin of the late Harwin, who had been among the 400 knights who pledged their loyalty, known for his exceptional swordsmanship. To strengthen ties with House Strong and repay the debt of gratitude owed to Harwin, she appointed him as the captain of her knights. The letter was embossed with the sigil of the dragon and sealed with wax before being entrusted to Rhaenys. However, she pondered whether this plan was indeed prudent. Could her 1,200 knights truly conquer an island that had once resisted 3,000? Lacking experience in warfare, she could only strive to augment her chances of victory. During the burning of the Seven Gods, she had merely sheltered beneath the protective wings of Syrax to save her own life and did not truly engage in battle. Her uncle had mentioned that he could join if necessary. Would Daemon be coming as well? Under what conditions? Rhaenys was taken aback, though not entirely surprised. Perhaps he was simply bored. The dragons would not be of much assistance. Otherwise, she would have incinerated those pirates already. What else could Rhaenyra bring to the table? After all, the promise made by House Velaryon was significant, one that would endure even should the king produce a worthy heir. Wait, I have a secret weapon for you. But it's best if my father remains unaware, Rhaenyra whispered as she leaned closer to her aunt. What is it? Has Belron conjured up a new spell? Rhaenys speculated, aware that Belron often produced peculiar creations in his pursuit of magic. While waiting, she opened the conspicuous box on the table, revealing 3 fluffy green entities resembling airy cakes. Gently prodding one with her finger, it sprouted limbs and began to bounce around playfully, utterly adorable. After a while, these little cakes seemed to tire, becoming immobile despite her attempts to provoke them, prompting Rhaenys to close the box once more. Insects that endlessly spawned eggs, spiders with eyes all over their bodies, and mice sprouting wings were quite the rarity among the nobles of King S Landing, selling for a handsome price as magical creations. In the pitch-black night, Rhaenyra stealthily opened her door, retrieving a bag filled with the shed scales of Belron's dragon from beneath her bed, then quietly exited the room. Belron suddenly opened his eyes, and in the dimly lit room, his amber irises emitted a chilling glow. Since that fateful day of life and death, he had succumbed to a psychological affliction. The scent of blood, cacophonous sounds, and chaotic scenes induced great anxiety within him. His acute senses only exacerbated this condition, a burden he had not shared with anyone, not even Rhaenyra. What is my sister doing? He wondered. Never mind, I shall inquire tomorrow. Sensing no further movement, he lay still and closed his eyes. In the past month, he has been experimenting with the transformation of Dragonkin back into humans, yet success remains elusive. Belron feels somewhat disheartened. Should the restoration of humanity to the Dragonkin prove impossible, he must devise a contingency plan to circumvent the chaos of blood dragons. He contemplates bolstering his sister Rhaenyra's strength, patiently awaiting the day she ascends as queen. In that eventuality, he could claim a territory of his own and wed the daughter of a noble with a legitimate claim to inheritance, thereby inheriting that land and becoming a hereditary count and prince. Perhaps he could even acquire vast domains akin to the Reach, Old Town, the Riverlands, or Storm's End, becoming a duke with fiefdoms to govern. Should Rhaenyra require his presence, he would gladly attend the council in King's Landing. If not, he would embark on a journey around the world with Syrax. The resurrected dragon not only grows in size, but also accommodates him upon its back. He might even postpone riding Syrax until after Vhagar passes away. He envisions exploring distant lands such as Ashai and the Shadowlands, delving into the unknown, and perhaps becoming the Columbus of this world. As for the Greens, they pose little threat. The number of Dragonkin in the Dragon's Lair continues to swell. Rhaenyra is acquiring the corpses of the recently deceased in King's Landing at a high price, resulting in over 100 yellow-scale Dragonkin being born each month. In 20 years, who could withstand the legion of Dragonkin? Unless the Seven Kingdoms lose their senses and rally behind the Greens. For now, the strategy is to bide time, unraveling the secrets of the strange space, as Queen Alicent has yet to be crowned. There remains ample time. After a while, Rhaenyra returned to her chamber, carrying a sack, which she handed to her aunt. Rhaenys received it and opened the bag, revealing an assortment of black dragon scales, each the size of a fingernail. What is this? It belongs to Baelon. He sheds his scales weekly. There are 400 pieces here. We can equip our soldiers with them. What purpose do they serve? Are we to use them as mosquito repellent? Rhaenys inquired, puzzled. She possessed a few herself, having received some from Lana when he visited Baelon, though Rhaenys had not received any from Lanino. Indeed, they proved effective in repelling insects. She had tried the scales of Melia's, yet they lacked such remarkable properties. Are you aware of the dragonkin in the dragon's lair? I have placed 200 dragonkin on Dragonstone. I am well acquainted with how you lost last time. This time, those burrowing pirates are doomed. Rhaenyra exuded confidence, determined to minimize losses among her knights. Her father had previously imparted lessons on political balance. Intending to use these pirates to systematically weaken House Velaryon to a certain extent, they had amassed too much wealth. Rhaenyra suddenly grasped some of her father's previously incomprehensible decrees. As his daughter, it was difficult to accept that she might injure herself for the benefit of House Velaryon. After all, the Velaryons possessed a fleet and dragons, their bloodline equally ancient. While they might not usurp the throne, they represented a significant threat to the realm. Are those dragonkin truly formidable? Rhaenys gazed at her niece, aware that Baelon had created magical dragonkin, though the specific details eluded her. She pondered for a moment. This is not a matter of strength, it pertains to combat skills. A straightforward approach is rather mediocre. However, their physical prowess is formidable. Ordinary arrows cannot pierce them at close range. I once had one engage with the King's Guard. Can you guess who emerged victorious? The dragonfolk? Rhaenys speculated. Ha ha ha, it wasn't exactly a victory. The dragonfolk's scales cover their entire bodies and are exceedingly tough, rendering the King's Guard's swords ineffective. Ultimately, it took 3 members of the King's Guard in succession to exhaust its stamina. Was it only through fatigue that they managed to slay it? That is indeed impressive, Rhaenys nodded, asserting that the best strategy against such pirates is to retreat into caves and engage them there. Soldiers require not only immense strength, but also courage. These dragonfolk likely have no concept of death, Rhaenys contemplated. Each member of the King's Guard is undoubtedly an elite among knights, and needing 3 knights to defeat one demonstrates their true strength. As for the dragonlings, Rhaenys elucidated. Although the dragonfolk are powerful, they are rather foolish and often cannot distinguish between friend and foe in battle. Will bringing this prevent them from attacking? Rhaenys began to grasp the situation. Yes, but not necessarily. However, I have arranged for those who can discern the scent of the dragonlings to be stationed at Dragonstone, while those in the dragon lair are still being tamed. Rhaenys added reassuringly, rest assured, those with Targaryen blood will not be attacked. I can guarantee that. Chapter 25. The burning of the Mill Navy on the surface of the sea. Charred ship hulls floated sporadically, rising and falling with the waves like the grotesque bones of monstrous black beasts, serving as ominous beacons for the advancing warships. After a thorough search and recovery operation, they ultimately retrieved a single unconscious castaway, sprawled upon a piece of timber. This naked castaway, with bronze skin, was a member of House Velaryon. When the sailors hoisted him onto the deck with a net, they discovered that the timber upon which he clung bore several ship nails. While his hands had been reduced to mangled flesh, his body marred by gnawing wounds. The horror of his injuries elicited gasps from the onlookers. Yet they were astonished to see his chest still rising and falling. Despite such grievous wounds, he was miraculously alive, seemingly blessed by the gods to survive such calamity. That wretched crab feeder deserves to go to hell, someone shouted in fury. At that moment, it dawned on everyone that the timber had been meant to secure captives, making it easier for crabs along the shore to feast upon them, and somehow it had been swept out to sea by the tide. The sea serpent, Corlys, personally came to inquire about the specifics of the naval battle, questioning how a fleet protected by 5 warships could have been annihilated by the forces of Daemon. Could those small boats possibly approach the warships? Through the fragmented recounting of the castaway, Corlys finally grasped the fate of his fleet. A merchant fleet from the Kingdom of Myr, under the guise of trading with King S. Landing, had joined the Velaryon fleet, believing they were merely transporting grain. They thought it a simple matter to allow them to follow, albeit with strict orders not to approach too closely. 2 days later, as a large-scale pirate ambush struck the waters near Bloodstone Island, merchant vessels sought refuge by approaching the warships. Suddenly, a multitude of sailors and hired mercenaries emerged from these ships, engaging in close-quarter combat. The sea serpent understood that such grievous injuries could not be healed by the scholars accompanying the fleet. Something had to be done. The Lord seemed to want to extend his decayed hand, devoid of strength, struggling to utter words. Corlys hurriedly leaned closer to his lips, straining to listen. God's voice, although extremely faint, was remarkably clear at that moment. Revenge, revenge, he gasped, as if expending his last ounce of strength. His once violently heaving chest fell eerily silent, devoid of any further movement. Shameful. This is a declaration of war. Corlys gritted his teeth, his anger intensifying. I shall reduce that crab-feeder to ashes. Previously, the kingdom of the third daughter had covertly supported this band of pirates, a fact not made public. Viserys, in response to Corlys, indicated that he would send envoys to negotiate, as conclusive evidence was lacking. Now, with the kingdom's fleet launching an assault and slaughtering everyone aboard to eliminate traces, such actions stripped away any semblance of modesty. Very well, Corlys suddenly chuckled. He dispatched a raven to King's Landing to report the matter. As the Minister of Naval Affairs, he commanded the surrounding Valyrian officers and captains, commence operations immediately. Any fleet belonging to the kingdom of the third daughter encountered here is to be sunk without exception. Bloodstone Island, the largest of the Stone Steps archipelago, is located at the northwestern corner of the Isles, north of Grey Gallows. The island is riddled with numerous natural caverns, providing an ideal hiding place for pirates. A formidable armada of 10 main battleships was accompanied by numerous smaller vessels, anchoring in the deep waters off Bloodstone Island. Some displayed the flag of the Kingdom of Mill, while others bore the skull insignia of pirates, and a few showcased silver seahorses. This fleet represented 1/3 of Mill's naval strength, easily achieving victory in their final assault on the Valyrian ships. Numerous flat-bottomed boats traversed between the shore of Bloodstone Island and the fleet, transporting supplies, while the area was strewn with treacherous rocks, making it perilous for larger ships to approach too closely. The wooden stakes along the beach were remnants of men's bones, as pirates dragged the Valyrian merchant vessels ashore to scavenge their spoils. This bounty was indeed substantial. After delivering the provisions to Hadar and promising to bring 10 ships of grain from Lys each month henceforth, Mill's fleet commander, Cosmo, distributed a significant portion of the loot from this raid, a windfall that would greatly augment his family's wealth. Under his orders, the fleet was to remain in this maritime expanse until dawn. Though Cosmo's crew had been loading for 2 days and nights, even as the sun illuminated the sea, he still found himself unable to complete the task of gathering the spoils from the raid. A sense of foreboding lingered in his mind. Having lingered in this area for 2 days, he was eager to command the fleet to depart swiftly from these waters. Hurry quickly, Cosmo shouted loudly, his voice tinged with urgency. On the shore, a small pile of exquisite porcelain remained. He incessantly urged his crew to hasten, to load the final pieces of porcelain onto the ship. Each of them, breathless, quickened their pace, dreaming of the wealth that would afford them indulgence in Mill for 3 days and nights. Cosmo recalled the governor's admonition. They must return within 2 days following a successful raid, for Valerian's fleet could traverse the distance from Tidal Isle to Step Isle in that time. Suddenly, the alarm sounded from the lookout ships, a piercing whistle slicing through the cacophony of the sea, shattering Cosmo's reverie like an arrow piercing a dream. Could it be mere coincidence? A chill gripped his heart, as if struck by thunder. Who were the assailants? How far away? He hurriedly approached the messenger, a panting sailor, and grasped him tightly, his voice trembling with a hint of hope. It is the Sea Serpent fleet, all warships, 8 nautical miles distant upon our discovery. As the sailor's words settled in, the last flicker of hope within Cosmo dissipated like a fragile bubble, cold dread creeping up his spine. In a bid to carry more cargo, he had sold half of the ship's weaponry to Dahar, significantly diminishing their combat strength. Faced with this unexpected assault, he felt momentarily dazed. Yet, there was still time. He paced the deck, pondering his course of action. Leaning against the ship's mast, his face contorted in turmoil, he took a long breath, finally resolving to act. As the commander of the Mill Kingdom's fleet, he still possessed acumen. Engaging in battle was futile, escape was impossible. Without hesitation, he ordered the dismantling of the large crossbows from the ship. Valerian did possess dragons, after all. He directed the small boats to transport all available weapons, medicines, and gold back to Bloodstone Isle, dispatching every skiff to seek aid from Mill. In a desperate measure, he commanded the incineration of all vessels, including the warship. They were laden with too much cargo to be suitable for combat, their draft too deep to flee, and even casting them into the sea would be far too late. Time sped by. Cosmo glimpsed the formidable warship adorned with seahorses charging towards them and immediately ordered a halt to the loading. After distancing himself from the main ship, he personally ignited the oil-soaked timber. With a resounding roar, fiery tongues of orange sprang to life, weaving through the seams of the ship's hull, masts, and rigging, voraciously climbing and spreading until the entire vessel was engulfed in flames. Looking out across the harbor, over 100 wooden ships succumbed to the inferno. Flames leapt and danced, intertwining and merging into a tumultuous wave of fire. As the sea wind howled, the blaze surged fiercely, its glow reflecting upon the water, transforming the shimmering surface into a flowing river of molten lava, flickering gold and crimson, devouring the remnants of the wooden ships. The oppressive heat washed over the shore, scorching the faces of both pirates and Navy personnel alike. Cosmo stood before Hadar, his gaze fixed vacantly upon the roaring flames, his heart bleeding. This conflagration consumed not merely a warship worth hundreds of thousands of gold dragons, but also his future. Even if he miraculously escapes this time, upon his return, he will inevitably face bankruptcy, bearing an insurmountable debt that will render him a slave. It is truly absurd that a fleet commander of a kingdom, consumed by greed, has led his family to ruin. Dahar tilted his head with a smile towards Cosmo, his countenance appearing eerily peculiar beneath the strange mask and the tapestry of scars adorning his skin. "You will soon join the ranks of the groundhogs," his voice rasped. Cosmo had previously mocked them, deeming them not pirates, but mere rodents. Were it not for necessity, he would never engage in conversation with such a psychologically troubled individual. Yet he recalled that Clahas Dahar had once been an admiral. He suppressed his disdain and replied with haughty indifference, "Perhaps being a pirate is not so bad. At least one does not become a slave." Chapter 26. Daemon's assistant Clueless stood at the bow of the ship, gazing at the vessels engulfed in flames. Capturing Milna's ambushing fleet would indeed be splendid, yet his heart was heavy. If given the choice, he would prefer to wage war against them upon the sea. Dragonstone Island was already home to thousands of pirates, who found it nearly impossible to conquer due to its geography. Now, with the addition of Milna's regular navy, if they continued to hold their ground, Clueless would be at a loss. On Bloodstone Island, the distinction between pirates and navy was stark, as they observed from their elevated position the 60 warships approaching in the distance. Some sailors noted a small dot above them that appeared to be falling, growing larger as it neared. "What is that?" Suddenly, a roar reminiscent of a primordial beast echoed through the sky. The entire Bloodstone Island fell silent. All activity ceased. High atop Bloodstone Island, Hadar noticed that the Dragon Queen had already retreated into a cave, while Comas, who had been observing the Sea Serpent fleet, hastily sounded the battle horn. His forces numbered 3 times that of Hadar's, and he believed he would lead the charge against Milna's navy and the Sea Serpent fleet. "Dragon!" The cry of terror from the pirates sent the swiftest among them scrambling for the nearest cave, haunted by vivid memories of being pursued by the crownless Queen Rhaenys with Melius. The sailors stood momentarily stunned, for it was their first encounter with a dragon. Some followed the pirates into the cave, while others rushed towards their fleet commander, Comas. More still made their way to the coastal cliffs, where dismantled scorpion crossbows lay, which might deter the dragons soaring above. Scattered atop the cliffs were Milna's navy, leisurely aiming their scorpion crossbows at the colossal dragon still circling above. Should it dare to descend, countless arrows would rain down upon it. "Dare to descend, and you shall taste our might." The sailors fixed their anxious gazes upon the sky, the presence of the crossbows emboldening them in the face of the dragon. Comas observed the unfolding battle at the cave's entrance. The creature was a strange, long-necked dragon, Daemon's Corlax. In the sky, Daemon had yet to close the distance for his fiery breath, while a barrage of arrows, including the longer-range steel bolts from the scorpion crossbows, flew towards him, forcing him to evade continuously. Daemon's relentless assaults were consistently interrupted by arrows, several of which pierced the left wing membrane of Caraxio, exacerbating his irritation. During a brief lull between the scorpion crossbow volleys, Daemon disregarded the ordinary arrows fired from the crossbows, braving the hail of projectiles as he seized the opportunity to dive low towards the most densely populated area. He issued a chilling command to Caraxio. The transformation occurred so swiftly that many were unprepared and unable to react. In an instant, Caraxio loomed above them, the acrid scent of sulfur and smoke wafting dangerously close, inciting panic as they abandoned their crossbow bolts and sought refuge. Many thought to themselves that this was the scent of the dragon, yet it became their final contemplation. Boom! Flames erupted. The culmination of the firestorm descended, incinerating sailors who faced the dragon's breath, their bodies ignited and engulfed. Those caught in the dragon's fiery wave were either hurled off the cliff alongside their scorpion crossbows or rolled on the ground, desperately attempting to extinguish the flames consuming their garments. The cliffs bore blackened ravines, scarred by the passage of the fire. Caraxio, having long awaited this moment, finally unleashed torrents of flame, as if plowing his own fields like an old ox. This audacious attack, witnessed by all, delivered a considerable psychological blow to the other sailors manning the Scorpion crossbows. Yet, being part of the disciplined Mill Navy, they quickly regained their composure and readied their weapons once more. Karakshiu reveled in the destruction for less than 10 instances before arrows once again rained upon him from various directions. The sailors, learning swiftly in the face of death, took aim with their short crossbows directly at Daemon, while the Scorpion crossbows fired and then sought cover. Daemon, at times unable to locate his foes in the air, narrowly avoided being struck by arrows. Whenever he attempted to obliterate a discovered Scorpion crossbow, arrows would emerge from other directions to assail him. "Come out, Dahar, you coward!" Daemon bellowed the name of the pirate leader in frustration, unaware that the Mill Navy had also arrived on the island. The attire of the pirates bore little distinction from that of the Navy, often leading to the sailors of the Three Daughters Kingdom seamlessly switching between identities. Left with no choice, Daemon mounted his dragon, incinerating the scattered pirates in a fit of rage, pursuing them with streams of dragon fire. Why did they not attack earlier? Daemon descended upon the adjacent Isle of Bloodstone, clad in black helm and armor, striding purposefully forward, his disheveled hair reflecting his disarray. Numerous sailors had already begun to establish camp. The Sea Serpent and several officers appeared to be awaiting his arrival, with a wooden carving of the defensive layout of Bloodstone Island spread out on the table before them. For Crab Claws represented 4,000 men, while Colus's side boasted only 8 seahorses and a single dragon. 10 warships flashed with fire, simultaneously launching their first cannonballs, the searing fireballs slicing through the sky, hurtling towards the main island. Following closely, more fireballs were hurled toward the main island in rapid succession, filling the sky with flames and producing a deafening roar. All eyes were fixed upon the main island. However, the damage inflicted by the thrown fireballs upon the enemy was minimal, serving merely as a cathartic release. "You are excessively reckless. Battles are not waged in such a manner." As soon as Corlys finished speaking, a warship was struck by a fireball launched from a catapult on the island. The flames were quickly extinguished by the sailors, resulting in only slight damage to the deck, leaving the vessel largely unscathed. "Oh, how shall we proceed then?" Daemon inquired, glancing towards the sea snake, for he was not the commander of this engagement. Daemon had come because Rhaenyra promised that, upon her ascension to the throne, she would grant him the stepstones as his domain, allowing him to collect tolls in the name of the crown, much like the Fry family had prospered by charging tolls on a bridge. The sea snake concurred with this strategy. The Valerians occupying the stepstones would not find favor with any faction, nor did Rhaenyra support it. Their family regarded the land with disdain, considering it a barren wasteland, often inundated at high tide. Yet, it held immense significance for the Valerians, as 2 of the 4 vital trade routes passed through this territory. You see, they possess catapults on land, which are far more powerful and accurate than those aboard ships. Corlys had not yet mentioned that the warships were densely arranged, and he had not anticipated the presence of catapults on the island. The crab feeder had established a stronghold here, with archers positioned at elevated points and infantry concealed behind dunes, ready to strike. Once we capture the high ground, they will retreat to their caves, only to emerge at night to launch further attacks. To compound our difficulties, the Navy of Myr has now joined the fray. Corlys elucidated the challenges of the conflict. "You have vanquished the Navy of Myr?" Daemon remarked, recalling the sight of the blazing ships bearing the insignia of the Myrish city-state. "I hope so. They are burning their own vessels, laden with the wealth of House Valerion. Thus, they now number 4,000 on the island," Corlys lamented, recognizing the growing difficulty of their adversaries. "Cannot we starve these scoundrels? They are well prepared, with supplies sufficient for at least 6 months, and we cannot blockade this place. The fleet of the Triarchs will arrive before long. Then, my lord Sea Snake, what course of action do you propose?" Daemon could discern no viable solution from Corlys. In the distance, a warship was struck by a catapult, igniting its fuel and resulting in an explosion. Corlys observed for a moment before ordering the ship to withdraw. Ceasing its futile efforts, the catapults on the island were concealed behind the rocks, making the engagement excessively disadvantageous. "I am waiting, my prince. My soldiers are merely sailors, and we cannot muster even 1,000 suits of armor. We have no advantage on land. We must either lure them out or infiltrate their stronghold. And this war cannot be prolonged. If we await the arrival of the Triarchy's fleet for aid, the situation will become even more dire. My lord, which knight would willingly venture into those caves to meet a grim fate? Look at them. Which knight would dare assault that cursed place?" "He must be mad," Daemon retorted, his tone dripping with sarcasm. for he did not believe these pirates would be foolish enough to emerge for a decisive battle. Corlys remained silent. Rhaenyra's knights, perhaps? Daemon suddenly realized. Well, at least they would be willing to fight for their queen here. Let us wait for 2 days. This time, there shall be no blessings from the 7. With that, he turned to leave. Caraxi had been struck in the wing by a scorpion crossbow during the recent battle, and arrows still adorned his body. In this desolate place, devoid of any dragon lair keepers to assist him, Daemon had no choice but to remove them himself. Chapter 27. Dragonborn. The summer sun shone warmly and brightly. 3 days later, the reinforcements awaited by the sea serpent, Corlys, arrived on a windless morning. As the sea lay tranquil, 10 large cargo sailing ships, emblazoned with the sigil of the fire-breathing dragon and escorted by the royal fleet of Valyrian, slowly approached. Shortly thereafter, the uncrowned Queen Rhaenys rode into the encampment on Melius. After a tender reunion with her husband Corlys, she conveyed the news of the reinforcements and the magical creatures she had brought along. Corlys was taken aback upon confirming the actual combat prowess of the Dragonborn. He hastily summoned the officers to witness them, hoping to bolster their spirits. After all, only months prior, they had been thwarted by the Hadar on the island, leaving many officers in a state of gloom regarding the war's prospects. However, with thoughts of utilizing the Princess Knights and the Cavern's foes as a means of attrition, he soon devised a plan, recognizing the limitations of his sailors, who were ill-suited for land combat. After lunch, he began to summon the high-ranking officials to discuss the battle strategy. Harrison, the commander of the Princess Knights, along with Rhaenys, Waymond, and Daemon, gathered in the tent. As the supreme commander, Corlys spoke first, with a wooden model and a topographical map of Bloodstone Island laid before them. With the reinforcements, I propose the following deployment. The fleet will temporarily destroy the island's catapults to prevent their interference with the landing. Corlys indicated the 4 warship models surrounding Bloodstone Island. Daemon would hold the crossbowmen on the cliffs at bay. A wooden carving symbolizing a dragon was placed at a strategic location on the map. I shall join as well. Rhaenys interjected, placing another dragon figurine onto the battlefield. Seeing the resolute gaze of his wife, Corlys hesitated momentarily, but ultimately chose to honor her wishes. Very well. With 2 dragons to hold the line, Sir Harrison will lead the Princess Knights to drive these wretches back into their lair. Corlys affixed the seahorse and fire dragon emblems onto the map. The sea serpent produced a black dragon scale from his pocket and laid it before the assembly, a profound smile gracing his features. Then let the remainder of the battle be entrusted to them. Except for Daemon, who was perplexed. The others nodded or smiled in agreement with the plan. They subsequently discussed various tactical details, which were swiftly approved. And what follows after we drive them back into their lair? Daemon approached Corlys, unable to contain his curiosity. Surely, you do not expect the dragon fire to breach the cavern? As his words echoed, all eyes turned to him with an odd expression. Did he miss something? Daemon pondered. Waymund recalled that he had not seen his presence during the visit. He spoke. Prince, you might have missed the dragon men brought aboard the ship. After the meeting concludes, I recommend you take a look. These dragon men were incorporated into the princess's knight order, with each dragon man guarded by 2 soldiers. Were it not for the iron chains binding them and the knights bearing dragon scales that instilled a sense of caution in the dragon men, it is likely that the princess's knight order would have already erupted into civil strife. The soldiers on watch noted that the farther the dragon men strayed from Dragonstone Island, the more savage and bloodthirsty they became, baring their dense teeth as a threat to the knights. The visiting officers were exceedingly pleased. The more terrifying, the better, as they aimed to instill fear in these hellish pirates. The addition of these dragon men significantly bolstered the morale of the Sea Serpent's army. They had previously endured great hardships against Hadar, who had cowered in its cave. Now, a creature more fearsome than the crab feeders was to confront this band of pirates, await their terror. According to the knights guarding them, for reasons unknown, the dragon scales had lost their efficacy. Thus far, due to a moment of negligence, 12 knights had been devoured, leaving only shattered armor and scattered bones upon discovery. The knights' accounts caused the visiting officers to subconsciously grip the dragon scales in their possession, despite the sailors aboard the ship asserting that this item was now ineffective against the dragon men. For the sea serpent, this was certainly not a source of terror. He had once sailed far and seen creatures at the shadowy edges of the city walls of Ashar, far more horrific than this. Upon seeing the dragon men, Corlys immediately conceived a strategy to deal with the enemies on the island. Since the dragon scales had lost their effectiveness, they would be driven back into their cave, where the dragon men would be confined and the entrance sealed. According to those who tended to the dragon men, their stomachs were like bottomless pits. No matter how many cattle and sheep they were fed, they could never be satiated. They would not emerge until these pirates had been thoroughly consumed. The rest will be handled by the dragon men, Corlys stated casually. After the fleet's catapults ceased their bombardment, they would commence the attack. If there are no further objections, let us prepare. The sea serpent concluded the pre-battle briefing, having little more to say. Drive the pirates into the cave, and let the dragon men feast upon them. I anticipate hearing the wails throughout the night. Laughter erupted among the assembly, while Daemon remained perplexed, pondering what these dragon men were, feeling somewhat awkward at the moment. Well, if it is merely this, I have no objections. He feigned nonchalance as he exited the tent, easily locating the cargo ship adorned with the fiery dragon insignia at the cliff's edge. The sea serpent had indeed sent word for a visit, but he had been preoccupied with feeding Corrick and had not paid much attention. Following the makeshift path cleared by the soldiers, Daemon leaped onto the deck. The sudden noise drew the attention of some knights aboard the ship. Two immediately ceased their conversation and rushed to Daemon's side, one saluting with a fist to his chest, a gesture of the golden robes, or perhaps one he had created. Daemon looked at him in confusion, although he was still the commander of King's Landing's garrison. The dragon insignia of Syrax on these knights was unmistakable. They belonged to Rhaenyra's order. Commander, my brother and I joined the Princess Knight Order after the incident with the 7 dragons, yet you remain my commander in my heart, the tall knight earnestly expressed. Daemon, somewhat puzzled, inquired, "Oh, then why have you stopped working? Is it because of the lack of salary from Vesperi? Vesperi, the current chancellor, is responsible for the remuneration. Under his reforms, the treatment established for the city's garrison is deemed first-rate in King's Landing, with standard equipment fully supplied. That is not the case." The tall knight pondered for a moment, a hint of awkwardness in his smile. "The princess bestows too much upon me. I have 7 children. And what about you?" Daemon nodded, turning to the silver-haired sailor who had remained silent. He bore the blood of House Targaryen, and Daemon noted the numerous silver-haired features aboard the ship. "My brother brought me along. He takes me wherever he goes," the silver-haired sailor replied, his voice youthful yet assertive. "That's no way to speak to the commander." The tall knight scolded, playfully tapping the boy on the head. "This is my brother, Beckon. Let us converse as we walk." The tall knight recognized Daemon had many questions. Nudging Beckon to lead the way, "You've come to see those dragon folk, haven't you? Later, Beckon will introduce you. He knows a great deal." Currently, the Princess Knight Order comprises 200 members, with nearly 3,000 sailors and 10 warships, although they have not arrived here, as the number of warships present is already ample. Daemon listened intently, pondering how much benefit Rhaenyra must have garnered from the sea snake to support such a multitude. "This is Prince Daemon," the tall knight announced to the 2 silver-haired sailors guarding the cargo hold door. Although they did not recognize Daemon, they were familiar with the 3-headed dragon emblem of House Targaryen, which adorned Princess Rhaenyra, to whom they had sworn allegiance. "Please hold for a moment, Your Highness." "It will take a little time," one sailor said, expertly unfastening the iron chains on the specially designed door. Each chain formed of iron rings the size of 2 fingers. Daemon caught a whiff of a familiar scent, the distinct sulfur and smoke characteristic of dragons. Why are there so many bastards from various families? Daemon had long wished to ask, noting that every sailor he encountered along the way was silver-haired, at least 5 in number. "Commander, the abundance of silver-haired individuals aboard is primarily for our protection," the tall knight clarified. "This we referred to those lacking the Targaryen bloodline. Each member of the Knight Order possesses dragon scales for protection, but these merely prevent them from initiating attacks. Should they provoke with dragon scales, they would still face dire consequences." The tall knight showcased an object that hung from his neck, revealing a black dragon scale, punctured and threaded with a fine chain. About the size of a fingernail. From surface to core, it was eternally a metallic charcoal black. Daemon recalled this as a trait of his nephew Baelon's scales. If he had not held it 6 months prior, he would not have believed that his brother could sire a dragon. "Is this the only type of dragon scale?" Daemon asked. "Not at all. The princess has experimented. Besides Prince Baelon's, there are also those from Syrax, though the yellow scales are rather large and difficult to handle." The tall knight spoke as the 2 sailors had already unfastened the iron chains. As the silver-haired sailor pushed open the door crafted from ebony, the pungent scent of sulfur from the dragon intensified. "Allow my brother Beckon to guide you from here. I lack your noble lineage, and entering would be perilous." The tall knight refrained from following, waiting outside for the 2 to emerge. Through the doorway, light streamed in, and Daemon observed a rusted iron pillar tethering something within. The space inside felt vast and cavernous. "Your Highness, please follow me," he said. Daemon accepted the torch handed to him, and Beckon led the way, elaborating as they walked. "The creature secured here, we refer to as the Dragon Man, a name bestowed by the princess. Its yellow scales are derived from the Syrax. Before we set out, there were 20 dragon men locked away, and the princess specifically instructed us to select the more docile ones. However, since departing from Dragonstone Island half a day ago, all the dragon men have descended into madness. Consequently, we have lost a day's journey. We should have arrived yesterday. Daemon followed closely behind, the interior dimly lit. The sound of his boots striking the ground reverberated heavily. The walls of the storeroom, constructed from resilient wood. Scattered across the floor were dark brown stains, reminiscent of congealed blood. Numerous bones lay strewn about. Daemon kicked at them, noting that most were sheep bones, alongside a few resembling those of the dragon men. Did they turn on each other? Iron pillars stood at intervals of 10, each securing a single creature. Daemon approached one with the torch for a closer look. The beast bore a grotesque amalgamation of human and dragon traits, its body covered in rough yellow scales, a robust tail trailing behind. Its facial features were human-like yet grotesquely distorted, with sunken eyes that undeniably reflected the essence of the Syrax, appearing to be in a slumber against the iron pillar. Suddenly, the dragon man seemed to awaken, its golden slit-like pupils igniting in the darkness. It sprang to its feet with a speed that far surpassed that of any human, towering over Daemon with a chilling gaze. Clang! Daemon was startled, quickly drawing his ancestral sword, Blackfire, in defense. "It is nothing to fear, Your Highness," a normal reaction. To demonstrate, Beckon approached and kicked the dragon man twice. The creature remained unresponsive, its gaze still fixed on Daemon, creating an unsettling atmosphere. "Are you not afraid?" Daemon inquired, casting a wary glance at Beckon, still poised with his sword. "Who would not fear a monster?" "Initially, I was terrified, but I grew accustomed to it," Beckon explained. Stepping closer. "The dragon men do not attack those with Targaryen blood, you may rest assured on that." Noticing Daemon's continued vigilance, Beckon elaborated. "Do you suspect this is the result of magic?" Daemon sought the perspective of someone frequently in contact with such entities. It likely is. Prince Baelon transformed corpses into dragon men before many witnesses. The tale has spread throughout King's Landing," Beckon added, observing Daemon. "Syrax's vastness was also a product of Prince Baelon's magic. Did the Valyrians bring dragon scales with them?" Daemon suddenly queried, recalling that the Valyrian family was associated with the sea and salt. "Are those the individuals who visited earlier?" Beckon shook his head, expressing uncertainty. They had gone to the largest cargo ship, and he presumed they were merely observing from the outside. "Why?" "After departing from Dragonstone, dragon scales became useless to the dragon folk. I had thought your brother refrained from entering due to fear." Daemon pierced the heart of the dragon folk with black fire, blood oozing forth in a manner reminiscent of a dragon, billowing black smoke. "A born warrior," Daemon remarked, yet the dragon folk remained unresponsive to his assault, their gaze still icy. "My brother is quite formidable, capable of defeating 2 knights in succession." Beckon spoke loudly, brimming with pride. "Ha ha ha, why not at the same time?" Daemon laughed heartily, teasing the child. "Not yet. He dreams of joining the Kingsguard, but alas, he was unseated in the first round of the tournament, losing both his mount and armor to a Westerlander and accruing debt in the process." Beckon appeared somewhat disheartened. They both observed the wound inflicted upon the dragon folk by the black fire, slowly mending, a gradual process that required keen observation to discern. "Can they heal themselves?" Daemon murmured. "Your Highness, they possess no sensation, no heart, and recover swiftly. If given meat, their recovery accelerates." "How swiftly?" "I witnessed a dragon folk regrow a leg with my own eyes." Beckon responded earnestly to the inquiry. "Hiss." Daemon inhaled sharply, astonished. At last, the reason behind the confidence in the council became clear. Releasing dragon folk within the dark caverns must be terrifying for those pirates, nearly impossible to slay, and they might even resort to cannibalism, waging war through consumption. "Do they have any weaknesses?" Daemon sheathed his black fire, casually inquiring. Beckon hesitated. Daemon was surprised that he even knew. "You are aware of such confidential information?" "Your Highness, that's not the point. As long as you don't attribute it to me, it's a public secret known to the sailors aboard. The dragon folk are too heavy, they would drown in the water." "What kind of weakness is that?" The two ventured deeper until they reached the end, where they spotted 2 dragon folk curled in a corner. Daemon recalled noticing 2 iron pillars earlier that were unbound. They were surprisingly here. "Are you not concerned that the dragon folk might escape?" Daemon queried. "Mainly, we believe it unnecessary. In dark environments, they enter a state of hibernation, combined with the presence of Targaryen blood guarding the cargo hold." Exiting the cargo hold, Daemon observed Beckon and the other silver-haired sailors fitting the dragon folk with collars, listening to the knights' plans to transport them to the island in the afternoon. In the distance, flames erupted from the main island of Bloodstone, raging uncontrollably. Thick black smoke billowing skyward. The Valerian fleet, consisting of 60 warships, had encircled Bloodstone Island, methodically spreading out to launch burning stones and fire jars at the small island. Both sides exchanged incendiary projectiles, while Corlys committed all his ships to swiftly demolish the island's catapults. Utilizing the terrain, the island retaliated with its catapults, as boulders and fire jars occasionally struck the fleet on the sea. Under the relentless and overwhelming assault of the fleet, the island's catapults fell silent one after another amidst the flames. Soon, the catapults on the island were completely extinguished, forcing their operators to seek refuge in the caves from the incoming fireballs. It was our turn. Daemon gripped the reins tightly as the colossal wings of his mount, Corlaxit, unfurled, lifting him into the air. In the distance, the Red Queen Melias had already begun to unleash flames along the coastline, clearing the way for the Princess Knight Order's landing. Chapter 28. The Island Assault. As we drew closer to Bloodstone Island, the air grew increasingly arid, particularly after experiencing a rain of fire. Over time, the merchant vessels lingering beyond the battlefield began to approach, deploying numerous flat-bottomed boats due to the shallow waters ahead, which prevented larger ships from nearing the shore. Were reinforcements finally arriving, granting them the audacity to engage in battle on the island? The news that Corlys had begun to send forces to land was a source of great joy for Moors. The sea serpent would pay for his miscalculations. He was unconcerned. It merely meant replacing sailors with knights in battle. The terrain here was challenging for anyone, and if they faltered, he could always retreat into the caves and launch a night ambush. Before long, these knights would be unable to endure and would retreat, just as had occurred with Hadar's tactics. As for the fire-breathing dragon insignia on the merchant ships, he was unfamiliar with it, not merely because the Princess Knight Order had been established for only a month. The crew on those ships had been at sea for months, rendering them even more isolated from external information. To prepare for the impending land battle, he remained vigilant. After 3 days of rest, the damaged scorpion crossbows had all been repaired, supplemented by weapons forcibly reclaimed from Hadar. Daemon and Rhaenys circled in the air, yet they failed to detect the enemy. They had concealed themselves more effectively, repeatedly ambushed by hidden scorpion crossbows. Fortunately, the pair flew high enough to evade the attacks. A searing pillar of deep red lava-like fire erupted first upon the cliffside, prompting Daemon to target a potential ambush location with his dragon's breath. The dragon fire incinerated the camouflage on the ground, revealing several wailing firemen and exposing the hidden enemy behind them. Ascend Corlaxio. Upon discerning the situation, Daemon's expression shifted dramatically, cold sweat pouring down as he realized he had become the prey and snared in a trap. How many scorpion crossbows did they possess? Daemon had come too close, nearly falling victim to an ambush. Looking down, he spotted a dense cluster of over 30 archers and 5 scorpion crossbows lining the cliff. Losing confidence in his ability to drive away these archers, he commanded Corlaxiu to head towards the coastline, unwilling to take any chances. Daemon joined Rhaenys in a coordinated effort to cover the soldiers landing on the island with both dragons, leaving the archers and crossbows for another opportunity to deal with. Alas, so close, Mors lamented as he stood at the entrance of a 2-meter-high cave, witnessing the failure of his meticulously planned ambush, nearly becoming the slayer of dragons. Perhaps it was the colossal dragon in the sky that drew attention, as the flat-bottomed vessel commanded by Wymond was spared from assault, allowing the sailors to effortlessly establish a base on the island. They occupied the rocky outcrop, where 2,000 sailors erected defenses using the planks they had brought. However, this was only a temporary measure, for by evening, the rising tide would submerge the rocky area, and the enemies on the island deemed it beneath them to establish defenses here. Wymond did not have to wait long. The fully armed order of princess knights gathered at the beach. As their numbers approached 500, Sir Harrison commenced the offensive. In the name of Princess Rhaenyra, advance. Harrison's roar pierced through the sound of the wind, instantly igniting the flames of charge. The knights swiftly transformed into a loose yet orderly wedge formation, each warrior raising their heavy wooden shields adorned with golden dragons. Draw your bows, loose arrows. A sharp command rang out from above the enemy ranks, and the longbows released a beautiful arc as a torrent of arrows soared forth. The shields converged, with 5 or 6 knights forming a small group, their shields creating a half-circle that protected most of their bodies. A few unfortunate knights, unable to regroup with their comrades, fell victim to the rain of arrows, becoming as spiked as their shields. The arrowheads struck the shields, erupting in a crisp cacophony, while several arrows pierced through the gaps in the shields, embedding themselves in the knight's shoulders and arms. Blood blossomed instantly, staining the cold armor, yet the wounded remained steadfast. Occasionally, the scorpions unleashed their fury, the stout bolts carrying astonishing force that shattered the shield formations, sending both men and shields crashing to the ground. However, the knights, having undergone special training, quickly rose to regroup and advanced slowly once more. The two dragons in the sky watched intently. Mors dared not direct all his scorpions at the knights below, for he possessed only 12 machines. Should they be caught in a vulnerable moment and too many destroyed, he would have to face the dragon's fire. Follow me. Wyman led the way, well acquainted with the terrain. He had previously compelled the Hadar back into their caves with the sailors just months prior, at a time when the island's adversaries numbered only 800 and were far less trained. The Order of Princess Knights easily found the main path leading from Bloodstone Island to the Cliff of Steps. Mors had stationed a heavy guard here, with 200 archers and 2 scorpions. The treacherous terrain prevented him from deploying more men effectively. A multitude of stones tumbled down from the mountain, severely injuring the advancing knights, and the path was littered with the fallen and wounded. After several assaults on this steep route, Wyman hastily commanded the Order of Princess Knights to halt. Mere flesh and blood could not withstand the onslaught of boulders. Rhaenys, riding Melius, followed closely behind the Order of Princess Knights along the cliff, seeking opportunities to strike, primarily targeting the scorpions that had lost their threat after firing their arrows. Seeing the attack falter ahead, Rhaenys made a daring move. She pinpointed her position and dove swiftly from the blind spot of the sailors, launching herself from the cliff. "Good girl," she urged, but before reaching her intended spot, Melius unleashed a torrent of dragon fire, leaving a 20-meter-long black mark along the mountainside. Melius is indeed the fastest dragon in flight, augmented by the momentum of its dive. In the blink of an eye, the operator had no time to redirect the scorpion crossbow's aim before being engulfed in dragon fire, perishing alongside the archers in his vicinity. With the threat of one scorpion crossbow eliminated, the remaining one stood defenseless. "I'm done. Whoever wishes to come, let them." The operator, in a state of terror upon realizing he was being targeted by the dragon, watched as his comrades retreated one by one. Ultimately unable to withstand the pressure, he fled, giving Melius the opportunity to incinerate the scorpion crossbow that had been positioned there. Thus, momentarily unthreatened, Melius rained down stones upon the ground while unleashing a torrent of fire. Even Kalakshi noticed the dire situation, as over 200 men crumbled under the flames of the two dragons, their cries echoing through the fields. Although there were no assailants on the main path, the journey remained arduous. "Charge! Crush them!" the knights called in unison, swiftly dispatching the seamen who were rolling on the ground, aflame. Were it not for the enemy's advantageous position, these unarmored seamen would have posed no challenge to the knights, even if doubled in number. Eliminate this rabble. The knights swiftly traversed the main road and reached the hillside, where the seamen, from their elevated position, recklessly rained arrows upon them, necessitating a demonstration of their prowess. The leading knight commander gestured, and over 30 knights surged forward. A group of 20 seamen, armed with bows and scorpion crossbows, obstructed the knights' advance, their powerful arrows sending knights plummeting over the cliff. "Seeking death," the knight commander exclaimed, accelerating to an extreme pace within the final few yards, crashing into the enemy ranks with his shield raised. He rolled on the ground to evade attacks, while the knights behind him surged to the front lines, where the seamen could hardly withstand a direct confrontation with fully armored knights. One by one, archers fell to the long, swords piercing their chests. The knight commander rose, dispatching several foes with deft strikes, and with a mighty blow of his shield, he smashed into the scorpion crossbow, warping the fearsome contraption. The operator, kneeling in surrender, had his head severed on the spot. The seamen in the rear, thrown into disarray, retreated in panic, scattered by the onslaught of this iron tide, and fled towards the cave entrance. "We are warriors of the sea, not to be trifled with by these iron barrels." Consequently, the seamen engaged in combat on other hillsides instinctively withdrew to the nearby cave, while the knights observed from a distance as they dismantled the scorpion crossbow and carried it back inside, until shadows completely enveloped their figures. Hadar, entirely unperturbed, watched the spectacle unfold within the cave, showing no hesitation in his intent to deplete Mor's forces. This scoundrel, relying on his numbers, incessantly demanded food, wine, and arrows. Having only ever pillaged from others and never having endured such indignities himself, he instructed his pirate crew to merely spectate, forbidding them from joining the fray unless the knights foolishly charged in. Chapter 29. A lavish feast. Sir Harrison positioned a cadre of knights, clad in formidable armor and standing as tall as pines, at each discovered entrance. They stood resolutely alongside the stalwart sailors under Waymond's command, their spears held firmly, prepared to thwart any sudden assault from lurking pirates within. "Here they come," someone announced. In the distance, a group of 20 silver-haired sailors emerged, each tethering a dragonkin with iron chains, with each sailor managing at least 3 of these fierce beings, who roared defiantly against their restraints. Before them, a contingent of junior officers guided the sailors towards a larger cavern, leading into the intricate depths of the underworld. A cacophony erupted as the silver-haired sailors struggled to maintain their grip, fear gripping the officers as they witnessed the chaos. In a demonstration of the dragonkin's ferocity, Clueless had previously orchestrated a duel between the creature and a shadow lynx, procured for this purpose by Rennies, within the cargo hold. It was but a short while before the lynx was reduced to mere bones and remnants of its dark fur. Bacon, from a distance, discerned an entrance guarded by over 30 individuals. "My lords, you may proceed," he beckoned. As the dragonkin's fearsome visages drew closer, the guards expressed their unease. Truth be told, the island's greatest peril lay not just with the pirates, but with the dragonkin themselves. They hastily evacuated the area, ensuring the remains were swiftly removed, as they could potentially lure the dragonkin out. "Patience, wait for the appointed time. There will be ample for your consumption," Bacon urged, gripping the iron chains tightly as the metallic scent of blood filled the air, agitating the dragonkin further. The designated hour was set for sunset, at which point the dragonkin would be released. Bacon knew he must depart first, otherwise, should the silver-haired sailors release their bonds and pursue him, it would lead to a dire fate. Gazing down the mountain, Bacon observed the nobles had reached the shore and boarded flatboats for their retreat, the sun just dipping below the horizon. "Release," came the voice of the elder silver-haired sailor, signaling that the time had come. "Enter, you are free now." Bacon ushered each dragonkin into the cave, bidding them farewell as he did so. "Goodbye, Bellerin." He had nourished them for a month, and they were not devoid of sentiment. One among them, with whom he had forged an unusual bond, he named Bellerin, a treasure of the princess. They were merely the keys to this treasure, not its masters. Keys could exist in abundance. Bellerin turned back for a lingering glance, a flicker of humanity shimmering in its gaze, before striding boldly into the cavern, drawn by the sounds of its comrades indulging in their long-awaited feast. The cave that Bacon oversaw was situated lower on the mountain, making the return journey more convenient. "Bacon, we are departing." A distant call resonated. Bacon quickened his pace, soon joining the retreating silver-haired procession. "Sir, good news, our kin have returned," an officer reported to Clueless. That night, Clueless listened to the anguished cries of the pirates, and as he contemplated resting, sleep eluded him entirely. He had long assumed that his kin aboard the ship had either perished or been clandestinely sold into the slave cities. Rennies also had a sleepless night, and together they dressed swiftly, for he was not only the Grand Admiral of the realm, but also the head of House Valerion. The salon of the merchant vessel was exquisitely adorned, yet Clueless felt a twinge of disappointment upon seeing only one occupant. "My lord," the young Alice stood abruptly, ravenously consuming bread and sipping on a broth of bacon and mutton. "Please, sit down. Do not stand on ceremony," he urged. "Child, you have suffered greatly." Rennies spoke in a low, tender voice, pulling a chair beside her, her gaze never straying from Alice, noting the girl's gaunt and haggard appearance, her brow furrowed with concern. At merely 7 years of age, Alice was the daughter of Captain Elliot, Clueless' cousin, and the focus of this trade. Upon hearing Rennies' words, Alice set down her spoon, raised her head, and tears streamed down her cheeks, dripping onto the table. "My lord, I thought I would never return, that I would never see everyone again," she sobbed, her words fragmented. "Do not fear, child, you are safe now. The family shall not abandon any of its own," Rennies reassured her, offering a handkerchief. Once Alice had composed herself, Rennies gently inquired, "Tell me, what transpired?" "The pirates captured me, and I was locked away with others. Each day, someone was taken away, never to return." Alice wept, her tears flowing freely, her voice trembling. "Then I was left all alone. Yesterday, a subordinate called the commander took me out, and then many strange creatures came to rescue me. On the coastline, the usually clear shallows were now littered with floating corpses, piled upon one another, their bodies twisted and rigid, their faces as pale as parchment, tinged with a ghastly bluish hue, marks of being submerged in the frigid sea, ravaged by death. It was evident that they had succumbed to hypothermia last night and were washed ashore by the waves. Wait, there's one alive." A sailor standing at the bow, keen-eyed, suddenly shouted, pointing toward a spot on the water. The crew aboard the ship turned their gazes in unison, spotting a bloated, pallid body, its chest faintly rising and falling. The motion as subtle as a dying fish's final struggle, starkly out of place amidst the surrounding silence. Quickly, lower the dinghy, grab the nets, and bring this one aboard. Perhaps we can extract something useful from him. Several sailors sprang into action, untying the dinghy's ropes, gracefully leaping into the boat, and with a few strokes of the oars, they approached the living corpse. One sailor deftly picked up a net, preparing to haul it in when a cold, unwavering voice rang out from behind. No living one. The speaker was an officer of House Velaryon, adorned with a silver seahorse emblem on his chest, his silver armor glinting with a frosty gleam in the dim light. His visage as resolute as stone, his eyes filled with a profound hatred for the pirates. The sailors, upon hearing the words, froze momentarily, their nets suspended in midair. After exchanging glances, they silently lowered their nets. After a brief hesitation, one of them bent down to retrieve the spear that lay upon the deck. A flicker of reluctance crossing his face. As a sailor of the princess's fleet, he was theoretically not obligated to comply, yet in this moment, Velaryon remained their instructor. After some contemplation, the sailor slowly raised the spear, aiming it at the feebly writhing body submerged in the water. With a splash, the spear pierced the surface, striking the pirate's throat with brutal force, instantly staining the surrounding waters crimson. The pirate, lost in a haze of confusion, was yanked back to reality by the searing pain. His eyes widened in terror as he gasped for breath, only to have seawater surge into his mouth and nose, causing him to choke incessantly. Driven by the instinct for survival, he instinctively clutched the deadly spear, desperately attempting to wrench it from his flesh, but his hands, already swollen and weakened by the brine, merely slid along the spear shaft, leaving behind futile trails of blood. His consciousness rapidly dissipated amidst the agony and suffocation. The last flicker of clarity in his mind dominated by a singular thought: the spear. Chapter 30. Extracting the essence. Harrison understood his role as the leader of Princess Rhaenyra's personal guard. If possible, he wished to send a raven daily to report on the battle conditions, ensuring the princess was promptly informed of the frontline developments, allowing her to grasp the evolving situation in real time. Princess Rhaenyra held a keen interest in his nightly order, not solely because it was the culmination of his painstaking efforts and compromises, but primarily due to the tedium of the Red Keep. Every few days, Harrison would send her updates on the war, akin to crafting a novel. Upon witnessing the hundreds of pirate corpses along the shore, Rhaenyra immediately soared back to Dragonstone atop her dragon, convinced that the outcome was no longer in doubt. Even if all the dragon riders sent forth were annihilated, there remained 90 dragon riders aboard, a force ample enough to quell her worries. Prince Daemon had lingered on the battlefield for 3 days, during which the island had lost all defensive measures, with no one left to operate the scorpion crossbows that had previously opposed him. His most significant discovery during this time was a cluster of bones left behind at the cliff's base while riding on Caraxes, leading him to lose interest, as the stepstones were not yet his domain, rendering him indifferent to the ensuing issues. Sir Corlys, after consulting with Alicent, confirmed that there were no captured kin left on Bloodstone Island. I do not desire captives, be they those detestable crabs or wretched harlots. That very night, he issued commands to all soldiers, leading to a surge of terrified individuals fleeing from the caves to the shoreline over the next 3 days, jumping into the sea to evade the monstrous threats. Waymond fully comprehended his elder brother's wrath and promptly dispatched his sailors aboard flat-bottomed boats to commence a maritime hunt, forbidding any living creature from escaping the adjacent island. The hunting expedition persisted for 3 days, after which no one dared to venture out to sea in search of salvation. Following another 4 days, the shoreline was devoid of those hiding in the waters from the monsters, prompting Corlys to allow the princess's knights to disembark and ascertain the situation within, as he too was eager to understand the specifics of what transpired. 7 days after the Dragon Man was confined to the cave, Harrison could no longer restrain his curiosity and dispatched a party to investigate the situation. The rationale was compelling. The Dragon Man was the property of the princess and could not remain unaccounted for an extended period. Their condition was already precarious, and the potential consequences of prolonged neglect were uncertain. Corlys, too, was eager to ascertain the circumstances within the cave. It was not feasible to keep Bloodstone Island under siege indefinitely. He suspected that the Kingdom of Three Whores was deliberating the mobilization of their navy, especially since Hadar was their protege. Sir Harrison meticulously selected 2 silver-haired sailors from the princess's fleet, who, armed with crossbows and bearing small round shields, navigated a flat-bottomed boat towards Bloodstone Island. Corlys, holding a monocular, fixated his gaze on the sailors as they followed the route previously taken by the Knight's Order until they gradually approached the nearest cave. As the sun dipped below the horizon and the twilight faded, the team led by Old Sean finally returned, each member laden with a bulging sack. Corlys had been awaiting their return on the deck. Old Sean wasted no time and reported directly, "My lord, all the pirates inside have perished." He then poured out a collection of items onto the table before Corlys: sharp axes, an assortment of masks, several seals, a finely crafted sword from House Velaryon, and jewelry engraved with seahorse motifs. Corlys' attention was immediately drawn to an ugly yet distinctive mask, forged from a mixture of iron and gold, marked by 3 prominent claw marks, testament to its owner's fierce struggle. He meticulously sifted through the pile of seals and soon discovered those belonging to Admiral Morse and the Hadar family crest, which he set aside. Hadar, Morse, Corlys murmured. Having unearthed evidence of the conspiracy, he was eager to see how the Kingdom of Three Whores would respond to this revelation. The cave contained nothing but bones, stripped clean, alongside copious amounts of food, wine, weapons, and a modest quantity of gold. Old Sean could not restrain himself from elaborating on the findings. Should anyone venture inside, they would observe many bones with their marrow pried open, leading to the conclusion that no food remained in the cave. I understand. This war has been won. What remains is to return to the court and engage in disputes. As for the condition of the dragon man within, since the sailor had not spoken of it, and given that the secrets surrounding the dragon men were not willingly disclosed to him by the Knights of the Princess, Corlys refrained from further inquiries. It would be more prudent to question Rhaenyra directly, especially now that House Velaryon had unequivocally aligned itself with her. Previously, he had regarded these silver-haired, purple-eyed bastards as merely possessing noble blood. However, circumstances had shifted. Although they did not possess the right to ride dragons, their recognition by the dragon men constituted a formidable armed force. Old Sean opened another sack, revealing gold coins from various realms. Yet to him, such wealth seemed inconsequential. He surmised that most of the plundered treasures from the family fleet had likely sunk to the ocean's depths, never to see the light of day again. The Velaryon family would have no use for the island's remnants. Corlys addressed Sir Harrison beside him, saying, "I implore you, sir, to retrieve the remains of my kin from the cave. The Velaryon family shall forever cherish this gesture of goodwill." "Certainly, my lord." Sir Harrison nodded in agreement. He then signaled to Old Sean and the other man to follow him, leaning against the ship's cabin while the sea breeze caressed him. "Sean, can those dragon men be brought back?" Harrison had an inkling of the answer but felt compelled to ask again. Old Sean shook his head, his meaning unmistakable. "Captain, it is difficult. Rek and I ventured inside in an attempt to bring one back, but alas, the dragon men refused to approach us. We could not catch up to them in the cave." Rek was the sailor who had accompanied him. Sir Harrison nodded slightly, his expression grave. "I understand. I will report this to the princess. In the coming days, you shall gather the remains and retrieve any valuables. I shall commend you for your efforts." He patted Old Sean's shoulder firmly, an act that transcended mere suggestion and became a clear indication of his intent. He trusted Old Sean, whose greatest aspiration was to ascend into the ranks of nobility and manage a small estate. Old Sean was a steady individual. "My lord, I comprehend. I will keep a watchful eye on this motley crew," Old Sean replied, understanding the unspoken message, then turned to Rek, sternly advising him. On the island, Rek had foolishly hidden 2 bags of golden dragons in a secluded spot, which Old Sean pretended not to notice. But the captain's counsel had been clear. For the sake of his future, he could not afford to ignore it. Rek lowered his head even further, internally wrestling with his conscience, reassuring himself that he had been discreet enough not to be seen. "Just know this. The knightly order cannot tolerate deceit among its ranks. Loyalty is the only value we possess now, as we no longer believe in the Seven, yet we can still guide you to meet them. To hang in the church, perhaps?" Rek thought anxiously. These silver-haired sailors appeared merely as caretakers of the dragon men, receiving modest treatment, yet all were aware that their status would soon rise dramatically. No one would dare look down upon them any longer. Unlike other bastards, they were destined for greatness. If the Targaryens could command dragons to dominate the skies, then those who could control dragon men would embody Targaryen might upon the lands of Westeros. Old Sean quickly grasped this reality. A bastard who could command dragon men was not merely a bastard, but a born noble. Chapter 31. The Freedom of Fruit at the Red Keep in King's Landing. The sacred grove served as the rear garden of Maegor's Holdfast. The massive red fishbeam loomed before them. His Highness, Illic, and his twin brother, Alec, stood closely guarding Belron, assigned to ensure his safety after he had faced several perils. A wisp of gray smoke emanated from Belron, which, under his command, surged toward the fishbeam before him. 2 royal guards appeared tense, their long swords drawn, for the true danger did not lie with Baelon, but rather with themselves. Each of Baelon's experiments filled them with trepidation. Their experiences including, but not limited to, being swallowed whole by a colossal toad, being attacked by a dragon man with bat wings intent on drawing blood, and being ambushed by a dragon man that changed colors to blend with its surroundings. Although Baelon's monstrosities in their early stages posed no threat to him, the creatures harbored an intense hunger, and without a mental link established post-transformation, the guards found themselves unable to control them. Rest assured, this time it is merely a botanical experiment. It should pose no risk. Baelon seemed to sense the palpable tension around him, turning his head and offering a faintly reassuring yet bittersweet smile, attempting to alleviate the anxiety of the guards who felt as if they were on the brink of a great calamity. Why hasn't there been any change? He pondered, noting that the gray smoke had melded with the fishleaf tree for quite some time. Beneath the unseen earth, the roots of the fishleaf tree were growing wildly. What is that noise? Baelon's expression shifted drastically, an ominous premonition swelling within him. Before he could react, a thunderous crack resonated as the ground ruptured, and roots as thick as serpents erupted from the soil like spring bamboo shoots. Just as he contemplated retreating, the fishleaf tree before him started to grow uncontrollably. Oh, Baelon realized, it is drawing in nutrients. Seeing the transformation, Sir Illic disregarded everything, seizing Baelon and fleeing, a sense of peril igniting in his mind. As they departed, the heavens unleashed a storm of debris. Baelon was struck forcefully, glancing down to see oranges raining upon him. They sought refuge beneath the stable, hoping this fruit storm would cease, though it showed no sign of abating. The good news was that the experiment had succeeded. The bad news was that Baelon found himself seemingly submerged in the fruits, trapped within the stable. Spotting a purple fruit, he recalled that he could mix the collected fruits into a full barrel of liquid, instructing his servant to carve a large hole in the fishleaf tree to pour it in, akin to feeding a corpse dragoness blood. Baelon had come to understand the application of the gray smoke. It required not only the collection of materials for transformation to provide direction, but also a mental visualization of the anticipated outcome. Without a clear conception of the final form, the subject of the transformation would assimilate entirely with the provided materials, ultimately resulting in a grotesque entity. In the council chamber, the king convened an urgent meeting. I received word late last night, esteemed lords, and it is good news. The Minister of Maritime Affairs has recently mobilized the fleet to strike against the pirates at Stone Steps Island with great success, accomplishing this in merely 7 days. Not a single one of the 500 pirates on the island survived, reinforcing the majesty of the Iron Throne. Though this was indeed a positive development, the king remained pensive, even shocked. He knew that Rhaenyra had her own private knightly order. This was achieved with merely a few thousand newly recruited sailors and 200 knights of little repute. Is this the work of my knights, my Lord Prime Minister? Standing aside, Rhaenyra eagerly inquired. I must concede that the intelligence I have gathered indicates your knightly order has made significant contributions, particularly concerning those peculiar dragons. Have you managed to bring forth those dragonfolk? Viserys was oblivious to this matter, and a flicker of anger stirred within him. How had the sea snake afforded Rhaenyra such privileges, allowing her to take away dragonfolk? Rhaenyra had evidently not grasped the nuances of political balance. Well, once again, the Velaryons could grow more powerful. Just a few, she asserted, stepping forward with an air of confidence. A few? Approximately 200, Your Majesty, Otto interjected opportunely. Rhaenyra, stationed at the side of the council chamber, noticed Otto undermining her position and was about to mock his proficiency in gathering intelligence when her gaze inadvertently fell through a crack in the window. What was that? Rhaenyra was startled by the extraordinary sight of the weirwood grove beyond. Where are you going? The king was visibly irate. She dashed behind Viserys, flinging open the doors, and was astonished by the scene before her. The assembly turned to gaze out the window, wide-eyed and speechless. Before them, the fishbeam tree within the weirwood grove appeared to be under a frenzied growth spell. Its trunk swelled uncontrollably, soaring high, even surpassing the Maegor's holdfast, its branches and leaves flourishing to the point of obscuring the sun. In the blink of an eye, it had eclipsed the nearby Maegor's holdfast. The seasonal cycle of the fruit tree, sprouting, blooming, bearing fruit, shedding leaves, was occurring simultaneously at an astounding pace, rendering the distant observers only able to perceive a deluge of fruits cascading to the ground, resembling a vibrant hailstorm. Rhaenyra surmised that this phenomenon was linked to Baelor and hurried downstairs, leaving behind a singular exclamation. He is meddling with magic again. I must see. By the time Rhaenyra reached the weirwood grove, the perimeter was already teeming with intrigued guards and servants. She observed the fishbeam tree, typically standing in solemnity, now growing in a manner that was almost wild and uncontrollable, with an accumulation of fruit strewn about, seemingly birthed from the tree itself. But this was not a fruit tree. It was far too bizarre. She looked up in confusion, just as another shower of fruit poured down. The branches of the fishbeam tree had enveloped the entire grove, and though the commotion suggested it was still growing, it lacked the earlier extravagance. Make way! Make way! Kristen parted the crowd ahead, clearing a path for Rhaenyra. Peaches, oranges, lemons. Rhaenyra picked up a peculiar purple fruit, reminiscent of a mango. The purple mango, indigenous to the Valyrian Peninsula, was said to be nutrient-rich and dense, capable of satiating soldiers on long journeys, yet only the nobility could partake, as it was believed that only those of pure heart could consume it without succumbing to poison. Allison, having only realized the strange occurrences in the Weirwood Grove after the maids expressed their shock, finally arrived, breathless due to the distance from the Prime Minister's tower. Allison, have you ever tasted it? Rhaenyra offered the fruit, her eyes brimming with curiosity. No, I've only read about it. It has long been extinct, Allison explained. Where's Baelor? Rhaenyra surveyed her surroundings and shouted to the crowd. Your Highness, I have seen him with those two white-clad Kingsguard taking refuge in the stable. A guard responded loudly. Belron. Rhaenyra made a move to dash into the stable, but was swiftly restrained by Kristen. My princess, allow me, he said, brandishing a borrowed large shield, sturdy and reliable. Your Highness, we are unharmed. It was Elric's voice, seemingly preoccupied with food, who quickly cautioned Rhaenyra. Princess, do not enter yet. The prince has instructed me to inform you of certain regulations, which will cease shortly. Kristen looked at Rhaenyra, seeking her consent. Sir, do not proceed. Wait until it calms down before extracting them. What? You were unaware of whether this fruit is edible? Elric's tone bore a hint of reproach. Belron was intimately familiar with the items he crafted, able to discern intricate details merely by touch. He often boasted to his brothers about them, despite much of it being beyond their comprehension. The prince said these fruits can be sold. He mentioned that we brothers should sample them, and then we would split the profits equally. Elric's voice emerged once more from beneath the fruits. The king arrived belatedly, accompanied by a council and a throng of guards, just in time to overhear this exchange. Your king declares this land as his domain. Not only must he be compensated for his woods, but he also demands a staggering 90% tax from you. Laughter erupted from outside, revealing to all that this peculiar prince was indeed a miser. Belron, hidden within the stable, recoiled at the sound, daring not to make any further gestures, as he recognized the voice of his father, Viserys. After a brief commotion beneath the fruits, silence eventually descended. Chapter 32. Consequences. Everyone within King's Landing beheld the towering fishbone tree. Both nobles and commoners alike sought elevated vantage points throughout the city, standing on tiptoes to admire this spectacle. The densely populated flea market was particularly exaggerated. The closely packed lowly homes had rooftops brimming with people. Dozens of ragged adults and children sat cross-legged or let their legs dangle haphazardly, idly chatting atop the roofs. Hey, look! It appears that fruit is falling from up there, exclaimed a skinny little boy with wide eyes, pointing excitedly at the sky, his dirted face failing to conceal his insatiable curiosity. A bearded man nearby scoffed, shaking his head with a sigh of resignation. The king would never allow us into the sacred wood. Even seeing it is futile. Nevertheless, the crowd's gaze remained fixated on the heavens, reluctant to divert their attention for a moment. Just then, someone shouted, "Look! This time, it's apples falling." At that moment, a creaking cart slowly rolled past the flea market along the main road, driven by Old Bully, the muckraker. He was not tall, but sturdy, his bronze face adorned with a genial smile as he bellowed, "1 copper star for an all-you-can-eat feast. Fresh fruits." The onlookers on the nearby rooftops beheld a large wooden barrel, originally intended for sewage, now brimming with an assortment of fruits, vibrant red apples, luscious purple grapes, and bright yellow oranges, each one plump and radiant. The barrel had evidently been scrupulously cleaned, devoid of its former foul odor. At this sight, many could no longer contain themselves and promptly leaped down from the rooftops. Numerous individuals recognized the dung collector, Hawk, a burly figure with bulging veins on his arms, a testament to his years of forging iron. Frowning and filled with skepticism, he approached Old Bully and inquired, "Old Bully, do not deceive me. Can one truly eat to their heart's content? Surely, these are not rotten fruits scavenged from outside the Red Fortress?" Upon hearing this, Old Bully straightened his posture, as if deeply wronged, and earnestly thumped his chest, assuring, "Hawk, when have I ever misled you? Pay the fee, and you may indulge freely." After a moment of hesitation, Hawk clenched his teeth, reached into his pocket, and retrieved 7 copper stars, turning to the rooftop and calling, "Leah, bring the children down." No sooner had he spoken than 3 children, resembling little monkeys, swiftly descended from the rooftop. One of them stumbled and tumbled, grinning and wobbling as he made his way over, inciting a bout of laughter among the crowd. Leah, cradling 2 young children, rushed to Hawk's side, their eyes sparkling with excitement, their cheeks flushed, struggling to articulate their joy as they gazed longingly at the barrel. "Don't be picky. Take whatever you fancy," came Old Bully's voice. The fruits appeared so fresh, as if they had just been plucked from the trees. At that moment, someone enviously inquired, "Old Bully, is it possible to go inside? How enviable." Yet, Old Bully seemed not to hear, continuing to call out to attract business. The freshness of these fruits surpassed anything they had seen at the docks, and for the impoverished, who could not afford even copper stars, spending money on meat for their brown stew was a far more pressing concern. Observing the eager faces of his neighbors gazing at the fruits, Hawk's heart softened. After a moment of contemplation, he produced 2 additional copper coins, approximately equivalent to 16 copper stars, and announced, "Everyone, do not just stand there. I shall treat you all to a feast." The children on the rooftop erupted with joy, clambering down with eager anticipation. How sweet! Is this what they call grapes? Delicious! As everyone indulged in the fresh apples, mangoes, and grapes, it seemed for many it was the first time they had savored such delicacies. For the children who had spent their lives in flea-infested corners, the only taste they could recall was the faintly sweet, rancid milk from distant memories, now replaced by the fruits they held in their hands. Some, overwhelmed with emotion, began to weep. In their world, there were but 3 types of food, the finest being hard black bread laced with wood shavings, followed by roasted rats, and lastly, the eternally foul brown stew. Meanwhile, a tailor's apprentice, returning from the Red Fortress, breathlessly shouted, "What are you all still doing here? Hurry to the seaside, a fortune awaits. There, the fruits are free for the taking." The young tailor, "Please clarify your words." His peers supported him. Alas, by the seaside, near the sacred woodlands, the Prime Minister had opened a passage, enlisting people to transport fruits. He observed a sailboat adorned with a flaming tower, which he was informed was the emblem of Prime Minister Otto. Consequently, those conveying this news began to notify their friends and family, entirely disregarding the fact that without a royal decree, Otto would lack the audacity to breach the Red Keep. "Do not linger here, while I converse with you. Dyke has already amassed 10 copper stars." Dyke, a mere 7 years old, had accompanied the young tailor to witness the spectacle. The young tailor returned due to his frail physique, carrying 20 borrowed copper stars to purchase burlap sacks. That blind woman's child? By the 7. What could he possibly accomplish at such a tender age? Is the news genuine? Some individuals clearly harbored doubts. "Come on, everyone, let us depart." An elderly hunchback, surviving on the meager scraps of brown broth, quietly set off, having lived his life in King's Landing. Upon hearing the destination from the young tailor, he immediately knew the way, moving with remarkable agility. In no time, the news spread like wildfire among the impoverished, those who were either starving or wishing to earn copper stars, as they surged forth from the squalid gates, following the current along the banks of the Blackwater River. Eventually reaching the estuary of the Blackwater Bay, King Viserys stood before the sacred woodlands, observing the several acres of land overwhelmed by mountains of fruits. Towering as high as 2 men, his brow furrowed in distress and resignation. Initially, the Minister of Finance, Lyman Beesbury, had contemplated using these fruits to replenish the treasury at a high price, hoping to augment the income by several 100,000 golden dragons. Yet, the current scene was dire. Grapes and oranges, their skins stripped away, plummeted from great heights, splattering messily on the ground, which was now a chaotic sight, with the mushy pulp emitting a pungent odor that attracted buzzing insects. If the situation was not remedied swiftly, the Red Keep would soon be engulfed in a foul stench. Prime Minister Otto informed the king through Baelon that a rain of fruit would descend every morning. This revelation transformed Viserys' surprise into horror. Even if all the guards and gilded robes were summoned for labor, the sheer volume of fruit would take days to clear. Viserys was unwilling to allow his castle to become malodorous. After several debates, weighing the options carefully, Viserys ultimately rejected the Minister of Finance's proposal for a low-price sale, agreeing instead with Otto's plan to sell the fruits at the price of 1 copper star per sack to the ships docked at the harbor. Although the price was exceedingly unreasonable, the immediate priority was to clear the fruits from the ground. The trees were situated within the confines of the Red Keep. Alternatives could be contemplated later. To facilitate transport, Prime Minister Otto requested the king's permission to create an opening in the Red Wall, which, after some deliberation, was granted. The stretch of land outside the sacred woodlands was a cliff, and Otto dismantled one of his merchant ships, using iron chains to secure it to the breach in the city wall, laying down long wooden planks to construct a rudimentary yet sturdy suspension bridge. For a negligible cost, all participating captains and sailors can behold the prominent white tower adorned with the burning beacon, emblazoned with the family crest, atop the merchant vessel. Under the reign of two monarchs, the Iron Throne has refrained from engaging in warfare for decades, with even the Kingdom of the Three Daughters merely causing disturbances in the Stepstone Islands, territory that has never been under the Iron Throne's dominion, thus not qualifying as war. Following deliberations with the Chancellor and the Master of Whisperers, Viserys issued a decree in the name of the king. The Minister of Justice, Count Leonor, dispatched the gold cloaks to maintain order, strictly prohibiting the populace from leaving the Godswood to disturb other areas of the Red Keep. While the Minister of Finance promised substantial rewards afterward, the sailors and captains are the most astute purveyors of information in Westeros. Having already spotted the towering fish beam piercing the clouds, curiously situated far off in Blackwater Bay, they were among the first to receive news, but manpower was insufficient. Relying solely on sailors would not suffice. In a moment of inspiration, one captain began acquiring the goods at the rate of 2 copper stars per barrel, prompting other captains to follow suit. Acquiring the goods was tantamount to profit. Even if they could not sell them, they could brew fruit wine, which posed no issue. A captain unversed in winemaking is not a worthy captain, for in this era, stored water quickly spoils, and inferior wine serves as the best hydration option for the crew. 3 copper stars? Humph, that price is unacceptable. I shall inquire elsewhere. A golden-haired sailor, clutching a heavy sack of mangoes, displayed a face of disdain and turned to leave. Wait. How much do you demand? Time equates to money, and lingering in a prime position had already stirred discontent among others. 7. You are too greedy. How about 5? Not satisfactory. Then seek another vendor. Fine, 5 it is, hand over the coins. The sailor poured the sack of mangoes into his ship's hold, mindful that the sack itself cost money, needing to unload swiftly to continue gathering fruit. He had already noticed more individuals surging from the muddy gates towards him. Such lucrative opportunities left the sailors genuinely grateful to the Chancellor, for they could only see the White Tower's banner above, while the king remained obscured behind a vigilant guard. Ever wary of them, nearby vendors of sacks and barrels profited immensely, as a sack that typically cost 1 copper star now commanded a price tenfold. With a scarcity of supply, amidst fierce competition among the captains, prices once soared to 5 copper stars per sack, a stark contrast to the normal market price of 20 silver stags or 140 copper stars. It was not until the influx of impoverished folk from the flea market arrived that prices fell back to 2 copper stars. Fruits are a luxury reserved for the nobility, often priced beyond reach. Such an opportunity is rare and undeniably profitable, compelling all captains to fill every available spot on their decks. Reluctantly departing at the behest of the ships behind them, they recognized that overloading would lead to capsizing, and swiftly selling their cargo before returning was the most expedient route to profit. Those captains, laden with bountiful fruits, sought quick riches by selling their wares along the coast. But with an abundance of fruit vessels, prices began to plummet. Among the astute captains, many set forth laden with cargo along the Blackwater River, venturing inland towards Herrenberg, where prices surged significantly. Those with skill could sell their wares to the merchants of the riverlands. Should they transport durable fruits, undeterred by the risk of spoilage, they could boldly journey all the way to the gold-laden city of Cayenne in the Western Territories, reaping profits 100-fold. In this magical experiment that benefited nearly all, only Baelon sustained injury, for his father, Viserys, had claimed the fish beam tree as royal property, citing its growth upon the grounds of the Red Keep. However, Baelon remained indifferent, for his initial desire was merely the freedom to access fruit. In this era, few engaged in the trade of fruit, as it was prone to rapid decay. Baelon's ability to indulge was due to the high costs of preserving with ice. Chapter 33. Subsequent impacts to Baelon had always harbored a disdain for throngs of people, which instilled a sense of fear within him, often reminding him of the frenzied mob that had surged towards him a month prior. Yet, when positioned safely, he found solace. At the pinnacle of the Mager Tower, he perched by the window, observing the bustling activity below. Under the watchful eyes of 1,000 guards, the laborers, akin to ants, gradually cleared the fallen fruit from the ground, albeit at a sluggish pace. Fortunately, the leaves of the fish beam tree provided shade from the scorching sun. As each peasant emerged from the depths bearing a sack of fruit, they would toss a copper star into the wooden barrel before the guards. With several barrels accumulating, 2 guards would eventually transport them to the appointed officer of the treasury for weighing, followed by the officer meticulously recording the amounts on parchment. Once sufficient weight was amassed, the contents would be exchanged with merchants for silver stags or golden dragons, profiting from the currency exchange. The officer would trade 100 copper stars for a single silver stag, netting a profit of 30 stars. Should the rate seem exorbitant, the officer would halt exchanges until the captains or merchants depleted their copper stars, which created a monopolistic situation, as no change was provided. Is 1 barrel enough for a golden dragon? Baelon pondered, while the Illic brothers stood watch behind him, wary of his precarious position. Not just 1, my prince. Based on my experience, at least 3 golden dragons, he replied, extending 3 fingers. A golden dragon was valued at 400 copper stars, implying a barrel contained 5,000 stars. At this rate, they could amass several thousand golden dragons by day's end. Crucially, this influx occurred daily, akin to receiving 500 full sets of knightly armor in revenue each day, faster than mining in the Western Territories. Baelon felt a twinge of resentment. These golden dragons are all mine. His earlier indifference had now transformed into a faint sadness. Given the current pace, they would undoubtedly remain occupied until sunset, leaving uncertainty about how matters would be resolved. The uppermost level of Maegor Tower, elevated and relatively arid, was ideal for storing provisions, weapons, and armor. The sound of gentle footsteps echoed in the corridor outside as a figure ascended to the top floor, arriving at the entrance of a spacious, vacant storage room. The door was ajar, and as Rhaenyra pushed it open, she caught sight of his tail swinging beneath the window. Come down. The gentle tone of her voice was somewhat disconcerting for Baelon. Sir Aemond promptly lifted him down. Rhaenyra was clad in a dark crimson long-sleeved woolen sweater, layered with a lace-patterned sealskin. Baelon gazed upwards, pondering why Rhaenyra was unusually kind today, as she typically scolded him before even seeing him. Your magic is quite impressive, he remarked, as he retrieved an orange from the maid's basket behind him, gradually peeling its skin. What is it? Just speak plainly. Rhaenyra seemed to have something on her mind. Otherwise, she wouldn't be praising him for no reason. I am your sister. Can't I chat with you if there is nothing else? She stuffed a segment of the peeled orange into his mouth. For me? Baelon's eyes widened in disbelief, yet he swallowed it nonetheless. Apart from making fruit grow on trees, can you create anything else? Like grains? This query arose after King Viserys had convened another council meeting, where the treasury minister had made a suggestion. Viserys had just confiscated his son's fruit trees, making it an inopportune moment for him to intervene, so he signaled Rhaenyra to take action. Now it made sense. She sought something from him. Wheat? Bread? He quickly deduced. Did father send you? Rhaenyra nodded, a glimmer of anticipation in her eyes. 2/3 of King's Landing's food supply came from the Reach, where prices, though low, were in high demand. A significant portion of the kingdom's finances was amassed by House Tyrell, which had been accumulating wealth under the rule of Lord Mace Tyrell, while Viserys had consistently suppressed the Tyrell's influence, preventing their involvement in politics. The Reach boasted the most fertile lands in the 7 kingdoms, and abundant food meant a dense population capable of conscripting a vast army. Old Town, nestled in the Reach, was the birthplace of the chivalric spirit in Westeros, where martial traditions and honor were held in high esteem, and knights enjoyed unparalleled respect and glory. The Reach frequently hosted tournaments, contributing to an increasing number of knights in the region. During the Conquest War, the combined forces of the Reach and the Westerlands amassed a formidable cavalry of 55,000, including 5,000 heavy cavalry, a power that was overwhelmingly strong. After the Faith militants' attack, the vassals of the Reach had expressed their grievances towards Rhaenyra, which posed a significant instability factor. Baelon reflected on the rapid growth of the fishwood tree, which bore an abundance of fruit, an astonishing feat in his eyes, as he merely expected it to yield some fruit. In the past, his experiments with plants had not yielded such transformations. This particular fishwood tree must possess unique qualities, perhaps linked to the old gods? Such a miracle would be challenging for Baelon to replicate. Having touched the fishwood tree, he had been informed that the fallen fruit would diminish daily. Tomorrow, it would likely yield only half of what it had today. He gestured with his claws to illustrate his point. That will suffice, though merely half is adequate, the young girl nodded. She produced a handful of gold coins and placed them before him. These were acquired from the underlings of the affairs officer, who, under the pretense of the king's heavy taxation, retained a significant portion for himself. However, this little excess had drawn the ire of the affairs officer, who rushed off to inform the Chancellor of Finance. Dear brother, there are benefits to be had, so do lend a hand. Rhaenyra swayed, prompting Baelon to nod in agreement once he steadied himself. Very well. I shall give it a try. Had he known that these gold dragons were originally his own, he would have abandoned the endeavor on the spot. Thus, an agreement was forged. I shall procure the wheat for you. She planted a kiss on him, despite his rather fearsome appearance. Rhaenyra, having witnessed his numerous magical experiments, was somewhat aware that such endeavors required specific preparations. By the way, the land beneath the divine wood has become parched and cracked. To increase yield, one ought to apply manure and urine beneath the trees, Baelon advised kindly, wishing to convey the necessary information. Rhaenyra, however, was indifferent to the matter of fruit. The outside world did not appreciate her efforts. Understood, I shall inform the Chancellor of Finance. In this transaction, the Chancellor could not perpetually collect fees. The treasury was indeed well stocked, yet Rhaenyra found herself lacking funds. Her knightly order and fleet required expansion. Not to mention, the grand fleet of Menalia necessitated at least 100 warships. Should Baelon craft something that struck her fancy, she would readily purchase it with a gold coin, preventing him from incinerating it in the furnace. Such a waste, indeed. In her leisure, she would ride her dragon as a gift to noble women across the lands, and in return, they would bestow upon her unique treasures, gradually amassing her private forces. The more Baelon conjured through his black mist magic, the greater the mental strain he felt, as if he were being siphoned of some essence. Upon meticulous examination, Baelon observed that the black mist extended numerous fine threads towards an unknown destination. Following one of these threads, he discovered an endpoint, a draconian figure. He then attempted to sever one of the threads, and immediately, an anomaly occurred within the dragon's lair. A draconian being was reported to have melted away like a candle exposed to intense heat, leaving only a puddle of indiscernible dark brown substance. Yet, Baelon noted a slight alleviation of his mental burden. To confirm his hypothesis, he severed 10 more threads from the mysterious realm, ultimately deducing that magical creations required this enigmatic space to sustain their existence. Perhaps the downfall of the Valyria Empire was not coincidental. It was likely a deliberate act by the deity they worshipped. This revelation served as a warning to Baelon. Whenever he created something that imposed a significant burden, it would inevitably be consumed in flames. As for the magical constructs gifted to Rhaenyra, even 1,000 of them could not compare to the cost of a single draconian. The creation of draconians had become a burden for him as well. After producing 2,000, he ceased further creation, as they sufficed for his experiments in reclaiming his humanity. Syrax serves as a conduit between the enigmatic black mist of the ethereal realm and the heart, exerting a profound psychological pressure upon him, nearly encompassing half of his being. However, severing this connection is not an option. Should Syrax lose his sister Rhaenyra, it would undoubtedly plunge him into deep sorrow. The solitary silver lining is that as he matures, his mental burdens diminish, allowing him to sustain his activities from morning until lunch. A significant improvement from his previous state of fatigue after mere hours. Baelon, in his quest for rapid growth, consumes 3 substantial meals daily, exhibiting an astonishing appetite that equates to nurturing 10 princes simultaneously. Chapter 34. The King's Fruit. 2 days later, the fleet of sea serpents triumphantly returned to Tideshead Island, and the departure of Corlys lifted the blockade of the Stone Steps archipelago, as all who dared to probe the Bloodstone Island were met with no return. The kingdom of the third daughter, undeterred, dispatched over 300 sailors into the cavern, whereupon the captains on the shore witnessed the dragon folk emerge, tearing apart the 3 who had escaped. In the throne hall, Rhaenyra, as the heir, represented the princess knights, and, in the presence of all the great nobles of King's Landing, presented the axe of Dahar. Yet, this act did not secure the nobles' approval. Rather, it instilled a sense of trepidation among them. Within a month, over 800 members of the Faith of the Seven were burned, alongside more than 1,000 pirates and 3,000 sailors from the fleet of the Mill, leading many to speculate that should Rhaenyra ascend to the Iron Throne, the realm would be perpetually embroiled in conflict. After all, she had expressed admiration for the heroic Princess Naemilia of the Ironborn on several occasions. And despite the ballads sung and the history recorded, the grand voyages, no matter how valiant, ultimately represented a flight from danger. Though Viserys inherited the Iron Throne from his grandfather, Jaehaerys I, and acted with indecision, he never allowed the kingdom to plunge into warfare. Rather, the realm flourished and grew in strength. Perhaps there were minor blemishes upon his heir, but all were aware of the king's youth, allowing time to pass. In the council chamber, Viserys reached a reconciliation with Corlys, agreeing not to pursue accountability for the unauthorized war, while Corlys vowed to refrain from troubling the kingdom of the third daughter. Regardless of his explanations, as the Lord of Ships, it was difficult for anyone to believe he did not represent the Iron Throne. Upon returning to his duties as Lord of Ships, Corlys began to contemplate a union between the king and his 12-year-old daughter, Lena. He suggested that by uniting the two surviving great houses of Valyria, the dragons of House Targaryen and the fleet of House Velaryon, through blood, they could proclaim that the Targaryen claim to the throne remained a rising sun rather than a fading glory. Faced with the pressures from Rhaenys and Corlys, Viserys could find no better candidate than Lena. He could only respond with a troubled expression that since Emma's passing, he had not considered remarriage. Since the emergence of Baelon, family meals had increased, and his appetite grew ever larger, necessitating a banquet's worth of food for him alone. Rhaenyra, seeking to mend her relationship with Viserys, would invite him to join their meals. In the reception room of Viserys, scattered wooden carvings adorned the nearby cabinet. Following a sumptuous dinner, Viserys gestured to his daughter, urging her to inquire swiftly. "I am utterly stuffed." The dinner was delightful. Baelon had not taken a single fruit this time, having grown weary of them over the past few days. "How is my matter progressing?" Rhaenyra set down her knife and fork, savoring a sip of wine, seemingly indifferent. Viserys observed silently. He had to feign ignorance, as confiscating a fruit tree that yielded 3,000 gold dragons daily seemed rather excessive. Apart from the initial loss incurred from selling at a loss, Viserys had hastily established a winery within 3 days at the Red Keep, selling the surplus fruit at a low price to the winemaking workshops of King's Landing. His treasurer estimated that once fermented, it could generate an income of 3,000 gold dragons a day. Should the fruit trees continue to thrive, the Targaryens would surpass the Velaryons as the wealthiest family. After all, the royal treasury currently held only 300,000 gold dragons. Baelon had been rendered speechless when he observed his sister offering a single ear of corn. It was a high-yield crop, unfamiliar to him in his usual diet, albeit not particularly large. "I do not comprehend the outcome you desire," Baelon said, directing his gaze at Viserys. "Stop pretending. I know this is what you want," he inwardly scoffed. What might it resemble? Baelon genuinely did not fathom any crop that could yield more than corn. Could it possibly be potatoes? The previous fishwood tree had been a miracle, one he could not replicate, and he too wished for corn to fall from the sky. "Corn cannot simply drop from the heavens," Rhaenyra expressed her disappointment. "Unless you can find me a few more fishwood trees of the same kind." In recent days, Baelon had sought ordinary trees for experimentation, attempting to envision the fishwood tree as a towering giant, dropping wheat abundantly. However, the experiment yielded little success. It did not grow into a great tree, and while it could produce wheat, the process was exceedingly slow. Through contact, he learned that the next yield would astonishingly require a month, leading Baelon to believe it was of little use. King's Landing did not possess a second ancient fishwood tree like that one. "We require a crop that can suppress the Reach's control over grain. King's Landing cannot be strangled." Now that the ruse was exposed, his father could only shamelessly resort to theft once more, vowing to himself it would be the final time. The existing fishwood tree was already quite extraordinary. Could it not instead yield wheat? Bisbury believed that if various fruits could fall, wheat would be a simple matter. Baelon shook his head. Today's event was a miracle. King's Landing had no second fishwood tree. "Child, can your magical plant bear seeds?" Viserys inquired. The king suddenly pondered this question. If he were to create a high-yielding plant only for others to cultivate, it would be a significant loss. Most importantly, the Reach was exceedingly suitable for grain cultivation. Baelon shook his head, aware of all the information, and produced an apple from the table. Its appearance, aroma, and flavor all indicated it was an apple. Yet it was not an apple. It was impossible to cultivate. "That is splendid. I have conceived an idea. One could transform the royal forest, enabling flower to grow directly upon the trees, thus simplifying the process. Ideally, it should be encased in a shell. The fruit of the fish leaf tree, devoid of shells, falls and is often crushed, particularly grapes. Had I not decisively let go, the sacred forest might have begun to emit an unpleasant odor by now. We must ensure that a cloud of flour does not sweep into the court." Flour growing on trees? Encased? That would be tantamount to directly growing bread, rendering the baking process unnecessary. Wait a moment. I feel as though I have encountered such a tree before. Flour growing on trees? Bread? The breadfruit tree? That name rings a bell. The baobab tree. Belron's memories surged forth, and he began to dance with excitement. "I know how to proceed," Belron announced to the assembled crowd. And although they were unaware of his thoughts, they smiled in encouragement. He had attempted to grow not only bread, but even gold, only to abandon such fantasies after a century yielded merely a nail-sized nugget. The following morning, Rhaenyra informed Viserys that the experiments could commence imminently, as Belron was already preparing. The king never tired of witnessing magic, so he invited his cousin Rhaenys and her family to join. allowing Lair and Lena to observe as well. Previously, Belron conducted his experiments in the sacred forest, but that location had been devastated by his own hand, making it unsafe for large gatherings. With a clear understanding of the desired magical plant, experimentation was to occur atop the Maegor's holdfast. Before Belron lay an enormous bathtub, filled with horse manure by a dozen servants who made multiple trips up and down the stairs. Next to it stood 30 barrels of water, continually replenished. For Belron, a single plant species possessed the potential to create a miracle. Sir Aemond, the king's guard, received a pouch from the princess's maid, extracting a seed of the fishleaf tree. Aemond, the younger brother of Elric, was distinguishable by his curly beard. Belron tossed the seed into the tub, and a red thread from his fingertips floated above it. Soon after, the seed sprouted, rooted, grew leaves, and blossomed in a perpetual cycle. Pouring water and adding horse manure, Rhaenyra instinctively directed the servants to continue filling the tub. After several more barrels, the tree, having paused its growth, resumed its ascent. Belron sensed that the red thread had been depleted. The mystical strand drawn from the enigmatic realm not only restored vitality, but also forcibly accelerated growth, and overindulgence could lead to early decay. This marvelous magic left Lair and Lena agape in astonishment. This was precisely the effect desired. Although he could have unearthed a seed from below, he chose to forego that option to maintain a sense of elegance. Belron made a cut upon the towering fishleaf tree before embedding a grain of wheat within it, allowing the tree to recognize the characteristics of the wheat, akin to the concept of genetic absorption from a past life. What follows is transformation. For the breadfruit tree is an ancient entity, one I have encountered on the Nature Channel, and the direction of its mutation is strikingly clear. He envisioned a shell encasing clusters of peeled wheat grains, reluctant to become flour, as he had never encountered a plant that directly produced flour. Such a concept had yet to form in his mind. A faint gray mist emanated from Belron's body, seeping into the nearby fishbeam wood. The Illic brothers had already assumed a state of heightened vigilance, their hands resting upon the hilts of their swords, ever ready to draw them, should a man-eating tree emerge. They would not be surprised. Whenever Belron conducted his experiments, he would reassure others, saying, "No worries," and indeed, he himself remained unharmed, yet those around him often suffered. For his magical creations recognized only him, oblivious to others. Illic remarked, "Every time I behold the gray mist, an ominous premonition washes over me." His brother, Alex, wholeheartedly concurred. "Your Majesty, we must retreat." They had endured similar experiences before, and Illic urged everyone to trust their instincts. A glance revealed that Rhaenyra had distanced herself, retreating to the rear. Thus, the group sheltered behind a phalanx of guards, fortunate to remain unscathed, as the fishbeam would begin to bear small fruits at its flowering points. "Add water, add ingredients," Belron commanded his servants, who exchanged glances with the king before mustering the courage to refill the bathing tub. They discovered that the tub was densely filled with root systems, many having penetrated the wooden vessel and extended outward. The tiny fruits continued to grow until they reached the size of a head, at which point they would drop from above. Belron counted 12 in total. "This is the breadfruit," he said, picking one up from the ground and handing it to Rhaenyra. After several attempts to crack it open, she failed, prompting Belron to consider that perhaps he had exerted too much force during his initial imaginings, envisioning it akin to a coconut shell. "Sir, assist me in opening it," he urged, passing it to Sir Criston. With a resounding thud, the latter's sword cleaved it in twain, revealing pale yellow, husked wheat grains that scattered in every direction. A few grains landed upon the shoulders of the guards. "Is this the king's fruit? The flavor is quite agreeable," the king mused, plucking a grain and savoring it, its sweetness surprising upon further contemplation. Everyone present took a morsel from the fruit and placed it in their palms, since the king had consumed it without consequence. They too wished to sample its taste, perhaps to be recorded by some scholar. Belron protested. When did it become the king's fruit? "No. Let it be known as Belron's fruit." The words floating in the air were large and luminous, impossible to ignore. It needed this to augment the manifestation of its creations. The previous fruit had granted it a towering tree within its mystical realm, an ethereal vision. Belron predicted that in 6 months it would materialize, and he was eager to discover what abilities this tree might bestow upon him. If it were to enhance his self-awareness, perhaps it could hasten the formation process. "Child." Viserys leaned down, an affable expression upon his face, cradling Belron securely in his arms, and spoke earnestly. "Listen to me. This matter is beyond your grasp." Belron remained silent, his eyes gazing upwards with an air of profound contemplation, utterly disregarding Viserys' words. Leaning closer, Viserys whispered into his ear, Do me a favor, aside from this. Propose another condition. After a moment's reflection, Baelon acquiesced, slowly extending his small clawed hand, fingers splayed wide. The implication unmistakable. A 50-50 split? Unacceptable. As Viserys spoke, he pressed down the 4 fingers that had emerged, his brow slightly furrowing, the smile on his face waning. This is the royal hunting ground. Do not push your luck. After suppressing 4 fingers, 3 more reappeared. And what of your sister? She treats you well. Shall we each take a 10th? Faced with Viserys' resolute gaze, Baelon ultimately conceded. In truth, Viserys was elated, for he had just conceived a clever notion. I collect the taxes, I sell the goods. Thus, arranging for the treasurer to maintain accounts for you is a trivial matter. Baelon ultimately agreed to a distribution of 6-2-2, contemplating that any loss to him would result in a halt to production from those trees. Chapter 35. The Royal Forest, the Red Keep, situated in King's Landing, serves as the residence of the rulers of the 7 kingdoms. The Royal Forest lies to the southeast of King's Landing, south of the Blackwater River, encompassing a vast expanse of wooded terrain. It is the royal hunting ground, where only members of the nobility may hunt legally. Poachers caught by the forest wardens face the dire consequence of losing a hand or being conscripted as night's watchmen. Such are the regulations. Yet the current king's benevolence softens the penalties. Captured poachers receive merely a lesson, with the severity of their punishment reflecting the value of their illicit gains. However, it is precisely this leniency that they fear less than the threat of hunger. The forest wardens, numbering merely 30 or 40, do not concern themselves with the occasional poacher. Provided that the proper tributes are paid, as long as the requisite bribes are offered, no one will dare to punish them in plain sight. Consequently, numerous poachers have made a livelihood in this manner, venturing into the royal forest nearly every day to return with pheasants, wild hares, and even deer, selling their catch to various inns and taverns in exchange for coins and silver stacks. The communal kitchen, known as the Flea Pit, dispenses free brown stew, with its finest meats sourced from these poachers. Occasionally, during significant celebrations, patrons from the royal family or the church would provide legitimate meat, ensuring that rodent heads or toenails do not appear in the meals. Those caught poaching face either forced labor or conscription to the Night's Watch. The small council harbored no objections to the punishment of poachers, wholeheartedly endorsing Viserys' decisions. The treasurer swiftly allocated funds, while the justice minister actively recruited personnel to patrol the royal forest, signaling the imminent end of the poachers' prosperous days. The royal forest could no longer be traversed freely by those familiar with its terrain. Numerous fugitives hiding within were also apprehended. After a month of rigorous enforcement, the royal forest was thoroughly cleansed, leaving only the animals and the patrolling wardens amidst its depths. Baelon is about to commence his work, as a grand spectacle of magical creations is set to unfold. When venturing outside, the paramount concern is safety. As long as one remains alive, one can gradually transform the people and circumstances around them through magic. The terrifying blood dragon's dance is still many years away. There is no need to rush. Progress must be made with personal safety as the foremost priority. The world of Game of Thrones mirrors the chaotic and perilous nature of feudal lordship in the Western medieval period. Bandits, thieves, wildlings, clans from the hills, pirates, and even noble knights pose threats. Baelon has encountered danger outside the Red Keep twice. Once it was burned, and another time he was attacked. The memories of those perilous experiences linger vividly. To ensure safety, Rhaenyra has mobilized fully armed soldiers for protection. Over 800 soldiers accompany her, including 500 members of the princess's knights and 300 servants and palace guards. The remaining 5 horse-drawn carriages do not carry people, but are laden with 100 dragon men. To prevent panic among the populace, the carriages are draped in black cloth, inducing a state of dormancy for the creatures within. Baelon and Rhaenyra board the carriage and draw the curtains tightly shut. Although he is reluctant to leave the safety of the Red Keep, he ultimately decides to venture out, with the presence of dragonmen guards providing him a sense of security that he deems essential. Upon exiting the grand gates of the Red Keep, the procession makes its way along a wide stone-paved road heading southeast, which is relatively flat and devoid of significant jolts. Over 100 carriages and knights set forth in grand fashion, their banners of 3-headed dragons waving proudly. The leading knights use their whips to clear the way, pushing aside street vendors and their stalls, which are promptly kicked aside as there are no fruits to sell in this area. Despite this treatment, the vendors harbor no grievances. They can only blame their luck for obstructing the path of the noble lords. This sensation is peculiar. Baelon, hidden within the carriage, gazes through the cracks at the unfolding scene, feeling a wave of reflection wash over him. It seems they perceive me as one of those noble lords, he muses. Yet, there is a realization, I am indeed one of them. The caravan traverses the outskirts of various towns and villages, passing by small markets filled with vendors offering a plethora of goods, as well as inns providing food and lodging. In an instant, the once boisterous road quiets as the caravan approaches. The ragged yet relatively tidy passers-by lower their voices, casting glances toward the opulent carriage. In Westeros, only those of the ruling class, the noble lords, enjoy the comfort of plentiful food and clothing. Meanwhile, the lower-class commoners toil daily for mere sustenance, lacking the luxury to attend to personal hygiene or attire. King's Landing is different, or perhaps it thrives due to Belron's fruit trees. Though the earnings from transporting goods to the seaside have stabilized and no longer match the initial day's bounty, they provide a consistent livelihood. As long as one is willing to exert effort, from dawn until midnight, one could earn no less than 2 copper stars. It is essential to understand that the impoverished count their wealth in copper coins. Thus, 2 copper stars equate to 16 copper coins. A single copper coin can procure a substantial loaf of dark bread mixed with wood shavings. Calculating on the basis of 2 meals a day, this could sustain an individual for 7 days. In this place, no one watches over you while you indulge in fruit. You may eat to your heart's content. For certain fruits are difficult to preserve in the sweltering heat, yet taking them away incurs a cost. Currently, the fruit in King's Landing has plummeted to a mere copper penny for unlimited consumption. Those unwilling to spend can directly venture into the sacred forest to feast. The sacred forest serves as the first stop for every ravenous soul arriving in King's Landing. They embark on vessels adorned with the Hightower sigil, delving into the sacred forest until satiated, grateful for the wonders of magic. The impoverished denizens of King's Landing have long since lost their former meager fare, and this has drawn many destitute individuals from afar to seek opportunities, with the population swelling by at least 50 or 60,000 in just a month. Many choose to reside along the riverbanks or on the rocks for convenience of work. The Red Keep harbors no secrets. Everyone in King's Landing is aware that the vast fruit trees sprawling over 10 acres in the sacred forest are a result of the magic wielded by the monster prince, Baelor. Much like the day when the once-dead Syrax rose again, now magnified. Although rumors abound that Baelor is a monster, the common folk harbor no hatred towards him. In fact, some affectionately refer to him as the Prince of Magic. They have heard of the enigmatic and bizarre spells. Yet the truth or falsehood of these tales bears little relevance to the common populace. Baelor's magic is palpably present. One need only raise their gaze to witness it. For those still skeptical, a visit to the towering piles of fruit in the sacred forest will suffice, as all in King's Landing benefit from it. When inquired about his appearance, people will offer vague and haphazard descriptions, acknowledging that he is undoubtedly a monster, despite never having seen him. Throughout the journey, Rhaenyra observed Baelor grinning widely, displaying his teeth and emitting peculiar laughter, seemingly oblivious to the sights beyond. Perhaps it was simply his excitement at encountering the outside world. As his tail swayed back and forth, becoming rather bothersome. As night fell, the company set up camp on a flat expanse, adjacent to a selected grove of fishbeam trees. Though only 5 or 6 years old, they number over 3,000. Baelor reclined against Rhaenyra's legs. Before them lay a massive bonfire, the intense heat causing the accompanying guards some discomfort. Rhaenyra gazed at the flames reflected in her brother's eyes. Smoothing his silver hair behind his ears, without assistance, Baelor would tuck his silver locks within his scales for safekeeping. "Your father is to remarry," she remarked. "Who?" Baelor inquired. "Alicent," she replied, reflecting on the inevitable progression of history, still wary of the Valyrian family's potential claim to the Iron Throne. "What if I marry you?" "Internal marriages within our family are quite normal. Aside from being somewhat peculiar in appearance, you possess magic, and in just 7 months. You've grown so quickly to my navel," Rhaenyra jested slowly, her recent frustrations prompting a light-hearted comment. "If only you were a normal person," Baelor mused. "Father can wed anyone he desires, yet why Alicent?" She felt a pang of betrayal. A few days ago, she confided in him, expressing her concerns about those who had pledged their allegiance to him, all conspiring to persuade the king to remarry in hopes of producing a worthy heir to replace the current one. They would often meet with the king in private discussions, even fabricating a love for war. "If your father were to remarry, he would still love you," Alicent said, offering words of comfort that lifted his spirits considerably. She also expressed her gratitude to Alicent. The following day, during the council meeting, Viserys announced that he would formalize his engagement to Alicent within 6 months. Rhaenyra felt a deep sense of humiliation, unable to believe that Alicent was unaware of the matter. Corlys too felt the sting of disgrace. After several attempts to persuade Rhaenyra, He ultimately resigned from his position as the master of ships, apologizing to Rhaenyra while assuring her that the Velaryon family would continue to defend her claim to the throne. From that moment on, the entire court, with the exception of the somewhat sympathetic Master of Laws, Leonor, leaned towards Prime Minister Otto. Rhaenyra wished to avoid the faces of these individuals, urging Baelon to emerge and take action, while also seeking a respite for herself. Why did this thought suddenly strike her? Baelon dared not respond. This is bad. We cannot bear children. He shook his head, grappling with the ethics of the situation. Rhaenyra's expression turned peculiar. You understand this? She inquired. I have often observed it over the years. She had assumed Baelon was merely a wandering spirit, frequently observing Viserys and her mother. Suddenly realizing that she too might have been watched. Upon this realization, she mused, Very well. I must test your worth. With that, she began to reach for Baelon's kilt, as such attire not only allowed for ease of movement, but also concealed his tail. The clothing served merely as a disguise. And as long as it was not red, Baelon would not refuse. A flush of crimson spread across Baelon's face. Rhaenyra, however, felt no embarrassment. She had seen it countless times before. Remove your hands, she commanded. Oh, Baelon emitted a silent roar. The surrounding guards noticed the playful scuffle, and nearby, the white-cloaked knight, Alec, erupted in laughter. Driven by instinct, Baelon took off running, with Rhaenyra leisurely pursuing him, yet she soon tackled him to the ground. Baelon signaled to those around to assist in restraining her, but everyone feigned ignorance, as if the darkness had rendered them blind. The guards suddenly busied themselves adjusting their armor, while Alec and his brother, Alec, bowed their heads to tidy their swords. After toying with him for a while, Rhaenyra helped her brother to his feet, brushing the dust from his clothes. No more games. Come and sleep here with me later, she insisted. Baelon longed to refuse her, but gazing up at Rhaenyra, he felt utterly outmatched and considered his safety. He silently nodded in agreement, prioritizing his well-being. Rhaenyra meant well. If he were to face an assassination attempt like the last time with the Faceless Men, it would be challenging to defend against it, and their separation would weaken their protective forces. In a relatively flat meadow within the royal grounds, Alec and his brother trailed closely behind Baelon. As a thick cloud of gray mist emanated from him, coalescing into a dark mass that hovered in the air, nearly transforming into ink. As time progresses, the black mist grows ever denser, evolving from the size of a yellow soybean to larger than a barrel. I wish to ascertain the true extent of the enigmatic space's black mist. Belron is skeptical about the mist being infinite. Its existence hinges upon the perception others have of oneself. In the past, every time Belron extracted from the black mist of the mysterious space for mutation, its color would fade slightly, but it would soon return to its original state. Currently, however, the restoration rate has slowed considerably. What once took 6 or 7 days now requires a month, and even then, it has not yet recovered to half. This situation causes Belron a degree of anxiety. He speculates that the speed of recovery is contingent upon the scope of his image's dissemination. The manifestation within the mysterious space is born from the impressions held in the hearts of the people. Should these impressions change, the black mist may vanish entirely. Sir Illic, what is the prevailing concept or perception of me among the populace? This is of great significance to me. I suppose I am regarded as a monster. For the prince rarely ventures out of the Red Fortress, and the majority of the tales revolve around your escape being ambushed by the 7 deities cultists. Your visage became widely circulated during that incident. Are there any new rumors that have surfaced since then? This is what Belron is most concerned about. Recently, a title of magical prince has emerged, attributed to the endless fruits outside. Everyone in the realm believes you possess tree magic. Sir Illic candidly relayed the idle chatter exchanged among friends. That is indeed accurate. Belron has come to ascertain the source of his magic, rather than being mere sorcery. It resembles the strength derived from faith. Ever since the mysterious space produced fruit trees in the Divinewood Forest, a single seed has appeared, growing daily and now reaching knee height. Belron is intrigued to extract its power, which manifests externally as a single leaf. This power embodies the rapid growth and fruition of trees, applicable solely to plant life. Perhaps he was too forceful in his extraction, nearly causing the sapling to revert to a seed. It has now returned to a germinating state. This development causes Belron some concern, as this ethereal power is contingent upon his influence in the world. Should his enigmatic image be shattered, the black mist may indeed dissipate. It is possible that the manifestations of the dragon people within the mysterious space will hasten their consolidation. Having already created 2,000 dragon people to inhabit the dragon's lair, along with similar images, it is challenging for others not to draw connections. Might these new dragon manifestations be the Dragon Lord? A true dragon of the mortal realm? Who can say? Baelon prefers to remain incognito. This journey primarily involves the princess's night order and the maids he frequently encounters. These individuals have witnessed him without the veil of mystery. Baelon resolves to insist that those who have seen him maintain strict confidentiality upon his return. For the black mist is exceedingly useful, and he fervently hopes it does not vanish. His prolonged study of the mysterious space has led him to categorize the manifestations therein: black mist, mutation heart, restoration, growth dragon shadow, unformed tree, initial formation rapid growth and fruition of trees. All magical creations inherently require a portion of power drawn from the mysterious realm to sustain their existence. They serve as mutual anchor points, allowing each to sense the other's position and distance. Rhaenyra once informed Baelon that the dragonkin descend into a frenzied state once they leave Dragonstone. He conjectured that the dragonkin rely on the black mist within the enigmatic space for their sustenance. The distance from King's Landing to Dragonstone represents a safe threshold beyond which, even towards the stony steps, Baelon can only faintly sense the dragonkin remaining there. The mental link can no longer relay commands to them. The barrel-sized essence of black mist has already diminished the volume of the mysterious realm's black mist by 1/3, leading Baelon to understand the exchange ratio between the two. He contemplated that among all, only Prince Baelon possessed the knowledge of magic. The influence over human hearts invariably directs toward oneself. He pondered how to create a more profound impact to accelerate the growth of the trees within the mysterious space. Throughout history, wonders have either been immensely grand or as numerous as the stars. No matter how grand, he could not replicate the fruit tree of the imperial forest. Even he found it absurd. He harbored a suspicion that perhaps the ancient gods revered by the northern ancestors were secretly aiding him. Could it be that they too sought to share in some benefit? Regrettably, he currently lacked understanding of these deities. After some contemplation, Baelon decided to infuse a measure of heart's power to hasten their growth. Ahead, a forest ranger led the way, followed by 100 knights and servants clearing the path, parting branches and removing obstructive stones. Rhaenyra and 2 white-robed figures walked closely beside Baelon, while the majority of the knights fanned out to maintain vigilance. Baelon took small, deliberate steps forward, gently waving his hands. From the ebony sphere before him, droplets of inky liquid slowly separated. Upon detaching from the sphere, they gracefully floated towards the surrounding fishbeam trees, seamlessly merging with them. In an instant, a dreamlike and wondrous spectacle unfolded before him, akin to stepping into a realm of ethereal beauty. The fishbeam trees that absorbed the inky droplets were instantly infused with vibrant life and vigor, growing robustly at an astonishing pace. They first burst forth with buds, which soon blossomed into a frenzy of resplendent flowers. Before long, these blossoms gradually bore plump fruits that adorned the branches. The fervently blooming crimson leaves danced gracefully in the gentle breeze, cascading to the ground below, as if carpeting the earth in a welcoming red tapestry. It was breathtaking. Rhaenyra and those around her were captivated by this enchanting scene. Baelon, however, felt no surprise, even a tinge of boredom. These trees first existed in his imagination before manifesting in reality. He needed to concentrate entirely on envisioning the growth, flowering, and fruiting of the fishbeam trees. Should his thoughts waver, he might inadvertently conjure a horde of indescribable monstrosities. After all, the essence of black mist was synonymous with mutation. As expected, he found himself ill-suited for prolonged flights of imagination. Fatigue began to creep in, yet he persisted in trying to exhaust the remaining small wisp of black mist before him. Prince, did that tree just move? Where did it move? Perhaps I misperceived it. Now that you mention it, it does seem that way. The throng around them steadily grew. People began to chatter about the peculiar phenomena they had observed, and everyone noticed a strange stillness in the woods, so eerily silent that it sent shivers down their spines, though no one had mentioned it before. Stay vigilant. Sir Criston, having encountered many magical creations alongside Rhaenyra, found anything strange occurring here far from unusual. Under his leadership, the knights became alert, raising their weapons and scrutinizing their surroundings with care. Chapter 37. The stingy fruit. Rhaenyra sensed something amiss and hurried over to tug at Baelon. He opened his eyes and turned to his sister, having just been envisioning a fish leaf tree sprouting wheat from a coconut shell. Someone saw the tree move. Rhaenyra quietly urged her brother, prompting him to investigate. She was aware that Baelon comprehended his creations entirely. He nodded, conveying, "I understand." Slowly, he approached the tree that the guards were vigilantly watching. Its bark was ashen, reminiscent of bone, and its leaves were a deep crimson, resembling countless bloodied palms, indistinguishable from other magically altered fishleaf trees. 3 white-robed figures dutifully followed behind. His magical creations posed no threat to him. The danger lay with others. A sentiment often felt by the frequently injured Alec. As Baelon scrutinized the tree, he observed a peculiar detail. The tree's trunk no longer bore the visage of a human face. Instead, it resembled a simplistic smile from a past life. This was something he had never noticed before. How had other elements infiltrated it? He glanced at the other trees, all adorned with smiling emoticons. Prince, these strange symbols have changed. Each of us perceives them differently. Kristen had just led the guard who had witnessed the fish leaf tree's movement. Baelon inquired, "What do you see?" The guard sketched on the ground from memory, and Kristen replicated the drawing. Baelon remarked, "Welcome, indifference, joy." Surrounding guards began to illustrate their observations, with the most curious being one who claimed that fruit continually fell around him, striking him multiple times. Baelon could only advise caution upon encountering such symbols. He found the situation absurd and resolved to attempt establishing a mental connection with the tree. Direct contact often inundated him with overwhelming information, a practice he typically avoided. After a brief attempt, Baelon confirmed that simple magical creations could not forge such a connection. Reluctantly, he extended his hand to touch the fish leaf tree that the guard claimed would move, instantly absorbing its entirety. This proved troublesome, as he felt lightheaded from the influx of information. Subsequently, Baelon comprehended the underlying reason. The vitality of these fishwood trees lay in the heart's power infused within them. This force, which Baelon had always believed could merely mend wounds, exhibited remarkable efficacy when applied to accelerate plant growth. Utilizing it independently posed no issues, apart from some faint awareness. After an entire morning of labor, Baelon found himself surrounded by a colossal quantity of trees, thus forming a collective consciousness. How could a manifestation of the heart possess awareness, intertwined with my own memories? There remained many mysteries within this enigmatic realm that he had yet to unravel. Now, an additional conundrum had arisen. What had transpired? Had the magic faltered? Rhaenyra inquired, seeking clarity on their current predicament. Baelon pondered for a moment before articulating. The good news is that these trees will not attack humans. And what of the bad news? Rhaenyra crouched down to meet his gaze, her demeanor serious as it pertained to her own safety. Baelon conveyed, "The unfortunate news is that should I be absent, entering this fishwood territory will incur a protection fee." "What protection fee?" Rhaenyra asked in bewilderment, pondering if these trees were indeed cognizant of the golden dragon. "How peculiar." Baelon elucidated, "Simply providing them with benefits will suffice. Dung, urine, and so forth." Sir Kristen observed symbols that indicated joy, suggesting these trees greatly appreciated his excrement as nourishment. "Ha!" Rhaenyra burst into laughter. "Well, that isn't entirely bad news," she reassured herself. If this place were to transform into something bizarre, Belron's efforts would not have been in vain. So, does that mean we must pay in dung every time we collect the king's fruit? This was the aspect of utmost concern for Rhaenyra, considering the journey to the royal carriage took an entire afternoon. "Not at all. I shall not have to pay, for they would not dare demand from me. You may carry my dragon scales, and thus avoid payment as well." Baelon mused, "Should they dare to collect from me, I would sever the link to the mysterious realm's black mist and create a new batch." "What happens if we refuse to pay?" Baelon replied, "You shall lose your way. They will also hurl the king's fruit at you, leaving your body as fertilizer. Carrying my dragon scales will lead them to believe they are assisting me. They are quite simple-minded, driven solely by instinct." Baelon comforted his sister, assuring her that the fruits could still be harvested normally. Rhaenyra reminded him, "Shall we continue to cultivate the trees?" He shook his head and replied, "Further cultivation is futile. These trees will propagate naturally once nourished." This was indeed favorable news for Baelon. A wave of fatigue washed over him, and he found himself struggling to stay awake. "I am so weary. I feel I might drift off. In that case, let us return then. We shall dine at the Red Fortress this evening." He felt indifferent. After all, he had completed the tasks he had promised to undertake. The sooner they returned, the better, for he preferred to remain out of the limelight. Was the Black Mist's recovery slowing down, or was it that he was becoming less mysterious? Rhaenyra began to organize their subsequent itinerary. "Chief, our journey has concluded. We shall return to the Red Fortress for dinner. By the way, Sir Harrison, if you do not possess Belron's dragon scales, do not attempt to collect the fruits here, or you may find yourselves unable to exit." "Princess, what will happen to those scattered outside?" Harrison inquired. Aside from the members of the princess's knightly order, not everyone possessed dragon scales. Servants and palace guards lacked them. Belron silently conveyed a message. "Send knights with scales to retrieve them. My status is paramount, and they will not face any difficulties." "I understand," Sir Harrison promptly dispatched knights adorned with dragon scales to search for the isolated individuals. When these knights returned with the lost souls, some bore bruises on their heads, others had fainted, and most were still lost in the mist. Upon careful questioning, it was revealed that the injured had picked fruit from the ground, having sampled it to varying degrees. One individual had merely cracked open a king's fruit to inspect it, without tasting it, and was still attacked. Well, these trees are rather stingy. Sir Harrison chuckled in disbelief upon learning this. They were indeed miserly trees. Thus, the king's fruit trees earned another moniker, the stingy trees. Even entering their domain required a toll, regardless of whether one sought their fruit. After a thorough check, each commander and steward confirmed that no one had been left behind in the woods. Everyone returned to their starting camp. Subsequently, Rhaenyra left a few individuals to guard the provisions brought along, as many more would soon arrive. This place was set to become a transfer station for the king's fruit. Her father, Viserys, and his royal advisors would personally come to assess the situation, making arrangements for the forthcoming sale. This woodland would become a sustainable source of income for the crown. A single king's fruit weighed 10 pounds. The hard fruit could indeed kill an unprotected person if it fell from a height. The issue was not the yield, but rather the scarcity of dragon scales. Belron's chamber still contained 3 bags of scales, totaling 200 pieces, while the princess's knight's camp held another 300. As for the scales they wore, Rhaenyra ultimately chose not to reclaim them, viewing it as a privilege that allowed them free access to the royal woods. Regarding the scales given to her aunt, Rhaenys, they had already returned to Driftmark, making it awkward for her to request their return. She suddenly felt a twinge of regret for having sold them too cheaply. Thus, upon her return to King's Landing, she reclaimed all dragon scales, offering a handsome price of a gold dragon for their repurchase. The princess's knightly order was also prohibited from selling any further scales and instructed to return any excess. Chapter 38. The king's wedding. On the night Belron returned to the Red Keep, Viserys learned from him about the protective fee associated with the woodland. That evening, he and Queen Alicent deliberated in private about whether to open the Fishbone Wood. Although they had not formally wed, Alicent was already residing in the queen's chambers. Viserys, being a man of normal desires, often had his own considerations. Ultimately, he wished to ensure his daughter's position as a secure heir. He chose Alicent for 2 reasons: her youth and beauty, which had endeared her to him greatly. Secondly, due to political considerations. Viserys is reluctant to wed the 12-year-old Lena Velaryon, not merely because of her tender age. Should Lena bear a son, the Sea Snake would undoubtedly favor a child of Velaryon lineage for the Iron Throne, thereby jeopardizing Rhaenyra's position as the primary heir, as she would lose her most formidable supporter. Otto Hightower, Alicent's father, perceives that marrying his daughter to Viserys could fortify the Hightower family's connection with the Iron Throne, thereby consolidating royal power. Once children are born, their offspring could be united, and the age difference would be negligible. Alicent has received recommendations from nobles regarding 80 suitable marriage candidates, allowing her to choose at her leisure, as she does not wish to force her daughter into matrimony. However, as the king has not disclosed his intentions to Rhaenyra, the announcement of her betrothal to Alicent at the council provokes considerable dissent. The arrangement for her to select a husband adds to her displeasure. Not only does she frequently neglect her home, but she also resides on Dragonstone with her dragon Syrax. A silent protest against her circumstances, Queen Alicent is more decisive than Viserys and quickly enlightens him to the unsanitary conditions in King's Landing, where commoners indiscriminately dispose of their refuse in the streets. With only 2,000 men dispatched to gather royal fruit, the task remains insurmountable. It would be wiser to distribute the refuse, thereby improving the city's sanitation and winning the populace's affection, a dual benefit. After much contemplation, the king concedes to Alicent's proposal. The following morning, he announces this initiative at a royal council. Henceforth, the area formerly known as the Kingswood is officially designated as the King's Forest. Regardless of how history may record Viserys or evaluate his actions, at least from this day forward, no citizen of King's Landing shall suffer from starvation under his reign. In the days that follow, a continuous stream of carts travels from the Kingswood to the outskirts near the Great Pit. While outsiders inquire, they remain tight-lipped. Some suggest gathering the refuse, but few believe it. Only a handful of informed individuals discreetly prepare their families. Prime Minister Otto posts proclamations at all city gates. 1 barrel of refuse can be exchanged for a piece of royal fruit, with no limit to the quantity. The external price of royal fruit is 1 copper star. Initially, skepticism prevails, but after the first successful exchange and consumption, the populace envisions the previous bounty of fruit trees. Due to the suddenness of that earlier event, Many missed their chance and are now left lamenting lost opportunities as they witness acquaintances prosper, some even accumulating more than a single golden dragon. To this day, they mourn the missed opportunity. Recently, astute merchants quickly band together to capitalize on the situation, offering to purchase the fertilizer at a rate of 1 barrel for a substantial loaf of black bread mixed with wood shavings. Utilizing royal fruit to bake bread. One fruit yields half a barrel of this wood-shaving bread, resulting in a profit 5 times the cost. To their delight, the grain within the royal fruit is sweet, enhancing the flavor. Those who were previously uninformed soon realize their folly after just 2 hours of collection and demand to reclaim their fertilizer. In jest, for merchants, earning money equates to profiting from information disparities. As soon as they acquired fertilizer, they transported it via cart to exchange for king's fruit. How could they possibly agree? The two factions engaged in a heated dispute, ultimately attracting the attention of a man in golden robes who administered a few lashes, compelling everyone to retreat with groans of dismay. The dissemination of information occurred with remarkable swiftness. In King's Landing, 70,000 individuals participated in this grand initiative, with countless others beginning to dig in the flea-infested quarters. This announcement brought immense joy to the impoverished citizens of King's Landing, where the most destitute flea-ridden dens, devoid of anything but filth, were transformed. Within a single day, even the aged grime in the sewers was scraped clean. What was once deemed useless now represented sustenance. The fertilizer collected by the Red Keep was designated for a large pit outside the city, with personnel assigned to guard against theft. A month passed in the blink of an eye. King's Landing experienced an unprecedented abundance of grain, causing prices for various foodstuffs to plummet dramatically, rendering them virtually worthless. Simultaneously, a new opportunity arose for those ship captains who had previously missed the chance to seize the fruit trees, the king's fruit. With its remarkably low moisture content and exceptional storability, could last 2 to 3 years without spoilage, effectively acting as a fixed asset, akin to currency. Those with ample resources were in no rush to liquidate their holdings, as they made their way along the Blackwater River towards the north. The king's fruit, unlike ordinary fruits which decay, was said to be storable for at least a decade in the north. When the first captain arrived in the north bearing the king's fruit, the news he brought caused a sensation among all the lords. Historically, as long as the price was reasonable, the north would accept any quantity of grain. However, most transactions were conducted through barter, trading for furs, sheep, or cattle. Now, the king's fruit, weighing the same as wheat, commanded merely 1/3 of the wheat's price, yielding astronomical profits. Some coastal lords in the north had already begun purchasing ships to acquire the king's fruit. Numerous lords subsequently visited the North's guardian, Duke Cregan Stark, hoping to lead a group to King's Landing for reconnaissance. Winter is coming has long been the mantra of House Stark, once the long summer in the north passes. A multitude of homeless, childless, unmarried, second sons, and the elderly will emerge, struggling to survive the harsh winter. The people of the north yearned for expeditions, adventures, and pillaging, anticipating the glory of a noble death on the battlefield. Yet, this was not a desire for war. It was a stereotype imposed upon them by the continent of Westeros. For, at its core, all warfare merely aimed to reduce the number of mouths to feed at home. The long summer had persisted for many years, while the specter of winter loomed over the heads of the Northerners and Duke Cregan. Even sailors who had departed merely half a month prior could sing a ballad in praise of the king. King's wood, king's tree, the king's tree bears the king's fruit. 1 king's fruit per person, 10 children cannot consume it all. Duke Cregan surmised that it was the king's magical prince behind it all. Though the north is vast, its inhabitants actively sought external information, albeit with a delay of 1 or 2 months. He had also heard of the fruit trees in the enchanted forest of the Red Keep, yet Duke Cregan held little interest in them, as fruit alone could not satiate one's hunger. However, this time, with the prospect of grain, the situation was vastly different. He had specifically summoned sailors from White Harbor, more knowledgeable about the king's fruit, to inquire further, and the revelations were astonishing. Currently, in King's Landing, the price of the king's fruit was plummeting to a mere quarter of that of the same weight in wheat. It was rumored that 1 king's fruit could sustain a person for 3 days, and perhaps only 2 in the north. The affordability was undeniable, prompting Duke Cregan to cease his waiting and to gather several precious and rare items for his journey southward. He collected all the local specialties he could bring to King's Landing to establish trade with the king. He was certain that the king's fruit was firmly in the royal family's grasp and in abundant supply. Otherwise, the character of Viserys would not allow such benefits to reach the populace so swiftly. He felt compelled to visit King's Landing personally. If he could procure such trees for cultivation in the north, he would put an end to the region's history of hunger. Of course, Duke Cragan would not openly state that he was there to inspect the king's fruit. Instead, he seized the opportunity presented by Viserys' marriage to hasten his journey to King's Landing, where he received a letter of welcome from the king, inviting them to attend. Viserys was already aware of the numerous lords who had expressed their intention to attend his wedding, and he chose not to reveal this, extending a warm welcome and issuing a plethora of invitations. This was a positive development, allowing the lesser lords under the Iron Throne to witness the prosperity of King's Landing. The Prime Minister, Otto, was exceedingly enthusiastic about this matter, as the national treasury was flourishing, with gold dragons flowing into the coffers. After all, the funds belonged to the royal family, and the Chancellor of Finance raised no objections. Invitations were dispatched to all notable lords, even reaching Dorne, which had not yet submitted to the Iron Throne. Viserys deemed it wise to extend invitations to ease relations. The only lords adversely affected were those from the Riverlands, whose grain prices were plummeting, prompting them to dispatch inquiries about the source of the king's fruit. Meanwhile, they harbored bitter curses for that monstrous prince, convinced he was the cause of their daily anxieties. The prolonged summer had left the lords of the Riverlands with a surplus of grain, and although they had previously remained untroubled, believing the fluctuations to be normal, the persistent decline in prices over a month had instilled fear. Seizing the opportunity of the king's wedding, they sought to humble themselves before Viserys, requesting an end to the market flooding. Otherwise, the farmers would be left with nothing but bread, which, while beneficial for the farmers, was not a sustainable diet for the nobility. They were in no position to refuse, as many lords found their granaries dwindling, and if this continued, bankruptcy was inevitable. Chapter 39. The King's Wedding. The wedding of Viserys and Alicent took place as scheduled, facilitated by the House of Hightower, as Viserys ultimately agreed to reconcile with the faith of the Seven. The king, primarily considering that the faith of the Seven remains the principal belief south of King's Landing and Dragonstone, ultimately agreed to the wedding steeped in the Seven's faith out of respect for Alicent and the legitimacy of marriage as perceived by the wider world. The grand sept was adorned with resplendent stained glass, illustrating the tales of the Seven, casting a kaleidoscope of colors in the sunlight. Exquisite tapestries hung from the walls, and sumptuous carpets covered the floor, enveloping the entire space in an atmosphere of solemn grandeur. Outside, a vast tent had been erected in the square to host guests and festivities, crafted from the finest silk, embroidered with royal crests and intricate patterns. The tables and chairs were meticulously crafted, the cutlery was of silver, and the goblets were fashioned from crystal, all reflecting the regal opulence of the royal wedding. To mend the relationship between the faith of the Seven and the Iron Throne, the ceremony was presided over by the newly appointed High Septon, Calvin, who, despite his advanced age, spoke with clarity as he had been hastily elected by the archbishops, likely with only a few years left to live. The former High Septon, Yemen, had been compelled to resign due to his inescapable responsibility for the assassination that brought disgrace upon the faith in King's Landing, thereafter dedicating himself solely to the service of the Seven. As the wedding bells rang, Viserys stood before the assembled guests with a gentle smile, watching as his second wife, Alicent, gracefully approached from the entrance. Otto Hightower escorted his daughter, stepping elegantly before Viserys, offering a slight bow before entrusting her into his hands and retreating back into the crowd of guests. Alicent, clad in a pale green silk gown and a delicate lace skirt adorned with opulent embellishments, showcased her form through the sinuous family crest patterns, exuding nobility and grace. Viserys, equally resplendent, wore a dark red cloak over a deep crimson velvet mantle adorned with fragments of dragon bone. The crown of Aegon the Conqueror perched stylishly upon his silver hair, radiating confidence. With a smile, Alicent linked her arm with Viserys as they walked together towards the officiating High Septon. Under the prism of colors cast by the stained glass, they stood before the towering golden statues of the father and the mother to exchange their vows. In the presence of the Seven, they would pledge their commitment. Hand in hand, guided by High Septon Calvin, they declared, "We witness here, Alicent of House Hightower, Viserys of House Targaryen, body, heart, and soul. Any who interfere with their union shall face a relentless curse." Following this, Viserys and Alicent gazed deeply into one another's eyes. At that moment, the choir of the church began to chant hymns, their melodious voices weaving a sacred and solemn atmosphere, all unfolding with impeccable order. Heavenly Father, the blacksmith, the warrior, the Holy Mother, the maiden, the crone, the stranger, by the gods, we are bound to one another. By the gods, we are bound to one another. I vow to remain steadfast until our hair turns white and our lives cease. One by one, we pledge our fidelity, our procreation, and our mutual support, uttering the sacred vows of matrimony. They exchanged 7 solemn oaths, receiving 7 layers of blessings as they made their commitments in the presence of witnesses, until the moment arrived when none dared to question or challenge them. He shed his cloak, which he then gently draped over the shoulders of his bride, symbolizing his eternal protection of Alicent. Viserys took Alicent's hand, facing the guests, and declared with a resonant voice, "From this day forth, all that I possess is yours, until death do us part." Applause erupted around them, echoing into the night. Duke Cragan observed the crowd intently, a cryptic smile gracing his lips. Otto, amidst the guests, could not conceal his amusement, graciously accepting the compliments from the lords of the Riverlands and others. The Eyrie, represented by a scant few from House Arryn, engaged in hushed discussions, their faces devoid of smiles, for they were the maternal kin of Princess Rhaenyra. Notably absent from the ceremony were Princess Rhaenyra and Prince Baelon, and most significantly, Corlys was also missing. What transpired that led to such omissions? Filled with questions, the Winter Wolf sensed an impending crisis amidst the incomplete gathering. It seemed war was inevitable, and as for oaths broken, the Northerners would prefer to die in battle. Otto noticed the Duke's gaze upon him, and with a serene demeanor, he nodded in acknowledgement. Upon observing Otto's gesture, a faint smile appeared on Duke Cragan's face, exuding an air of unruffled elegance as he subtly inclined his head in response to Otto's overture. After the ceremony, a modest gathering was scheduled at the Red Keep for that evening, with hopes for all to attend. As the marriage vows concluded, the guests began to disperse. Duke Cragan had only arrived in King's Landing 2 days prior, accompanied by the Lord Chancellor, Leonor, who personally guided him to observe the magnificent fruit trees. Upon seeing the colossal trees, he recognized certain characteristics reminiscent of the fish-laden woods. The north, too, boasted its own grand fish-laden trees, but the scale was incomparable. He could only marvel at such extraordinary growth, achievable only through magic. Under normal circumstances, it would require at least a millennium to mature. After offering a prayer by the heart tree and indulging in a purple mango, Duke Cragan departed. On his way, he chanced upon the Kingsguard, Sarah Lick, who served Prince Baelon. The Duke expressed his desire to meet the prince, but ultimately received no permission, as Baelon sought to maintain an air of mystery. Coincidentally, Rhaenyra was in Baelon's company at that moment. Upon learning of the arrival of the Northern Guardian, she initiated a conversation with him. The Northerners place great importance on promises. Once a vow is made, they commit themselves entirely to uphold it. This quality of reliability has earned them a distinguished reputation across Westeros. In dealings or alliances, the promises of the Northerners are as trustworthy as a contract. They hold that keeping one's word is fundamental to integrity. Rhaenyra was acutely aware of this, and she directly inquired about the North's stance should her father father a son and revoke her claim to inheritance. The princess harbors doubts regarding the loyalty of the North. Duke Cragan raised his chin slightly, his gaze resolute, replying with conviction. Observing this, Rhaenyra gently shook her head and spoke softly. "As humans, we weigh the pros and cons. I shall steadfastly defend your claim to the throne." Cragan's tone remained unwavering. Rhaenyra felt deeply moved and sincerely thanked him for his candidness and commitment to his oath, assuring him that he could approach her directly in King's Landing with any matters, without hesitation. Upon hearing some of his inquiries and requests, she generously bestowed upon the Duke 100 precious dragon scales and invited him to stay in King's Landing for 2 days, during which she would escort Duke Cragan to the Kingswood. As for whether the King's tree could be transplanted to the north, she admitted uncertainty and promised to provide an answer in due time. The princess's character endeared her to Duke Cragan, contrasting with other lords who often failed to communicate clearly. Chapter 40. Anxiety in the heart of the sacred wood. Thousands toiled diligently. Surrounding the fruit trees, which required the embrace of 30 individuals, low towers stood tall, each adorned with gray sails as thick as a palm, suspended from their summits. Each sail was significantly larger than those of warships, with an abundance of these oversized sails evenly distributed around the area. Whenever a fruit fell from the trees, numerous servants would emerge from the towers below. The Minister of Finance had expended no less than 200,000 golden dragons to construct 324 low towers in the sacred wood using red bricks, creating a miniature labyrinth for the efficient collection of fallen fruit. As the fruit trees bore their bounty, most of the produce would land atop these sails. Given the brief intervals between the falling fruits, swift handling of the canvas was imperative. The servants would rapidly lower the ropes tied to the corners of the sails using a winch, and once the fruits landed safely, they would untie the ropes, replace the canvas with one of identical dimensions, and hoist it back skyward. Temporary workers waiting below would use wooden buckets to scoop up the fruit, pushing forward with vigor to fill them before swiftly placing the loads onto carts, a task manageable for those with significant strength. Some temporary workers were assigned the busy yet less strenuous duty of sealing the buckets with lids. Those with lesser strength might struggle, drawing the attention of tax officials, who would remember them, ensuring they would not return. Once the carts reached the 20-person wide opening, workers there would use a wooden plank ramp to roll the contents onto cargo ships, where sailors would transport them to the hold. Once filled, a signal would be given to the tax officials, and nearby merchants or captains would begin to settle their accounts. A barrel of fruit was valued at 1 silver stag, with the barrel included in the price. The contents of the barrels were random, only guaranteed to be full. Fortunate finds might yield only grapes, ideal for fermentation, while misfortune could result in a mere 3 durians, fruits that sold poorly in Westeros, leaving one to lament their bad luck. In the sacred woods of Shinmo, temporary laborers are compensated by the royal treasury, earning 2 copper stars for a day's toil. Theoretically, they are expected to labor for a full morning. However, these day workers also bear the responsibility of washing and drying the canvas by the seaside. Only when the sun begins its descent, casting shadows upon the storerooms, do the tax officials commence the payment of the 2 copper stars. Today, however, being the day of the king's grand wedding, the Red Keep hosts a small soiree for the nobility. For safety considerations, the tax officials began disbursing wages after midday, following the completion of the sail washing, eliciting a chorus of cheers from the laborers. Working in the Shinmu woods offers a semblance of stability, attracting predominantly common folk, though not the impoverished. A certain degree of social connections is requisite to gain employment here. Once the system became formalized, while the fruits of King's Landing became inexpensive, they were no longer free. An entry into the Shinmu woods is strictly prohibited without permission. The impoverished still languish in the flea-infested quarters, with the only solace being the free brown broth and occasional apples distributed by the church, alongside mango rice, served as a dessert. This perhaps marks the only change. The Shinmu woods obscure much of the sunlight that would otherwise grace the Maegor's holdfast, a fact that irks Baelon. In a secluded storage room on an upper floor, Rhaenyra sits quietly in Baelon's specially crafted hanging basket, engrossed in her reading, while Baelon leans against the windowsill, soaking in the sun, the environment exuding comfort. The morning sun scarcely penetrates the canopy of fruit trees, but here, a small patch remains illuminated. The minds of medieval folk exhibit considerable acumen. The sun's warmth lulls him into a sleepy stupor as he squints at the bustling figures in the Shinmu woods. A gentle knock resounds as Ser Criston taps on the open door. Your Grace, the king has instructed me to inform you that while your absence from the church is excusable, attendance at the banquet is imperative. He lingers at the threshold for a protracted moment, having softened the original words of Viserys, rendering them less sharp. The king, having noted Rhaenyra's absence during the oath-taking ceremony, is displeased, thus delegating the pressure to his Kingsguard, Criston. Rhaenyra remains unfazed. Just half a year prior, the queen was still Miss Alicent, a dear confidant, sharing tales beneath the Shinmu trees about the great fleet of Naerys. After today, she shall become her stepmother, and the realm rejoices at the prospect of her marriage. Yet Rhaenyra harbors a quiet sorrow, grappling with the implications for her own claim to succession. No, there remains one blissfully oblivious, Baelon. The gentle sound of his slumber is evident. Rhaenyra turns her head, noticing Criston still awaiting a response at the door, and with a furrowed brow, she acknowledges, I understand. At this, Criston visibly relaxes and departs. Rhaenyra approaches the window, tenderly lifting Baelon, and stealthily drapes a blanket over his specially designed cradle. Each time she employs her magic, Baelon's slumber deepens, a fact she has noted, though Baelon is aware of it too, and thus she refrains from inquiry. A sudden thought crosses her mind. What if one day he were to fall into an eternal slumber? How would that unfold? Would I feel sorrow? Would father mourn? Rhaenyra finds herself uncertain. As the moments unfolded, Rhaenyra found herself besieged by thoughts long concealed within her heart. Soon, they were to embark on the journey of bringing forth a son. Otto began to urge his father to reaffirm the line of succession. Subsequently, the king took his eldest son to meet each individual who had once sworn fealty to her. The once warm sunlight transformed into a frigid chill, piercing through her chest. As she helplessly surveyed the room, what remained for her after losing the Iron Throne? It seemed she was ensnared in a tumult of emotions. Silence enveloped the space. The temporary workers and tax officials had departed, while the servants efficiently tidied the sacred grove during the payroll interval. Their task completed, they retreated to rest. With a resounding thud, The iron gate came crashing down, marking the end of the day's revelry in the sacred grove. 2 armored guards armed with spears remained stationed atop the battlements. Baelon, attuned to the subtle shifts in his surroundings, opened his eyes to find his sister in a trance. On the verge of tears, he waved his hand before her. "What troubles you, sister?" "Nothing." Rhaenyra managed a strained smile. "It's none of your concern. Are you pondering Father's wedding? You wouldn't comprehend. It's a matter for adults." She swayed in her chair, responding with a sense of aimlessness. Seeing that his sister was uncommunicative, Baelon offered consolation. "If Father marries Lady Alicent, so be it. You still have me. I possess magic," he declared, patting his chest, eliciting his own unique laughter. "Ha ha ha." Baelon exaggeratedly flailed about in a comical manner, evoking laughter from Rhaenyra until tears streamed down her face. "Do not engage in such peculiar antics." She pulled Baelon onto her lap, resting her head gently on his shoulder. "No one shall seize my Iron Throne." Though the words escaped her lips without sound, her resolve fortified anew. Chapter 41. Conversations in the carriage time flowed inexorably, like clouds drifting across the sky. 2.5 years had elapsed since the king's remarriage. Viserys orchestrated a grand hunting ceremony to celebrate Prince Aegon's second birthday. Accompanied by a cheerful queen and a sullen princess, the family journeyed to the castle nestled within the royal woods, a site that had once served as a temporary stronghold where Rhaenyra and Baelon had planted the king's tree. No longer a mere encampment of tents, it had transformed into a named stronghold, the Feast Castle. The very name suggested its purpose as a venue for magnificent banquets. Constructed over the course of 2 years and officially completed just last month. Due to the rampant thievery within the royal woods, a property of the crown, the treasurer devised an imaginative expulsion policy. Anyone entering the woods would be required to pay a copper star for each day spent within. A steep price that unexpectedly turned into a lucrative source of revenue. To enter the king's forest and collect the royal fruits, one need only carry manure, which has resulted in an almost boundless supply of these fruits. This accessibility allows the populace, who previously had to sneak in, to enter openly. Certain areas have effectively transformed into bustling trading hubs, with the largest being Fruit Town, aptly named as it serves as the royal facility for the sale of royal fruits. Within the royal grove, at least 30,000 individuals reside, with a transient population of about 20,000, generating an estimated income of 200 golden dragons daily, equivalent to a month's revenue collected by Fry along the Trident River. To facilitate transportation, the king, upon the advice of the Chancellor of the Exchequer, has constructed a spacious stone road. Alongside this thoroughfare, one can occasionally find small shops for respite. A myriad of establishments can be located near the road, including, but not limited to, brothels and clothing stores, even small eateries offering hearty fare, catering to those with a taste for such delicacies. As one approaches the king's forest, the number of vendors and workshops increases significantly, primarily focusing on durable foodstuffs derived from the royal fruits, such as pot pies and dark bread, which are sold at slightly elevated prices at the ports of King's Landing. Due to the proliferation of workshops, countless individuals flock here, seeking employment opportunities. The royal family, particularly the Targaryens, benefits immensely from the magical wonders of the fruit trees and the king's tree, while the Chancellor diligently amasses golden dragons for the Iron Throne. The treasury is burgeoning, nearing a staggering 8 million golden dragons. The Targaryen family surpassed the Valyrians 2 years ago and now stands equivalent to 5 Valyrian families. With the stepstones fully occupied by the Dragon Lords, the Valyrians have re-established their maritime routes, and thanks to the strategic location of Driftmark, their wealth is increasing at an unparalleled pace. Their fleet has expanded to 300 warships, insufficient to contend with the sea serpent's might, even with the 3 city-states of the Kingdom of Dorne united. Due to the immense wealth amassed, the king has begun lending to the great lords at remarkably low interest rates. The most significant bank in Braavos, the Iron Bank, has seen its business in Westeros plummet, as its fearsome reputation for debt collection deterred many from defaulting. Lords would only seek loans out of dire necessity, as no one desires to borrow without cause. Numerous banks on the Essos continent have been compelled to send envoys to establish amicable relations with the Iron Throne, desperately hoping for loan opportunities confined to Westeros. With the Iron Throne now flush with wealth, there arises an additional option: loans from the king himself. Given the king's character, those unable to repay could appeal for extensions or even forgiveness, a truly fortuitous arrangement. However, the king is astute. The loan program is exclusively available to great lords, for it would be unbecoming to dispatch troops against lesser lords who might default. Observers can clearly see the Targaryens growing ever more powerful upon the Iron Throne. while Westeros flourishes under the leadership of Viserys. In places bustling with activity, secrets are difficult to conceal. It is common knowledge that the king's tree exhibits certain behaviors. When its expression shifts to one of displeasure, it signals that the fertilizer you provide can only yield a limited number of royal fruits. Should one persist in collecting, the expression of the king's tree may transform into one of outright disdain. The trees rise, shrouded in thick fog, as the king's fruits unleash attacks from various angles, ensnaring all who accompany the targeted individuals. It is noteworthy that the aforementioned rules bear no significance for the possessors of dragon scales. The expressions of all king trees towards these individuals are remarkably uniform. Currently, a single dragon scale commands a staggering price of 1,000 golden dragons in the market. Once it appears, a frenzy of price inflation ensues. Wealthy nobles, often devoid of financial concerns, typically bestow such treasures upon their younger sons or illegitimate offspring as gifts, ensuring that they shall not face starvation throughout their lives. Nestled in the expansive wilderness, the Sunshade Castle looms like a colossal edifice, imparting a sense of grandeur from afar. As one approaches the castle, the thoroughfare leading to it becomes increasingly crowded, with numerous pedestrians converging from nearby markets, laden with goods. Some pushcarts filled with sacks of carrots and onions, destined for the marketplace outside the castle, where ingredients fetch a high price. Others herd several tusked black pigs, resembling wild boars, taking up most of the path, while their owner prods them forward with a whip. Farmers and merchants standing along the road exhibit respectful demeanor, readily stepping aside to grant passage to the procession. Upon sighting the approaching nobles, the pig herder hastily drives his black pigs off the main path, scattering them to the sides. But in his eagerness to clear the way for the dignitaries, he finds himself unceremoniously toppled by one of the unruly pigs, landing in a rather undignified manner. Inside a luxurious carriage, the occupants, wishing to avoid the antics of Aegon, Viserys, and Alicent, direct their gaze out the window, their expressions cold and pensive. Observing this scene, Rhaenyra stifles a laugh, though her resolve weakens as the laughter of the coachman and the knights outside proves infectious, causing her to chuckle softly, hand over her mouth. Viserys and Alicent turn to see the pig herder rising, striking the offending pig with his whip. "See, is this not delightful?" Viserys remarks to his daughter. "Our family gathers together, venturing forth to celebrate and explore the royal woods." Suddenly, the carriage jolts as it hits a stone, causing Alicent to instinctively protect her abdomen. "Is this really the right time for you to be out?" Rhaenyra queries, her tone detached, though an image of Baelon's joyful laughter flits through her mind. "Scholars say that connecting with nature has its benefits," Alicent explains. Viserys responds, "Soon enough. You too shall have your own children, and I shall take pride in being a grandfather. It's not so dreadful. The pregnancy may seem prolonged, but Aegon arrived swiftly." Rhaenyra offers no reply. "Is it possible that you have already become a grandfather?" All eyes turn towards Rhaenyra, including Aegon, who had been quietly playing with a dragon figurine in the arms of a maid, and the atmosphere grows heavy with a palpable tension. Both Viserys and Alicent are taken aback, while the two maids exhibit signs of trepidation. After a prolonged silence without any explanation from her, Viserys began to mentally recount all the men she had encountered. His expression grew serious. Such matters should not be trifled with. Chapter 42, The Castle of Avoidance. Upon successfully provoking Viserys, Rhaenyra then calmly began to speak. "Is this a family outing? Baelon is left alone in the Red Keep today. Who has considered him? Over the past 4 years, do you know what he likes? Have you made an effort to see him? I have raised him since childhood." "It is not unreasonable to call me mother," Rhaenyra explained with composure. At this moment, the expressions of the two maids began to improve. Having overheard secrets they ought not to, they were already contemplating the terrifying consequences. Viserys then felt relieved, realizing her intentions. After a moment of silence, he bluntly clarified, "The boy himself is unwilling to come out. I had arranged for 2 Kingsguard to enhance security." Rhaenyra immediately retorted, "I do not understand why I must go." "Because you are my daughter, a princess, an heir," he softened his tone, perhaps feeling his words too harsh. "Therefore, you bear the responsibility. No one comes for me." Rhaenyra expressed her discontent towards her father, turning her head with a slight smirk, exuding a hint of arrogance. Viserys paused, then suddenly laughed. "My daughter, you are mistaken. Half of the 7 kingdoms comes for you." Rhaenyra realized something anew. "Are you arranging another selection for me?" Her voice was laced with anger. "You are granting your father the honor of a nationwide tour for a selection, yet there truly is no one worthy in the 7 kingdoms. The last time at Windswept Castle was simply disheartening. There was Sir Dondarrion, who claimed to have met Rhaenyra's great-grandmother, Queen Alysanne. And then there was the young head of House Blackwood, barely out of his boyhood. Though Duke Boros Baratheon of Windswept Castle endeavored to speak well of the nobles, Rhaenyra found them all insipid. Disappointed, she departed Storm's End, returning to King's Landing 2 months earlier than expected. So you wish to marry me off? I would rather wait for Baelon to become a man, implying she did not wish to be wed so soon. Viserys had long been aware of Baelon's desire to transform into a man through magic. Initially, he had harbored great hopes, but as time passed and no progress was made, he finally abandoned that notion. Let us not dwell on this. Perhaps in time you will engage with them more, and you may encounter someone suitable. Today, you should join me for a ride and partake in the hunt. While hunting wild boar, she exclaimed, "Look at the blood gushing out." Suddenly, she crouched before young Aegon, dramatically mimicking the act of slitting a throat, and he, thinking it a playful jest, erupted in laughter. She coldly remarked to Viserys, "I find it uncomfortable to watch." Rhaenyra recalled that day when the dragon incinerated the 7 gods. She had personally pierced the necks of 2 zealots amidst the ashes, witnessing blood spray forth. And even Syrax had perished at the hands of those rioters. It was the most despairing moment of her life. The jest rendered Alicent's complexion pale, compelling her to gaze at Viserys and plead, "You must speak to her." Rhaenyra turned away, a disdainful expression gracing her features as she languidly leaned against the carriage wall. "This is rather disheartening. My Baelon has gone unattended in Maegor's hold for 4 years. Viserys, appearing somewhat uneasy, murmured, "Do not incessantly bring up your brother." He continued, "Very well, if you choose not to attend, you may remain at the castle. There are many noble guests here." He added, "Jason Lannister of Casterly Rock is a commendable choice." Gradually, silence enveloped the carriage as no one spoke further. Dragonstone Castle was established on level ground, devoid of defensive walls due to the lack of necessity. Numerous nobles from the 7 kingdoms gathered in the castle courtyard, awaiting the royal arrival, surrounded by fluttering banners bearing their crests. Viserys and Alicent disembarked from the carriage, with Viserys taking Aegon into his arms for all to behold. Hobart Hightower and his wife stood prominently, their voices ringing out, "Welcome, welcome, Conqueror baby Aegon II." Amidst the fervent applause and cheers, perhaps the assembled nobles did not hear. Nor did the royal couple, but the sound was jarringly loud to Rhaenyra in the carriage. Congratulations on the prince's 2nd naming day, she thought, yearning to confront him directly, questioning what it meant to assume this position temporarily in place of the child. She contemplated this deeply in the carriage. "Princess, everyone has entered," Sir Criston called, knocking on the carriage door. Once the guests had entered Dragonstone Castle, Rhaenyra finally alighted, descending the steps into the hall. Only a servant with a tray of wine acknowledged her presence as he passed by. Tywin Lannister, upon spotting the princess, merely watched her finish her drink, and no other noble lords took note of her arrival. The servants bustled about serving dishes while the surrounding nobles engaged in animated conversations, the noise overwhelming. From his elevated position, Viserys observed his daughter's desolate figure, feeling a pang of sympathy, yet ultimately taking no action. Rhaenyra noted that the hall's layout was reminiscent of the Queen's ballroom in Maegor's hold, albeit on a grander scale. Was this an expression of a lingering nostalgia? She pondered. The ballroom could accommodate 300 guests, with polished silver mirrors on the walls behind the candelabras doubling the intensity of the light from torches and candles. Opulent wood carvings adorned the walls, depicting the sigils of some of Westeros's most renowned noble families. She even spotted the spear piercing the sun, the emblem of House Martell, the highest rulers of Dorne. Above, a corridor featured enormous arched windows, maximizing the influx of light, creating an overwhelming brightness. Silently, she traversed the hall and ascended to the 2nd-floor parlor, where the regal duchesses congregated around Queen Alicent, who held a glass of clear water aloft with one hand. A lady recounted an old tale. It is said that Bloodstone Island still harbors the treasures plundered by the Dar from the sea serpent's fleet. Within its caverns lurk many monstrous beings, and all adventurers who dared to explore have never returned. However, it is rumored that those of the Targaryen bloodline can enter safely. I heard this from Lady Johanna, whose miserly uncle, Sir Stephen, once purchased some silver-haired, violet-eyed slaves across the narrow sea to investigate. She told me that the rumors are indeed true, as several slaves returned with some silver stacks. Do you know what is most amusing? Because he failed to pay the promised reward, those slaves conspired to deceive him into believing there were no monsters on the island. And what was the outcome? A lady inquired curiously. Well, Lady Johanna did not elaborate, but I have not heard of the miser's misdeeds since then. Everyone understood her jest. Surely, after 3 years, he must have perished on the island, and laughter erupted among the crowd. Alas, the gods have not bestowed upon me a physique suitable for hunting. Larry Strong. a robust figure, was granted permission to join the ladies' conversation. Rhaenyra could only lament that he was indeed an information master, yet she held little affection for such a person. 3 years ago, my father declared that no one could tame the stepstones. How did the sea serpent manage to return in merely 7 days? Jocelyn Redwine remarked. The Redwine family is one of the prominent households of the Arbor, once renowned for producing exquisite wines and possessing formidable naval power, now reduced to obscurity. Underpriced by King's Landing and suppressed by the sea serpent. Daemon has publicly proclaimed that the princess has crowned herself as the queen of the stepstones and has begun to levy fees in those waters. Could it be that he is leading dragons to conquer? Speculation arose, for the princess's dragons are of considerable size, and surely Prince Daemon would not be lacking. Daemon has been absent for 3 years, and Rhaenyra had just learned from these ladies that he borrowed 5 warships from the sea serpent to enforce tolls along the blockade established by Corlys Velaryon. Queen Alicent had long noticed Rhaenyra's arrival and raised her cup in greeting. Why not inquire of the princess herself? Rhaenyra entered. Oh, I am not quite sure. I have never visited the stepstones. I assume it is due to the valor of my knights. With a smile, she endeavored to integrate into the circle. The treasures of the Velaryons are not easily accessible, even to the lords of the royal council, and the dragon lords are shrouded in utmost secrecy. Should anyone dare to pry, Viserys would not hesitate to impose his wrath. Whispers suggested that you are the mastermind behind this war, employing certain monsters, are you not, Lady Kayla? With a tone of reproach, Rhaenyra found Lady Kayla's attitude perplexing. She had not offended the Lannister family and did not dwell on it. Everyone was aware that this conflict was incited by the sea serpent's dissatisfaction with the pirates disrupting their trade routes. My knights are employed by the sea serpent, not wielding power on behalf of the Iron Throne. Rhaenyra primarily emphasizes the subordinate relationships stemming from the War of the Stepstones, asserting her position as a representative of the Iron Throne's support. The matter is in the past. The realm of the 3 daughters has capitulated, rendering further escalation unnecessary. Is that not so? However, I have heard whispers that you secretly lent those creatures to the sea serpent. Lady Kylon drank from her glass of wine, scrutinizing Lady Kylon before finally fixing her gaze upon Alicent. This constitutes a grave breach of royal confidentiality. After a moment, she inquired, who have you heard this from? Let me take a guess. The smile had vanished from her face. Perhaps she was right beside us. She turned to Alicent, articulating each word. I believe my father would have her tongue removed. There was no attempt to conceal her suspicion that Alicent was orchestrating all of this from behind the scenes. Her motives and objectives were evident. She had free access to the dragon's lair and Baelon's chambers, and such secrets, with a modicum of conjecture, were not unknown to House Hightower. Sensing the flames creeping closer, Alicent swiftly intervened. I suspect it's merely the valiant efforts of Lord Corlys's forces. After all, the Sea Serpent's fleet is the preeminent naval power, and I imagine dealing with a pirate should be rather straightforward. With an undeniable tone, she hurriedly curtailed their discourse. The Light of the Kingdom would be far better suited as the heir to the Iron Throne. Perhaps, at that moment, the Queen still regarded Rhaenyra as a confidant rather than a stepdaughter. Chapter 43. Choosing a spouse, Rhaenyra turned and departed, still the heir, as the noble women busied themselves in service to the Queen, much to her disgust. Upon exiting Dragonstone, she found a long table set outside, adorned with cookies, fruits, and roasted meats, where minor nobles engaged in conversation. Rhaenyra could hear the distant laughter of children playing games. For a fleeting moment, she yearned to join them, to escape a past, a future, and the entanglements of courtship, a world devoid of Aegon. The exquisite food on the table held no allure for her. Thus, she wandered over to the spit to tend to the roasting lamb. Jason Lannister, the golden lion of House Lannister, approached her, offering a goblet of fine wine. He was the eldest son and heir of Casterly Rock, and also one of Rhaenyra's suitors. I am curious, Princess, was your second name day equally grand? To be honest, I do not recall, nor would Aegon. I am Jason Lannister, Duke. Rhaenyra nodded. I had surmised as much, given the abundance of golden lions about you. We have yet to meet formally. Your twin brother is one of my father's trusted counselors. Rhaenyra sought a topic, aware that this was one of her courtship options. As Viserys had previously mentioned, and she did not mind at this juncture. Tyland was exceedingly dull. Jason clinked his cup with hers, wishing the gods' blessings upon him. The gods? Are you referring to the Seven? Rhaenyra inquired, having long harbored disdain for the Seven, as all her steadfast allies did not worship them. Let us not dwell on this. Jason harbored a tinge of regret for his indiscreet remarks, and swiftly redirected the conversation, declaring that this would be the finest mead he had ever tasted. Undoubtedly sourced from Lannisport. It was common knowledge that Princess Rhaenyra abhorred the faith of the Seven, and Jason was astute enough not to delve further into that topic. Rhaenyra found the flavor rather mediocre, and rather than contradicting his boast, she chose to maintain the flow of conversation. The Kingswood was indeed a respectable hunting ground. Yet nothing could surpass the vicinity of Casterly Rock. Have you ever visited? Only once during my childhood, when I accompanied my mother on a tour. To be honest, I scarcely recall it. Casterly Rock towered thrice as high as the Sunspire in Sunspear, even exceeding the height of the wall in the north. It was said that on a clear day, one could behold the distant shores of the Sunset Sea from its pinnacle, a sight that must be truly magnificent. Of course, we lack a dragon pit, he added, and I possess neither the means nor the resources to construct one. Why would you wish to build a dragon pit? Naturally, to provide a home for dragons. I would do anything for my queen, or rather, for my lady, he professed, subtly revealing his desire to wed her. Rhaenyra perceived his confidence and responded with a smile. Sensing the moment, Tyson believed he had a chance and was eager to press forward. However, Rhaenyra interjected first. Does anything you say include rallying your vassals to defend my throne? She gazed intently into his eyes, her demeanor serious and resolute. She too had to contemplate the political landscape, as the small council was nearly dominated by the faction from Hightower. Currently, only 3 allies remained: Valerion, Stark, and Aeron. The Lannister family maintained close ties with House Hightower, and this familial alliance had compelled the Lannisters to side with Aegon. The family had already chosen their side, fully aware that the king would eventually name an heir, rendering them incapable of defending Rhaenyra's claim to the throne. His words were merely romantic sentiments. Whispered discreetly in the shadows, her mother, Lady Celia, did not approve of a union with Rhaenyra. The prospect of Rhaenyra not yielding in the future meant that the Lannisters would have to contend with their own vassals in a civil war to secure their bloodline upon the Iron Throne, defying a millennium of tradition across Westeros. This statement left him momentarily speechless. At that moment, the proud Golden Lion's gaze faltered, and he remarked, "I suppose I still need to thank you for the mead." Rhaenyra understood all too well. She finished the last sip of her mead and promptly discarded the cup upon the ground. She turned and strode into the hall, weaving through the crowd until she reached her father, Viserys, who was engaged in conversation with the Master of Laws, Lionel Strong. "This is the individual you recommended to me. I no longer care for his arrogance and disdain, but I cannot tolerate his lack of courage or responsibility, nor his unwillingness to summon his vassals to defend me." Viserys was bewildered by the unfolding events, but recalling Jason Lannister's abrupt departure, he surmised that the exchange had not been a pleasant one. "You have reached the age, Rhaenyra, and you may choose a suitor between the ages of 15 and 18. I have not compelled you to select anyone. Jason Lannister is indeed a fine match, and I perceive that you two are quite compatible. Since you came of age, letters from across the realm have flooded in like rivers converging into a lake, nearly overwhelming me with proposals. I have wished to discuss this with you on numerous occasions, yet you have consistently rebuffed me, and the voices have grown ever louder, drawing the attention of the ladies above. This is because I do not wish to marry. Even I must yield to tradition and duty, Rhaenyra." He roared in anger at his daughter. The clinking of goblets at the jubilant banquet came to an abrupt halt, and all eyes were drawn to the quarrel between Viserys and Rhaenyra. The smiles on the faces of the surrounding nobles froze, their mirth abruptly stifled, and the atmosphere became thick with tension. For a moment, the grand hall fell into a profound silence, with only the echoes of their furious exchange reverberating in the vast space. "Your disturbance is unwelcome, Your Majesty," Otto Hightower interjected. Though he relished the discord between father and daughter, he felt duty-bound to interrupt. "You must marry." Viserys issued an ultimatum to his daughter, forbidding her from refusal. "What's coming?" she inquired, sensing an ever-growing presence. As the only creature that would not betray or anger her, the golden beast Syrax descended outside Dragonstone. As if to alleviate Rhaenyra's frustration, it flapped its wings with a mighty gust. The fierce wind overturned tables, sending countless dishes crashing to the ground, and Syrax's immense form rivaled that of the castle itself. A mere glance from Syrax inspired awe, leaving the nobles who ventured to investigate stunned into stillness, the atmosphere quieting once more as they struggled to comprehend the appearance of a dragon. "Your Majesty, it is Syrax," Sir Harold Westerling returned to report. Rhaenyra then pressed her father with a question. "Are you implying this is my final opportunity?" "You may think of it thus. What if I choose to forego this opportunity? To whom would you sell me?" The dragon's lair could not accommodate Syrax's size. It had resided on Dragonstone for years, having been raised by humans and lacking in hunting skills, often returning to its lair hungry, competing with smaller dragons for food. For this reason, Rhaenyra arranged for flocks of sheep to be transported to Dragonstone to feed Syrax, as it required 30 sheep for a satisfying meal. With its hunger sated, Syrax grew larger, now surpassing Vhagar to become the largest dragon of House Targaryen. This exceptionally young female dragon, according to scholars' estimations of its growth rate, will outstrip the fearsome Vhagar in 50 years. As Rhaenyra rode her carriage to the Red Keep, she began to call out to Syrax. The resurrected dragon had forged a deeper bond with her. There was no need to utter commands in High Valyrian, for she could now communicate with it simply in her heart. In the grand hall of Dragonstone, all the lords emerged to behold the imposing presence of Syrax outside. The king also stepped forth, while the noble women observed the proceedings from the second floor through the stained glass windows. Not long ago, they had caused distress to Rhaenyra. One could only wonder if she might act impulsively. Approaching her dragon, Rhaenyra strode directly towards Syrax, standing in its shadow. The lion, the white tower, the vines, and the black stag, most were families loyal to tradition, some of whom had already pledged their fealty to her. How tiresome, Rhaenyra mused. If only a single breath of dragon fire could diminish my adversaries by half. She stood before Syrax, oblivious to the fact that the dragon had begun to part its jaws, its throat brimming with molten fire, poised to unleash its fury. Chapter 44. Compromised. The nobles were nearly paralyzed with fear as the lesser lords beside Viserys slowly edged away, leaving only the great lords steadfastly behind the king. The king's guard and the guards mustered their courage, standing resolutely at the forefront to protect the monarch, their swords sheathed, for it seemed futile. Viserys furrowed his brow. Rhaenyra, what purpose does your dragon serve here? Rhaenyra remained silent, proudly addressing the prominent lords beside the king. I am aware that many of you have gathered today not solely to celebrate the arrival of my brother Aegon. Given that, the king and the nobles refrained from interjecting, silently observing Rhaenyra's commanding address, as an uneasy feeling gripped Viserys. As the heir to the Iron Throne, you lords once swore fealty to me. Now that Westeros has a male heir, do your oaths still hold true? All the nobles faced this pressing question, confronting their own consciences. The North never forgets, declared a member of House Stark from the North. The Eyrie remains your home, for the princess is the rightful heir designated by King Viserys I. This noble was sent by House Arryn, whose stance had always been unwavering. The Velaryons had not appeared, nor sent a representative, which spoke volumes about their position. Some noble factions from the Crownlands lacked the courage to stand firm. The Mutons and the Danes discreetly retreated to the space behind the dragon. The majority of the remaining nobles remained silent, awaiting the king's response. Their savior Aegon was far too young, otherwise. He should have been thrust into the fray to confront the matter, at least to avoid being rendered incapable of raising his head. Your Majesty, Otto and all the silent nobles turned their gazes toward Viserys, inwardly relieved. This topic had finally erupted. For 2 years, Viserys had evaded it, and as Otto had suggested, he himself was at a loss. Enough. What is it you truly wish to do? Viserys felt a throbbing headache. Rhaenyra had cornered him, and regardless of his inclination, the realm would suffer a profound rift. He found himself wavering at this moment, once more contemplating whether his cousin Rhaenyra still harbored ambitions for the Iron Throne. Aegon was his eldest son. To deny his claim to the Iron Throne would be to scorn the laws of both gods and men. Should he choose Aegon, the North, the Vale, and the Valyrian fleet might refrain from rebellion, but what then? Regardless of his choice, the kingdom would inevitably descend into instability. Viserys suddenly felt a pang of longing for Daemon. Had he been present, he would have stirred the pot, allowing Viserys to muddle through for a few more years. At that moment, his indecisive nature began to dominate, and Viserys finally recognized that he could not please everyone. Releasing himself from the grasp of his white-clad protectors, Viserys strode directly to Rhaenyra. The father and daughter confronted the core issue head-on. Under Rhaenyra's command, Syrax unfurled his massive wings to envelop them both, creating an intimate dialogue shrouded in darkness. Viserys was astonished by the dragon's obedience without command, though that was not the topic at hand. In a hushed tone, laced with urgency, he implored, "Today we are discussing your marriage. Let us not stray to other matters." Rhaenyra felt a wave of disappointment wash over her. He still could not muster the resolve. After all, he was her father. "I do not intend to auction you off for a handsome price," he stated. "As rulers, we must indeed forge unions for the sake of alliances and to bolster our strength. I was merely 17 when I betrothed myself to your mother, motivated solely by the need for an army from the Vale to contend with the North." Viserys endeavored to enlighten his daughter, despite her wishes being of little consequence. He had never truly acted upon them. She must what a great lord, yet Viserys yearned to find someone who would honor, protect, and serve her as a king consort. If it were truly for the sake of advantage, you should have wed Lena Valerion, Rhaenyra reminded him. They fell into silence for a moment. In the darkness, Viserys' expression was obscured, while Rhaenyra's thoughts leaned heavily toward helplessness. You are correct, Viserys said with a wry smile, stroking the shield-sized scales of Syrax. She was indeed my best option at that time. You must marry to solidify your claim, bear children, and reinforce your position as heir. As for the choice of spouse, that is for you to decide. Seek out someone you cherish, just as I did. Rhaenyra, having witnessed her father lay bare his heart, ultimately acquiesced. I will marry, she declared, her voice imbued with newfound strength, prompting a smile of relief from Viserys. Having achieved his objective, Viserys began to address the chaos Rhaenyra had stirred. Knowing that as long as she refrained from further unrest, he could avoid making a definitive choice. The kingdom could remain stable. Regarding the matter of succession, he had once faltered. He did not wish for anyone else to usurp her, his child. But now, I swear by your mother's name, you are my sole heir. These past years, you have endured loneliness, isolation, and anger. I shall not attain immortality. As for your brother, you have undoubtedly noticed that his waking hours diminish with each passing day. I fear that one day, Viserys will impart profound wisdom to her. In a space where only they, father and daughter, exist, opening their hearts to share their innermost thoughts. Within the Red Keep, Baelon is indeed somewhat anxious. With the birth of Aegon, this unease heightens his vigilance. Baelon harbors a foreboding sense that these deities are orchestrating their so-called predetermined fate. He tirelessly conducts experiments daily. With no fewer than 30 discarded dragon men transported to the caverns unearthed in the Red Keep, yet none have managed to shed their scales. He now suspects that these gods possess some hidden means of manipulation. There are many impoverished souls willing to serve as subjects for living experiments, along with a few knights with severed limbs who consent to undergo transformations. In a moment of inspiration, he has managed to create beings reminiscent of the legendary vampires, elves, and dwarves from his previous life. These entities possess consciousness, unlike the dragon men, who are mere reanimations of corpses. However, upon realizing their significant flaws after producing a handful, he ceased their creation. They have since been assembled into a unit serving within Rhaenyra's knightly order. After all, once clad in armor, who can discern whether a human resides within? Baelon paid little attention to them, as he previously sensed that they seemed to linger around the Moonlight Mountains. Viserys had once shown a secret construction plan of the Magrath passage to the Siblings, revealing that not only his chamber held a hidden way, but Rhaenyra's room also contained a secret passage, concealed behind a mechanism-laden wall, leading directly to the caverns. Baelon speculated that this room may have once belonged to a person of great significance. Occasionally, the anomalous experiments with the black mist yield unexpected results. Some formidable creatures, which require little power to maintain, have been retained. Over time, the number of monsters within the caverns has grown to the point where he can scarcely keep track, transforming it into a veritable breeding ground for beasts. The daily sustenance comprises the remains of failed dragonmen experiments, and Baelon harbors intentions to cultivate poison within. He must also make preparations for the looming 3-year war a decade hence, as long as his sister Rhaenyra has not ascended the Iron Throne. He intends to swiftly eliminate any Targaryens with a claim to inheritance from the Green Party. In a scenario where those lords have no choice, Baelon is curious to see if they might pursue independence, testing the limits of his monstrous legion. The experiments involving magic are exceedingly taxing, and Baelon has not disclosed this to others. Viserys has received information from Ser Illyrio indicating that he sleeps daily, leading to the impression that he is growing longer in slumber over time. Chapter 45. Wildfire. The Alchemist Guild of King's Landing is situated beneath the Silent Sisters Street at the foot of the Visenya Hills. The Guild Hall is an intricate labyrinthine structure crafted from black marble, its origins traceable to the Age of Heroes, having endured throughout the annals of Westerosi history. The Guild's leader is referred to as the Grand Sage, and its members encompass official sages, apprentices, and acolytes, among others. Baelon has long held a fascination with Valyrian steel. During his soul's wandering, this weapon was able to connect with him. He once borrowed the ancestral sword Blackfire and sensed an extraordinary essence within it. Though he could not articulate precisely what it was, he had amassed a considerable quantity of Valyrian steel, adorned with trinkets and necklaces from the scholarly city. However, these items were not particularly extraordinary, merely a unique alloy of steel. This led him to encounter a sage from the Alchemist Guild. The guild had initially approached magic with skepticism, while the scholars of the city gradually ascended, emphasizing scientific knowledge. The existence of the fruit tree and the king's tree, evidently magical creations, compelled them to reconsider their stance. Due to Belron's prolonged seclusion within the Red Keep, the Alchemist Guild had long sought opportunities to engage with him. The guild had conducted research on Valyrian steel and explored its manufacturing techniques, housing the largest collection of Valyrian steel and experimental failures in their warehouse. The sage seized the opportunity to advocate for the guild's philosophy, gaining Belron's keen interest. Their spirit of exploration into the unknown captivated the prince, resulting in substantial patronage from him. With a surge of funding and the occasional recollection of memories from his past life, the metalworking techniques of King's Landing advanced rapidly, with designs for machinery surpassing the era sketched onto parchment. Originally a modest organization with fewer than 100 members, the Alchemist Guild now boasted 300 formal members and no fewer than 1,000 apprentices and acolytes, surpassing even the scale of the Seven Gods' faith in King's Landing. Just yesterday, the guild's paper experiments had yielded success. At this moment, the Red Keep felt somewhat desolate. To celebrate Aegon's second naming day, over half of the servants and guards had been summoned to the royal forest. Belron met with the sage in a small conference hall, with Ser Illic stationed at the entrance. The room was dimly lit. It was merely an impromptu meeting, and he preferred not to light lamps that might compromise his air of mystery. He had come to understand why the gods left behind only legends and images in the world, even establishing religions. The names of the gods served as anchors, faith as the source of power, and religion as the bedrock that stabilized everything. Over the past 3 years, the black mist in the mysterious realm had diminished significantly, causing him great concern about the potential inability to sustain the existence of those magical creations, as most of them relied on the black mist for their survival. The saplings had grown into towering trees, but the power that facilitated their growth was not something he could currently utilize. Seated in the main position, Belron was shrouded in darkness, with light filtering through the window casting upon the long table before him, where a stack of yellowed papers lay. A white raven perched quietly on his shoulder, while across from him sat the cheerful sage, Cookshaw. Cookshaw, with his characteristic black hair and eyes, had garnered the prince's favor during last year's election, and without a doubt, became the leader of the Alchemist Guild. Although he was uncertain why he had been chosen, he was genuinely grateful to the prince for the opportunity. Belron picked up the paper with his claw, crumpling it into a ball. It resembled toilet paper, yet lacked its softness. Nobles of Westeros typically used finely woven linen cloth cut to appropriate sizes for personal hygiene, which was relatively refined and soft. In the Red Keep, the noble Targaryens typically employed silk, a fabric of considerable expense. After use, the aristocrats would have their servants clean it for subsequent wear. Belron resurrected a white, three-eyed raven capable of speech, establishing a mental link that rendered it his voice without delay. The parrot inquired, "What is the cost?" "Virtually negligible," Cookshaw interjected, "merely some inconsequential straw and bark." Belron proposed, "If made softer, it could serve as toilet paper. If firmer, it could be utilized for writing." The white raven spoke without inflection, lacking emotional expression, which rendered Belron all the more enigmatic in the eyes of others. "Is there any progress on the wildfire matter?" He awaited a response. He was quite concerned about the advancement of the wildfire, as paper was of little consequence to him, merely a tool to amplify his influence. Currently, he required something beyond magical creations. One should never engage in battle within the familiar domain of the adversary, as those deities had traversed too far down the path of magic. To this day, Belron had yet to conceive a weapon of war surpassing that of dragons, massive, long-lived creatures capable of gender transformation for reproduction, possessing a unique empathic bond with humans through their bloodline. He racked his brain, unable to discern which materials were relevant. Thus, Belron sought an alternative route, pondering the chemical combination of saltpeter, sulfur, and charcoal to ignite gunpowder. Though the potency of black powder was commendable, it seemed the laws of this world did not support such an endeavor. It simply would not ignite. Reluctantly, he resolved to pursue the eventual development of wildfire. Belron recalled distinctly the incident where Cersei bombed the church. Wildfire had emerged from the alchemical guild, yet at this stage, they had no inkling of its secrets. Wildfire barrels combined with trebuchets could serve as formidable incendiary projectiles, effective for both siege and defense. Belron recalled from memory that wildfire was characterized as a dangerously flammable volatile liquid, emitting green flames and burning with extraordinary ferocity, even capable of igniting upon water. "My prince, the sages have dedicated a year to poring over vast tomes, ultimately identifying this substance within a parchment chronicling the history of our ancestors' expansion. Essentially, it is extracted from bone marrow mixed with certain fatty materials." Is there a sample?" "This substance is far too perilous. None was brought." "Very well. What is its cost?" He was indifferent to whether or not he saw this material, finding it was sufficient. From every 10 pounds of bone marrow, only a single drop can be extracted. A single sheep yields merely 5 pounds of marrow, necessitating 2 sheep's bones to filter out a drop. Cook Xiao seemed to have his explanation well prepared. A warhorse is valued at 750 silver stags, which could be exchanged for 28 cattle or 240 sheep, translating to 3 silver stags per sheep. After a lengthy contemplation, Belrian requested, "Simply inform me of the gold dragons required for a single jar." "Between 1,500 and 2,000 gold dragons," he promptly stated. Belrian was taken aback. Even he found the price exorbitant. He recalled that centuries later, the guild had unearthed 200 jars of wildfire beneath the Great September of Baelor and 300 jars beneath the Dragon's Lair. This wildfire, hoarded by the Mad King Ares over the course of a decade, was intended for the incineration of King's Landing should he face defeat in war. After contemplating for a moment, he instructed, "Prepare the necessary tools and train those who will create it. As for the matter of the sheep bones, he would handle that." But there was another concern. He rose to his feet, and the voice of the crow took on a somber tone. "Remember, the method of production must remain a secret. Due to financial constraints, Belron could only accumulate resources gradually. The dragon lords of the Lair, after their meal, ordered the bones to be retained. In the past, they would not spare even the marrow. This was insufficient. Perhaps half a jar could be gathered in a day. As for the creatures lurking in the depths, they feasted on the remains of failed experiments. These famished, peculiar beasts would leave no bones behind. The plan was to fill the sewers beneath the Great September of Baelor with wildfire, replicating Cersei's act of destruction a century later. Should Aegon dare to ascend there, he would not hesitate to unleash devastation. Belron had never forgotten the assassination attempts by the Faith of the Seven, which had cast a long shadow over him, intertwining past grievances with new enmities. Chapter 46. The secrets of the gods. Alicent appeared to be exceedingly attentive to Belron. However, in his eyes, it was merely a facade of hypocrisy. Since Belron had cast his magic in the flea-ridden abode, Alicent had changed. He keenly observed her every move and word of concern, perceiving them as a meticulously crafted performance. At times, she would seize opportunities for warmth to deftly steer the conversation towards magic, attempting to glean secrets from Belron, occasionally hinting at a desire for some scales. Their relationship was not entirely antagonistic. Belron understood it to be a superficial harmony. Fortunately, whenever Rhaenyra stumbled upon Alicent and Belron together, her inner fury would erupt, prompting her to summon Belron away without hesitation. Over time, whether due to an awareness of this subtle tension or the inconvenience of her pregnancy, Alicent began to visit Belron less frequently. Belron was pleased with this development, maintaining their superficial cordiality. Once Cookshaw's affairs were settled, he departed, leaving Belron to ponder deeply. If Aegon were indeed to ascend the Iron Throne in the future, he would undoubtedly stand steadfastly beside his sister. Would he truly command the monsters to devour those familiar faces and ignite the green flames of destruction? He found himself in a quandary, seeking solace in the notion that such matters could be addressed in due time. As the sun began to set, Belron exited the small conference room, with Sir Illic closing the door behind him. The candlelight within the red keep flickered to life, illuminating only half the usual brightness, but he paid it no mind. A caw echoed. This was the call of the crow. Instinctively, Belron glanced at the white raven perched upon his shoulder. It was not the source. He looked up to find a three-eyed black crow resting on the cedar tree beside the dining hall, its keen senses alerting him to an unsettling presence. In its third eye lay an unsettling knowledge, filled with dread. He gazed cautiously at the three-eyed raven, and Illic sensed something amiss, promptly drawing his sword with vigilance. A sound echoed from somewhere, conveying a singular message. Belron watched as it flew towards the fruit tree. At that moment, the sacred wood forest was enveloped in silence, with only 2 guards stationed atop the tower. A three-eyed raven? What message does the old god wish to convey to me? My lord, let us venture into the sacred wood forest, Illic suggested, sheathing his sword upon realizing there was no immediate threat. He procured a torch from the dining hall. As he walked ahead, illuminated by the flickering light, he was astonished to discover an increased number of ravens perched upon the trees. When had they arrived? Belron, capable of seeing without a torch, noted that the gnarled bark of the trees formed a colossal visage, and the fruit tree had sprouted anew from the fishbeam wood. The old god, his white raven remarked. There was no response. Perhaps this was the way forward. He immediately took action. Belron placed his claws upon the fruit tree, and the world before him rapidly transformed. To his astonishment, he found his form restored to that of a human, no longer bearing the grotesque dragon's body. He felt a momentary joy before surveying his surroundings. This was a realm of twisted, interwoven roots, with light filtering in from outside, albeit dimly. An elderly man was ensconced within the fishbeam wood, appearing more tree-like than human, gaunt and clad in tattered garments. At first glance, Belron mistook him for a mere corpse. The roots of the fishbeam tree pierced through his right leg and emerged from his shoulder. Dark red leaves sprouting upon his bones, while gray mushrooms claimed his forehead. A slender root snaked down from his vacant eye socket, trailing along his cheek and burrowing into his neck, an image of a human perfectly melded with the heart tree, a botanical humanoid. Suddenly realizing he was within a realm of illusion, disappointment washed over him. "Old man, who are you?" Belron asked bluntly, sensing he was not dealing with a benign figure. Mentally bracing for a potential conflict, the elder spoke slowly, each word steeped in the weight of history. "I have held many identities. Now, I am but what you see before you. I have long been watching from beneath the fishbeam wood, foresight of your fates unfolding in the distance." Belron caressed the roots beside him. Their texture felt tangible, yet they seemed inconsistent with a mere illusion. Brynden Riverwind? He speculated idly, the name emerging unbidden from his mind, though he knew not to whom it referred. Who is Brynden Riverwind? The elder, shedding any pretense of profundity, replied in the voice of an ordinary old man. "Is it not so?" Belron pondered. Perhaps he had not yet been born. Brynden Riverwind is the illegitimate son of Iristan Grellion II, who once held significant titles such as Hand of the King, later joining the Night's Watch for reasons unknown, ultimately becoming the Green Prophet. Most crucially, at this moment, he is yet 50 years from his birth, for the Green Prophet cannot foresee his own destiny. To impart an air of mystery, the elder feigned gravitas. "Perhaps this is merely one of your future identities. From another realm," the deity implored, "please do not disrupt fate." The Green Prophet finally articulated his purpose. This phrase echoed in his mind, recalling the moment of reincarnation when the 7 gods manifested as an old woman. What fate? He was acutely aware, yet anger compelled him to inquire. A predetermined conclusion. What conclusion? You know well. Nonsense. What am I to do? He added, what of my sister? Such is fate. Speak plainly. Do you wish to be struck as well? Belron advanced menacingly towards the elder, clearing away roots that obstructed his path. Yet he could not reach him. The Green Prophet could freely glimpse the past. While I cannot perceive your history or future, you do not belong here. Belron continued his approach, feeling an urge to act. You call yourself the Green Prophet? Can you return me home? He cautiously asked. Perhaps they possessed a remarkable power, transcending the limits of time and space, capable of rescuing him from this bewildering and foreign world, allowing him to return to his rightful place. This soul from another world felt no sense of belonging here. This was not home. You may refer to it as such. But your request is beyond the capabilities of the old gods. He added that even the formidable new gods could not achieve it. The Green Prophet had once glimpsed Belron's soul in the sacred woods, but no matter how many times he attempted, he could not trace back to the moment of his arrival. That point in time seemed sealed off from the world, impervious to scrutiny. If I must alter fate, what will you do? The old gods were indifferent. Only the new gods cared. They fancied themselves privy to fate, believing they perceived a favorable conclusion. Belron began to comprehend that his adversaries were solely the new gods. Why share this with me? He pondered briefly. The old gods wished not to partake in your conflict. They merely hope that your future battles do not disturb the northern realm, for I still have nearly 2 centuries of peace ahead. Belron was taken aback. The old gods were aware of the impending march of the others. The narrative he understood was seemingly no secret to the old gods. His mind swirled with countless questions. After deliberation, he finally spoke. I promise you, I shall ensure that my power does not encroach upon the northern realm. In return, should you not divulge to me some secrets known to the gods? The concept of time among trees diverges from that of humans. The fishbeam tree, if undisturbed, can endure eternally, holding knowledge of most worldly secrets. The old gods express gratitude for your kindness. With the felling of the fishbeam tree and the brutal expansion of the 7 gods' teachings, the power once severing the arm of Dorne is waning, with some now unable to slay even a single foe. The Green Prophet commenced his enlightening discourse to Belron regarding the deities. The power of a god is intrinsically linked to the number of believers. When the majority of those who revere them perceive that a god should wield certain powers, the deity can acquire corresponding authority. Belron nodded. This hypothesis found affirmation. The Green Prophet began recounting the principal history of the gods. In the era of Dawn, conflicts frequently erupted between the children of the forest and the giants, yet neither race sought to annihilate the other. Until a new race of humans emerged in the southern lands of Dorne, now known as the First Men, armed with bronze weapons and leather shields. They triumphed over the children of the forest and the giants. 100 green seers convened at the Tower of the Children in the forest of the Weirwood, sacrificing 1,000 human captives to summon an ancient deity, the Hammer of Waters, which answered their call, resulting in the shattering of Dorne. Due to insufficient power, the Neck region remained unscathed, yet the First Men were deterred. The sages of both races reached a consensus, and the heroes and rulers from both sides signed a peace treaty on an island in the Lake of the Gods. After 4 millennia of peace, their beliefs began to intertwine. Meanwhile, the Valyrians rose on another continent, and in a bid to avoid enslavement, the Undulls, worshippers of the Seven, fled to the continent of Westeros. Under the protection of the Seven, they successfully claimed the land, with only the north relying on the protection of the Bay of Crabs, managing to withstand the invasions. In response to the threat, the old gods created the White Walkers for counteroffensive, giving rise to entities like the Night King. However, this power spiraled out of control, threatening to obliterate all life on the continent. The old gods and the Seven united their forces to drive them from the north, erecting the wall as a bulwark against the White Walkers. Belron, having perused these historical accounts, pondered the events from a divine perspective. He inquired about the greatest enigma of history, what transpired on the Valyrian Peninsula. The Targaryens' own records spoke of a cataclysm that struck suddenly, with the freehold disintegrating into dust within mere hours. Within a radius of 500 miles, including the 14 flames, every hill erupted with molten lava, incinerating dragons, palaces, temples, and cities alike, as the land north of Valyria fractured, severing the peninsula. How could a powerful empire, boasting thousands of dragons, vanish into thin air? The Green Seer fell into a contemplative silence, and after a lengthy pause, revealed, "This involves the greatest secret of the gods." The Green Seer had witnessed Belron assaulting the avatars of the Seven with his very soul, an act that, in the Green Seer's understanding, would lead to utter obliteration. Strangely, however, Belron's soul seemed to be solidified, impervious to harm. The soul is the crystallization of consciousness, signifying that the divine secrets could not affect him. Forget it. Once you leave here, consider I was never present. Remember your promise. After Belron assented, the Green Seer began to recount that historical account. The Valyrians worshipped a deity known as the 14 Flames, having previously beseeched their god to create an abundance of powerful dragons to combat the Giscari. However, the entity's existence was too brief, and it was unaware of the consequences of insufficient belief to sustain such a vast dragon population. Thus, tragedy ensued. The god was drained of power, its consciousness fell into slumber, leading to the uncontrollable eruption of the volcano beneath the 14 Flames. In the midst of disaster, the Valyrians frantically prayed and offered sacrifices to their god. Their deity has succumbed to silence. The more fervently they pray, the more terrifying the calamities become. The untransformed power of faith has enveloped the entire Valyrian peninsula in a shroud of volcanic ash, transforming all living beings into monsters, leading them inevitably towards destruction. Is this true? Belron felt a pang of fear, fortunate that he discerned the need for self-sustenance in his magical creations. Otherwise, he too would have followed the same tragic path. Noticing the expression of survival etched on Belron's face, the Green Prophet continued. "Your soul is exceptionally unique," he remarked, sharing his insights. "Even if the power sustaining your magical creations falters, I believe you shall remain unharmed." The surrounding scenery resembled a canvas violently torn by a tempest, beginning to twist and contort, its edges rippling as if on the verge of shattering. Belron clutched the roots of a nearby tree, striving to stabilize his swaying form with their support. He turned to the Green Prophet. "What are these new gods interfering with?" he inquired. "What is this magical tide?" Seizing the moment, Belron pressed on with his questions, though the multitude of inquiries weighed heavily upon him, and he could only select the most pressing. "This is no secret," the Green Prophet elucidated. "For the gods, faith is both a fine wine and a curse. It perpetually influences those who worship them, and a malicious curse can drive them to madness. When a god accumulates enough faith over time, they may depart from this world. The so-called magical tide is the release of that malevolent faith, thus calamity descends." Belron departed from this environment, and in Illich's perception, only a fleeting moment had passed. He was still probing the surroundings with a torch. The crows scattered from the fruit tree, leaving the area tranquil once more. "Prince, the crows have begun to take flight," Belron noted, caressing the tree once more, realizing he had not entered the illusion again, likely due to the Green Prophet's departure. In this brief exchange, he had glimpsed something profound, yet remained shrouded in uncertainty. Should he venture north to seek clarity? However, he had promised not to involve them. Would the seven gods then perceive the old gods as aligned with him? Let us return, he mused, walking back while contemplating the matters of the divine, unwittingly arriving at Mead Tower and returning to his chamber. Chapter 47. 3-year summary 114 A.C. After celebrating Aegon II's second naming day at the royal court, King Viserys admonished Otto for his disloyalty regarding the incident at the princess's forced alignment outside Dragonstone. The prime minister, understanding Viserys' implications, had no retort and expressed his willingness to resign, acknowledging their family's prior allegiance to Rhaenyra. However, considering Alicent's pregnancy, Otto was not immediately dismissed. He would remain until the birth of Aemon Targaryen's second son. Laenor Velaryon succeeded Otto Hightower as Hand of the King. The calls for replacing the heir grew louder within the council, as Viserys navigated the intricate political landscape and the power struggles of various factions. Striving to maintain stability within the realm, Viserys made his stance known through two actions. Firstly, the Hand of the King should express to the Seven Kingdoms an intention to refrain from interfering in the internal matters of House Targaryen. Secondly, tariffs should be increased on all trade except for the North, the Vale, and Dorne, with the prices of royal fruits and wines raised by 10%. The King's Road and major river mouths will undergo sporadic inspections of tax documentation. Smugglers will not only have their goods confiscated, but will also be conscripted for road maintenance. The Chancellor of Finance will utilize the confiscated goods from smugglers for profitable ventures, while the inspection teams shall receive 1% of the seized materials as a bounty, incentivizing their diligence. Some may inquire how one can ascertain the captain's sales destination. Could it not be possible to transport goods under the guise of selling to the north while actually delivering to the west? In truth, the trade of bulk commodities is now entirely controlled by the lords of the guarding families. Each day, the king's fruits, obtained without cost, are divided into 10 portions, with 7 distributed to the 7 kingdoms and 3 retained by the crown, amounting to 1.2 million royal fruits daily, enough to sustain the daily rations of 3 million people. The Guardians need merely to sell their allotted shares and collect their earnings, a transaction so lucrative that even Dorne must reluctantly announce its allegiance to the Iron Throne, formally integrating into the 7 kingdoms. According to the Chancellor of Finance's estimates, the total population of Westeros is approximately 14 million. Due to the continuous plummet in grain prices, the population within the royal territories is escalating at a terrifying rate. In 112, King's Landing boasted a population of 500,000, while the other royal regions accounted for 1.8 million. The fruit trees and royal fruits emerged in the latter half of that year. By 113, King's Landing's population reached 800,000, and the royal territories swelled to 2.3 million, predominantly along the shores of Blackwater Bay and beside the King's Road. The Crown established the Blackwater Fleet, primarily composed of 20 warships from the Princess Fleet and 66 smaller vessels, to ensure the smooth trade of Blackwater Bay and the Blackwater River. In 114, King's Landing's population rose to 1.2 million, while the royal territories expanded to 5 million. The city guard was once again augmented to 6,000 personnel, with the King's Guard increasing to 800 members, mainly tasked with assisting the Chancellor of Finance in tax collection. The Royal Guard duties have been entrusted to the Order of the Princess Knights, colloquially referred to as the Knights of No Faith, as they are devoid of religious beliefs. The Order of the Princess Knights, originating from Flea Bottom, is destined to serve a singular purpose, safeguarding Rhaenyra's claim to the throne. The realm is widely aware of the King's second son, and certain unspoken truths linger. Recruitment for the order has become increasingly challenging, relying on 2 avenues: exorbitant rewards and prestige to entice the younger sons of nobility, or internal training through substantial investments in purchasing male infants or youths. The order has 2 headquarters, one on Dragonstone, serving as the fleet's base, and another within the Kingsguard, as the Knight Stronghold. Due to Rhaenyra's prolonged residence in King's Landing, the upper echelons of these military forces typically await orders outside the Dragon Pit. This year, the walls outside the non-river areas of the King's Gate, Lioness Gate, God's Gate, Old Town Gate, and Dragon Gate will be expanded to twice their previous distance. With the walls being reconstructed, for instance, the former King's Gate will now be named the new King's Gate. The construction of the Bachelor and the Chancellor of Finance is anticipated to be completed in 125 years, spanning a duration of 15 years. With ample funding and a robust population, Viserys confidently leads into an era of grand infrastructure. On the sea, 5 warships escort a merchant vessel, with the red 3-headed dragon emblem of House Targaryen fluttering majestically in the wind. They maintain a precise distance from the merchant ship, allowing for swift support in the face of danger while ensuring they do not impede the merchant's navigation. As the fleet progresses steadily, the clouds grow increasingly ominous, and the waves become tumultuous, heralding an impending storm. A servant, holding a bronze bowl, attempts to present it to the king, but Viserys, resolutely waving his hand, declines the offer, prompting the servant to withdraw. Alas, Viserys can no longer contain himself. He succumbs to seasickness. He rushes to the ship's railing, retching into the sea, and subsequently accepts a handkerchief from Lair. Princess Rhaenyra and Ser Criston glance back at Viserys before proceeding to the bow of the ship. There remains a considerable distance to Driftmark. Along the fleet's designated route, a line of merchant vessels adorned with the silver seahorse sigil stands in neat formation on either side, their masts towering and rigging interwoven. The howling sea wind produces a deep, resonant hum, creating a magnificent maritime corridor. Near the end closest to Driftmark, warships are poised in readiness, stretching from the port of Driftmark to the rear of the merchant vessels, forming a cohesive line, motionless upon the waves. Though it appears to be a welcoming formation, Viserys understands it is a manifestation of dissatisfaction regarding his failure to marry Lena. While he has successfully driven off the sea snake, eliminating one challenger and threat, the Hightower family emerges as a new menace. Otto Hightower and his brother Hobart covet the Iron Throne, aspiring to see their grandson Aegon ascend to power, a blatant ambition. It cannot be denied that Aegon indeed poses a threat to Rhaenyra's claim to succession, and Viserys is unable to confront the Hightowers directly, nor can he act against his own son Aegon. Although he utilized Otto to rid himself of the sea snake, he now finds himself in need of a new ally to assist his daughter Rhaenyra. His first thought is to secure a favorable marriage for Rhaenyra. Viserys considers the Lannister family, but he soon realizes that the arrogance of Duke Jason Lannister rivals that of the sea snake. Moreover, he claims that marrying Rhaenyra could compensate for her loss of inheritance rights. Rhaenyra holds a deeply unfavorable impression of him. His shortcomings nearly led her to publicly fracture the realm, though fortunately, the situation was resolved without further incident. In essence, he shows no intention of aiding Rhaenyra in asserting her claim to succession. Rather, he seeks to marry her and have her sit beside him in Casterly Rock, while young Aegon occupies the Iron Throne. Thus, Viserys found himself in a state of discontent. It seemed that all the great nobles were of the same ilk. Although he had managed to drive the sea snake away, the Lannister family was unable to support Rhaenyra. Who else could he turn to? In Chapter 48, The Nine Voyages Hall, Count Salon proposed that Rhaenyra wed Lair, the son of the sea snake. Viserys felt that inviting the sea snake back after having forced him away would be an act of inconsistency and a blow to his dignity. However, he recognized that this might indeed be the best solution for his daughter. Unaware that the Velaryons had already pledged their support to Rhaenyra in a private agreement that had never seen the light of day. Desperate to mend relations with the sea snake, Viserys, despite his seasickness, visited him in person, humbly acknowledging his past mistakes for the sake of his daughter. Should the Velaryon family align themselves with the crown, Rhaenyra would secure the backing of the North, the Vale, and Driftmark, complemented by the formidable dragons of House Targaryen, thus solidifying her power across land, sea, and sky. Corlys, having unwittingly wielded the weapon of dragon riders, must have now recognized the might of the Targaryens and would likely prefer an alliance over enmity, especially with Dragonstone still occupied by dragon riders and Daemon. After reconciling with her father at Dragonstone, Rhaenyra, resigned to the necessity of marriage, began to thoughtfully consider her options among the nobility. Upon reflection, she realized that her choices were indeed limited to the great houses, with few surpassing House Hightower in stature. Harrenhal was a promising prospect, and with Count Lair being the hand of the king, it seemed fitting. However, the unfortunate demise of Harwin Strong in his attempt to protect his family left her disheartened, particularly with his second son, Larys, being a man she found unappealing and physically impaired. Viserys suggested that Lair was a suitable match, having known him since childhood. Rhaenyra held no aversion to her cousin, yet he exuded an inexplicable aura. Shelltown, having burgeoned from 3 modest fishing villages, flourished after the 9 voyages, eventually coalescing into a grand town. Viserys' fleet docked at the deep harbor of Shelltown, where thousands of guards formed a long welcoming line extending to High Tide Castle. Sailors on the shore maneuvered the winches to lay down a wooden bridge to the merchant ships, their silent discontent palpable. As Viserys and Rhaenyra sat in their designated carriage, the king's seasickness began to subside upon reaching solid ground, while the driver guided them towards High Tide Castle. A narrow causeway connected the castle to Driftmark, and upon arriving at the castle gates, The sea snake and his family had been waiting for some time. Although Viserys was displeased and had taken measures to express his dissatisfaction through the arrangement of ships and soldiers, their presence at the greeting signified a willingness to maintain decorum. Rhaenys engaged in light conversation with Viserys to ease the tension, given their familial ties. After a brief moment of respite, Corlys took the initiative to escort the king into the Nine Voyages hall. Lair, having been briefed by his father, understood the purpose of the king's visit and graciously led Rhaenyra to the seaside for a private discussion. As Viserys found himself in this unfamiliar setting for the first time, he was captivated by the layout, while the sea snake gradually recounted the intricacies of the grand hall, a source of great pride for him. Viserys paused, listening intently to tales of the sea snake's 9 remarkable voyages. "Your Majesty," he began, "I was born on Driftmark during the 53rd year of the conquest. The Valerians, much like the Targaryens, hail from the ancient Valyria. In fact, we arrived in Westeros even before the Targaryens, belonging to a venerable lineage rich in Valyrian blood. Just as the Targaryens conquered the skies with dragons, our family has dominated the seas with our formidable fleet, steadfast allies of House Targaryen." The sea snake cast a glance at Viserys, who acknowledged the truth of this with a silent nod, granting him the respect he deserved. "My first journey took me across the Sapphire Sea to the lands of the storm, where I made my fortune. I have heard from the interpreter that the mysterious island's profound ruins are said to be inhabited by ancient old gods, and even the Queen of the Stormlands is rumored to engage in unspeakable acts with them." "Old gods?" Viserys inquired. "Outsiders are forbidden from venturing deep within. Yet sailors who dared explore returned with tales of a hellish realm." The sea snake chuckled, and both men shared a laugh. Perhaps that sailor was a devotee of the Seven, allowing his imagination to run wild at the sounds he encountered. "On my second voyage, I sailed beyond the Stormlands, heading eastward to Ass High, a city steeped in magic, where I witnessed ghastly sorcery and dark arts run rampant." "Is there magic akin to that of the weirwood trees?" Viserys suddenly posed. "Your Majesty, I understand your inquiry," the sea snake replied, shaking his head. "Despite encountering countless wondrous creatures and spells, I remain awestruck by that fruit tree. I would rather deem it a miracle, akin to the wall in the north. The magic of Ass High demands a price. Kinship, sacrifice, and death," he added. "Yet I have seen none of that in your son, nor have I heard of it." Viserys remained silent, recognizing the truth in the sea snake's words. Though internally he grappled with the notion of a monstrous dragon, particularly now that young Aegon had come into the picture, his thoughts becoming increasingly clear. Baelon, though he feigned childishness, exhibited a maturity far beyond his years. "Indeed, I saw the tattered sun chaser at the docks of Ass High, the vessel that once stole 3 dragon eggs on its journey westward," he continued, growing somewhat animated. "I suspect this world is circular. When I ventured northward, I was halted by frozen seas and colossal icebergs. During my final voyage, I returned once more to Karth, where I acquired 20 ships laden with saffron, pepper, nutmeg, elephants, and fine silk. Though ultimately only 14 ships returned safely to Driftmark, none of the elephants survived. Such a loss is lamentable. Prince Baelon would have found great joy in seeing them. He tirelessly collects strange creatures from around the world in pursuit of the secrets of mutation. A daring expedition once ventured far beyond the protective embrace of the wall into the north, where they traversed the eternally snow-laden redwood forests and captured a spider, entirely adorned with eyes. From an initial cohort of 50, only 9 members of the team returned, yet their triumph led to substantial rewards upon their arrival in King's Landing. Rhaenyra, in place of her brother, graciously bestowed upon them a bounty of 1,000 golden dragons, ensuring that the 12 survivors would never need to toil for wealth again within 3 generations, thus injecting a modicum of excitement into the otherwise monotonous lives of the Night's Watch. Such prodigious profits could elevate your family to the pinnacle of the 7 kingdoms, as articulated by Viserys. Indeed, the allure of magic far surpasses the riches acquired through perilous maritime ventures. "Ha ha ha," Viserys humbly remarked, attributing the success to the Chancellor of the Exchequer, asserting that he merely rendered a decision. Corlys sighed. "Your Majesty, this encompasses all known territories from my 9 grand voyages." Viserys led the applause, exclaiming, "A great navigator indeed. Were I not a king, I would gladly join you in this exploration." "Your Majesty, thank you for your attentive ear." The sea snake bowed in gratitude. Subsequently, the two took their seats at a makeshift long table to discuss matters of state. The driftwood throne was positioned within the Hall of 9 Voyages, making it impossible for the sea snake to sit alongside Viserys. To do so would not only be presumptuous, but a flagrant affront to the king. Chapter 49. Illuminating the path, a gentle rain fell within the walls of King's Landing as a servant led a white horse to the entrance, where Otto donned a thick black marten fur cloak and adjusted his leather gloves. The attendant held up a large canopy to shield Alicent as she bid farewell to her father beneath the archway, then wisely retreated into the rain to await. As Alicent approached, Otto spoke first. "This is the king's decree. I anticipated Aegon's naming day would herald his return. Why must father depart? Even without the title of prime minister, you still wield significant influence in King's Landing." Otto stepped closer to his daughter, admitting, "I was too hasty in my relentless push for the king to name Aegon as his heir, forcing the king into a corner. By the way, what is the sentiment of the ladies towards Aegon? Lady Lannister and Lady Redwine are quite fond of him," she replied, her countenance brightening at the mention of her son. "As it should be," Otto nodded, his expectations met. "He is the future of the realm. You have witnessed the grandeur of this celebration that unites everyone. All doubts from the past 15 years dissipate when you bear a son for the king. Aegon, true to his name, is destined to rule the Seven Kingdoms. If Viserys elevates him to the position of heir, the entire realm shall rejoice." Noticing her daughter's lack of enthusiasm, he inquired, "Are you not pleased? The great houses have already sworn fealty to her. Our house is no exception." Alicent lowered her gaze, lost in thought. That was before Aegon's birth, Otto promptly warned, seeking to correct his daughter's mindset. Rhaenyra would make a fine queen. "It matters not even if she were to be a reincarnation of Jaehaerys," Otto pointed out. "Rhaenyra is a woman. Do you not wish for your son to ascend the throne?" Otto countered. "Which mother would not desire such?" replied Alicent. "Do you wish for me to teach him to usurp his sister's divinely ordained rights? Aegon is the one who has been wronged. He is the king's firstborn. To deny him his claim to the Iron Throne is to scorn both the laws of the gods and those of men. Though our path may be shrouded in uncertainty, the outcome is inevitable. Aegon shall ascend as king. Illuminating the future is the motto of House Hightower. At this moment, the family requires Otto to ignite the signal flames atop the White Tower. This is his destiny. Should Rhaenyra usurp Aegon's claim, the realm will descend into chaos. He recounted events from 2 months prior. "You saw it yourself. How many families outside Dragonstone were willing to honor the traditions of Westeros? This is not merely our family's sentiment." Otto grasped his daughter's shoulder, his gaze icy, while Alicent pressed her lips tightly together, fearful of retreating. "Listen to me, daughter. The king will inevitably perish. Cast aside your childish notions. It may be months, perhaps years, but he shall not live to old age." Otto stated a grim reality. The rain outside began to lessen, yet the speaker's tone grew increasingly frigid. "If Rhaenyra were to inherit the throne, war would follow. Do you comprehend? This kingdom will not accept her. In her quest to secure her position, she would eliminate your children. She would have no other choice." Alicent was frightened by her father's words and demeanor, a look she had dreaded throughout her life. "You are not foolish. You merely choose not to see." Otto indicated 2 paths for his daughter. Either prepare for Aegon's ascension or seek favor with Rhaenyra, pleading for her mercy. Alicent recognized her lack of options. A final question lingering in her mind. "What then shall be done?" she asked softly, knowing it could not be ignored. The thought of the Dragon Lord sent shivers down her spine. There existed 2,000 dragon lairs, and they possessed magic. Otto urged his daughter to repeatedly probe Baelon's inclinations. This monstrous prince remained steadfastly aligned with Rhaenyra, and Otto discerned from his words that he harbored an even more resolute commitment to defend his own heir than Rhaenyra did. He could not fathom how the bond between siblings could be so unyielding, with not a crack to be found. Indeed, it is exceedingly complicated, and the variables too vast. "I shall seek external support for Aegon," Otto declared as he mounted his horse, refraining from elaborating on his intentions. Otto was not overly concerned with the untrustworthy knights of the princess's knightly order. Rhaenyra's oppression of the faith of the Seven had bred discontent among the common knights, who had long been suppressed by the faith's internal machinations. Otto was confident he could stoke this fire. The armed fleets of the princess posed little threat. Although he could not win over the north, news of Rhaenyra's actions in the south would take considerable time to reach them. Even if the northern armies were to heed the call, a year or 2 would pass. As for the Vale, he was orchestrating a strategy to keep the vassals neutral, though with limited effect. The Westerlands and the Riverlands would push them back. The king is currently seeking 300 warships from the Sea Snake for his daughter. This formidable force, combined with the fleets of House Hightower and House Velaryon, could stand against one another. The Iron Islands remain ambiguous, and Otto can only spend lavishly to prevent them from siding with Rhaenyra. As for the dragon Syrax, he harbors great trepidation. Perhaps Aegon and his brothers could wield the dragon's power to contend, and crossbows could pose a threat to dragons, though it is best to avoid such extremes. Should circumstances demand, Otto has contingencies. The faceless men across the narrow sea possess capabilities that extend beyond mere assassination. Turning back, Otto noticed his daughter in tears and felt a pang of sorrow. Dismounting, he embraced her for a final farewell, perhaps not to see her again for many years. You must guide Viserys back to reason. He cannot fathom it himself, Otto whispered gently in his daughter's ear, their gazes locking as they bid their last farewell. With a crack of the whip, Otto mounted his horse and galloped out of the Red Keep, followed shortly by 2 knights of House Hightower seeking refuge from the rain. Leaving Alicent standing alone for a considerable time. At Dragonstone, Viserys quickly reached an accord with Corlys. The sea snake would bind himself to Rhaenyra, and the king would allocate an additional share of the fruit trees to House Velaryon. Most crucially, regarding the surname, Viserys stipulated that Rhaenyra's firstborn, be it son or daughter, must inherit the Iron Throne under the Targaryen name, although for the time being, they could use Velaryon. In Corlys' mind, this was an acceptable arrangement for the sea snake. Their bloodline sitting upon the Iron Throne is not unprecedented, as seen with Aegon's mother and the mother of the benevolent King Jaehaerys, all of whom were of Targaryen lineage, albeit through the paternal line. The Iron Throne would thus bear the Velaryon bloodline, a novel occurrence, making this proposal palatable for the sea snake. This practice is not without precedent. Great noble houses like Stark and Lannister, with legacies spanning millennia, have experienced similar circumstances. Viserys, fatigued from seasickness, retired early to bed, not rushing back to King's Landing. Chapter 50. The worsening of leprosy. Rhaenys descended the steps. My cousin has chosen to sail into the storm, my lord. Rhaenys summarized the essence of her son's betrothal, dragging us into the maelstrom. I understand. The king's personal request for an alliance with Lannister is a loss of dignity. We have no grounds for refusal. Previously, the pact with Rhaenyra was to support her claim to the Iron Throne, with House Velaryon providing assistance primarily to secure Blackwater Bay. If Rhaenyra were to falter, there would have been options. Support did not equate to unconditional backing, and they could always bend the knee to the Iron Throne again. Now, however, the stakes are perilously high. Failure would mean the loss of all heirs, and the struggle for power would become brutally fierce. If the sea were devoid of tumult, exceptional navigators would never emerge. Corlys often liked to use seafaring as a metaphor. Where's Lannister? He is strolling along the beach with Rhaenyra. Very well. Corlys was aware of his son's unconventional inclinations and inquired, do they appear to be close? Having grown up together, their bond was undoubtedly strong. I am certain that Laenor has been captivated by Rhaenyra, he mused, though uncertainty lingered in his heart. To bolster his confidence, he added, in recent years, she has become increasingly beautiful. You know his nature, his wife, Rhaenys, remarked candidly. He is still young and will mature. Corlys embraced his wife, reflecting on the stark reality that no pleasure in this world could rival the intimacy shared with a woman. This places our son in jeopardy. The lords of the 7 kingdoms have knelt before Rhaenyra, pledging their fealty. Corlys felt a lack of assurance. This was before the true prince was born. Yet many had risen again thanks to Aegon, and Rhaenyra's claim to the throne would undoubtedly be contested. Rhaenys remained astute, having campaigned for the Iron Throne. She was acutely aware of the great lord's ambitions. Following the Great Council, her grandfather, Jaehaerys, had privately advised her to abandon her claims, citing a 120 vote count. Just like you? Corlys interjected. Rhaenys did not respond directly. Instead, she questioned, what do you truly seek, Corlys? Wealth, power, or self-respect? The Velaryons were as ancient as the Targaryens, and the legends of the 9 voyages were no less significant than Aegon's conquest of Westeros. For generations, we have merely been allies, and I desire fairness. The blood of the Velaryons has long been intertwined with the Iron Throne. What fairness do you seek? Regardless, you ought to be the queen of the 7 kingdoms. Corlys declared passionately. I have long since abandoned that notion. Corlys, Rhaenys replied, both exasperated and touched. Gazing earnestly into Corlys' eyes, she stated, I have never worn a crown. For the 7 kingdoms would not permit it. Rhaenys had no intention of embroiling herself again in the Targaryen family's internal strife, having already suffered due to the succession issues. I can rectify this narrow-minded error, employing all necessary means, she declared, placing a hand over her husband's mouth to silence him. She was indifferent. Yet Corlys remained resolute. Our family commands the navy of the realm and half of the dragons. Anyone foolhardy enough to challenge Rhaenyra's claim will meet their demise. His strength was formidable. With a fleet of 300 warships, he possessed the audacity to confront all threats. However, The maintenance and support for such a vast armada required substantial funds, and he was beginning to feel the strain. He sought to leverage the marriage to justly request an allocation from the king, viewing it as compensation. The fleets of other lords on Westeros amounted to barely half of House Velaryon's. What could they possibly use to fight back? Unless the Stormlands united with the Three Daughters' Kingdom, he had the courage to obliterate any maritime threat. Presently, there were 4 dragons in the realm: Rhaenyra's Syrax, Daemon's Caraxes, Laenor's Seasmoke, and Rhaenys' Malaise. 3 of them stood with Rhaenyra, and Daemon maintained a friendly relationship with House Velaryon, having lent him money and ships 3 years prior. This situation would put Laenor and their children in peril, facing the threat of swords and blades. Apologies, let this be my 10th voyage into the Tempest. For the sake of my family. Corlys embraced his wife, and everything was conveyed in silence. It has been a month since Rhaenyra's betrothal to Laenor, with a promise to complete the wedding before summer's end. In the king's chamber, Viserys reclined on a chair, undergoing leech therapy. His left arm began to decay, causing him great anguish, beads of sweat adorning his brow. And the queen? To my knowledge, she is preoccupied with other matters, your majesty. He opened the poppy wine handed to him by the scholar's assistant and offered it to Viserys. Viserys hesitated, aware of the addictive nature of such substances, yet ultimately consumed it to alleviate his suffering. Will I be remembered as a good king, Laenor? Indeed. How shall the annals of history judge me? As a great king. I have neither fought nor conquered, nor have I endured significant defeat. No, not only have you inherited the legacy of King Jaehaerys, but under your reign, the realm has prospered. Dorne has been integrated into the Iron Throne, an achievement even Aegon the Conqueror could not claim. King's Landing is also expanding. The people of the Crownlands have not starved, and Lord Beesbury predicts that this year the Crownlands will reach a population of 500,000, all thanks to your efforts. Laenor enumerated the changes that occurred in the realm during Viserys' reign. Viserys managed a grim smile. Indeed, gold dragons are far more useful than dragons. Viserys felt a blend of self-mockery and pride. Aegon spent 9 years and 3 dragons failing to conquer Dorne, yet under Viserys, without a single war. Dorne willingly joined the 7 kingdoms. Prince Quentyn Martell came to King's Landing, eager to align with the Iron Throne, leaving everyone bewildered. Was it truly that simple to join the Iron Throne? Initially, Viserys could scarcely believe it, but Otto soon discerned why they would lower themselves. The distribution of the king's fruit had rendered all noble houses of the Reach prosperous, and the common folk lived well enough to afford bread. A significant population drain appeared at Dorne's borders, never to return, and with 3 sides bordered by sea, they could not seal Dorne's exits. Prince Quentyn understood that if he did not compromise, in a few years Dorne would be left with nothing but empty cities, a no-win situation. Unless Quentyn could conjure a king's fruit tree. This was a devastating blow from the realm of magic, before the blood WRM's dance even began. Dorne was the first to capitulate, expressing a willingness to support Rhaenyra as heir, a tradition not surprising for Dorne. Yet I find myself yearning, having faced too few trials. My life has been too smooth. I often ponder that had I endured more hardship, I might have become a wholly different person. At this moment, the effects of the poppy wine began to take hold, leaving him somewhat dazed. Listening to the tales of the sea snake recounting the 9 great voyages, the spoils, the skeletal remains of pirates, would become legend in the years to come, and to claim that I do not long for such experiences would be a falsehood. Laenor posed a question that had lingered in his heart for some time. Your Majesty, why do you not allow the prince to treat you? Perhaps it would spare you from such pain. On the fateful night when the 7 gods were consumed by dragon fire, Viserys experienced a haunting dream. He beheld a shadowy figure standing before Aemma as she labored, witnessing the fateful decisions he had made. The silhouette repeatedly attempted to breach Aemma's womb, yet was thwarted by one of the avatars of the 7, an elderly crone. Ultimately, the crone was unable to prevent the figure's incursion, leading to the birth of a stillborn child. The scene then shifted to a funeral by the sea, where the silhouette plunged into the lifeless body of Baelon, resurrecting it, leaving Viserys perplexed about its intentions. Was it seeking to claim the Iron Throne? Perhaps it was cursed to take on a grotesque form, and for that, Viserys felt a modicum of relief. He consented to mend the strained relationship with the faith of the 7 upon marrying Alicent, an agreement intricately linked to this vision. However, he could only gently advise Alicent against seeking Baelon during her pregnancy, for magic remained perilously unpredictable. Alicent, indeed, adhered to his counsel, and their meetings began to dwindle. Viserys refrained from answering Laenor's inquiries, and both Rhaenyra and the Maester had suggested he pursue treatment. Baelon had even encouraged him to consider it. Ultimately, he rejected the notion, harboring doubts about Baelon's true identity and associating him with the sorcerers of Ashai. According to Illyrio's clandestine reports, Baelon's magical creations held no secrets from him. He possessed omniscience over the entities conjured by magic and was bound to absolute obedience. This revelation instilled a profound apprehension within him. While he could begrudgingly accept the knowledge of his past, the concept of unwavering subservience was intolerable. How would history, a century or 5 centuries hence, recount the life of Viserys, a mere puppet? Such a narrative would entirely negate his existence. As Lair observed the king succumb to slumber, he instructed the attendants to tend to the brazier before quietly departing. This inquiry was a collective endeavor from all members of the small council, yet it seemed that even he had gleaned no answers. Unbeknownst to him, the former hand of the king, Otto, had also been entrusted to pose questions to the king. Chapter 51. Rhaenyra's wedding. The shadows of 2 great dragons swept across the surface of the sea, sending cascades of water splashing. They belonged to Princess Rhaenys and her son, Lair. Mounted upon their dragons, they soared from the distance, trailed by a formidable fleet. Upon the warships, the silver and white seahorse banners fluttered vigorously in the wind. The fleet formed a long procession as it approached the port of Blackwater, the sound of trumpets resounding through the heavens, proclaiming the might of the Sea Snake fleet to all of King's Landing. A month prior, the port had been informed that no vessels were to dock in the Blackwater River on this day. The fishermen's market was to remain closed for 7 days to disperse the lingering scent of fish, and the main thoroughfare of King's Landing was renovated with bricks of various hues, all in preparation for the arrival of House Velaryon. On the shore, Rhaenyra's sworn knights stood in formation to greet them, these knights of no faith gripping the Targaryen's black banner emblazoned with the red dragon, extending from the mud gate all the way to the Red Keep's entrance. Their demeanor, even if tinged with vengeance, was one of welcome, and they donned no armor on this occasion. At that moment, a third of all of King's Landing stood behind these knights, erupting into a fervent applause. Lord Velaryon, congratulations. Harrison Stonemason approached to greet Rhaenyra, as they had worked together during the War of the Stepstones, fostering a bond over the years with occasional meetings thereafter. My lord, please wait. Harrison paused, gesturing towards the sky. Corlys looked up to see Rhaenyra's Syrax soaring from the branches of a colossal fruit tree, adorned with 2 enormous banners tied to its legs. The silver seahorse and the red 3-headed dragon were emblazoned on the banners, flanked by the family motto, Old, True, Brave. Blood and fire share the same source. It glided gracefully along the main road, each character on the banners larger than a wagon, drawing the gaze of nearly everyone present. This is the prince's blessing, Harrison remarked with a smile. I see it now. Is the princess up there? Corlys inquired. No, there is no one above, Harrison replied. Lana scrutinized Syrax's saddle, confirming that no rider was in control. How does Syrax endure without unleashing dragon fire upon the blessing? Lana wondered, curious. Remembering how long it took for the dragon egg his brother Lair hatched to adapt to its saddle, while the banners dangling beneath Syrax seemed to be untrained. This blessing comes from the Prince of Magic. It is understandable that one cannot fathom it. It implies that Baelon is controlling Syrax, Harrison elucidated. Will the prince attend the welcoming feast? Corlys asked. He likely will not, Harrison explained. The prince prefers solitude and avoids crowded places. Leaning in conspiratorially, Harrison whispered to Lana. Soon, everyone will witness a splendid performance. This is the prince's unique presentation. Lana, excited, pressed for details. Commander, is it related to magic? That might not be the case. Harrison pondered, but it will soon be revealed. Corlys and Lana took their seats in the royal conveyance, while Princess Rhaenys and Lair descended from the dragon pit. As attendants at the rear of the carriage tossed handfuls of copper coins into the crowd, the attendants shouted boisterously, the princess's wedding has yet to be proclaimed. Blessings upon the princess's marriage. A quick-witted individual among the crowd initiated the frenzy, and soon others followed suit, hurling the copper stars in response. The attendants raced toward the loudest cheers, creating a cacophony of blessings wherever the procession traveled, the throngs on either side blooming like flowers. It was only then that Corlys grasped the purpose of the rear carriage. Is this another message from the prince? Corlys inquired, opening the carriage window to Harrison, who was mounted nearby. The prince is always full of ideas. The 2 processions departing from the dragon pit and the port converged at the intersection of Mud Road and Nun's Way before passing through the gates of the Red Keep. The church bells remained silent, as the monk responsible for ringing them was under the watchful eyes of 2 faithless knights whenever he attempted to act. They threatened him by resting their hands on their sword hilts. Not only here, but the Seven Gods Church was also closely monitored, with Baelon specifically instructing Harrison to assign watchmen, offering tenfold wages during this period. From the moment Rhaenyra was welcomed today until the time of her wedding, the presence of any symbols of the seven gods is strictly prohibited. King Viserys had waited long at the head of the table. Your Majesty, it is the members of the princess's knights who are preventing the bells from ringing, reported the Chancellor of Justice, Wild. Viserys did not inquire why they did not disperse the knights, as the Chancellor had likely attempted to do so already. He chose to remain oblivious, preferring to avoid any unpleasantness on this day. With immense joy, His Majesty King Viserys announced the official commencement of the royal wedding celebration. The captain of the Kingsguard, Harold, was responsible for announcing the arrival of the lords from the Seven Kingdoms, the Lannister family and their lord, Jason Lannister, Warden of the West, House Hightower and their lord, Hobart Hightower, from the south, the Guardian of Oldtown, and Dorne. Rhaenyra's wedding gown, crafted from abundant dark red silk, was soft, smooth, and possessed an exquisite luster. It was adorned with intricate embroidery resembling dragon scales, resonating with the Targaryen family's dragon totem, showcasing her noble lineage and unique status as a royal heir, embodying the power and strength she possessed. Before Rhaenyra, a long table was laden with a cornucopia of delicacies and fine wines. From succulent roasted beef and venison to fresh fruits and exquisite pastries, the feast was bountiful. Seated beside her father at the table, Rhaenyra gazed glumly at the arriving nobles, perceiving this marriage as merely a task to be accomplished. Congratulations, Your Majesty, you have found a suitable match for the princess. Duke Jason was the first to approach, his tone tinged with dissatisfaction. Viserys maintained a polite smile. Thank you, Duke Jason, she replied coolly, belittling him. I could not imagine a better choice than Ser Nino. Unfortunately, some lacked the courage to speak freely. Rhaenyra did not finish her sentence, but Duke Jason understood, feeling somewhat embarrassed by her words. Duke Jason could only offer a few compliments, claiming that the Westerlands were rich in gold, and today he learned that the Targaryens possessed 2 mines. Just then, a hunched figure draped in black robes entered the hall, carrying a beautifully crafted box made of rare wood, adorned with the fiery dragon in the shape of Syrax. Harold interrupted the announcements to stop him, uncertain of the stranger's identity. Sir, who are you? Harold's voice captured everyone's attention. I am the prince's envoy, come to deliver blessings, came the reply, high-pitched and hoarse. As he approached Harold, a narrow slit opened in the fabric, revealing a rat-like face. Harold was not intimidated. It was a well-known secret at the Red Keep that Prince Baelor possessed magical creatures, typically residing in dragon lairs. Allow me to report, he began. Naturally, 2 members of the Kingsguard and 3 guards at the entrance were closely monitoring the situation, ready to act at a moment's notice. Upon seeing the attire of the newcomer, Rhaenyra recognized him. Let him enter, sire, she added. We are quite familiar. The administrator of the Monster Legion under the Princess Knight Brigade, Belron, was the first magical creation. A rat man. The hall fell into an eerie silence as Daemon, who had just arrived, leaned against the doorway, perplexed by the unfolding scene. A hooded figure descended the staircase with a furtive gait, holding a box aloft. Suddenly, he knelt before Rhaenyra, bowing his head in homage. This unexpected act startled the White Knight trailing behind him, as well as Harold in front, prompting them to swiftly draw their swords in caution. Sir, do not be alarmed, Rhaenyra interjected, feeling a twinge of embarrassment at the display, which was merely the creature's customary behavior. In Chapter 52, the Green Party, the Rat Man, upon awakening to consciousness, first beheld Rhaenyra, and his initial command was to kneel and bow before her. It appeared he harbored a unique sentiment towards Rhaenyra, possessing an unusual understanding of the act of subservience. Enough with the bowing, rise quickly, she urged. The Rat Man complied, standing up and declaring, This is a gift from the boss for the queen. These are the teachings of Belron. He instructed me to keep quiet and deliver the items before departing. I understand. Kylan, please arrange a secluded spot for him to have something to eat. Kylan, merely a 16-year-old maid, was unperturbed by the Rat Man, having encountered one before. She recognized the creature's unattractive appearance, yet acknowledged its intelligence and normalcy when not hungry. The Rat Man intended to hand the box to Rhaenyra, but Harold preemptively seized it. The princess showed no intention of opening it, merely placing it beneath the table. The creature seemed to have more to convey, but was swiftly pulled away by the maid. Following this brief interlude, Viserys finally noticed Daemon seated beside him, having pulled a chair to sit at an angle. Frequently, Viserys received reports about his brother collecting tolls. It was good to have him back, especially regarding the troublesome matters involving the disappearance of the third daughter's merchant vessels around the Stony Isles. As Otto had remarked, As the Minister of Justice, he would fabricate laws. As the Minister of Finance, he would squander the treasury. As the commander of the capital's guard, he would incite chaos. Now, the Stony Isles were embroiled in unrest due to his meddling. They exchanged glances, after which the king dismissed him, having received no notification from his brother or niece about his arrival. The lack of a welcoming remark left Daemon feeling awkward and restless. Outside the Red Fortress, Syrax displayed a series of intricate aerial maneuvers at low altitude. Initially, he shot forth like an arrow, plunging towards the earth at an astonishing speed. Just as he was about to touch down, he abruptly unfurled his massive wings, unleashing a tempest that shattered the ground beneath him. After a brief moment of stillness in the air, Syrax accelerated, suddenly exhaling a torrent of searing dragon flames that enveloped him, transforming him into a blazing meteor streaking across the sky. Linnell persistently inquired of her brother and mother whether they could perform such feats. Lanino bluntly declared it impossible, while their mother, Rhaenys, wore a stern expression, warning her son against attempting such dangerous antics, advising him instead to merely observe. Intuition suggested that the formidable physique and strength of this Targaryen dragon, honed over decades, allowed it to traverse the extremes of flight with grace, while fragile humans, under such intense stimulation, might succumb to asphyxiation or terror. Corlys was acutely aware that Belron's reckless indulgence with the dragon was beneath the dignity and decorum of the royal family, yet the family remained captivated by the spectacle, causing a delay in their arrival. Unbeknownst to them, their timing was fortuitous as they reached the Queen Mother's ballroom just as the festivities commenced. In attendance were Lord Corlys Velaryon, the Master of Tide and the Lord of Driftmark, alongside his wife, Princess Rhaenys Targaryen, and their son and heir, Ser Laenor Velaryon. The future consort. Harold's song resonated with majesty and authority, affording Corlys a moment of honor. The Velaryon family, under Corlys' guidance, approached the head table, where the king and Rhaenyra rose to greet them. Laenor, the evening's focal point, bowed to the king, while Rhaenyra promptly adjusted her crimson wedding gown, embroidered with golden Targaryen sigils, to welcome her husband. The couple demonstrated their affection before the assembled nobles, earning a rousing round of applause and blessings. Ser Joffrey Lonmos cast a lingering glance at Laenor. He was Laenor's confidant and romantic partner, loyal to House Velaryon. Hailing from the Stormlands, he bore the title of knight and was a noble warrior. As the guests began to take their seats, the head table fell into silence, save for Laenor's quiet conversation with his uncle, Vaemond, reflecting on the earlier dragon display to ease the awkward atmosphere. To break the tension, Viserys commenced his speech, welcoming all to the celebration and proclaiming that this night was merely the beginning, extending a tribute to the Velaryon family, the crown's oldest and most powerful allies. However, the king's words were soon interrupted by the entrance of the queen, a most unexpected disruption on such a significant occasion. Alicent arrived, adorned in a striking green gown, emblematic of House Hightower, a choice that appeared glaringly inappropriate for the event, as the green banners were raised only during times of war instigated by Hightower. Her actions clearly indicated a mindset that viewed her former ally, Rhaenyra, as an adversary, and her tardiness seemed deliberate. She glided to her designated seat. At the guest table, Ser Hobart Hightower was the first to rise, prompting all to stand, except for a cornered figure indulging in roast pig, seemingly oblivious to the proceedings. Among the crowd, Larry Strong contemplated whether it was prudent to make an early exit. As the sole heir of Harrenhal, he regarded this status as merely a fade, a mere ornament to garner respect and a ticket to the corridors of power, rather than an ultimate ambition. He was disinterested in the superficial trappings of strength, wealth, and noble lineage. He delights in toppling the lofty figures from their thrones, orchestrating their mutual annihilation under his manipulation. Thus, Larys navigates between the various factions, willing to employ any means necessary to achieve his ends. However, he now finds himself somewhat disoriented, harboring suspicions that the rats within the Red Keep are surveilling everyone. His unease is compounded when he actually spots a large rat in the corner of the banquet, disrupting many of his thoughts. The king, with a darkened countenance, suppresses his displeasure. "Congratulations, my stepdaughter. Your brother knows how to entertain," he remarks, planting a kiss on Viserys to quell his dissatisfaction. "Who were you about to speak with?" "Rhaenyra? Please, take a seat," the king interjects, interrupting the impending conflict. Rhaenyra, accustomed to pouting when angered, realizes that any further confrontation at her own wedding would be disadvantageous. She refrains from pressing her inquiries. The king regains his composure, gently guiding his daughter to calm her. Rhaenyra seeks a distraction, recalling the gift from her brother. She retrieves a box from the corner, piquing the interest of Laenor, who sits beside her. Inside are two identical pendants, each adorned with distinct gemstones. One glimmers with silver flecks, while the other radiates red. Understanding her brother's intent, she offers the white one to Lair. This is a magical item. My brother's blessing for your marriage, Rhaenyra explains, allowing Lair to accept it with ease. Viserys then proclaims the dawn of a new era, one of abundance and peace, the second great dragon age. He announces a 7-day tournament commencing after tonight, a revelation that elicits applause and congratulations from the gathered nobles. Finally, the royal wedding takes place. The king sits down, exhaling deeply. The drums resonate as the feast transitions into the dance segment. Chapter 53, A Decade in the Year 114. The wedding of Princess Rhaenyra and Ser Lair has become a distant memory. A decade has flowed by, and it is now 124. Within the Red Keep, the atmosphere in Princess Rhaenyra's birthing chamber is thick with tension and joy as the maidservants meticulously bind the newborn's umbilical cord, awaiting its natural detachment. With a creak, the door swings open, and Ser Lair steps inside, followed closely by Baelor, who, in an unusual turn, refrains from eagerly rushing to see the child. The moral dilemmas of his previous 20 years weigh heavily on him, filling his heart with turmoil. After 10 years of magical transformation, his body bears no distinction from that of an ordinary man. His wounds heal rapidly, and his strength is formidable enough to shatter the armor of 2 knights with a single blow. The remnants of dragon scales have faded into mere markings on his face. His only imperfection, his amber eyes glimmer with an unusual light, and his finely pointed teeth elicit a sense of dread. Baelor finds the latter 2 attributes quite practical and has chosen to retain them. I have heard it is a girl, he states. Indeed, Rhaenyra replies, disregarding him as she strides towards the king's chamber, displaying no signs of the weakness typically associated with a recent childbirth. The pendant gifted by Baelor at their wedding still graces Rhaenyra's neck, the gemstone continuing to pulse with red light, which Baelor regularly replenishes. The gathering of crimson specks can give rise to blood, possessing the extraordinary ability to resurrect the deceased. The quantity of these red points within the gem allows the dying to return to a state of semi-life, gradually mending the damages inflicted by childbirth over an extended period. Rhaenyra bore 5 children within a decade. In the 2nd year of marriage, the firstborn, Jacaerys Velaryon, with black hair. In the 4th year of marriage, the second son, Lucerys Velaryon, with black hair. In the 5th year of marriage, the 3rd son, Joffrey Velaryon, with silver hair and purple eyes, his complexion somewhat dusky. In the 8th year of marriage, the 4th son, Joffrey Velaryon, with silver hair and purple eyes, his complexion somewhat dusky. In the 11th year of marriage, the first daughter, Alyssa Velaryon, with silver hair and purple eyes. Wherever she goes, she must attend to the children. Lair supported his wife's arm, yet she brushed him off, declaring her health to be robust. Baelor followed closely behind, hesitant to speak, as the situation had become explosive. His sister Rhaenyra had just given birth to a child of his bloodline. He had known early on that the child would be a girl. Had it been a boy, Baelor would have had no choice but to escort his sister to Dragonstone for the birth, her ancestral home, and afterward find a girl of his own bloodline to substitute. He had many children, as males would inherit his traits: golden eyes, sharp fangs, dragon scale patterns. These would unmistakably signify incest, resulting in dire political repercussions, while a daughter would embody the normal Valyrian lineage, rendering her identity inconspicuous. In 115 AC, rumors emerged from the Red Keep suggesting that the princess's first child was not of the Velaryon bloodline. Baelor immediately dispatched spies to investigate, ultimately suspecting Larys, whom he believed was acting under Alicent's orders, though he found no concrete evidence. Consequently, Baelor unleashed his minions nightly upon Larys, demanding he reveal the source of the rumors. Thus far, he had bitten off Larys' tongue and devoured one of his ears. Regardless of how well Larys concealed himself, the subterranean rodents always managed to locate him, compelling him to seek aid from his father, the Hand of the King, Lair. In a bid to prevent the bloodline from being severed, Lair struck a deal with Rhaenyra. Ultimately, Lair agreed to remain neutral regarding the heirs. Rhaenyra, out of respect for her late brother, Aegon, and considering Lair's position as Hand of the King, chose not to contest this. The lords of Harrenhal, both great and small, supported the traditional succession of Aegon, and it was commendable that Lair could maintain neutrality among his vassals, a demand Rhaenyra could not press further. Although the rumors were quelled, the unfortunate truth emerged 2 years later with the birth of another boy, still bearing the dark-haired traits of a Dornishman, and even he could discern the child's paternity. At this juncture, he approached the king as consort, only to discover that Laenor and Joffrey were engaged in their own dalliance. Under Baelor's interrogation, Laenor confessed to his and Rhaenyra's mutual understanding of pursuing their own pleasures, expressing a lack of interest in women. This predicament was vexing. He could not summon Joffrey to this distasteful disclosure. Yet if another dark-haired boy were to be born, it would surely infuriate Corlys, as his brother, Vaemond, was firmly convinced of the rumors. For the sake of his sister's reign, he tirelessly concocted potions for the two of them, and at long last, he was rewarded with 3 sons, the first named Aegon by the king himself, and the fourth, Joffrey, the only child named by Lannister. Subsequently, the two united to capture the shadowy figure behind it all, Belron, whom they had long suspected to be acting on the king's orders but had refrained from making a fuss. "Where are you going?" she inquired, wishing to see the children. "Going again?" Lannister found this behavior perplexing. Since the birth of their third son, each child had been shown to the queen first, leading him to wonder why the king was not the one to see them first. "I shall accompany you," he declared, despite his confusion, remaining at his wife's side. Belron trailed behind, his relationship with the king having grown increasingly tenuous. The king was fully aware of Belron's unwavering allegiance to Rhaenyra, yet he still sought out Belron for rubies on behalf of Alicent. As a compromise, the king permitted Belron to bring his illegitimate daughter, who had been residing in the Sunstone Castle, to live in the Red Keep, yet absolutely forbade the entrance of any boys, as they bore a resemblance to Belron's monstrous visage. Observing the king's deteriorating health, he contemplated how the restorative magic of the rubies might benefit him and agreed to the arrangement. In the hall, noble ladies were engaged in discussion, all summoned by Alicent to celebrate the princess, while Belron, arms crossed, loomed behind them, towering over everyone present, casting a cold gaze upon the noble women. These ladies dared not meet the gaze of the former monstrous prince, retreating in silence. For it was said he could command rats and knew all the secrets of King's Landing. In truth, he could not. He only commanded the Rat Man, who was the king of the rats. The Rat Man served as his intelligence chief, primarily tasked with surveilling and eavesdropping on Alicent and the council, leaving him no time to monitor the multitude of nobles in King's Landing. Such an endeavor would surely exhaust the Rat Man. Rhaenyra was well aware that they were merely reveling in her misfortune. Clutching her child, she ascended the stairs without pause or greeting. Within the circles of the noble women of King's Landing, they revolved almost exclusively around Alicent. "What is her true intention? I thought this matter was settled," Lannister complained. Sir Casway and his lady were the first to extend their congratulations to Rhaenyra, as he was the Lord of Bitterbridge, a vital transportation hub in town, and one of the few lords from the Riverlands who remained loyal to her. Throughout her journey, Rhaenyra offered her gratitude solely to those nobles who had steadfastly supported her. Belron did not ascend the stairs. Rhaenyra was well, and she engaged in light conversation with Sir Casway, noting that Belron's business in the Riverlands was entirely centered in Bitterbridge. Alicent, witnessing Rhaenyra approach with a mixture of fury and resentment while cradling her child, wore an expression of shock and helplessness. This had become a customary display following Rhaenyra's childbirth. "Please, sit down. You have just given birth," Alicent urged, hastily summoning cushions for her. "There is no need for such formality." "I have one," Rhaenyra asserted. Yes, you have one," Alicent conceded, reluctant to argue with her former confidant. Even in the matter of childbirth, for Rhaenyra's 5th child had now been born, while Alicent had 4, just one more than her. Aegon was born 3 years after Alicent's marriage, in the year 116, and is currently 8 years old. In 118, Helena was born at the age of 6, in 119. Aemond arrived at 5, and in 123, Daemon was born, just last year. Viserys entered the room and immediately picked up the child. He gazed at the little one, with silver hair and violet eyes, and breathed a sigh of relief, grateful that the child did not possess dark hair. The king's health had been deteriorating, his complexion pallid, his gait unsteady, and his hair increasingly sparse. "Good child," he remarked, as he cradled the infant securely in his left hand, despite the loss of his palm. Laughter echoed around the room, with Alicent joining in, perhaps yet another performance. "Have you named the child?" Alicent inquired. "Alysanne," Lanino responded without hesitation, while Rhaenyra silently acquiesced without objection. "A very traditional name," Alicent praised. "I believe the eyes resemble their father's, do they not?" Lanino could only smile in response to the king's compliment, striving to alleviate any awkwardness in the atmosphere. "Forgive my impertinence, your majesty. Your daughter has just fought valiantly and deserves to rest now." He longed to conclude the encounter and return to his beloved Joffrey, feeling somewhat uncomfortable in this setting. All were acting, with the first 2 children exemplifying the proper Valyrian bloodline complexion, and it was apparent to Viserys that these were not Lanino's offspring. as he was the most skilled performer among them. Of course, Alicent then scrutinized Alysanne closely in her husband's embrace. Rhaenyra approached with an assertive demeanor, but she could not truly inspect the child without risking an altercation. She, frail as she was, would undoubtedly receive favoritism from Viserys, leaving her to bear the brunt of any reprimand. Alicent took the child from her husband's arms and walked away, with Lenino following closely behind, concerned. In a secluded corner, Alicent returned the child to Lenino, remarking that the infant bore a striking resemblance to the Targaryens. She then turned back to the king, performing an act of affection. Such divisive tactics were of little consequence to Lenino. He cared not whose child it was. On their way back, Rhaenyra crossed her arms in irritation, while Lenino walked slowly, cradling the child. "Do you not think it best to consult me before naming our child? He is ours, is he not?" Lenino spoke gently, unconcerned. "I asked your brother. He said as long as I am happy, that is sufficient. Can he really oppose me?" Rhaenyra shot him a glare and walked away. Lenino remained vigilant regarding any water or wine offered within the palace, wary of potential dangers. A single sip could leave him incapacitated for at least a fortnight. With Rhaenyra having just given birth, she was presently safe. Typically, he would avoid returning to the Red Keep, as his beloved Joffrey had strong opinions on the matter. With 2 children already, he felt he had fulfilled his responsibilities, and regarding the continuation of bloodlines, Lenino simply desired to share a world with his partner. Chapter 54. Soaring free. Rhaenyra pushed open the door, and a wave of laughter and joy enveloped her. Inside the room, 17 young girls were frolicking, and Helena was among them. Although Belron harbors a disdain for Alicent's hypocrisy, he exhibits a certain fondness for her children. "What of your brother?" Rhaenyra's gaze swept across the room, searching for Belron's presence. Helena lowered her head, casting a glance at the pocket watch around her neck. "Sister, look to the sky." Her voice floated ethereally, as if it emanated from another realm. Helena seemed somewhat unhinged, perpetually ensnared in the future, her world diverging from that of others. Belron had yet to delve into the intricacies of time, leaving him at a loss. He devised a clever solution, crafting a fungal pocket watch for her. This timepiece possessed a unique temporal logic, measuring hours and minutes. In this enchanting world, certain peculiar creatures appeared to glow at specific intervals. The drawback, however, was the necessity of manually pressing a button each day to instill the concept of a day into the watch. With precise timekeeping, Helena would discern her temporal position, and Belron had just completed the watch, eager to present it as a surprise. To his astonishment, she began to operate the watch, sending a shiver down his spine. 10, 9, 8, 7. Helena commenced a countdown, her voice clear yet eerie. Suddenly, a tremendous commotion erupted from the heavens. A colossal shadow swept over Maegor's Hold, accompanied by terrified cries. "Sister, open the window," Helena urged. Without needing to be told, Rhaenyra immediately flung open the large window of the chamber. A cacophony of frightened screams and strange whimpers descended from above. The golden-hued Syrax circled in the sky, and most alarmingly, it bore 4 figures strapped to its legs. Rhaenyra's expression shifted to one of horror. Among them were Joffrey, Jacaerys, and Lucerys, one with silver hair, 2 with dark locks, and a peculiar pink pig. Rhaenyra's fury ignited. This was undoubtedly Belron's doing. She hastily summoned her dragon, and Syrax gradually descended onto the grounds of Maegor's Hold. At this moment, the king sat majestically upon the iron throne, exuding an air of authority and calm. To the left of the throne, Queen Alicent clutched a sobbing Aemond, while a jubilant Aemond hovered above, riding the back of the world's largest dragon. To the right, Princess Rhaenyra tended to the 2 who had succumbed to nausea, Jacaerys and Lucerys, while Joffrey merely observed, curious about the unfolding spectacle. The heavy doors slammed shut. This assembly was reserved for the royal family. "Can anyone enlighten me as to what has transpired?" Belron stood at the center, meeting the gazes of all present. "Well," he began, his voice imbued with confidence. "I merely wish to impart a small lesson to the 3 of them." "Prince, is your so-called small lesson to tether their lives to the legs of a beast?" Queen Alicent inquired fiercely, her tone sharp as a drawn sword. Princess Rhaenyra stood silently beside her, her countenance dark and brooding. "I assure you of their safety," Baelon retorted, a hint of pride lacing his tone. "Enough, Aemond. Step forward and elucidate what transpired," interrupted King Viserys, his voice resonant and authoritative. Queen Alicent gently urged her son forward, encouraging him to recount the events to his majesty. "They humiliated me, made me ride a pig. Brother, avenge me," Aemond whispered, his voice tinged with grievance and indignation. "Clarify, how did they humiliate you? Why were you made to ride a pig?" The king's tone softened slightly, his previously stern countenance relaxing, as he feared that Rhaenyra's sons were bullying Aemond alone. Because I lack a dragon, they thought it amusing to deceive me with a pig. Aemond replied earnestly. The king looked momentarily bewildered. Is that all? This hardly seems sufficient, he mused, yet he sensed there was more to the tale. Aegon, cease your weeping and reveal your grievances, the king directed towards his other son. Aegon stood aside, sobbing quietly, which vexed Viserys, especially since the idea of riding a pig likely originated with him, yet he remained reticent. Baelon, what say you? The king turned his gaze back to Baelon. I know not. I merely witnessed them tormenting Aemond, Baelon replied, his tone slightly exasperated. Rhaenyra, standing by, quietly probed her sons for answers, but they stammered, unable to articulate the situation. She understood her sons were complicit in the incident and likely bore some culpability, thus she chose to remain silent. Aegon. Queen Alicent again nudged her son forward, but he retreated 2 steps, hiding behind her. I have suffered no grievance, he said, lifting his gaze to his mother and speaking softly. And you too? The king inquired, turning to Rhaenyra's sons. We have not either, Lucerys and Joffrey replied in unison. The hall fell into a profound silence, all eyes upon the king, awaiting his decree. Surveying the room and noting the pervasive silence, the king realized that uncovering the truth of the matter might prove elusive, since the parties involved wished to let the matter rest. I see no reason to pursue it further. Thus, we shall adjourn. His voice echoed in the hall, shattering the stillness. The assembly began to disperse gradually, leaving the throne room in waves. In the end, only Ser Harold, King Viserys, and Baelon remained within the grand chamber. Children, what truly transpired in the dragon's lair? The king approached Baelon, his tone softening. I know you would not punish them without cause. Tell me, what indeed occurred? 3 children mocked another for lacking a dragon, and the older child instructed the others to bring forth a pig. The child without a dragon, feeling wronged, dashed into the dragon's lair, where a dragon unleashed flames in the absence of supervision. After careful contemplation, Baelon conveyed to the king that both parties bore their share of culpability. What followed? Viserys, deep in thought, was immediately struck by the sight of Aemond clad in garments that were clearly ill-fitting. Who else was aware of this? Subsequently, you must reward me. I have averted a tragedy. Baelon audaciously demanded the legitimization of his daughter. My daughter's affairs? He extended his hand, seeking a promise, a safeguard for the future. I shall ponder this further. Viserys' expression grew grave. He did not acquiesce immediately and opted to evade the issue. He strode away, his pace quickening as if pursued by some unseen entity. Baelon had numerous bastards, with 17 known by name, not to mention those hidden away. Once this door was opened, the ramifications would be dire. Rhaenyra had forged a path for women to ascend the Iron Throne, and now legitimizing so many bastards would not only bring honor to the family, but also bolster the stability of the realm. 5 years ago, after Baelon had regained the use of his lower body, Daemon had subtly begun introducing him to women. As Daemon's lover, Mysaria had keenly observed this peculiar creature's taste for courtesans. He seemed to harbor a unique sentiment towards his exotic appearance. Mysaria speculated that she hailed from the free cities, having been sold to Lys thereafter, and she had little interest in uncovering her origins, which felt too distant. Thus, Mysaria invested heavily to procure 3 slaves from the free cities, as a token of gratitude for a small gemstone that restored Baelon's vitality, allowing her youthful visage to endure until death, while Daemon demanded 100 peculiar dragon soldiers crafted by Cohoric. Chapter 55. Helena, the Maegor's Hold. Helena's chamber was adorned with papers marking the passage of time, with the most numerous being alchemical guild calendars. As soon as she could grasp a pencil, she instinctively learned the language and script. Paper had become widespread in this era. Due to the absence of patent protections, the alchemical guild monopolized the production of high-quality paper. The techniques for crafting inexpensive, coarse paper were widely disseminated, and the alchemical guild did not keep this knowledge secret, for any sufficiently large workshop could produce it. It was rumored that the Dothraki had also begun using it for hygiene purposes. As he continually transformed this epoch, the tangible items within the mysterious realm had reached a total of 160. Sister, do you have anything further to share with me? Baelon proffered the blue gemstone to Helena, within which flowed points of cerulean light. This was the reward. Helena did not accept it, suddenly lifting her gaze. I fear mice. Helena, a woman of few words, spoke with great significance whenever she did. Very well, there shall be no mice in your room, Baelon assured her. Having meticulously observed all within the Red Keep for a decade, mice served as his eyes and ears. Thus far, she had foretold various events. Yet because no one paid heed to her or her words, it was only when Baelon was crafting 3 golden dragons that he recalled where he had seen her. Helena possesses the gift of dragon dreams. She is a dreamer of dragons. From a tender age, she demonstrated her extraordinary ability to predict events before Baelon. She once illustrated the visage of a three-headed golden dragon on paper, yet there remained a span of 3 years until the creature's birth. Will I prevail? Baelon pondered, gazing at her with a hint of hesitation. She was a girl capable of glimpsing destiny, and in Belron's eyes, she had already averted a tragic demise. His adversary was a deity. Despite his meticulous preparations, uncertainty lingered in his heart. Naturally, he endeavored to prevent the onset of war. My book is far more intriguing than these tedious scraps of paper. Helena began to delve into the ethereal realm once more, where she could perceive the conclusion of the age of magic. Sir, have you ever beheld the tree in the sacred wood that bears fruits from across the globe? What book? Belron scratched his head in confusion, questioning whether he had triumphed or faced defeat. The implication seemed to suggest he had lost. That shouldn't be. How could I possibly lose? The three-headed golden dragon, born within the dragon's lair, remained securely locked behind a heavy iron door. It was a mystery how Immen managed to evade all guards and the lair's overseer to breach its sanctum. At that time, Belron was not present. On the day of Rhaenyra's childbirth, Belron's sister awaited downstairs while Helena ventured forth alone. Immen is on the brink of death, gazing into Helena's eyes. It appeared she was not merely recounting fragments of the future. Where? The dragon's lair. Now. Helena glanced at the pocket watch around her neck and affirmed, yes, now. A chill ran down Belron's spine. Without further ado, he summoned Syrax to soar towards the dragon's lair with fervor. He leapt from the highest point of Maegor's Hold, grasping a dragon's talon, and propelled himself with utmost speed, descending from the several hundred meters high lair. Belron arrived just as the three-headed golden dragon had exhaled its fiery breath. Immen lay scorched upon the ground, yet still clinging to life. Time was of the essence. Disregarding the concealed powers manifesting within the lair, he invoked the essence of life to restore Immen's form. Upon awakening, Immen could only recall the humiliation that drove him to flee in tears into a certain place, the rest of the events shrouded in obscurity. Belron surmised that immense agony had likely obscured that memory, and perhaps it was for the best that it remained forgotten. All involved personnel were dismissed. That very day, the overseer of the three-headed golden dragon was forcibly clad in black and dispatched to the north. Belron seldom resorted to punishing his subordinates, yet today, his vigilance had slackened considerably. He was truly incensed that such an incident had transpired. A warning was imperative. The three-headed golden dragon represented the pinnacle of Belron's magical creations, a synthesis of the attributes of Caraxes, Melius, and Solaria. This dragon emerged from an egg in the year 121 of Syrax, and its primary challenge lay in sustaining its existence, consuming mist at a rate thrice that of Syrax. To mitigate the consumption of mist, the three-headed golden dragon severed its connection to the mysterious realm. The creature itself was a legitimate existence, and only magical beings that had been resurrected could be dissipated. Now, its growth merely slowed. The three heads descended into madness, their energies unnaturally heightened as they incessantly tore at one another. Thus, Belron was compelled to confine himself in the deepest cavern, maintaining only the barest signs of life, while extracting his blood as experimental material. He suspected that the gods had begun to stir. By day, Belron typically resided within the dragon's lair, returning to the room in Maegor only on rare occasions. Recently, he had to accompany his sister during her confinement, fully aware that she was carrying his child. He possessed a unique sensitivity to his own bloodline, and fortunately, it was a girl. Otherwise, the birth of a child bearing dragon markings would have been a source of great embarrassment, given the overt nature of such traits. In a moment of weakness, Belron had allowed Rhaenyra to succeed in her advances, attributing the blame to Daemon's corrupting influence. While he bore some responsibility for the affair, was Daemon not culpable as well? Alas, Daemon had vanished 2 years ago, pursuing territory in the disputed lands. When Belron was lured to the brothel by Daemon, he had been exceedingly cautious. Yet, inexplicably, he found that the women had managed to bear him 3 children, one of whom bore striking hereditary traits that left him deeply unsettled. He was forced to place them in the Sunshield Castle for proper care. Naturally, Viserys was aware of the situation and subsequently cancelled the annual royal banquet, his declining health being a contributing factor, owing Viserys such a significant debt. When he requested a ruby from Belron that could restore his health for Queen Alicent, Belron found it difficult to refuse. As time passed, the mothers of his children began to seek him out, to which Belron proposed a solution, a monthly stipend from the Alchemists Guild, administered by the wise Cookshaw. Of course, should they choose not to keep the children, a substantial sum could be paid to sever ties. The women, however, were far from satisfied. Some sought to legalize their offspring. At the time, Baelon did not grasp the implications of legalization and, in a moment of carelessness, acquiesced. Henceforth, he would only accept 3 women sent by Miseria, each of whom met his exacting standards of beauty. Unfortunately, that year he had indulged too freely, sensing that within King's Landing, there were 23 children, 17 of whom had approached him directly. As for the remaining women, he felt a flicker of conscience from his past life and informed them that they could claim their share of golden dragons from the Alchemists Guild each month, with the guild holding any unclaimed sums. It is essential to note that in this era, transactions were mere transactions. The nobility often treated such affairs with disregard once the monetary exchange was complete. Chapter 56. The advantage lies with me in her conversation. Helena pointed explicitly to a pivotal moment in the year 129. Pressing further, Baelon discerned her feigned immersion in the future, prompting him to relent. What would transpire on that day? He was prepared for any eventuality. In the city of King's Landing, Baelon's dominion was unmatched. Over the past decade, the underground of the dragon's lair had been ceaselessly excavated. According to size, Baelon categorized the dragons into stages: infancy, juvenile, growth, young dragon, adult dragon, and mature dragon. In the dragon's lair reside 10 fully grown dragons: Haima, Shandian, Zarizi, Xingqian, Bailing, Shuangwei, Qitong, and Shanhua. These magnificent creatures were born from the eggs laid by Syrax. Among them, 4 are tamed by riders. 3 are under the command of the illegitimate sons of Baelon, who has successfully mastered the mutated dragons he created, while his 4-year-old illegitimate daughter, Ariana, has tamed Bailing. Alison's child has only managed to control a single dragon, Menghua, known as Helena, although she does not frequently visit the lair. Yanyan is a hatchling from the Dragon Mountain, later tamed by Yiging, and remains a juvenile dragon in the lair. Jacares possesses a dragon named Wumax, which is of the same age as him, a dragon in its infancy. Lazirus's Alarax is also an infant dragon, akin to his brother's dragon. The 3-headed golden dragon is a young dragon, each head possessing its own thoughts. Baelon fears that one day it may fly off and meet its demise. Thus, it is securely locked underground to provide resources. 5 years ago, Syrax surpassed the Black Death, Balerion, to become the largest dragon, yet due to its immense size, it cannot hunt for sustenance and typically resides near the lair. Dragonstone Island is not a consideration. It serves as the naval headquarters for Rhaenyra, where no one can breach the combined fleets of the Sea Serpent and the Princess's ships to assault a military stronghold. As Dragonstone is the farthest eastern outpost of the Valyrian Empire, with the population on the rise, Princess Rhaenyra's knightly order is expanding, supported by Baelon. The Sea Serpent boasts a fleet of 300 warships, with unwavering loyalty to Rhaenyra. Due to bloodline concerns, Baelon privately promised Jacares, the firstborn, that should he father a child, regardless of gender, he would once again ally with the Valyrians, thereby securing the Valyrian lineage on the Iron Throne. Given Rhaenyra's lifespan, she is likely to outlive several of her sons, potentially placing her grandchildren in power, akin to Jaehaerys I. To compensate, Baelon has doubled the share of premium paper sold overseas by Corlys, and the Sea Serpent had no choice but to agree under the assurance of this magical prince. 2,000 dragon lords have formed an independent group, bound to the Targaryen bloodline. Due to their dragon-like genetics, any individual with Targaryen heritage can command their own dragon lords. However, as these are not true dragons, one can control multiple dragon lords. A commoner named Beckon has the unparalleled ability to command 12 simultaneously, currently leading a battalion of 50 dragon lords. This power is sufficient to decimate a 1,000-strong knightly order. Thus, he is indifferent to the size of the untrustworthy knights. Consequently, common women are fervently striving to conceive Targaryen blood, as today's illegitimate children are not mere bastards, but half-nobles. The underground realm beneath the Megumi pathway is now home to an unknown number of self-replicating monsters. Wildfire has been secretly planted beneath the Great September of Baelor. Regardless of the outcome, the faith of the Seven must ascend, while attempts to infiltrate the Starry September have repeatedly met with failure. The Monster Legion has occupied the Moonlight Mountains for 2 years, purging all tribes and wildlings to facilitate the swift assembly of cavalry by Duchess Jenny Lynn in the valley. Under Rhaenyra's favoritism, the valley's population has surged dramatically over the past decade, with 120,000 regular cavalry in Eagle's Nest alone. This figure represents only the formal forces. If survival were at stake, they could muster 500,000 infantry for battle. The North, owing to Baelor's pact with the old gods, is allowed to arrive at the battlefield at the latest possible moment, rendering the number of troops dispatched inconsequential. Harrenhal has pledged neutrality, while Baelor's adversaries primarily lie south of King's Landing. However, these lords, with the exception of steadfast Old Town and Hightower, are hesitant to openly choose sides, no longer daring to challenge Rhaenyra's authority as boldly as they did a decade ago outside Sunspear. Everyone is aware of Baelor's stance, and Viserys has not intervened, tacitly endorsing it, which has alleviated many burdens regarding succession over the years. The advantage lies with us. When he first heard the prophecy, it was astonishing. He could not find a justification for his potential defeat. Did the Seven wish to orchestrate a spectacle akin to the shattering of Dorne's arm? In the storeroom of Maegor's Holdfast, Helena reclined on Baelor's once-favored chaise longue, basking in the warm sunlight. Since Baelor ceased his frequent visits to the Red Keep, this sun-kissed sanctuary has transformed into Helena's solitary refuge. She often finds herself alone, quietly lingering in this space. The storeroom is meticulously maintained, containing only a wooden table and a chair, starkly empty. Sunlight filters through the narrow window, casting dappled shadows upon the floor. Helena relishes her time here, enchanted by the tranquil ambience that allows her to ponder events yet to unfold. Those memories, woven from reality and illusion, play out in her mind like a dream. The past, present, and future coexist within her thoughts. She can vividly recall every moment of what is termed the Dance of the Dragons. Yet she feels powerless to alter its course. Jaehaerys, Gehenna, and the young Maelor, though yet unborn, have accompanied her in spirit throughout her journey. The wheels of fate have begun to turn, and a formidable storm approaches silently. Seated here, Helena savors the warmth of the sun. She closes her eyes, and the bloody, brutal, heart-wrenching images surge forth like a tide. She cannot prevent them. She can only endure, believing this to be the best outcome for all. She is destined to witness this internal family strife, this war known as the Dance of the Dragons. This conflict is unprecedented in its cruelty and bloodshed, engulfing all of Westeros and Essos, dragging hundreds of nations into the flames of disaster, and even claiming the lives of several deities. She sits here, awaiting the conclusion of the Dance of the Dragons, anticipating the judgment of fate, bearing a new mission in the saga of ice and fire. There are 334 red scales and 22 pink scales. This serpent possesses 356 scales. Alicent quietly approaches, joining her soliloquy, affirming, indeed, in the future, it could grow to 670 garlands, 17 meters. Alicent spoke with Helena, who possessed many exquisite creatures, and Belron would present one on Helena's birthday, which could grow to such a length. How could one know? I later encountered it, and it transcended our comprehension. There are even more wonders within the dragon's lair that surpass our understanding, and those entities can hardly await. For a moment, Alicent was unsure whether she was responding to herself or merely speaking aloud. Helena once remarked that the bloodline of the Hightower family would merge into the next Iron Throne. Even she, as a mother, found that statement perplexing, yet it brought great joy to her father, Otto, upon hearing it. Chapter 57. Trivialities. A knight clad in white robes rushed in, tightly gripping the prince's arm, who wore an unwilling expression and struggled to break free from the restraint. Your Majesty, the white-robed guard saluted the queen. Aemond, what have you done this time? Alicent quickly deduced the situation. He had attempted to tame the three-headed golden dragon once more. Since that incident, Alicent's voice rose slightly, tinged with anger. Do you want me to lock you in your room? I was close to succeeding. It has permitted me to touch it, Aemond exclaimed excitedly to his mother, his eyes gleaming as if he could already envision himself commanding a dragon. In reality, since the last time he had been scorched by the three-headed golden dragon, his supervision had intensified. The keeper often restrained it, but this inadvertently granted Aemond the opportunity to pester it daily. The dragon had grown too lethargic to breathe fire upon him, as it was too famished to move even its three heads. Your obsession with those beasts is truly astonishing. Your brother can only save you once. Alicent thought of Belron, a surge of complex emotions washing over her. Regardless of the circumstances, she was genuinely grateful that he had once rescued her son. She later inquired with Aegon to discern what had transpired, though Aegon did not acknowledge it as his idea. What do you mean, save me once? Aemond suddenly shouted, his emotions flaring. They gave me a pig. He seemed to have forgotten the fact that he had nearly been burned alive, only recalling the humiliation brought by the little pink pig. Do you wish to die? Alicent could no longer contain her fury, sharply questioning him. Aemond and his mother erupted into a heated argument, their voices echoing in the vast chamber. Alicent gazed at her son's defiant countenance, a pang of remorse striking her heart as she felt her reprimands had been excessive. She softened her tone in an attempt to comfort him. You will surely have your own dragon in the future. I am certain of it. The three-headed golden dragon is simply untamable. Belron had written it, which is tantamount to controlling 3 dragons simultaneously, a formidable task, provided that the 3 heads can act in unison. My brother has already consented to my endeavor to tame the three-headed dragon, Aemond explained softly, justifying his actions. Belron remained indifferent to his attempts to tame the three-headed golden dragon, a mere juvenile creature. Even if he succeeded, he would never release it, allowing Aemond to indulge in his whims. He needed to bide his time until the divine conflict commenced. Helena, standing nearby, suddenly murmured softly, her words unheard by others. Aemond's voice brimmed with indignation. They all mock me. I shall surely tame this dragon, more exquisite than the sun itself. Alicent observed him with a touch of sympathy, stepping forward to gently embrace Aemond, offering him a modicum of comfort. She understood that what Aemond sought was not merely a dragon, but a sense of acknowledgement and respect. Alicent sought out her husband, who was engrossed in crafting wooden sculptures in his workshop, to relay Aemond's grievances. It was evident that they had adorned a pig with a pair of wings and a tail. The little creature ought not to be so trusting. He was still but a child. He believed they had fortuitously stumbled upon a stray wild dragon and even lured it to the dragon's lair. What dragon would dare venture into King's Landing now, with the gluttons banished to wander in Essos? Viserys, without lifting his gaze, contemplated the carving technique for the wood. It was your grandsons who orchestrated this mischief. Alicent attempted to steer the conversation towards her genuine concerns. They are even younger than Aemond. I am well aware of that. Viserys replied with a hint of indifference. They are wild children. It is hardly surprising, Alicent remarked with subtle implication. It was your grandsons who orchestrated this mischief. She reiterated with emphasis. While diligently carving a model of King's Landing's latest walls, Viserys casually remarked, Aegon is certainly not a wild child. Under Viserys' urging, the financial minister, Lord Beesbury, amplified the funding, reducing the original completion timeline for the expansion of King's Landing from 15 years to merely 10. With an anticipated finish in 2 months, I have decided to rename the new King's Gate to Aegon's Gate. It is a name I have contemplated for quite some time. The new God's Gate shall be transformed into the Gate of Magic, the Lioness Gate into the White Tower Gate, and as for the renovated River Gate, it shall be renamed the Princess Gate according to the wishes of the people. Viserys diverted the topic. It is a miracle that their dragon eggs can hatch. Alicent pressed her husband on this matter, her tone laced with sharpness. The atmosphere grew tense, and the carpenter attendant, Ed, quietly exited the room, his footsteps nearly imperceptible. The king's guard at the door gently closed it. Such occurrences transpired every few days, and they had grown accustomed to it. What is it you wish to convey? What wild children? Viserys finally raised his head, a stern expression in his eyes. You know full well what I mean. Cease with the pretense, Alicent retorted fearlessly. I do not understand. I have previously brought this matter to your attention. Alicent approached Viserys, her voice tinged with reproach, yet you forbade me from speaking, so I remained silent. To bear one such child is a mistake. To bear 3 is an affront to the realm, to you, and to the Valerian family. Moreover, to the husband you painstakingly fought to secure for her. Let us not even speak of the dignity of being human. Her voice dripped with disdain. Viserys remained silent for a considerable time, then set down the carving knife, gazing intently at Alicent as he began to recount a tale. I once cared for a black mare, as dark as a raven. One day, she escaped the pasture and was covered by a nearby stallion, whose coat shimmered like the moonlight on a winter's night. Viserys' voice was deep and measured. Alicent listened intently, growing increasingly perplexed, unsure of what Viserys intended to convey. However, the foal that was born was chestnut, a rather unremarkable shade of brown. Upon hearing this, Alicent's face was marked by disbelief. She found the story utterly absurd. Your unfounded accusations require careful consideration. Viserys' tone turned grave. They could lead to exceedingly dire consequences. Viserys was well aware of the stakes, but he felt powerless. This matter could not be brought to light, thus he feigned ignorance. Standing, he declared, if you bring down Rhaenyra, Aegon will not ascend the throne either. Baelon was once the most legitimate heir to the Iron Throne. His mere existence without upheaval was the greatest fortune for the 7 kingdoms. You know he has children. A note of warning tinged Viserys' voice. Baelon serves as the best shield. No matter how Alicent yearns for the kingdom's rightful succession, Aegon's claim will always remain inferior to Baelon's. This is an undeniable truth. He kissed Alicent gently, a gesture of solace, for after more than a decade of companionship and bearing children, he held feelings for her. Do not speak of this matter again. Alicent hastily departed from the king's workshop, her mood heavy and oppressive like the overcast sky. Sarah Harwin followed silently behind her, sensing the storm brewing within the queen. She found herself without a confidant, isolated and unsupported. The king was correct. Baelon's claim did indeed take precedence over Aegon's. Yet, was the resurrected Baelon truly the same child as before? She regretted having reminded her father that Baelon still lived. If Syrax had incinerated him that day, would Aegon's claim have been free of contention? Have I lost my sanity? Sarah Harwin remained, as all others slept, caught in the same bewildering dream. She shamelessly flaunted the privileges of an heir, while the truth lay bare for all to witness within the Red Keep. Everyone conspired to deny the facts. As for the king, her father, he knew, or at least once did. Yet he had persuaded himself, by the seven, he even concocted a black horse. The thought of the black horse fueled her anger further. This wretched girl, spoiled by her father and brother. Alicent erupted in fury. Ahem, your majesty, I heard nothing. Sarah Harwin replied softly, his duty being to protect the queen, not to engage in royal disputes. I apologize. Alicent regained her composure. She ought not to have confided in him. The supporters of the Green Party are concentrated solely in the south, in the Old Town, while here in the Red Keep. It is the domain of the Black Party, leaving her feeling isolated and helpless. She reminisced about Aegon, her eldest son, the boy destined to inherit the throne. Pushing open the door to Aegon's chamber, she intended to persuade her son, who had never once contemplated the prospect of claiming the Iron Throne. A notion that troubled Alicent deeply. However, what she encountered was Aegon, exposed and perched on the windowsill, preparing to climb. Do you wish to fall to your death? Alicent exclaimed, fully aware of the spectacle Aegon intended to perform. Upon noticing his mother's sudden presence, Aegon hastily wrapped himself in the sheets to shield his modesty. You are on the verge of adulthood. Why do you persist in such absurd antics? Alicent admonished, struggling to comprehend why her son exhibited such a lack of ambition. She gazed at Aegon, once a source of pride, now reduced to a mere wastrel, preoccupied solely with frivolities. Belron, a self-taught individual, had never engaged in such behavior. This little lecher was even more skilled than him. Once Rhaenyra seizes power, your life will be forfeit. Alicent attempted to rouse Aegon's fighting spirit through threats. And what of Aemond? I will eliminate anyone who poses a threat to my claim to the throne, she coaxed. Does that include my elder brother? Aegon retorted, still skeptical that Belron would harm them. Once again, Belron was the focal point of her ire. Both her husband and son used him as a scapegoat, fueling her frustration. Yes, it includes your elder brother. You will be next. That cannot be. My brother will intervene, Aegon replied, clearly unconvinced. If they intended to kill him, why would they rescue Aemond to exonerate all three? He was not devoid of reason. The memory of Aemond's anguished cries in the dragon pit echoed in his mind. And when the three of them, alongside the keeper, arrived, their minds had gone blank. Although he had been suspended above the dragon for a time afterward, Aegon was acutely aware of the gravity of causing his brother's demise. Recognizing that it was his elder brother's prior punishment that had garnered sympathy and allowed him to escape unscathed. He is a magical prince. He could plummet from the heavens and still survive. Aegon completely dismissed his mother's assertions. Listen, one day you shall be our king. Your grandfather is already prepared. Aegon froze in astonishment, his expression one of disbelief. What preparation could possibly eradicate 8 adult dragons and over 40 young ones? One must understand that Syrax lays eggs faster than Belron begets bastards. Are we to rely on my sister's Dreamfire or my own diminutive Sunfire? Has the Black Death been resurrected? Chapter 58. The King of the Narrow Sea in the latter half of the year 124. The city of King's Landing buzzed with excitement as the decade-long expansion project finally reached completion. The once formidable walls stretching from the King's Gate to the Dragon Gate had now become inner walls, witnessing the city's transformation. Such a historically significant moment warranted any king to host a grand tournament and celebration. This time, the champion, Viserys, lavishly bestowed a reward of 2 million gold dragons. Belron will personally preside over this grand event, establishing 4 competitions: mounted combat, swordsmanship, archery, and team battles. Each champion in these categories will be awarded a precious magical artifact. The tournament grounds, once located by the banks of the Blackwater River, have been meticulously redesigned by Belron and now stand transformed. Modeled after the grandeur of the ancient Roman Colosseum, it has been aptly named the Judgment of Dragons, exuding a magnificent aura that leaves spectators in awe. To alleviate the grievances of Rhaenyra, who was compelled to attend Aegon's second naming day celebration, Belron has proudly outlined 3 central themes in the invitation. Firstly, the commemoration of Viserys' 2 decades of rule over the Iron Throne. Secondly, the the celebration of the birth of Princess Alyssa, and thirdly, the inauguration of the new King's Landing. From the time his grandfather, Jaehaerys I, ascended the throne in the year 103 to the year 124, Viserys' reign coincides perfectly with the passage of 20 years. The registration for this tournament has reached unprecedented numbers, exceeding 20,000 participants. In an effort to mitigate the brutality of the competition, the rules stipulate a rigorous selection process, narrowing down participants from 10,000 to 5,000, then to 1,000, and finally to 100. Prior to entering the top 100, combatants are prohibited from using iron weapons, with the exception of arrowheads. Once in the top 100, participants may negotiate the use of iron weaponry and are permitted to surrender on sight. The tournament regulations, personally established by Baelon, have garnered strong support from Viserys, aiming to minimize casualties while ensuring thrilling surprises throughout the matches. Within the council chamber, a royal meeting is underway. Lord Blythewood claims that the Bracken family has stealthily moved the boundary stones under the cover of night and allowed their horses to graze on Blythewood lands. Prime Minister Leonor begins to address the agenda. Why not seek Lord Glaver's assistance in resolving such matters? Has he grown so feeble that he cannot even manage a single stone? Queen Alicent holds significant sway in royal meetings. I have heard that Riverrun is now effectively under the control of Lord Glaver's son. Minister of Justice Jasper Wilder remarks, describing him as a typical Stormlander. With dark hair and eyes. He is also from House Tully, thus he should manage Tully affairs, retorts Queen Alicent. Rhaenyra, with one hand pressed against her chest, often feels the discomfort of engorgement since the birth of her daughter Alyssa. She gently tapped her wine glass against the table, signaling Belron to refill her drink. At present, Belron's role is that of a cupbearer. For years prior, upon discovering the increasing number of illegitimate children fathered by her brother, Rhaenyra sought to assign him some responsibilities. Subsequently, the Royal Council granted him the position of Master of Dragons. Belron feels that aside from gaining an additional chair, he still must fulfill the duties of a cupbearer, primarily to support Rhaenyra's presence. In his capacity, aside from the king and Rhaenyra, few dare to summon him. He first filled his sister's cup with juice, then proceeded to pour wine for the king, followed by Minister Jasper, one by one. Those lacking sufficient status must still express their gratitude, seizing the opportunity to cultivate relationships with others. I concur. The king expressed his agreement, pleased to pass this thorny issue back to Flea Bottom, as the Valerion family remains their liege. My lords, may we proceed to the next topic? In any case, Rhaenyra interrupted him. Bracken and Blackwood could engage in a fierce struggle over any trivial excuse. She toyed with the black council ball on the table. Dragon Minister, what is your perspective? All eyes turned towards Baelon, who was idly lounging by the wine jug. Baelon was merely present to fill the numbers. Upon hearing that his sister Rhaenyra would not attend the council, he would turn and leave, treating it as a mere clock-in for work. Rhaenyra aspired to mold him into the future hand of the king, yet he remained obstinately unresponsive, the type that required a whip to make a single stride. However, he occasionally offered some insightful suggestions. Their discussions were perennial. If that is the case, let us resolve this matter once and for all. How do we achieve that? Baelon pondered for a moment before presenting his thoughts. There was once the Trial of Seven, which I believe was quite effective. Why not adapt it into a trial of dragons? The seven gods may not concern themselves with such mundane affairs, so let us take charge. We could conveniently utilize this grand tournament to address all contentious issues in one fell swoop. My prince, are you suggesting that the warring lords each send 7 knights to engage in battle? If this precedent is set, future councils may find themselves resorting to combat to resolve unclear issues. Wouldn't the losing side next time seek to find a way to triumph? This is merely a difference in scale compared to 2 lords waging war directly. Prime Minister Laenor articulated his concerns. Baelon acknowledged the validity of his remarks, realizing he had oversimplified the situation. Then let us impose a restriction. The trial of dragons may only occur during the grand tournament, held once every decade. At the very least, the Iron Throne would enjoy a decade of stability, and the matter could be deemed settled. I find this agreeable. Let it be so, declared the king, moving on to the next agenda item. Dragon Minister, do not depart just yet. This matter concerns you, spoke Minister of the Sea, Tylan. Baelon had no choice but to return to his seat. According to the latest intelligence, it pertains to the disputed lands. Prince Daemon has already captured Lys and established his dominion there. Both Tyrosh and Myr have inquired whether the Iron Throne intends to invade Essos. When will the troubles of that place come to an end? The king speculated, realizing that this band of brigands perhaps could not contend with Daemon, hence seeking our intervention. Since the stepstones were seized by Daemon and fees began to be levied, conflict has been ceaseless. Yet, as Daemon maintained the upper hand, Viserys had refrained from intervening. Indeed, Your Majesty, based on his mere dozen warships and a dragon, rumors have circulated that Daemon unleashed a monstrous horde upon their vessel, slaughtering the entire naval crew aboard. Once again, all eyes were drawn to Baelon, who spread his hands in a gesture of ignorance. I do not know. I am unaware. I am unclear. Both Viserys and Rhaenyra had repeatedly commanded him to prevent any disclosure of these creatures. Speak, what else is there? Surely, this is not the only matter at hand. Daemon had resided on Dragonstone for nearly a decade, and throughout those years, the small council had refrained from discussing this issue. He had crowned himself king in Liss, reforging the Iron Throne from the blades he had seized. What? He has proclaimed himself king? While Viserys might disregard Daemon's conflicts with the Triarchy, the act of claiming kingship and forging an Iron Throne carried entirely different implications. A month prior, he had conquered Liss, gaining complete control over the passage from the Narrow Sea to the Summer Sea. Now, he was referred to as the King of the Narrow Sea, declared Minister of the Navy, Thailand. The Targaryen family reigned over the continent of Westeros, and the Iron Throne symbolized their authority. Daemon's self-proclamation was seen as a blatant affront to the legitimacy of the Iron Throne. It also posed a challenge to Viserys' status as the sole legitimate king of the Seven Kingdoms, undermining his dominion and influence throughout the realm. Daemon's claim to kingship unveiled his fervent ambition and desire for power. Should he further extend his influence, he might directly contest the Iron Throne, potentially destabilizing the reverence that other nobles and subjects held for it. The atmosphere within the council grew increasingly tense. Baelon finally understood why Minister Thailand asserted that this matter pertained to him. Daemon's claim was not merely a challenge to Viserys, but also to Rhaenyra's birthright. Ironically, it was his gift of 100 dragon lords from Corrix that had endowed Daemon with the strength to seize Liss. Daemon had wed Lena, and Corlys would surely turn a blind eye to the affair, despite their elopement. Why was this not mentioned sooner? What else is there that I am unaware of? Speak all at once. Viserys directed towards his hand of the king, having previously overlooked Daemon's actions on Dragonstone. The sudden news of Daemon's kingship shocked him profoundly. Intelligence suggested that although Daemon had laid claim to Dragonstone, he had also curtailed the plundering by the Triarchy. Furthermore, he had been residing in Pentos with Lena, raising 2 daughters, and the developments had unfolded quite unexpectedly. The king's hand, Lionel, reported, according to intelligence, Prince Regio of Pentos has proposed to provide Daemon with a permanent residence, complete with farmland, vineyards, and woodlands, which would yield taxes to their new Targaryen lord each year, allowing him free passage into the cities and ports, thus protecting Pentos from the Triarchy's incursions. I am aware of this, but why has conflict erupted? Leonor continued. Half a year ago, the Tri-City Alliance finalized an agreement concerning the disputed territories. 2 months prior, the alliance commenced its aggression, and within a month, a coalition of 70,000 met its demise on land, with over 60 warships reduced to ashes. Among them, tyros and mere dispatched envoys to remit war reparations, while Liss, the mastermind behind this invasion, remains unforgiven. During Daemon's final assault on the island, he was overtaken by 3,000 unsullied. It is well known that, according to the peace accord with the Braavosi, the people of Pentos are prohibited from possessing more than 20 warships, hiring mercenaries, entering contracts with free companies, or maintaining any military forces beyond their city guard. Pentos is a city-state with limited military might. My uncle amassed such wealth from the Stepstones? Rhaenyra inquired, astonished. Indeed, Your Highness. Every vessel passing through the Stepstones is subject to exorbitant taxation, replied the Minister of Marine Affairs, Thailand, who possesses the most insight into Daemon's maritime power. He added, moreover, he commands 4 dragons, with the greatest credit for the destruction of the Tri-City fleet going to the dragon Vhagar, tamed by Lady Lena. Vhagar is second in size only to Syrax, an ancient dragon experienced in warfare. 4. From where did he acquire 2 more? The focus of the meeting returned to Baelon. The Dragon Lord Baelon was compelled to clarify. It is common knowledge that Vhagar is a female dragon. Could it be possible that she has laid eggs? Coughing, Rhaenyra nearly choked on her juice. My dear son, dragon eggs are a most generous gift, the king remarked, his expression inscrutable. Vhagar has not produced eggs for over 50 years. Only the Targaryen family is privy to this matter. In truth, those 2 eggs were a clandestine strategic alliance between Daemon and Baelon. Baelon believes that the realm of Westeros is largely secure, yet he remains uneasy about the Narrow Sea. Should Otto summon mercenaries and an army of slaves from across the waters, it would spell trouble. However, regarding Daemon's claim to kingship, he was genuinely unaware. As a covert ally, he felt compelled to interject. Seeing her husband faltering in decision-making, Alicent spoke up, Throughout history, provoking the Iron Throne has only led to war. The kingdom is not currently lacking in funds. Engaging in conflict with Daemon would greatly benefit the Greens, as the war's primary force would undoubtedly be dragons, with Baelon at the forefront. Regardless of the outcome, Alicent stands to gain. Rhaenyra expressed, I believe it would be more prudent to send someone to inquire. Perhaps this matter can reach a dignified resolution. The Minister of Finance, Beesbury, chimed in, I wholeheartedly agree that war demands a greater price. I support the Queen's proposal. Failing to act would imply the King's weakness. Thailand attempted to stir Viserys' ambition, asserting that the primary force in the war could not possibly come from the Westerlands. Viserys was wholly unimpressed by this rhetoric, recognizing it as a futile endeavor, where the losses ultimately would diminish the strength of House Targaryen. The Minister of Marine Affairs had remarked that he was referred to as the King of the Narrow Sea. Perhaps it was merely a flattering title. As for the reforging of the Iron Throne, has anyone truly witnessed it? The king's gaze turned toward Thailand, the Minister of Marine Affairs. Apologies, Your Majesty. I too have only heard this from the sailors, perhaps merely a concocted tale. Viserys nodded. Since the matter remains uninvestigated, it shall be entrusted to Baelor to inquire further. Viserys believed that Baelor would handle it adeptly. His brother occupying the throne of Rhaenyra, if a graceful exit could avert conflict, then let it be so. If not, they would face the consequences when the time came. The next agenda must surely pertain to the Grand Tournament. Leonor, indeed, the tournament, according to the timeline and arrangements, coincides with the nearing completion of New King's Landing. The weather in the transition from summer to autumn is most suitable for such an event, which will span a month. During this period, the city guard will maintain order, with a total prize pool of 2 million golden dragons, while an additional million will be allocated for weapons, armor, food, and other expenses. That sounds splendid, Viserys praised, noticing that Leonor seemed to have more to say. He jested, is there a problem? Surely my treasurer is not reluctant to allocate funds? The ministers chuckled in agreement. For the expenditure on New King's Landing had nearly reached 30 million golden dragons over the past decade. Surely, they could afford the tournament. Your Majesty, the Master of Whispers proposes that the princes personally notify the lords, came the suggestion. What do you mean? The king inquired, perplexed. Father, for such a grand tournament to be announced via Raven would be rather undignified. It would be preferable for the princes to fly across the 7 kingdoms to deliver the news, and they may choose the locations themselves, Baelor explained. The aim is to gauge the indecisive lords. Once the princes have departed, the ravens will follow, delivering 2 letters that will arrive simultaneously. The only difference will be that the raven's message will announce the tournament date a month earlier. The farthest reaches of the north and Dorne are not to be considered. One remains loyal to their oaths and the old gods, while the other is too weak. If Dorne still dares to engage in guerrilla warfare, then let those creatures play their games. In his view, neutrality does not exist. Neutrality implies a leaning towards Alicent, thus betraying their oaths. For the lords of the 7 kingdoms had sworn to protect Rhaenyra. His brother must take heed. Their dragons are not yet capable of carrying riders. Alicent opposed this plan, asserting that Aegon's dragon is too small. Your Majesty, I shall manage it. My sister was able to ride Syrax at the age of 7. Surely, it is the blood of Targaryen that flows in Aegon, who is already 8, she contended. The implication was clear. If one aspired to that position, one could not be deemed inferior. I also disagree, spoke the king, Alicent, and Rhaenyra in unison. Baelor often proposed outlandish ideas, such as the royal fleet embarking on grand voyages to explore the unknown, conquering the continent of Essos to establish an empire spanning 2 lands, or instituting a healthcare and eldercare system. Each notion met with Viserys' firm rejection. Seeing this, Baelor resigned. Very well, let it be ravens then. Since that is settled, we shall conclude for today. Alicent intended to end the meeting, to which the king, feeling somewhat fatigued, acquiesced. Baelor, with his unusual speed, had already reached the door, poised to step outside. Come back. Rhaenyra, deep in thought, called out to Baelor, her tone unmistakably commanding. He had no choice but to return and take his seat once more. Chapter 60, the council meeting 2. I have something to say. Rhaenyra's tone carried a note of concession. Everyone, please sit down. Viserys wearily rubbed his brow, signaling for the meeting to proceed. His health was deteriorating, and his vitality waned significantly. I have noticed some recent discord between our families, Your Majesty, Rhaenyra began thoughtfully. If my side has caused any offense, I sincerely apologize. She lowered her head, adopting a humble demeanor, yet with the intent of ensuring the stability of the realm. After all, we are family. We were once close friends in our youth. Alicent regarded Rhaenyra in silence, her eyes filled with confusion and scrutiny, unable to decipher Rhaenyra's intentions. My son Jacaerys will inherit the Iron Throne from me. Thus I propose that he be betrothed to your daughter, Helena, to forge a lasting alliance. Rhaenyra articulated her purpose. Viserys appeared pleased, displaying a paternal smile. His daughter had not always been steadfast, yet she had learned the art of political compromise and alliance, which was commendable. Let them rule together, she added, for the queen is also a ruler, as Alicent is now. A very astute proposal, the king concurred, even striking the table in approval. Alicent merely shook her head gently, her rejection unmistakable. If they were to wed, your son Aemond could choose a dragon for himself, Rhaenyra suggested, casting a meaningful glance at Baelon. It could be an adult dragon. Baelon eagerly endorsed the idea, keen to eradicate the potential threat posed by House Hightower. If this marriage were to materialize, the blood of House Hightower would also be in line for the Iron Throne, thereby alleviating the need to suppress the southern lords. Under Baelon's regulation of prices, the southern regions of Westeros would struggle to keep pace with the north, and they would have no one to blame but Old Town and the Starry September. The advancements in the Citadel have not kept up with the Alchemist Guild. Stagnation leads to obliteration, and they have yet to figure out how to produce low-cost, unblemished parchment. The king and I appreciate your proposal. We shall give it due consideration. Alicent did not acquiesce. You should rest now, dear husband. She assisted Viserys in departing. Are you implying disagreement? Baelon, lacking his sister's patience, voiced his displeasure loudly, his tone laced with menace. Is it the support from those in Asha that grants you such boldness? He rose, directing his inquiry at Alicent's retreating figure. Yet she offered no response and continued her exit. On the stairs, the royal couple commenced their discourse. She is sincere, Alicent remarked. She believes the circumstances favor her and now expects us to overlook her transgressions, asking me to wed my only daughter to her rather unremarkable son. Alicent restrained her language, opting for a more composed tone. This proposal is commendable. We are family, and it is childish to quarrel. Unity will render us stronger, my queen, Viserys implored, his voice imbued with a plea for compromise. As you wish, my lord. Wait for me until I have grown cold in the grave, and you may arrange matters as you see fit. Alicent strode forward, leaving Viserys behind, and entered the guest room, which had been transformed into a workshop filled with wooden carvings. With the support of the king's guard, Viserys returned to the workshop and seated himself in his own chair. Alicent, there is no need to cover me with a blanket, he stated, clearly disregarding his wife's suggestion. Alicent, undeterred, showcased the stark contrast in their personalities. Outside, a voice from the guards announced, the Prime Minister requests an audience, Your Majesty. The king wishes to rest. Viserys declined the request. I can meet him, he affirmed. Troubles seem to come one after another, Leonor. Thankfully, no one is here to bother me in the restroom, Viserys jested. What brings you here, my lord Leonor? Alicent inquired on behalf of her husband, noting that speaking too much had become a burden for Viserys. Your Majesty, I believe the princess's proposal is quite sound. At least it spares us from drawing swords against one another, Leonor said cautiously. If you have come for that matter, you may return. Alicent's voice brimmed with impatience. If you truly hold death in reverence, you should not dismiss this proposal. He is indeed a prince of magic, Leonor remarked, though the royal couple failed to grasp his meaning. What do you mean? Are you suggesting he would harm me? Viserys inquired, harboring an unsettling suspicion. Rest assured, given the character of the Dragon Lord, he would not slay his kin, Leonor reassured him. Leonor, what on earth are you saying? Viserys pressed, growing increasingly uneasy. Your Majesty, after the council, the Dragon Lord asked me to convey to the Queen that Helena's betrothal ceremony is to take place during the tournament. Otherwise, he did not voice his intentions. Otherwise what? Viserys demanded. A wave of intense anxiety surged within him as he rose and called out loudly, Sir Harold, summon Baelon. Harold entered the workshop, looking awkward. Your Majesty, he has left with Aemond, he reported. Where has he gone? Why did you not stop him? Alicent asked anxiously. Sir Harold, sensing something was amiss, attempted to intervene, but Aemond had willingly followed Baelon, eager to ride dragons. Before he left, Prince Baelon mentioned he was going to deal with Daemon. Leonor disclosed. His words plunged Alicent's heart into despair. A piercing roar of a dragon shattered the tranquility above the Red Keep. Alicent abruptly flung open the window. Her face turned pale, lips trembling, eyes vacant, as if her soul had been wrenched away. Outside, the colossal form of Syrax flickered in the sky, circling above the Red Keep, casting a vast shadow over the ancient fortress, as if declaring something to it. Then, it soared high into the sky and flew afar. Everyone heard Aemond's near manic, joyful shouts from the dragon's back. After a considerable time, Syrax vanished into the horizon. It is indeed amusing that, a century hence, the children of House Arryn would employ the same stratagem to exact revenge upon the Targaryens. Alicent, in her fervent desire for her son, sought out Rhaenyra that very night to negotiate a betrothal, albeit her daughter would never consent to wed Jacaerys. Instead, she exchanged the betrothal to Aegon, a scion of the Valyrian lineage, characterized by his silver hair, violet eyes, and dark complexion. As a member of House Lannister, one could either see the Velaryons reclaim their identity and ascend the Iron Throne or inherit Driftmark, thus curbing the reckless ambitions of the Baratheons. Rhaenyra, aware of the impending snares, nevertheless agreed to proceed. Unbeknownst to her, Baelon silently whisked away Aemond, plunging their relationship into an icy chasm, while Alicent maintained a stoic demeanor throughout the engagement. In the presence of the king, the wedding was set to transpire in the year 130. With both parties born in 118, making them merely 6 years old this year, Baelon could hardly have taken him to Lys. It was merely a threat. He circled the sea, delivering Aemond to the Sunshield Castle of the Kingsguard, where he was escorted back to the Red Keep the following day by knights. That night, Alicent found herself sleepless, and in the morning, cradling Aemond, she wept. The young boy, oblivious to the tumult, merely shared with his mother that many girls there could ride dragons, shyly mentioning a girl named Catelyn, whom he deemed beautiful, and vowed to marry her. In truth, he was enamored with a young dragon named Bloodwing, tamed by Catelyn, a creature of imposing stature with 4 limbs, surely adept at close combat. Chapter 61. The Actions of the Seven Gods. In the year Rhaenyra wed, Otto voluntarily resigned as Hand of the King. Upon leaving King's Landing, he returned to Old Town, where he began to frequent the starry September, beseeching the Seven for guidance, yet received no response. The following year, Jacaerys Targaryen was born, Rhaenyra's firstborn. A child with raven-black hair and eyes, clad in resplendent robes, Otto entered the starry September with slow, solemn steps. The sanctuary was tranquil and imposing, the black marble walls emanating a mysterious sheen in the flickering candlelight, while the starlight streaming through the arched windows seemed to pave a path to the sacred realm. Approaching the statue representing the crone, Otto ignited 49 candles, then knelt, hands clasped before his chest, his eyes reflecting deep piety. Bowing his head, he began to pray softly. O great Seven, you are the embodiment of wisdom, a beacon guiding the lost. The path I seek is fraught with difficulties, and my own strength proves insufficient. I humbly implore your assistance. The history of House Hightower in Old Town stretches back to the days of the forebears, during the Dawn Age. They were the rulers of King's Landing, Old Town, and their surrounding territories. Otto held an unwavering belief in the existence of the Seven. The family has recorded miraculous events during the invasion of the Undals, after which the Hightower family ceased their resistance, opting instead to assist from the sidelines. They subsequently submitted to the successive kings of the Reach, sacrificing the crown in exchange for the preservation of their ancient privileged status, ultimately becoming one of the most entrenched families in the Reach. They invested in the establishment of the Citadel and have diligently protected it ever since, serving as the foremost patrons for scholars and the church. Some members of the family have even delved into the arts of alchemy, necromancy, and other arcane practices. However, when compared to the magical creations of the fruit trees and the weirwood trees crafted by Baelor, their endeavors seem trivial. It is speculated that the 7 deities aided the Undals during their invasion. Perhaps this divine intervention was what compelled the Hightowers to kneel before them. An elderly acolyte entered, his hair a stark white, seemingly having anticipated Otto's arrival that night, carrying a tray laden with various items. Currently, the former High Septon Yemen bears an inescapable responsibility for the assassination of the prince, leading to the humiliation of the faith of the Seven in King's Landing. Now, he dedicates himself to the Seven in the starry September, his prayers ceaseless. Following Yemen's tenure, he was succeeded by Calvin, hastily chosen by the faith for the wedding of Viserys. Calvin, advanced in years, passed away unexpectedly 2 months after completing his task, leaving Yemen to manage the daily affairs of the faith for the next decade until the election of High Septon Harvolus in 122. Recognizing the existence of the divine is relatively simple. Most can achieve that. However, grasping the wisdom of the gods is a far more arduous task, one that eludes the majority. Yemen stood behind Otto, uttering words of significance. He continued, stating that when one acts in accordance with the divine will as if it were their own, God reciprocates by treating their desires as his own. Harmonize your desires with those of the divine, and in doing so, God will align the desires of others with your own. Otto, not entirely grasping the concept, directly inquired, "How am I to do that?" Regarding matters of the divine, it is best to inquire directly rather than speculate. Do you possess the resolve to stake everything for Aegon's Iron Throne, including the destruction of your own family? Yemen countered, recalling that he had posed this question to Otto the previous year. Now, reveal to me your answer. Otto had long since made his decision. He could not stand by and witness Aegon's rightful inheritance being usurped by a bastard. At this moment, Aegon indeed commanded the loyalty of the people, while Baelor was still exploring the means to restore his manhood, to no avail. Yemen unveiled the colorful cloth covering the tray, revealing a crystal crown adorned with the seven-pointed star, beneath which lay a nautical map. This magnificent crown, crafted from gold leaf and crystal, radiated a spectrum of colors with every movement of its wearer, symbolizing the will of the seven. Aside from the grand festivals of the faith, even High Septon Yemen could not don it casually. The crystal crown of the seven-pointed star was originally housed in the basement of the Hall of Contemplation in King's Landing. However, following the catastrophic event of the dragon's wrath upon the seven gods, Viserys expressed his profound anger at the church's resurgence of militant fervor. The Princess Rhaenyra of Dragonstone was notorious for her oppression of the church, leading Yemen to deem the sacred artifact unsafe in King's Landing and to return it to the Starry Hall. Otto stood up, extracting the map concealed beneath the crown. The starlight, filtering through the stained glass windows of the church, illuminated the map's inscriptions with remarkable clarity. It was a route plan traversing the principal city-states of Essos, marked by various religious symbols. The most significant landmark along the journey was the Mother River of Lorne, followed by Bravos, with the destination being High. Was this divine guidance? Had my piety moved the gods? Yemen offered no reply. The path ahead would reveal all. The seven had already orchestrated everything. Otto wished to inquire further. Was there no manifestation of the drowned god nearest to Old Town? The map indicated that Storm's End and the Iron Islands were crossed out. The drowned god was a deity as harsh and cruel as the Ironborn, demanding strict adherence to ancient tenets. Legend held that the drowned god created the Ironborn to commit acts of pillage and violence, ushering in a new world through blood, flame, and song, etching their names into existence. The aid the seven could provide was limited to what was represented on the map. Yemen, the most devout of believers, speculated that the storm god had been embroiled in a millennia-long conflict with the drowned god, and his powers had likely waned to the point of slumber. Do I have sufficient time? The locations marked on the map were densely scattered across the land of Essos. There was no need to visit them all. The most crucial were Bravos and High. Yemen added, my friend, should you be offered the black water in the temple of the many-faced god, you may refuse. Would I perish instantly? The faith of the many-faced god posits that death is a divine gift, an end to suffering, on the condition of receiving offerings. The deity bestows this gift upon all mortals. In the temple of the many-faced god, those seeking liberation would drink from the black pool, thus dying painlessly. A life exchange for a life. The cost to the faceless men for the life of an ordinary merchant could fund half a mercenary band. How much more advantageous would it be to assassinate a member of the Targaryen royal family, endowed with magic? Before the divine, there are no accidents. All is the will of the gods. Yemen's insinuation was clear. As an emissary of the seven, he would not die frivolously before fulfilling his mission. I understand. He recalled his family's motto, illuminating his path ahead. When he returned to the church to pray to the old crone, he was already mentally prepared. And now he felt a sense of relief. Remember to return before the completion of New King's Landing. Ah, yes, it will be finished in the year 124. Yemen reminded him. According to the financial plans of the Blackwood family, New King's Landing would be completed by the year 130, a fact Otto was already aware of. To say that Yemen's timeline was advanced was to suggest it was a prophecy from the gods. After conveying the intentions of the seven, the loyal believer turned and departed, leaving Otto to ponder in silence. Oh, divine being, is everything orchestrated by your hand? As Otto stood before the statue of the elderly goddess, his gaze fixated, yet his thoughts soared far beyond, contemplating the future. From a distance, the echoes of Yemen's voice resounded outside the church. It mattered not if he could not return. There were still 5 years to come. In Chapter 62, Seeking the Divine, Otto embarked on his journey from the Old Town, reaching his first destination, Dorne, where he found no temple dedicated to the goddess of the Mother River, Lorne. After extensive inquiries, he ultimately discovered her followers along the Greenblood River. They referred to themselves as the Orphans of the Greenblood, eking out a living on small boats. Upon learning of his purpose, they resolutely turned him away, leading Otto to realize that the seven gods merely provided a passage. Whether he could succeed depended on his own efforts. In truth, this deity held little prominence in Westeros. with only a handful of followers from House Fry along the Trident. Otto's second stop was the Isle of Steps, where he first visited the cat goddess. Beneath the statue of the cat goddess, adorned with 6 breasts, Otto conversed with her devotees about how to pray to her, when a noble lady intrusively approached, demanding one of the gemstones from the 7-pointed star crystal crown that Otto had brought. "The cats of Westeros will aid you in capturing those mice," she proclaimed, urging him to continue his quest. With uncertainty weighing upon him, Otto next visited the Lady of Tears in Rice. The statue outside her shrine wept genuine tears, cascading into the bowl she held. The priest informed Otto that the lady was aware of his intentions and offered him a sip of the silver tears from the bowl, explaining that they were the essence of Rice's tears. Although Otto contemplated offering a gemstone from the 7-pointed star crystal crown as a substitute, having been requested by the cat goddess, he ultimately drank the potion, despite the priest's refusal to accept his offering. The priest then informed Otto that his mission here was complete and directed him to proceed to the next location. At his third stop, Otto, accompanied by his family knights, arrived at the Mermaid Reef in the Blackwater Bay of King's Landing. There were 2 locations known as the Spear of the Mermaid King. Upon recognition by a former prime minister, gratitude was expressed for his past suggestion to open the Red Keep, which had earned him his greatest reward. Consequently, Otto easily gleaned information regarding the Mermaid King. On a moonlit night, during the witching hour, a group of enchanting women, their upper bodies resplendent, sang melodious songs from beneath the water, luring Otto to disembark. However, the 10 knights who followed succumbed to the temptation and plunged into the depths, only to be drowned, their bodies being dragged by the mermaids to the reef for consumption. Fortunately, Otto regained his senses in time, realizing that these women possessed beautiful fish tails instead of legs. For his safety, he produced the 7-pointed star crystal crown to communicate with them. After briefly explaining his purpose, a male mermaid surfaced, conferring with the females in the water. Ultimately, he extracted a small gemstone from the 7-pointed star crystal crown, affirming their commitment to uphold their promise. Otto requested the return of the 10 knights' bodies, offering 7-fold compensation on the next full moon. In deference to the 7 gods, the mermaids agreed to seek sustenance elsewhere. Before departing from Blackwater Bay, Otto seized the opportunity to visit the Red Keep to instruct Alicent on how to persuade the king to name a successor. Alicent, having observed her father's rapid decline, knew that Otto's plans could not be disclosed until they bore fruit. She could only subtly inform her daughter that new power had been sought and awaited promising news. In his 4th endeavor, Otto traversed the Stone Steps archipelago, where he was recognized by Daemon's minions, who maliciously compelled him to surrender all his possessions. As for the starry crystal crown, he refrained from tampering with it, fully aware of the complications it entailed. Otto merely borrowed a sum from a sailor acquainted with the Hightower family before arriving at Tyrosh, unfazed by Daemon's actions. Upon reaching the Triune Goddess Temple, he discovered a massive statue of the 3-headed deity nearby. Just as he intended to approach, the temple's bandit worshippers noticed him and severed 3 of his fingers, subsequently stuffing them into the 3 heads of the statue before dismissing him. In the year 119, Otto had been at sea for 5 years, having endured a lengthy journey that spanned 4 years to reach the House of Black and White in Braavos. Situated across from King's Landing on the Narrow Sea, Braavos was designated as the penultimate stop according to his route map. By this time, he had nearly traversed all the free cities of Essos, gradually distributing the colorful gems from the starry crystal crown. Otto finally grasped certain divine matters. Taking gems from the crown signified acceptance of the 7 gods' invitation, with the size of the gem reflecting the magnitude of the effort required. Those of weaker constitution, such as the merfolk, dared only to claim the smallest gems, clearly pledging their commitment. The deities, adhering to their doctrines, received various offerings from Otto. These gods demonstrated considerable engagement, leading to Otto losing his entire right hand, his manhood reduced to ashes upon the altar, and enduring attempts by priests to slit his throat while submerged in milk, as well as being vivisected by the Dothraki, who extracted his heart. Otto sensed his mission was nearing its conclusion. The House of Black and White in Braavos served as a temple dedicated to the many-faced god, constructed from gray stones atop a small rocky hill. The edifice lacked windows, its pointed roof adorned with black tiles. He struggled up the rocky steps from the riverside dock to the temple entrance, where he confronted a pair of 12-foot-tall, intricately carved wooden doors. The left door was crafted from fishbone wood, pale as bone, while the right was a subtly gleaming ebony. Between the 2 doors, a moon was carved, with the fishbone wood inlaid with ebony, and the ebony featuring fishbone inlays. A hooded figure emerged from the fishbone door, causing him to feel anxious as he fixated on the staff in her hand. During his journey to the House of Black and White, he had been ambushed multiple times. And although his body lacked a heartbeat and blood, he still felt the pangs of pain. "Please, enter," a female voice beckoned. The hooded figure introduced herself as the messenger of the 7 gods, instructing him to call her Mara. She slowed her pace to lead the way, and Otto followed her into the House of Black and White. Within the hill that houses the temple, countless tunnels have been hewn. Otto's gaze fell upon a pool of water, 10 feet in diameter, situated in the main chamber, where worshippers knelt in prayer, beseeching divine blessings. Flanking the walls stood 30 distinct statues, their bases adorned with flickering red candles. The temple was devoid of ritual or hymn, enveloped instead in a profound silence and solemnity. Numerous niches along the walls cradled the remains of the deceased. This was indeed the temple of the god of 1,000 faces, perfectly embodying the external image of death. Most of the deities Otto had encountered on his quest for divine favor included the Weeping Woman, the Night Lion, the Hooded Wanderer, Bacalon, the Pale Maiden, the Stranger, and the Mermaid King, many of whom you have likely seen. Indeed, quite memorable, Otto affirmed with a nod, recognizing that his current state was intertwined with these deities. Some gods have succumbed to madness through devotion. It is an inevitable fate, Martha consoled Otto. Is it from drinking the water of those pools? Otto observed an elder ladling dark water from the pool, then resting in one of the alcoves along the wall. You are a guest. There is no need for such. Martha's tone held no refusal. Otto approached the pool directly, scooping a generous mouthful with one hand. I have received the gift of the god of 1,000 faces. The flavor was somewhat sweet. Otto's network of informants had been diligently at work. He was already aware that the prince with the strongest claim to the throne had restored the use of his lower body and could now command the dragon at will, rendering him a greater threat than Rhaenyra. He then produced the crystal crown adorned with a 7-pointed star, its final and largest gem submerged in the dark water. This is a gift from the 7 gods, he proclaimed, articulating his request. I wish to slay that monster. A life for a life. This was the price Otto believed he must pay for the god of 1,000 faces' assistance. Chapter 63. The Court of Black and White. Martha did not respond to whether she would assassinate Baelon, instead recounting the origins of the god of 1,000 faces. Each deity possesses its own instruments, and the faithful serve to execute their will upon the earth. On the surface, the slaves are but a singular entity crying out to countless different gods, bearing myriad faces, while the faceless ones are the tools of this god. I am also a tool. Otto discerned his own role within this narrative. Martha nodded. It seems you have already grasped this. She continued. One fateful night, amidst the crimson darkness, the god chose the most wretched slave, one whose plea for liberation was most urgent, and freed him from suffering. This marked the origin of the first gift. And then, he queried, did he not slay that master? Otto felt no fear. He speculated that he had perished at the first stop in Lys, and that his survival was merely a divine necessity for him to fulfill his mission. Should he not have killed the slave owner? Thus, the first faceless one was born from the god of 1,000 faces. In the years that followed, he bestowed gifts upon those desperate slaves, and eventually upon their masters, culminating in the cataclysm of Valyria 400 years ago. Why must I comprehend these matters? Otto merely desires to delegate tasks to the faceless ones, executing the will of the 7 gods. His actions are solely a manifestation of divine necessity. The desires of mortals seldom concern the divine. Martha elucidates to Otto, subtly implying that this task is beyond their capacity. You have previously acted, Otto asserts, recalling when you disguised yourselves as servants to infiltrate the Red Keep and attempted an assassination. Martha is reluctant to discuss this. Over a decade ago, an unidentified individual commissioned her with a substantial sum of gold to eliminate Belron, a task she undertook but ultimately failed. In the aftermath of that failure, she has since devoted herself to polishing the statues in the House of Black and White, never venturing outside. Throughout these 10 years of service, she has listened to the will of the many-faced god in place of the previous priest. That was a misguided commission. Martha calmly defends her actions, stating that it was a test imposed by the 7 gods through other means upon Belron. All deities have been attentive to the shifting dynamics of Westeros. The prophecy of ice and fire is, in truth, a reconfiguration of religious power. Yet, why did your mission fail? Martha's gaze remains fixed ahead. The priest discovers 7 newly appeared corpses in the recesses of the wall, each adorned with a blood-red 7-pointed star, an arrangement formed by their wounds. She meticulously verifies their lifelessness and quietly reports to Martha, My lady, there are 7 sons of warriors. I understand. There is no need to take them to the tomb. Burn them outside the courtyard, Martha commands, instructing a nearby servant to remove the bodies. This act serves as retribution against the design of the seven gods. Fanatics, too, are rare resources for the deities, and the demise of seven is indeed a matter of concern for the seven. You did not come here seeking liberation, but rather ambition, Martha asserts lightly. Yet another gift proves too precious, and the divine has already accepted it. She produces 7 coins and hands them to Otto, stating, "All mortals face death. You possess 7 opportunities, 7 lives. Hold them and utter the names of the deceased." This is the method of employing the coins. Subsequently, the mission of the Lord here has reached its conclusion, and one may proceed to the destination. This serves to expel Otto. A vessel of the sevens while carrying the attention of numerous deities arrives in Braavos. Yet the many-faced god wishes to remain uninvolved in this war, as Westeros holds no faith for him, and he gains nothing regardless of victory or defeat. Had Otto first arrived in Braavos seeking assistance, even if he offered the entirety of the gemstones from the 6-pointed crystal crown, Martha would have unhesitatingly dismissed him. Now, carrying the will of the gods, his presence is a blatant demand to take a side. The will of the many-faced god begins to shift, as the seven send 7 followers to drink from the black water. "May I inquire a few questions?" Otto refrains from departing. The followers or priests he previously encountered, who conveyed divine intent, were often cryptic and aggressive. And there are matters he must clarify, sensing this may be his final opportunity. "What else can you offer?" Martha shakes her head. "My family is quite wealthy. I can provide golden dragons." He has already sacrificed too much. Wagering his wealth now seems inconsequential. "If you traverse every location on the map before returning to the House of Black and White, even death becomes a luxury." Martha guided him out of the House of Black and White. Otto relinquished many peculiar deities, such as the weaver of the Labyrinth of Lorith, while Braavos also boasted a smaller replica of this deity's labyrinth. He believed this god would ensnare him within the maze, leaving him unable to escape. Thus he chose to abandon the notion. The two ascended the stone steps toward the riverside dock. Martha had arranged for a vessel to transport him to Essos, ensuring Otto's safety. The 7-pointed crystal crown, which had been his safeguard, had already sunk into the black waters, and until he reached Essos, his safety remained the responsibility of the House of Black and White. Should Otto perish on his journey before reaching his destination, the grand plan of the gods would suffer a grievous blow in Braavos, and the many-faced god would find it indefensible. Will Aegon ascend the Iron Throne? Otto posed the question that weighed heavily on his mind. In the process of gradually losing himself, he found himself in a state of confusion. Yet the sacrifices he had made rendered it exceedingly difficult for him to abandon hope. "Choose another. This price is beyond your means. Then when shall I meet my demise?" His body lacked the characteristics of the living, yet he could still exist like an ordinary person. The 7-pointed crystal crown had been fully delivered, and his body began to suffer. "What is that monstrous being?" "An entity akin to your faith," Martha replied candidly, revealing that this was merely her conjecture derived from years of intelligence analysis. Otto was taken aback. He had speculated on many possibilities, yet had never perceived Baelon as a god. Should not such beings be ethereal or only mentioned within the realm of belief? Will that monster not covet the Iron Throne? Why would you assume he has any interest in that position? Martha retorted dismissively. Otto suddenly realized how fortunate Rhaenyra was to have a god safeguarding her throne. Despite her promiscuity, despite bearing 2 bastards, and despite her unpopularity among most lords, militarily, she possessed Belron's magical prowess to nurture dragons, and politically, Viserys had never altered his thoughts on succession. "This is profoundly unjust to Aegon," Otto lamented. "If Baelon did not exist, Aegon would be the rightful heir to the Iron Throne." "Indeed," Martha replied noncommittally. "The princess has the aid of Baelon, and Prince Aegon is not without his advantages. Was not Aegon's grandfather also seeking divine assistance? For your family's affairs, the deities of all Essos might intervene. After all, the influence of the 7 gods remains significant." As a priestess, Martha was privy to numerous historical intricacies, such as the invasion of Westeros by the Rhoynar, which was a consequence of the 7 gods willingly relinquishing their complicated hold over Essos to re-establish a place of faith in Westeros. This rendered the gods here, to varying degrees, indebted to the 7. Of course, these secrets had been passed down to Martha from the previous priestess, who soon followed the many-faced god into the beyond. Chapter 64. Essos. After departing the House of Black and White, Otto boarded a merchant ship bound for Essos. As he distanced himself from the 7-star crystal crown, his physical condition deteriorated rapidly. His legs gradually lost sensation, rendering him unable to walk. He was confined to the frigid depths of the ship's hold, succumbing to a prolonged slumber to mitigate the decay of his body. The cabin was permeated with the briny scent of seawater and the pungent odor of rotting wood, enveloping him in a shroud of cold and darkness akin to a vast cocoon. Yet, amidst the unending blackness, his consciousness remained remarkably alert, with poignant memories of his daughter and elder brother flooding his mind like an overwhelming tide, causing him profound anguish. By the end of the 119th day, the merchant vessel arrived at Pantos. Otto's body had decayed significantly, yet his awareness persisted. Envoys from the House of Black and White dispatched to escort Otto provided urgent care for his ailing form. They procured a substantial quantity of preservatives, including resin, pitch, and beeswax, and meticulously extracted Otto's internal organs and brain for preservation. Once dried, artisans carefully applied resin, ointments, and oils to both the interior and exterior of his body, each step imbued with solemnity and reverence. Otto lay there in silence, allowing them to manipulate his form, his gaze hollow yet profound, as if he had transcended the boundaries of life and death. During the ensuing voyage, each time the merchant ship docked at a supply point, Otto would briefly awaken. In the dim light, he would tremblingly pen letters to his daughter and brother. "Allison, my daughter, how I long for you. I hope you are well. Brother, I do not know how much longer I can endure, but I shall strive to fulfill my mission." His handwriting was erratic, each stroke imbued with deep longing and endless sorrow. After completing his letters, he would once again succumb to slumber, awaiting the next moment of awakening. On the 120th day, the merchant vessel made a brief stop at Tylos for resupply. Subsequently, they passed the Steppes Islands, where Otto went unrecognized. The locals regarded him as a pitiable figure afflicted by grave illness, urging the ship to depart swiftly. During the journey, Otto gleaned from the sailors' idle chatter that Daemon's fleet rivaled that of the Hightower family, filling him with trepidation. Daemon's ambitions, he feared, would not cease at this juncture. On the 123rd day, the merchant ship journeyed from Tylos to Volantis, and from Volantis to Astapor in Slave Bay, following the coastline to Queers. For 3 years, Otto remained in a deep sleep within the frigid hold, seemingly cut off from the world. The crew regarded him with awe and trepidation, daring not to approach his quarters, instead praying silently from a distance. At last, Otto reached his destination, Asha. The latter half of the Path of the Gods took him 5 years. Yet these years felt the most serene to him. Throughout most of the journey, he remained ensconced in slumber, devoid of pain or longing, enveloped only in eternal darkness and tranquility. The merchant vessel gradually sailed into the harbor of Asha, marking the imminent conclusion of Otto's odyssey. Whether he can fulfill his mission remains an enigma. Ayasha, the enigmatic city nestled along the southeastern shores of the Jade Sea in the continent of Essos, rests quietly, embraced by the land. Encircled by a vast expanse known as the Shadowlands, Ayasha is often referred to as Ayasha of the Shadows. Today, the city is unusually vibrant, enveloped in a fervent celebration. People of diverse faiths have clearly received the divine decree from their respective deities to assist the guests arriving from Westeros. The rewards for such assistance vary according to the whims of each god. Some seek immortality, others crave potent sorcery, while yet others desire to uncover the long-buried secrets of the past. Otto, supported by attendants, slowly approaches the bow of the ship. The distinctive coastline of Ayasha comes into view, where black reefs jut out like jagged fangs from the sea. These formations, shaped by millennia of oceanic erosion, appear grotesque and twisted, resembling the ancient teeth of colossal beasts, glinting with a stark sheen in the dim light. Wisps of vapor intermittently escape from the crevices of the reefs, a manifestation of geothermal heat meeting seawater, akin to the Earth's gentle sigh. On the shore, the undulating mountains display an unusual dark crimson hue, their textures reminiscent of archaic incantations. Perhaps these mountains are remnants of a cataclysmic event from a bygone era, instilling a sense of reverence. Towering walls, surpassing even the highest of spires, encircle Ayasha to fend off the creatures that occasionally emerge from the Shadowlands. Constructed entirely from greasy black stone, a river, shimmering with an obsidian glow under the midday sun, flows through Ayasha, merging into the Jade Sea. The attendants inform Otto that it is the River of Ashes. As the ship draws closer, the bustling and orderly port of Ayasha becomes distinctly visible, with vessels from various regions laden with provisions and fresh water. This is crucial, as the land surrounding Ayasha bears little sustenance apart from the inedible ghost grass, which towers over mounted riders, its stalks as white as porcelain, a notably aggressive plant that chokes out all other vegetation. The slaves' primary labor involves clearing the encroaching ghost grass from the walls. Despite the scarcity of food outside the city, The Shadowlands are rich in gold and gemstones. Slaves bustle through the port, transporting spices or unloading crates of precious stones, which are born from the searing veins of Ayasha's subterranean depths, a specialty of the Shadowlands. They exhibit a myriad of skin tones, adorned in vibrant yet peculiar attire. The fabrics are interwoven with threads of gold and silver, alongside the pelts of unknown beasts, creating a symphony of crisp sounds as their accessories clash, evoking exotic melodies brimming with foreign allure. Otto, aided by his companions, finally ascends onto the port, entering the heart of the city. Viewed from above, the interior of Ayasha's walls is vast enough to accommodate Volantis, Karth, King's Landing, and Old Town. Even at noon, the atmosphere remains dim, as the black stone used in its construction seems to absorb the very light itself. The local population of Asha resembles that of a mere town, and even at noon, the streets are devoid of crowds. However, today is an exception, as a figure, favored by numerous deities, arrives to convey the will of their worshipped god. Male witches, sorcerers, alchemists, moon singers, red-robed monks, dark sorcerers, necromancers, fire mages, blood witches, inquisitors, judgment knights, poisoners, shamans, cloud mages, night walkers, shapeshifters, and devotees of the black goat line the road, watching intently. Countless mysterious figures lurk in the shadows, silently observing. The tide of magic is gradually receding, and without assistance from their revered deities, Asha risks reverting to a commonplace city, quietly awaiting the return of magic. Otto, supported by others, walks along the main thoroughfare, his body swathed in burlap, appearing even more peculiar than the residents of Asha. "Sir, did you come from the continent of Westeros?" A tall, thin man in a floor-length black robe inquires. "Indeed, the governmental powers there have been infiltrated by otherworldly beings, and I require Asha's assistance," Otto responds, astonished to find that he can communicate with these inhabitants. In an instant, the mysterious individuals erupt into a peculiar laughter, only to disperse in haste. They gather their belongings, preparing to board vessels back to Westeros. As the envoy explains to Otto, "Is this the will of the seven gods?" Otto questions. "No, it is the will of the deities, including the seven," the envoy replies, visibly relieved. "I have spent years reaching this place, and I merely need to notify them?" Otto had anticipated persuading each of these magic users individually. Now it seems his arrival serves merely as a signal. The envoy speaks slowly. "When you enact the will of the gods as your own, the gods, in turn, will fulfill your will as if it were theirs." This phrase, spoken by Yemen in the Starry Sanctum, now sends a shiver down Otto's spine. The envoy is sent by the Order of Black and White to assist him in reaching Asha. "Do you worship the seven gods, envoy?" Otto tentatively asks, as he had referred to himself as nameless in Bravos, implying his devotion to the many-faced god. "Why do you inquire?" The envoy reveals the six-pointed star insignia on his chest. "I am a most sincere adherent of the seven." Otto trembles as he asks, "Does that mean my mission has concluded?" The envoy nods affirmatively, confirming, "Your decade-long mission ended upon your arrival in Asha." As these words leave his lips, Otto's bandaged form begins to disintegrate. He watches helplessly as his body reduces to mere bones, which then crumble into dust, scattering upon the ground. The envoy, having anticipated this, carefully gathers the dust in a bag and returns to the ship. 12 naked slaves emerge from the bowels of the vessel, carrying a large vat of water, drawn from the pool in the main chamber of the Order of Black and White, imbued with the dark waters that grant a painless death through magic. The messenger poured the pulverized remains of Otto into the vat, stirring it vigorously. Instantly, the dark liquid transformed into a vibrant green, bubbling with life. Subsequently, the slaves ladled the emerald water into pre-prepared jade vials. The enigmatic figures from Ayasha began to ascend the vessels in an orderly manner. The foremost Shadowbinder approached the messenger, stating, "With my prowess, I require 20 vials of magical elixirs." "Excessive. 10 vials will suffice," replied the messenger, his gaze unwavering, offering no opportunity for negotiation. Next, the Shadowbinder hesitated briefly before retrieving 10 vials of the potion from the slaves and, according to the pre-distributed boarding passes, sought out his designated quarters. Chapter 65. The Wooden Throne Lys, one of the 9 free trade city-states, affectionately dubbed Lovely Lys, is situated on an island in the southwestern expanse of the Essos continent. This small city, perched upon rugged rocks, witnessed a cataclysm 2 months prior. On the 13th day of the 6th month in the year 124 of the Age of Ignis, a colossal dragon adorned in golden scales pierced the heavens, its wings spanning wider than the largest warships. It circled ominously above Lys, casting a vast shadow over the land. The city had recently endured a calamity. The governor, the naval commander, and a significant number of legislators perished beneath the fiery breath of the dragons, Korlach and Vagharl. A relentless inferno raged for 3 days and nights, reducing the opulent mansions and estates of the elite in the city center to mere ashes. Only the slaves purchased by Daemon remained, tirelessly clearing the rubble in hopes of constructing a palace grander than the Red Keep. Within the bloodstone arena of the city, the shouts of the crowd rose and fell like a tempest. As the largest Colosseum in Lys, it could accommodate nearly 10,000 spectators. In this moment, the audience's fervor was ignited by a fierce battle unfolding at the center. Blood splattered, staining their faces and awakening a primal fervor within. In the arena's heart, a man and a woman engaged in a deadly struggle. The woman seized the moment, delivering a powerful blow that struck the man squarely on the jaw. He collapsed, lifeless. In an instant, a chorus of boos and curses erupted from all directions, revealing that many had placed considerable bets on the fallen man. Daemon sat at the center of the judgment platform, observing the woman with keen interest. "What is your name?" he inquired. Ricaros, she replied. Her tone calm, yet her eyes glimmered with unwavering determination. "Are you in need of funds?" Daemon continued, his voice laced with intrigue. Rika remained silent, tacitly acknowledging the implication. "Are you from the Summer Isles?" It is evident that those from the Summer Isles who enter the arena for life-and-death combat are indeed in dire need of money. Thus, should you defeat me, the prize shall be tenfold, 50,000 golden dragons. What say you? Daemon's lips curled into a slight smirk. Without hesitation, Rika declined the offer. Contesting Daemon meant engaging in a fight to the death. 5,000 golden dragons would suffice to procure a medium-sized merchant vessel. The stakes of losing were fatal, while the repercussions of winning could entangle her in severe troubles. This contest was organized by the merchants of Lys to commemorate Daemon's proclamation as the king of the narrow sea. Yet, he found himself feeling rather bored. Lair and his 2 children still resided in Pentos. Many among the Lyseni were displeased with Daemon's presence, frequently plotting assassination attempts against him. Suddenly, a thunderous boom shattered the clamor of the arena. Baelor descended from the heavens, landing squarely in the center of the Colosseum. The impact created a substantial crater in the stone floor, sending dust swirling into the air. The Unsullied surrounding Daemon immediately formed ranks, their vigilant gazes fixed on the newcomer. Baelor had always relished soaring above the clouds on Dragonback, and upon reaching his destination, he would dive at breakneck speed, ultimately leaping from 300 meters above ground. Such a display instilled psychological pressure upon his foes, bolstered by his body being magically enhanced beyond the ordinary. Emerging from the dust clad in black dragon rider attire, Baelor provocatively remarked, "Uncle, what is the point of battling a woman? Shall I take your place?" He aimed to teach his uncle a lesson. While he held no objection to Daemon's claim to the throne, he found the act of forging another Iron Throne intolerable. Cheers erupted from the crowd, their fists pumping in the air as they chanted Daemon's name, as if anticipating a monumental clash. The audience fervently shouted, "Daemon! Daemon! Daemon!" Daemon waved his hand, signaling the Unsullied to cease their combat, the surrounding noise becoming somewhat irksome. He addressed the Unsullied commander beside him, saying, "Let us call it a day. Stow away your damned weapons." The Unsullied began to move, their expressions stoic as they dispersed the crowd, their spears glinting ominously in the sunlight. With a hint of exasperation, Daemon remarked, "Fighting someone nearly impossible to kill, who wields magic, makes me doubt whether my dark sister can even pierce your flesh. It's not always about wielding a sword or being a knight, and besides, you're not even armed. I refuse to engage with you," he jested, playfully declining the challenge. "I am a knight without vows. I am not bound by those constraints." "I am a knight without vows as well," Daemon shrugged, employing humor to diffuse the tension. He was reluctant to confront Baelor, but could not appear weak. Baelor chuckled heartily at his jest. "When did you become a knight without vows?" "I don't recall your receiving any pay for my princess knights." Daemon spread his arms. "Isn't it enough to forsake faith to become one?" "Very well," Baelor replied, his smile fading as he chose not to pursue the matter further. A knight without vows must not only renounce faith, but also uphold the rightful heir appointed by the king. This was the very reason why Viserys continually consented to the expansion of the Princess Knights, compounded by the emergence of the newly formed orders of the Holy Sword Knights and the Star Warriors, both ecclesiastical armed groups. Without a satisfactory explanation from Yemen, Viserys would need to implement counterbalancing measures. The knightly order of the princess belongs to the private militia of the heir, and Viserys acknowledges its legitimacy. Should Rhaenyra ascend to the Iron Throne, the oath of allegiance would shift to Joffrey, though the funding would need to be procured by Joffrey himself. and its scale would not match the present enormity. This implies that alliances still hold value. Daemon will uphold Rhaenyra's rightful claim to succession. Calmly, Daemon remarked, I understand the purpose of your visit today. I am merely emulating my brother's methods, just as he does for his heir. Belron pondered for a considerable time before grasping the essence of Daemon's words. Are you jesting? My father granted my sister an iron throne. So must you bestow one upon your daughter? Have you truly resolved to forge your own kingdom here? Is that not permissible? Daemon retorted, his expression devoid of emotion, as though he had long prepared his response. The distinction lies in the fact that my brother's throne resides in Westeros, while mine will only be in Essos. After a brief silence, Belron scrutinized him, noting that his demeanor did not suggest deceit. He nodded, acknowledging the logic. Should I then refer to you as Conqueror Daemon? I permit you to address me thus, came Daemon's reply. A gesture of respect, I presume? However, I fail to comprehend the source of your confidence, he continued to probe. The city-states of Essos will not idly permit Daemon to conquer this land. The territories of the Triad Alliance will ultimately be redivided. Belron challenged him. Even if you were to establish a new realm, whom would you be dressing in finery according to Westerosi succession laws? Is Lady Rhea of the Vale with child? If not, are you aware of how many bastards you have in King's Landing? To produce a silver-haired, violet-eyed child and demand compensation, did you comply? Suddenly realizing that Daemon was being frivolous, he insisted, do not evade the issue. This matter impacts me. According to Westerosi law, Laenor Velaryon and his offspring would merely be regarded as a lover and an illegitimate daughter. The prospect of Daemon bypassing Lady Rhea is alarming, as it sets a precedent for the inheritance of Targaryen bastards. Belron was indifferent to whether Daemon's newly founded realm would fragment. He was more concerned with how his own bastards would perceive the situation. I will return to my brother to dissolve the marriage in the Vale after this tournament, Daemon asserted resolutely. What makes you think that after years of pleading in vain, he would entertain your request once you claim the throne and seek to start anew? This referred to Daemon's legitimate marriage to Lady Rhea, arranged by Queen Alicent when he was just 16. Belron found himself in a quandary. The Royce family were the foremost vassals of House Arryn in the Vale, with their lands situated in Runestone. Such actions would jeopardize the relationship between the Vale and King's Landing. Daemon turned and ascended the steps to take his place upon the judgment seat. Belron followed. His curiosity piqued as he observed the chair, adorned with 3 swords. The craftsmanship was commendable, featuring the sigils of Tyrell, Hightower, and Martell. Drawing forth one of the blades, he marveled at its sharpness. This one from House Hightower is the most aesthetically pleasing, he remarked, before affixing it to his own belt. Here lies the iron throne you wish to behold, Daemon said, tapping the armrest. Would you care to take a seat? Belron was momentarily taken aback as he scrutinized the chair before him. Are you jesting with me? After a day's flight from King's Landing, you claim this is the Iron Throne? Who would believe such a thing? The simplicity of a wooden chair adorned with 3 swords seemed absurd to him, and he suspected Daemon was mocking him. Folding his arms, Belron awaited Daemon's response, his anger palpable. Why would I deceive you? I have never forged the Iron Throne. I merely thought it aesthetically pleasing to place the 3 swords gifted by the Tri-City Alliance behind the chair, Daemon replied. By the way, the creatures you crafted are remarkably effective. Deploying 50 of them into the Allied forces resulted in their own collapse. Belron's mind raced to process the information he had just received. Let me ponder this. Are you implying that the sailors' claims of you fashioning another Iron Throne are mere rumors? No, this is my wooden throne. The Council will only suspect that you and I are conspiring to conceal the true Iron Throne, he explained. But Belron's concerns were met with skepticism. I will take this chair back and admit my mistake. You need not concern yourself with it, Daemon assured him. Very well. Belron conceded, feeling relieved that the matter of the Iron Throne was settled, and now he could address Rhaenyra's personal affairs. A smile spread across his face as he began to persuade Daemon. You see, your grandmother has put considerable thought into this union. Lady Rhea would be quite a suitable match for you. The Royce family has long been one of the most powerful vassals under House Arryn, with many families and castles in the Vale related to them. Lady Rhea Royce's father, Jobert Royce, was the Count of Runestone, a guardian of the Vale during the twilight of Aegon I's reign. At the time of Daemon and Rhea's proposed marriage, the ruler of the Vale, Lady Jenny Arryn, was still quite young, and Jobert Royce served as the regent. The Vale is not far from King's Landing, allowing Daemon to frequently visit both the capital and Dragonstone. While Runestone is regarded as a second-tier castle in the Vale, boasting decent revenues, the heir to Runestone is the only daughter, Rhea, with an independent and singular claim to inheritance. Should Daemon and Rhea produce a child, this second son would be granted land. It is essential to note that the reason for the second sons of Westeros lacking status is their absence of inheritance rights and lands. Queen Alicent has provided Daemon with a piece of land, and a rather respectable one at that. What do you wish to convey? I shall never return to that bronze harlot, Daemon contemplated. Let me be direct. I command 12,000 knights in the Vale, with 6,000 indirectly linked to the Royce family. Do you comprehend? Your actions place me in a precarious position. That will not be the case, Daemon proposed. I shall resolve this potential threat for you. What will you grant me in return? During Lady Ginny's youth, while Jobert Royce managed the Vale as regent, she had fallen in love with the Count's daughter, Rhea. After Daemon's marriage, he discovered their unusual bond, and upon catching them in a compromising situation, he dubbed his legitimate wife the Bronze Harlot for a reason. What do you desire? 10 dragon eggs. Then I shall act as though I never came. The 2 dragon eggs that Baelon gifted to Daemon's daughters have already caused considerable trouble. Rhaenyra has reprimanded him, and Viserys has chastised him at meetings for being overly generous. 5 eggs. Daemon haggled, yet not a single egg was yielded. If you truly desire to pilfer from Dragonstone, perhaps we should negotiate different terms. It was at this juncture that Daemon revealed his true intentions. Rhaenyra's dragon egg had remained unhatched for 4 years, leaving her despondent and disheartened. Do you suspect that the eggs I provided are defective? Baelon then grasped Daemon's objective. I understand that it is of no concern to you. It is quite normal for half of dragon eggs to fail to hatch. According to tradition, Rhaenyra should possess a dragon as well, should she not? Daemon emphasized. She is also of the Targaryen lineage. Baelon regarded Daemon with a gaze filled with skepticism. I trust you are not fabricating rumors regarding this matter while waiting for me here. Daemon struggled to suppress a smile. He replied earnestly. There is no need to worry about House Royce, nor should Lady Janie be concerned. My affairs will not implicate their stance. Why? Can you guarantee this? I assure you. Daemon refrained from divulging the specifics to Baelon, as it would be beneath noble decorum. Given Daemon's assertions, Baelon ceased to pursue the matter, only to suddenly recall an unrelated incident. Neither Lady Rhea nor Lady Janie had inquired with Viserys or Rhaenyra regarding this affair. He merely mentioned it in passing, noting that since the parties involved were unconcerned, he too would refrain from worrying. He remembered to bring his family to the tournament 2 months hence. His implication was that Rhaenyra could come to claim an egg, which Baelon would consider a supplementary gift to cement their alliance. For Baelon, dragon eggs were not in short supply. Ever since Syrax had been revived, those unfamiliar with dragon lore assumed that if he could command such a colossal beast, he could surely manage others as well. As rumors spread, a tangible manifestation of Syrax emerged within the mystical realm. Through experimentation, Baelon assigned Syrax the title of Dragon Lord. As the name suggested, any rumor pertaining to dragons could be realized by him. Within this realm, he uncovered a rumor that such a grand dragon as Syrax must surely lay many eggs. Thus, he fulfilled this rumor, channeling the immense power of the dragon into Syrax, resulting in a clutch of 200 dragon eggs. Consequently, Syrax was rendered weak and immobile for several days. As the rumor was substantiated, it spread even further, and the manifestation of the great dragon within the mystical realm became more concentrated. Every time a dragon egg was produced, it would compel either Syrax or Dreamfire to lay, rendering eggs mere resources for him. How long can you sustain your claim to that position? Is it worth it? Daemon seemingly posed this question casually. Baelon had never expressed a desire to ascend the Iron Throne, dedicating himself entirely to aiding Rhaenyra, leaving Daemon perplexed. I could ignite war across the known world. Baelon had been monitoring Otto, but once he arrived at the House of Black and White, no further news had come forth. Roar. His dragon hovered low, and it would be a formidable task for such a massive creature to take flight again once it landed. A high vantage point was necessary. Baelon leapt mightily from above, landing on Syrax's back. Will there be no banquet left? Daemon shouted loudly to Baelon, shielding himself from the sandstorm brought by Syrax. Uncle, you truly know nothing of hospitality. Coming here, one cannot even enjoy a cup of wine. Besides, you have burnt down all the good places. I might as well return home early, until we meet again in 2 months. Chapter 67. A brother and sister's conversation. Baelon returned from Lys, eager to witness the fruits of his endeavors. Having taken and then returned Aemon just the other day, he anticipated that Alicent would now understand that some matters cannot simply be dismissed by holding the king hostage. His father was quite adept at self-deception. While Viserys comprehended everything, he was perpetually hesitant in action. The palace was permeated and bought off by him, and the 6 members of the king's guard leaned towards Rhaenyra's side. As the king's eldest son, Baelon found that with the 2 heirs standing together, there was no rationale for supporting Aegon. Captain Harold, due to his position, remained resolutely neutral. Alicent consistently grasped her husband's temperament and made decisions on his behalf. And as Viserys did not openly oppose her, this led to a peculiar equilibrium in the royal council, where the two factions appeared evenly matched. Baelon could only ponder that his oblivious father was failing to grasp reality. Having already established himself as the heir apparent, he ought not to engage in political balancing acts. After depositing Baelon atop Maegor's holdfast, Syrax hastily returned to the dragon pit, ravenous from the 2-day flight, consuming 4,000 sheep in one sitting. Had it not been for pressing matters, Baelon would have ridden a younger dragon for his travels. The consumption of Syrax was indeed exorbitant, averaging a substantial meal every 3 days, roughly 500 sheep per feast. The dragon pit offered little of interest, as daily life revolved around feeding the dragons. The fruits of the king's endeavors were monopolized by the crown, Rhaenyra, and Baelon, dividing the spoils in a ratio of 6-2. Baelon discovered the king's fraudulent accounting practices but chose to overlook them, although Syrax's appetite was immense. It was soon conveyed to the king by the treasurer that the expenses of the dragon pit were escalating. Consequently, Baelon was compelled to assume the role of Master of Dragons, with the royal treasury henceforth allocating a budget for only 3 adult dragons annually, leaving Baelon to manage the rest. Initially, Baelon was indifferent to this arrangement, but as he nurtured more dragons, the expenditures multiplied. Valyria's freehold, once inhabited primarily by shepherds, emerged from the hands of pastoralists, and Baelon found this narrative credible. They had waged war against the Giscari Empire to seize slaves, resurrecting the deceased slave miners in the 14 Flames, and subsequently extracting vast wealth day and night. It was presumed that most of this wealth was utilized to sustain no fewer than 300 adult dragons and countless younglings. Now, Baelon was tasked not only with feeding Syrax, but also with providing for 8 adult dragons and 40 young dragons residing in the dragon pit. Every 3 days, an immense quantity of meat was required for their sustenance. At this juncture, only Baelon could support the growth of these dragons through the revenues acquired from the King's Tree and the Alchemist's Guild. The dragon caves beneath the pit were no longer hatching numerous dragon eggs, as the current population of dragons was sufficient to obliterate Westeros. The dragon's lair has significantly depleted the sheep population, causing prices to rise year after year. The value of a single sheep has escalated from a mere 2 silver deer to over 7, compounded by the Lair administrator's additional expenses amounting to 30,000 gold dragons, representing merely the fixed expenditures incurred every 3 days. In the year of Baelorion's birth, the royal treasury held a total of only 300,000 gold dragons. At the current expenditure rate of the dragon's lair, this sum could be squandered within a month, a staggering amount indeed. Most of the construction in King's Landing has been financed through the king's fruit in lieu of wages, sold to merchants awaiting in the royal forest. The royal treasury has been unable to pay the 30 million gold dragons, settling for payments 10% below market value. Given that utilizing dragon scales in the Kingswood is akin to free labor for the crown, all transactions have been conducted using the king's fruit. Over the years, the royal coffers have accumulated a wealth of 16 million gold dragons, though approximately 2/3 of this has transformed into debts dispersed across the 7 kingdoms. In the Riverlands, under the strain of rising grain prices, traditional farming has been abandoned in favor of sheep herding, resulting in substantial wealth. The stance of the local minor nobility remains precarious. While the great lords stockpile grain in anticipation of potential supply disruptions, they engage in trade with King's Landing. The North, already a bastion of sheep farming, has benefited since establishing direct trade channels with Rhaenyra, leading numerous northern lords to send their children to King's Landing for education, effectively hostages joining the princess's knights as junior officers. The northern economy primarily relies on agriculture, fishing, and livestock, with commerce and handicrafts underdeveloped, rendering it incapable of sustaining a large population like the southern regions. Nonetheless, the presence of the dragon's lair provides a consumption outlet for the North's abundant meat supply, contributing to a population surge to 4 million over the past decade, a more than 4-fold increase. In the north, a bustling trade route has emerged between King's Landing, Eagle's Nest, White Harbor, and Winterfell, with ships navigating day and night, ensuring that any vessel can reap rewards. Baelorien has proactively funded the widening of the road from King's Landing to Harrenhal, facilitating the valley's military movement southward. Most of Rhaenyra's allies reside in the north. Should circumstances shift, the Riverlands will become a contested territory, currently obstructed by the troublesome House Frey, which seeks marriage alliances and has consistently opposed the construction of expanded bridges. In the south, the Riverlands capitalizes on the advantages of the Mander River and its tributaries to procure inexpensive grain from King's Landing. The carts traversing Rose Road day and night deliver their handcrafted goods to the capital, creating a prosperous industrial chain. What troubles Baelon most is the overwhelming presence of the Faith of the Seven in Old Town and the abundant population, resulting in an excess of knights. Consequently, Baelon is willing to risk enmity with Alicent to create a rift between the lords of Old Town and the Riverlands. As Baelon descended the stairs, Rhaenyra's maid called out to him, "Prince, the princess requests your immediate presence." He complied, as he needed to inquire about the marriage between Jacaerys and Helena. He pushed open the door. "Sister, has everything gone smoothly?" Rhaenyra glanced at her brother, but momentarily ignored him, while a maid was stuffing something into her bosom. "Thank you. It will improve in a couple of days." Once the milk had fully returned, Baelon took a seat opposite Rhaenyra, patiently awaiting her to fasten her garments. A cup of white liquid rested upon the table, which he picked up to examine. Detecting a slightly fishy aroma, he surmised it was breast milk and set it back down. "I need to communicate privately with my brother." After a brief interval, the handmaiden closed the door. "Would you care for a drink?" Alicent couldn't finish, her bosom feeling rather swollen. Rhaenyra pressed her hand against her chest to alleviate her discomfort. "I merely wished to ascertain what it was," Baelon explained. "Now, to the matter at hand. Daemon will return in 2 months to handle things himself. What of your end? What else could there be? Did you consult me before taking action?" Rhaenyra replied with a grave expression. "Then it must be a success." Baelon breathed a sigh of relief. That evening, Rhaenyra informed him of her agreement to the union with Aegon. "Who? Aegon?" Baelon sprang to his feet in astonishment. "Is it truly Aegon who is to be wed? What difference does it make with whom?" Rhaenyra calmly elucidated. "Besides, they are of the same age and quite compatible. My sister, then why not Lucerys? Have you considered that?" For Baelon, it was dire news. "Do you intend to forego those 300 warships? When making decisions, could you not contemplate thoroughly?" He was genuinely vexed, believing his sister would manage the situation, having instructed her before departing that a firm stance would suffice. Otto's absence would expose vulnerabilities, and a woman like Alicent would not withstand long without yielding. Had he known, he should have addressed the matter himself. He had presumed negotiations between women would be more amicable, yet now it was all muddled. Baelon pondered silently. "What occupies your thoughts? Are you questioning Joffrey's lineage?" Rhaenyra sighed. "Those insinuations are both vile and repugnant." "Insinuations, you say?" Baelon's head felt as though it might burst, while publicly, under the protection of the Princess of Dragonstone and the King, such claims could be made. When it truly concerned interests, they would deem it bastardy. With one of their own among them, they will use this matter to cast doubt upon Joffrey and Lucerys' legitimacy, ultimately questioning your claim to the Iron Throne. Rhaenyra's tone shifted to one of fury. "They are all your nephews." Witnessing his sister's anger, Baelon recognized the futility of pursuing blame. It served no purpose.